When you have the chance, paint me another one. Okay. Okay. Yan Chunin nodded repeatedly, her eyes filled with uncontrollable emotion. Well, I have something else to attend to, so I won't steal the limelight here. I'll be in Shanghai for a while. I'll visit you when I have the time. Good luck, young artist. Chen Jong winked and left with Wei Rushi from the back door. The exhibition was coming to a close by now, and celebrities like Yin Yanyan had already started leaving in an orderly fashion. But she didn't board the company nanny car. Instead, she got on Chen Jong's car and headed to a different place. The driver, who had just finished his meal, received Chen Jong's instructions to pick up Yin Yanyan. Chen Jong and Wei Rushi did the same. They arrived at a secluded restaurant, deep in the woods. It was strange that, even though Wei Rushi had a premonition that something was going to happen, she was very nervous while at the art center before. But upon arriving at this restaurant and standing outside the private room, she suddenly felt relieved. Yes, she already knew a lot of things. Why worrying about it then? Chen Jong was right. There were still many things that needed to be dealt with before meeting Jin Lu. He already had many women around him, and the relationship seemed to be getting more complicated. If he didn't deal with it, it would only bring more trouble in the future. It was better to make a clear decision based on their true feelings. Unlike others, Wei Rushi dared to love and hate. Even Chen Jong was amazed by her approach. It seemed like she had made her choice that night she gave herself to Chen Jong, and now she didn't seem conflicted. It said that 3 women make a play, but there were more than 3 women in this private room now. Before Chen Jong arrived, no one spoke. They just kept their heads low, as if they already knew what was going to happen. Today was the day Chen Jong would face them all. Many women, expected and unexpected, were all present. Sorry to keep you waiting. Chen Jong walked in, holding Wei Rushi's hand. He nodded slightly and then took his seat. Chen Jong, President Jong. When they saw him finally appear, several girls in the room couldn't help but stand up. Their eyes shimmered with countless emotions, a mix of helplessness and sentimentality abound. Some had seen Chen Jong not long ago, while others hadn't seen him in a while. Especially when they saw Chen Jong constantly with Wei Rushi, it seemed like tears were about to fall from their eyes. Wei Rushi appeared calm, not exuding the aura of the main mistress. Watching these emotional young ladies, Chen Jong couldn't help but feel a myriad of emotions. After today, who knew how many of these girls would be heartbroken beyond repair? Jong, President Jong, I suddenly remembered that there's business at the company I need to deal with. I'll leave first. The first one to stand up and prepare to leave was actually Zuli Chin. She could no longer bear the pressure, especially upon seeing the stunning and elegant Wei Rushi sitting next to Chen Jong. The women present had almost all been in a relationship with Chen Jong, but at least none of them had manipulated things like she had. Especially when seeing Wei Rushi, this self-loathing and dirty aspect of her personality became even more obvious. She deeply knew that she didn't belong here. Perhaps leaving would be the best choice. On the Chin Zuli situation, it was indeed quite extraordinary. Chin Zuli, fundamentally speaking, was not a bad woman, just a somewhat cunning girl. She never intended to harm anyone, though she admits that her initial motivation that night was mostly for money. But only until she saw so many outstanding women, she realized her own shallowness. None of them were not excellent in their respective fields. Although Song Yaxian was an exception, but it cannot be denied, whether it was Kui Ziking, Xiyuan Shuang, Yao Qiuqi, Zinan, not to mention Yin Yanyan and Wei Rushi. Especially seeing the famous star Yin Yanyan madly in love with Zhang Qian, Chin Zuli felt even more ashamed. Sitting there was almost more uncomfortable than being killed. Impossible to stay still. Initially, it was fine that Zhang Qian arrived a bit late. There was no intention to quarrel among the women. But as soon as he just walked in, Chin Zuli was instantly overwhelmed. She couldn't even dare to meet his eyes, just bowed her head and fled. She had heard about this restaurant before and had always hoped for a chance to visit Shanghai, where there were few window views in this city. If it was Zhang Qian, he surely had the ability to bring her here, right? Indeed, he brought not only her. Chin Zuli staggered out, slumped down in the lounge area on the first floor, bought a pack of cigarettes. Trembling, she lit one, but started coughing violently. It was so harsh. How could they inhale that? It made her cry. Wiping the tears from her eyes, Chin Zuli wept bitterly. When she dashed out, Zhang Qian noticed everything but did not stop her. Today, he came to resolve the issues, hoping to introduce a few women. Among the women in the room, Only Su Yuanshuang and Yin Yanyan had not been involved with him. That they both liked Zheng Qian, that was beyond doubt. Even if Zheng Qian wished, he could easily have that. Moreover, there was some emotional entanglement among them, so they had the right to sit at that table. Actually, to Zheng Qian's surprise, the calmest women in the room were Yao Qiuqi and Zinan. They sat quietly in a corner, not arguing, not fighting, not causing a scene. Yao Qiuqi had discussed this matter with Zheng Qian before and expressed her thoughts. She never hoped to exclusively have Zheng Qian's love, not even love itself, even just maintained a physical relationship. She sincerely wanted to bring happiness to Zheng Qian, that would be enough. Although Su Yuanshuang had guessed before and knew there would be many girls around Zheng Qian, but it wasn't until she sat here that she realized. There weren't just one or two around him. This fierce impact made her petite body slightly tremble, holding hands tightly, lowering her head. Leave, like Qin Zuli, just leave directly. But she really felt unwilling to do so. Yin Yanyan's delicate face now seemed a bit pale, pursing her lips, lost in thought. Kui Ziking just sighed softly. Actually, the women who could sit here were all intelligent people. They knew that arguing with each other was futile, as none of them had the right to blame the others. In a sense, they were all comrades in the same trench. It was just missing Deng Yuqing. Initially, Zheng Qian wanted to call her over as well, but thinking about her family's situation, he decided to postpone it. However, Su Shuyan didn't even have the courage to sit here. Zheng Qian didn't know if this was her final choice. If what you see makes you think I'm a scumbag, Zheng Qian lit a cigarette, deeply inhaling the nicotine, swallowing it down his throat. Some of you know each other, some don't. Some are aware of each other's existence, while some are unaware. The reason I set up this gathering today is to lay all the cards on the table, giving you an explanation. I won't say any noble words. I can only say, I won't let anyone down. Whether those present or not, that's the case. You may not have known before, but have you heard the news later? Yes, I have a fiancée named Jin Lu. She's in Shanghai. Due to family reasons, she can't attend temporarily. In the future, if anyone is willing to stay, you'll eventually meet her. If someone minds, feel free to leave. I, Zheng Qian, won't blame anyone. I just think some things must be resolved. Dragging on like this is too irresponsible to you all. It's up to you to decide. With that, Zheng Qian picked up a bottle and poured himself a drink. At that moment, Wei Rusi beside him directly used the decanter to fill her lover with Mai, smiling and saying, in today's game, I think there's no need for us sisters to be awkward. Since we have the qualifications to sit here, it must be that we all like Zheng Qian. We have no right to blame each other. Actually, today is not just about a meeting. Zheng Qian telling us this today is to show us Jin Lu's importance in his heart. If anyone minds, they can choose to leave. If they don't mind, we also have to see if Jin Lu minds. I think since we are all gathered here, there's no point in beating around the bush. If you want to continue with Zheng Qian, you have to be prepared mentally. I don't know what she thinks, but before she decides, I don't think I can lead Zheng Qian. Life is just a few decades. Why make it hard on ourselves? Do what you want. Perhaps we will regret this, but if we don't do it, we will regret even more. Zheng Qian just said he's a scumbag, and I believe everyone agrees. So, aren't we scum women too? Wei Rusi smiled lightly, not knowing if it was self-deprecation or a joke. Anyway, the words were spot on. Yes, Zheng Qian's intention was crystal clear. Today's meeting wasn't about deciding the seating of the girls, it was just a preparatory step. Today wasn't the main event. Seeing Jin Lu in the future would decide whether they would exist or not. Zheng Qian also made it clear that Jin Lu's place in his heart was unshakable for anyone. If they couldn't pass this stage, even if they left now, he wouldn't blame them. It might seem scummy to do so, but if they meet Jin Lu and can't avoid these women having more interactions in the future, wouldn't it be even worse if it happened then? At least Zheng Qian was trying to solve the problem. Wei Rusi didn't just pour Zheng Qian a glass of wine. It was 6 glasses. Each woman present, 1 glass each. Placing the 6 glasses on the table, the meaning was self-evident. Everyone present was intelligent. The conversation had reached this point. There was no need for more words. Those who understood, understood. Yao Qiuqi and Zinan didn't hesitate. They directly turned the table and each took a glass. Zinan even felt like she was dreaming at one point. Among the girls Zheng Qian knew, she was the most shy. Just like Yao Qiuqi, even more conscious than Yao Qiuqi. She never expected to get more from Zheng Qian's side, but to find herself qualified to sit here made her uneasy. Actually, even if Zheng Qian doesn't give her any so-called explanations, she would never say anything. After all, at most, they had only had a relationship twice. Well, maybe it was once but with several times. She's right. Today's situation. I understand. Let me introduce myself. I'm Kui Ziking, from the north of Yi. Speaking of which, I had some business conflict with Zheng Qian back then. Kui Ziking turned the table and also finished her glass of wine. My name is Yin Yanyan. My name is Su Wanchuan. My name is Song Yaxian. It must be said, Zheng Qian really likes Wei Rusi. She's truly a woman who can turn the situation around. Whether in business activities or in social situations, she can always say what she wants to say but can't easily, and then act on it. With her taking the lead, the other women also gradually relaxed. Yes, today was just a game of honesty, just a precautionary measure, because there are real tests coming up next. If Jin Lu disagrees, they might never have a chance to see Zheng Qian again in the future. But would agreeing to something like this be that easy? If they were in their shoes, would they agree to their man being surrounded by so many women? This complex relationship even requires quantum mechanics to be explained. It's as inappropriate as the double-slit interference experiment, or Schrödinger's cat. When they observe accept today, it's one outcome. When they don't observe don't accept today, it's another outcome. They all deeply love Zheng Qian, otherwise, they wouldn't have devoted their first time so passionately, even enduring Zheng Qian's ravages on their first night. If they can't get through this round today, how can they talk about the next level? The outcome of anything is in constant development. Su Wanchuan and Yin Yanyan, they have not had a relationship with Zheng Qian, but they know that day will come sooner or later. And Zheng Qian didn't leave them just to have a fling in the future. They understand, which is why they are willing to sit here. Moreover, Yin Yanyan's feelings for Zheng Qian are even more complex. Rather than considering Zheng Qian as her man, it's more appropriate to say man plus benefactor. He was willing to help her break free from her hidden state and gain the stardom she has today. This is the most touching emotion. Even if Zheng Qian did more extreme things to her, Yin Yanyan believes she wouldn't back down. After all, she chose this path herself. Not to mention Su Yuanshuang. Perhaps from the first phone she broke because of Zheng Qian, she has developed an indescribable feeling for him. Witnessing him successfully handle someone like Pei Moin firsthand only added to her inner excitement. And having experienced Zheng Qian's integration of JZH's on channels and dominating the industry only further imprinted Zheng Qian's shadow D in her heart. At least she has never seen a younger person as outstanding as Zheng Qian, barely in the past nor in the foreseeable future. By giving up now, she feels a bit unwilling. In fact, Su Yuanshuan's inner turmoil at this moment vividly reflects in every woman present. They all feel the same way. Zheng Qian is truly exceptional, always managing to resolve the impossible with ease, even deepening his impression in their hearts whenever he does so. Although later Zheng Qian's behavior gradually evolved into showing off, it didn't matter. A talented person, even when showing off, is still so charismatic. Song Yaxian and Qin Zuli are different. The latter is a purely scheming girl, but strictly speaking, Qin Zuli is the person who has known Zheng Qian the longest, even before Zheng Qian officially started. He remembered that the first cashback reward he made was on Qin Zuli, but over time, she might not have been his companion from the beginning. This meal, under Wei Rusi's lead, proceeded very smoothly. There was no mutual confrontation as Zheng Qian predicted, but instead, a very strange, orderly, friendly, contradictory harmony. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone also became more familiar with each other. Wei Rusi even shamelessly promoted Yao Qiuqi's exclusive secret. She learned a lot from Yao Qiuqi on the boat and can finally avoid clashing teeth and not biting it. This made the women present blush, although they were very shy hearing about such topics, but they were really curious. Yao Qiuqi and Zinan were already very shy, even after witnessing Wei Rusi's power. They did not expect to open a workshop mode so seriously in front of so many people, and couldn't help but bury their heads under the table. Zheng Qian was very annoyed during this meal. He continued to smoke, trying to control his emotions. Originally he had thought about what to say, to dispel the girl's grudges, but Wei Rusi was too bold, teasing one person then joking with another. She was the master of the room. Not only did she excite the young ladies, even Jun Chan himself was quite shaken. He became very alert. Something's not right. Why is Wei Rusi so cheerful? Why is she so happy? Could it be that she's already planning to embrace so many beautiful women openly in the future? Chan, I've thought about it. This time at the Chip Research Institute, I hope to take on more responsibility. Help you more in the future. I also hope that I can be a helpful woman to you. Song Yaxian, who had recently graduated as a college girl, couldn't resist Wei Rusi's aggressive words, and quietly said some heartfelt words to Jun Chan, trying to divert his attention. Yo, sending a younger sister, still calling Chan, why not call him husband? Song Yaxian is very serious. After some research, she realized that these girls are all very helpful to Jung Qian's career. Wei Rusi goes without saying, she has now become the external brain of the entire Jun Qian interest group, with everything organized and in order. Not only has the main bank application business, as the core business, started operating, but even her business thinking has deeply influenced every decision made by Jun Qian. With such outstanding women around him, not only Song Yaxian, everyone is feeling a bit of pressure. Kui Ziking is leading Suniti Group to flourish, and now with the help of Su Yuanchuan and Du Kong Liquor Industry, the group has started to earn considerable profits. The two of them also have a close cooperation. Even Yin Yanyan is the same. As the representative of the Jun Qian interest group in the entertainment industry, whether it's movies, music, advertising, she has excelled in all aspects and achieved quite a bit of success, making her one of the most popular for little flowers in the country. Even Yao Qiuqi and Xiaonan are very helpful to Jun Qian. Not in terms of their technical level. In any case, it seems that only she herself can only slack off in the office every day. If she doesn't work hard to improve herself and become irreplaceable to Jun Qian, she is worried that one day, she might end up feeling ashamed and inferior sitting here, just like Chen Zuli, and may not even dare to hope to sit next to Jun Qian. She doesn't want that day to come, so she hopes to increase her own value. If she could truly be as important as Wei Rusi, perhaps Jin Luji wouldn't easily let me go, right? This is Song Yaxian's true inner journey. But she had just started to speak and was embarrassed by Wei Rusi's words. Song Yaxian blushed and lowered her head shyly. That word husband was too embarrassing to say, especially in front of so many people. Oh, don't be shy. When you're happy, haven't you ever called him husband? Wei Rusi gave Song Yaxian a teasing look. Happy? Song Yaxian couldn't quite grasp the meaning for a moment. Wei Rusi leaned in, nibbled on her ear, and said, "Don't you know what happy means, Sister Song? It's a combination of being high and excited. Actually, it means being highly excited. Looks like you need to step up your game." Song Yaxian was petrified on the spot, wondering, can this be said without cost? No. Can this be heard without payment? But Wei Rusi was just joking. In fact, even she only says it when she's happy, as at that time, she is unconsciously absent-minded, floating around with her mind not clear. But now, in this clear state of mind, it's really hard to say. Not because of shyness, but it seems that this name is something only Jin Lulu is entitled to at the moment. After a harmonious meal, Jun Qian suddenly suggested that everyone go rest at the villa. He even took out his phone to arrange for several nanny cars to come and pick up the girls. Girls, I don't think it's early now. How about resting together? Jun Qian clapped his hands and pointed to the bright sun outside, saying, "Look, it's already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun is setting. It's very dangerous for girls to be out at night, so why not come to my place for a rest?" "Don't worry, I'm a decent person." The girls responded with a collective eye roll. Wei Rusi was particularly sharp in her response, looking at Jun Qian seriously. "Are you sure you just want to rest? Not do anything else? And are you sure it's almost dark now? The sun has almost burned me off." Jun Qian's face was thick-skinned now, so he showed no reaction. Today's opportunity was rare, and he had to seize it at all costs. Countless sages from ancient times have said that opportunity is reserved for the prepared. For this reason, Jun Qian had been fully prepared to ensure that everything would go smoothly. With just a phone call, he could immediately arrange enough cars to pick everyone up. And just for this day, he had practiced his skill of standing upright. Get lost. Seeing Jun Qian's increasingly outrageous behavior, Wei Rusi rolled her eyes harshly. She held Kui Ziking with her left hand and Yuan Chuan with her right hand, snorted and said, How dare you, this scum, hurt us deeply today. I'll teach you a lesson. No fun for you today, and I won't let you know pain. In the future, you might treat us even worse. Sisters, what do you think? Should we not let Zhang Qian be so smug anymore? Several girls nodded with red faces. Kui Ziking gritted her teeth and said, exactly. Without teaching him a lesson, he might really think he's an emperor from the old society choosing concubines, right? No. We must unite against him, and not give him any chance. Their relationships with Zhang Qian were manageable. Yin Yanyan and Su Wanchuan blushed. These women were initially quite serious, and they were all beautiful girls, so why were they so fierce when they started talking? Yao Qiuqi and Xiaonan were a bit embarrassed. The former was a bit shy but also a bit worried, as she said. Will it be a little pitiful for Zhang Qian doing this? Will he suffer a lot? Wei Rusi weakly propped up her head and walked over. She hugged her waist and helplessly said, Qiuqi, you can't be too good to Zhang Qian. Every time you spoil him like this, it will spoil him. Back on the ship before, even when you were so tired, when he asked you, you still wanted to give in to him. Really? Next time you must pay attention. Can't be so good to this scum. But Yao Qiuqi really wasn't trying to vie for favor. She had never thought about vying for favor. She just always considered Zhang Qian's feelings too much. No matter what, she always thought of Zhang Qian first. Even she herself never thought she would end up like this, let alone that she would be this kind of person. But for some reason, she just wanted to keep dedicating herself to Zhang Qian. Could it be? This is the legendary overflow of motherly love. Okay, let's not argue. Kui Ziking put down her phone, said seriously, there are some things in North Su that need to be dealt with, and I really have to go. Zhang Qian, To be honest, Zhang Qian was also handling this kind of relationship for the first time. But he didn't expect that he could handle it so well on his own. Well, Zhang Qian admits that it was all because of Wei Rusi that he was able to do it. Don't be fooled by her fierce demeanor when she's driving, because when it comes to dealing with various problems, her mind is very clear, knowing what to say and what not to say. Most importantly, everyone knows what she has done for Zhang Qian. Even if they don't know, at least by looking at the current organizational structure, they know her position within the group. And vaguely, none of them had any thoughts of competing with Wei Rusi for anything, because they all know that even if Zhang Qian really abandons Wei Rusi, none of them can replace her. Not to mention Jin Lu, who holds the most weight in Zhang Qian's heart. So, that night, nobody stayed behind except Wei Rusi. Blinking. 12 days later, Zhang Qian, Su Wanchuan, Wei Rusi, and Chen Shu, for people, went to the headquarters of Chunshin Huiguan. Chunshin Ru, Chunshin Jun Huanzi, is one of the 4 public sons of the Warring States period, and I believe everyone knows this. He nourishes 3,000. The leader of the public sons, an outstanding figure on the land of Jingchu, but also cannot escape his ties to Shangtu, because this was his earliest fief, leaving behind a sufficient cultural sediment and endowing this place with a more historical and humanistic connotation. Shanghai can achieve what it has today, not solely due to the efforts of Chunshin Jun. After all, it has a history of over 2,000 years. I believe that even if it wasn't for Chunshin Jun, there would definitely be other lords developing Shanghai. But history is just so amazing, connecting to seemingly unrelated things tightly here. The people of Shanghai are proud to be called Chen, hence using this as the abbreviation for this international metropolis. Chunshin Huiguan embodies this meaning. Chunshin Ru is located on the north bank of Chunshin River, hidden among the bustling high-rises, secluded in a corner. Perhaps it is because it settled in this place earlier, so around it are rare and precious gardens and woods. In the midst of towering skyscrapers in Shanghai, it quietly stays here, surrounded by flowers and trees, peaceful and serene. However, all those who come and go from here are either rich or noble. As one of Shanghai's oldest clubs, it has witnessed many intriguing stories. For example, when Chunshin remembers at breakfast, a casual chat between 2 members can lead to a deal worth at least tens of billions. It sounds unbelievable, but it is indeed true. However, that was limited to 10 years ago. The current Chunshin Huiguan has long lost its former glory. Both the Shanghai American Club and the San Commercial Club have given rise to powerful economic forces that have risen from nothing, becoming new pillars. If it weren't for Jin Lu's mother's foresight, proposing the dual path of real estate and chits, Chunin Huiguan might have faced collapse directly in the face of the recent real estate market bubble burst. Therefore, today's election is extremely important. Many eyes are watching, especially focusing on Jin Lu's position, with many preparing their own moves. Particularly at the core meeting, they are already prepared to challenge the Ran family. The situation is so critical that there's no need to talk about it at length. A camel's hair can outweigh a horse's skin. Even though Chunin Huiguan today, still one of Shanghai's top 3 clubs, it has gathered to many member enterprises, even if they are just some peripheral enterprises, each with net worth of at least tens of billions, not to mention the core meetings. The people sitting at that table, the game they play, are simply not on the same level as the enterprises under today's market economy background. These people are also eagerly waiting, dissatisfied with the Ran family's control over Chunin Huiguan. Even though they are the founding family, even with the nominal chairman of the board being from the Ran family. If the Ran family can't manage their own enterprises well and maintain a leading position, why should other members support them? Some have even suggested that the Ran family, with their American capital background, may be more suitable for the Shanghai American Club. Of course, this is just a small amount of criticism within a limited range. But where there's smoke, there's fire. These idle rumors have reached the ears of many people. Even though Qiao Shen established the fruit brand, developed groundbreaking products like the fruit phone, computers, iPods, iPads, he was still kicked out of the game when necessary. Wasn't he? In the face of capital, anything is possible. Hello, please show your invitation, said the front desk staff politely with a bow as they arrived at Chunin Ru's lobby. She is very beautiful, in a figure-hugging cheongsam, staying close to her delicate figure. The slit was not high, very traditional, but just the alluring curves of the woman outlined by the cheongsam are enough to spark fantasies. Of course, Zhang Qian is not that kind of pervert. He didn't even glance at the woman. Arriving at Chunin Ru, he could hardly contain his excitement, finally being able to appear before Jin Lu openly. Although he had many chances to see Jin Lu in these days, none were as good as today. Because he had too many things to do before coming here. Zhang Qian's purpose for coming this time was as a partner of Dukan Juyi. Su Yuanchuan successfully entered Chunin Huiguan through Dukan and was a legitimate member. According to the rules, she was qualified to bring in a few people to join the event. After all, when it comes time to vote, only she has the voting rights, so it doesn't matter much that Zhang Qian and the others came. After confirming the identities of the individuals, the front desk prepared to allow them entry. Su Yuanchuan placed a thin red envelope on the table. This was also a rule, a way to kick off the election. All the funds raised will be used for charity, a tacit agreement, not a way for Chunin Huiguan to make money. Standing at the entrance to the elevator, a middle-aged man clasped his hands and said, "The Lord has treated me like a knight." Su Yuanchuan, following suit, said sincerely, "I repay the Lord with life and death, please." The middle-aged man then opened up a spot. This was also a rule. However, how many people really heed this or say it from the heart? Zhang Qian remained silent. Watching this scene, he suddenly remembered the so-called 36 Odes of the Hanman. Zhang Qian still knew a bit about this long-standing organization. The red sticks, white paper fans, blue lanterns, and the like, may also chant these dogmas. But can they really do it? These so-called rules are just a form of large-scale workplace pua. A mocking smile played on his lips. It's just a corporate furniture club. It's made to look like a club's annual meeting to recruit new members. Do we also need to learn from the clubs in Han City and add the word "yi" in front of the name to get official recognition? Do we need to follow the example of Helion Shen, or the new Helion Sheng in Dadi's mouth, or the patriotic Jimmy? A perfectly fine corporate furniture club, making it all messy. How disgraceful. These sets of rules have Zhang Qian shaking his head continuously. Wait until he takes office. Wait until Jin Lu formally takes over. We must make some changes. Unless the Ran family has a relationship with the Hanman, but now it seems that there is no connection between the two. Also, if the Ran family has the support of the Hanman, how could they have ended up in this situation? With this in mind, they had begun to climb the stairs. They took the elevator to the top floor of Chun Shenju, the banquet hall Chunchintang. Not many people can come here. Zhang Qian looked around and estimated that there were probably no more than 200 people, even with families. Glancing into the conference room at the back, it was estimated that at most 40 to 50 people were qualified to enter. They were all core members of Chunin Club, Is there any progress on the Huaxia Mobile site? Zheng Qian looked around, took a sip of red wine, and started chatting with Wei Rusi. Everyone didn't feel like eating anything. In fact, this is a high-end social venue, ostensibly to promote mutual emotional exchanges. But Zheng Qian wasn't interested in these people. After all, they didn't have as much money as him. What's the point of socializing? Currently, Professor Ji Muxi is discussing with them. This is top commercial secret. Actually, if it weren't for Director Zhou's face, we wouldn't have had this opportunity, but it looks like the chances of success are not high. Wei Rusi rubbed her eyes, set down her wine glass, and frowned. Huaxia Mobile has made big moves this time, conquered many technology projects, but still can't solve the 5G baseband. Seeing that the Fruit Mobile is about to release new products, we have to come out first. Professor Ji Muxi also brought some researchers sent by Jin Lu to see if they can make a breakthrough. Although Wei Rusi was not in the technical field, she had a keen business sense. This was just a business cooperation project, and there was no need for the actuaries from the investment bank to become experts or scholars in the corresponding field. Wei Rusi just made very reasonable deductions based on existing information. Zheng Qian nodded slightly and didn't say much. Not long ago, he talked with Director Zhou and learned that Huaxia Mobile had reached a very crucial juncture. Zheng Qian truly held sincere respect for the Huaxia company. They represented the face of the Juzhou high-tech enterprises and had achieved unparalleled success overseas, especially in communication technology. However, with Chuan Jianwo taking office, he directly cut off Juzhou's scientific and technological progress with the world. Even though they were one of the world's 5G standard setters, they were still choked in critical areas such as chips, rendering them useless, and even dared to order Maple Leaf Country to detain the Juzhou citizens of the Huaxia company. Zheng Qian was extremely indignant about this matter, so when he heard Director Zhou mention this, his first reaction was to help. Of course, he also had his own reasons. Hearing about the disbandment of the Chip Research Institute from Huaxia Group, Zheng Qian thought of recruiting some researchers over because, to fund the budget, he was the first to take them away. But the two could still cooperate. Not to mention, Jin Lu was about to become the master of Chuncheon Club. If she wanted to secure this position, it would be impossible without the development of the Rand family's old baseband chip industry. Before this, she had sent Qiu Zhenduo to find the six-star group in the Smita country with the same intention. So Zheng Qian arranged for Professor Ji Muxi to take a few researchers trusted by Jin Lu to assess the situation. This is not urgent. Let's wait for the news from over there and then decide. Zheng Qian took a sip of wine, smiled and said, "This is our Sunity. How about it? Does it taste great?" Little Su student, you did a good job. Although Dukan wine industry currently represents the most popular red wines, if you really want not to be restricted by others, you have to have your own brand. How is the current reputation of Sunity? When Su Yuanshuan heard Zheng Qian's praise, she felt a hint of joy. After the last expansion meeting, they appeared harmonious on the surface, but in reality, they were all competing secretly. Just like what Song Yaxian said that day, no one wanted to be a burden. They all hoped to become the most indispensable person around Zheng Qian. Looking toward Wei Rusi, because they thought that if they did well enough, they would be deeply tied to Zheng Qian's interest group in business. Then, Jin Lu should also favor them, right? After all, they were not parasites around Zheng Qian. It is now very popular in major nightclubs, hired many wine tasters to promote. It even participated in foreign wine exhibitions. In short, current sales are very good, already ranked 5th on the brand sales chart, with hopes of entering the top 3 this year. Su Yuanshuan was very excited at the thought, even aiming for the top 2. The momentum of the Dukan wine industry was very strong now. After integrating resources from the Sun family and the Su family, it had become one of the top 3 channel distributors in the entire Juzhou. By mid-year, in just 6 months, the Pure Sunity brand had the confidence to generate 5 billion in sales. Of course, what she didn't know was that Zheng Qian had long lost interest in that money. What he pursued now was not about the amount of money but the achievements he had made, like the current all-out effort in the chip field. This was far more fulfilling than earning money, especially leading Juzhou to the top of the world, standing on the enemy of the United States and punching Japan, making people look forward to it even more. He believed that one day, he and Jin Lu would welcome that day hand in hand. Yet, they had to follow them. As they chatted, Over 2 hours had passed without them realizing it. Ding ding. Suyuan looked at her phone, her delicate hand trembling. She regained her composure and then said with a smile, "Let's go, the Kerr meeting has started." In name, it's a change of term election, but in reality, Jin Lu is still the host. But as you know, such meetings will inevitably have people questioning and dissenting. The most important thing is how to shut them up. They should all be prepared. Let's go. Zhang Qian nodded and walked forward. Soon, he would meet Jin Lu. The so-called banquet is a social arena, but also a small-scale wine party. There's even a small stage setup, but instead of performers there are beautiful women dressed in ancient costumes, playing instruments that Zhang Qian couldn't understand, such as ancient zithers, jade lyres, and pipes. The sound of silk and bamboo was extremely pleasant to the ears. Their graceful figures were all wrapped in tight cheongsams, revealing only a glimpse of smooth, fair legs. Their faces were covered with thin veils, which shrouded all the internet stars outside in a veil. Only their brows were visible, yet their exquisite beauty could be felt from their contours. However, they were only beautiful compared to average women. Since having crossed paths with Kui Ziking and Wei Rusi, Zhang Qian didn't feel anything special towards ordinary girls. Not to mention the main concubines. Do you think the sound of that guqin played by the middle girl is very special? As they walked towards the core meeting room, Wei Rusi pointed not far away and suddenly said mysteriously, "I can't really tell." Zhang Qian himself was a bit tone-deaf, not having any refined hobbies, and had no interest in things like guqin or ancient zithers. No matter how beautiful the music was, could it be more beautiful than my brother's chicken? Unfortunately, my brother's public opinion online isn't good right now. Otherwise, Zhang Qian pondered, he should at least bring his brother along. What? You say spending money on men doesn't yield returns? What a joke. Am I someone who values money like that? 100 billion. Establish a pure dear people fund for my brother. If 100 billion isn't enough, then make it 200 billion. In any case, such a precious talent must be properly nurtured with love. HMPH. Truly doesn't understand high culture, Wei Rusi sneered, saying to Suyuan, "Hurry and educate this scumbag." I remember. It seems like this guqin has quite the background, right? Suyuan obediently nodded. I've heard them mentioned before. This guqin is called Asking for the Vast Ocean, a work from the late Tang dynasty. In other words, you could say the sound of this guqin originates from the Tang dynasty. Although Zhang Qian wasn't very cultured, he did have some knowledge about the Tang dynasty. It was one of the prosperous periods of the feudal kingdom of the 9 provinces, by all means. How should he put it? He remembered the history class when the teacher said that the Tang dynasty's GDP accounted for 58% of the world. This number was quite exaggerated and terrifying, truly awe-inspiring. What are you thinking about? Wei Rusi saw Zhang Qian lost in thought and couldn't help but ask. Zhang Qian pretended to ponder deeply, rubbing his chin. I was thinking, if we really develop that chip in collaboration with Waxia Mobile, can we call it Tang Shen? The inspiration came from the Tang dynasty just now. I thought it sounded good. And it also has a pun with sugar heart. What do you both think? Oh no, all 3 of you. Chen Shu directly chose to ignore Zhang Qian. Wei Rusi and Suyuan couldn't help rolling their eyes. He really was a genius at naming things. Wait here for me. The core meeting room inside doesn't allow too many people in. If there's anything special, I'll find an opportunity to call you. It should be fine. With that said, Chen Shu nodded and watched as Zhang Qian and others stepped inside. The core meeting room had a strictly limited number of seats. Zhang Qian and Wei Rusi were able to enter because the gatekeeper assumed they were Suyuan's assistants. After all, when the big shots went in for the meeting, they usually brought 2 assistants to record relevant matters. It was the same for others, but most brought beautiful girls inside. Qiu Zhen Duo was chatting and laughing with the person next to him. When he saw Zhang Qian walk in, he subconsciously wanted to get up to greet him. However, he was immediately stopped by Zhang Qian's stern gaze and had to sit back down in place. In the center of the meeting room was a large round table with 25 seats. Surrounding the table were 3 rows of chairs. The first row naturally consisted of 25 seats adjacent to the table, with 3 chairs behind each seat, followed by a few more chairs behind each of those. Obviously, the first row were the most qualified people to discuss the topics. The second row were relatively peripheral people. and the third row were basically roles such as assistants. Without hesitation, Zhang Qian directly pulled Su Yuanchuang and Wei Rusi to sit in the first row. He sat in the center with a top-notch beauty on his left and right. Originally, everyone thought Zhang Qian and Wei Rusi were just Su Yuanchuang's entourage or assistants, but they usurped the spotlight and sat in the center. Many people sneered. No one dared to remind Zhang Qian. Each person's seat was fixed, and the order was predetermined. Every previous meeting had regulations on seating order. Zhang Qian sitting down so grandly, when the original owner of that seat arrived, he would surely make a fool of himself. The woman sitting on the left of Su Yuanchuan couldn't bear it and quietly reminded her, "President Su, did he sit in the wrong place?" "No, the person who sits here." "Well, he can make it," Su Yuanchuan replied, indifferently. The woman, seeing she didn't want to discuss further, didn't say anything more. She thought that when Jin Lu and others from the Ran family arrived, someone would naturally remove him. It would be embarrassing for her when that happened, so she didn't say anything else. The people around, hearing this, thought that Huang Fan, who should have sat here, had something come up and let Zhang Qian stand in for him. Huang Fan was also considered a representative figure of traditional entrepreneurs with considerable wealth. In the circle outside of the Ran family, he held a certain status. I haven't heard that Huang Fan had something going on. Could it be someone from his family? Upon seeing this, someone quickly sent a WeChat message to Huang Fan, but it was as if the message disappeared without a trace, receiving no response. The person who should have sat there, including Wei Rusi, had also seemingly evaporated from the earth. In reality, before the meeting started, Zhang Qian had a friendly conversation with them. Of course, it wasn't just through force, but also through real, undeniable courtesy, offering them an offer they couldn't refuse. And so, Zhang Qian sat in that seat. He wanted to sit there not to show off, but just to have a closer look at Jin Lu. There were no idle persons inside the meeting room, not even anyone serving tea or water. After placing the tea and water on the table in advance, the place was only occupied by the most core members of the Chunin club. Most people thought Zhang Qian and Wei Rusi were there in place of someone else. They focused more on today's topics, whispering and tactically strategizing. Suddenly, as the murdering continued, a loud noise interrupted. The doors of the meeting room opened. The first thing one saw was a woman dressed in a properly tailored casual suit. The cut fit her body perfectly, slightly loose but not lazy or sloppy, giving off an unparalleled sense of sharpness. Her fair, cool face bore an unquestionable expression. With her eyes sweeping around, she made people feel somewhat ashamed. Her beauty couldn't provoke disrespectful thoughts. She was Jin Lu. Jin Lu's appearance caught Zhang Qian off guard. He couldn't help but stand up involuntarily. It had been so long since they last met, and she was still as beautiful as ever. The last time they met, she was still a young girl. But now, well, even to outsiders, she was a clear-cut strong woman. Yet in Zhang Qian's heart, she was still that girl. The one who shielded him from alcohol. The one who dragged him to the gym. Between Jin Lu and Zhang Qian, there hadn't been any particularly thrilling experiences shared. But for each of them, the significance differed. She was the first love in Zhang Qian's life, and he was her savior. If it weren't for Zhang Qian buying that house back then, he didn't know how he would have faced Jin Jiuan. Time, in that instant, seemed eternal. Perhaps there could be deception between people, but not within the system. Jin Lu's favorability rating at that moment was 100, the maximum. Zhang Qian believed that Jin Lu definitely knew about Su Yuanchuang, Kui Ziking, and others' existence, and even likely knew about his encounter with Wei Rusi. She must know that he felt this way. Jin Lu knew everything, but her favorability rating remained at 100. Not only did it not decrease, it even reached its peak again. No, it wasn't over yet. Zhang Qian even vaguely sensed that Jin Lu's favorability towards him was still soaring. Wasn't it already at 100 points? Hadn't it reached 100 points before? Why didn't it feel like today? How could it be? At that moment, Zhang Qian only felt a moment of mental haze, but he still maintained a faint smile on his face. Although he didn't say anything, neither did she. Yet, as if in the exchange of their gazes, 1,000 words were spoken. She was still that Xuan, even when facing other businessmen, needing a protective color. Yet she was still the young girl he knew. Ding ding. System warning. Eternal true love detected. Favorability rating breaking through level limit. The God tier love system has mutated. Do you accept the mutation? Please choose Host. Jin Lu awkwardly averted her gaze, knowing that now was not the time for them to indulge in love and romance. There were many difficult issues to face today. The Rang family, aiming to establish its authority, found itself struggling. The chip industry was in trouble, and the real estate bubble had begun to deflate. The family's assets were severely affected, and the family's ancestor, who should have presided over things, was now heading to the USA with a seriously ill Rang Xian. It was said that a doctor had obtained the latest research results, igniting some hope. Thus, the Rang family's ability to provide assistance was very limited. In addition, the day to officially take over the main role was already set and couldn't be changed. Jin Lu could only face all this on her own. Rang Xian, hold on a little longer. When the day comes for me to truly take over the Rang family, I must make them all pay the price. Let this family that destroy our parents, and now wants to destroy our lives, pay the price. The appropriate price must be paid. Spring Shen Club, I won't allow it to fall into someone else's hands. Jin Lu thought to herself. Meanwhile, Zheng Qian found himself in trouble. He felt like he had crashed. Just the exchanging of glances with Jin Lu seemed to have created an illusion. In his experience, the system had always been a very aloof entity. It never actively interacted with him, only informing him of cashback amounts, and always sticking to a tenfold cashback system. So, what was going on today? Why was just exchanging glances with Jin Lu causing such a situation? Damn, could it be that the system was malfunctioning, having issues? Just the thought of that possibility made Zheng Qian shiver. Now, his ability to show off was all about spending money. If the system was broken, how would he show off in the future? Huge investments were needed for Huazia Mobile. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Wei Rusi, being very perceptive, noticed something off with Zheng Qian and asked immediately. Nothing. Nothing. Zheng Qian wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, his mind racing. He thought of a solution. Spending money on the girls. Would that work? But if the system was really broken, he'd have to be more frugal from now on. With just 25 trillion left, he needed to be careful. The key was that the girls had to accept it for the cashback to be generated. Oh well. Since he couldn't ask Jin Lu now, he decided to ask Wei Rusi instead. How about these stockings? Zheng Qian quietly took out his phone, opened a page on a certain e-commerce platform, and whispered, "This one feels really nice to the touch, and it's the latest line from Ling, specifically designed for your exceptional leg shape. Want to try them out? If you like it, I'll place the order." Wei Rusi, why are you describing the stockings in terms of how they feel? Why not ask how they would look or feel on me when wearing them? Stockings aren't worn on hands, why emphasize the feel? Just because you want to touch. But is this the time to talk about this? Are you out of your mind? Wei Rusi blushed, with Jin Lu sitting at the head of the table, worried she might notice her little actions, and hastily bit her lip, saying, "If you're buying, buy it for Jin Lu. Why are you asking me about it? The meeting is about to start. Can you act normally for once?" Hearing this, Zheng Qian became even more anxious. Dealing with this was now the most critical issue. If the system was down, what was the use of having the meeting? How would he continue to show off? Oh, my bad. I shouldn't have chosen stockings. But damn, the page just popped up as soon as I opened my phone. We're out of time now. Quick. It's urgent. I'm really anxious to see it. Can you just agree already? How about it? Zheng Qian urged quickly. Wei Rusi rolled her eyes helplessly. The page popped up as soon as you opened the phone. Wasn't it your usual habit to browse it? Then it gets suggested based on your interests. The internet remembers your preferences, you scumbag. Well, then, I'll take these. Wei Rusi looked at Zheng Qian more and more strangely, feeling that he was really off today. She suddenly realized, her face flushing as if about to burst into tears. This scumbag, she understood now. He must have seen Jin Lu, wanted to do that kind of thing tonight, and even wanted to involve her. So he started arranging stockings. But if Jin Lu doesn't mind, she didn't see a problem with it, and she had always wanted to experience Jin Lu's touch, just that Jin Lu resisted any intimacy with her. Why not seize this opportunity to feel Jin Lu? Let's not even talk about Wei Rusi's stream of consciousness. Zheng Qian had already eagerly made the payment, received cashback of 3 yuan few. Seeing the familiar cashback information, Zheng Qian immediately felt relieved. As long as the system is not broken. Just now, In order to test whether the system really had a problem, he purposely chose the cheapest pair of stockings available on the entire internet. Of course, it wasn't a Ling brand. It's really hard to find stockings for 3 cents. Fortunately, the system didn't have any issues, so he didn't need to worry about saving money. Retracted cashback of 3 yuan. Seeing that the system had no problem, Zhang Qian decisively chose to cancel the order. Just kidding. How can such cheap stockings feel good when touched? Even if the feel is good, what if the chemical dye used has problems? Affecting touch is one thing, but affecting a woman's health is a big deal. Zhang Qian then bought a pair of stockings for 2,000 yuan again. Well, it's okay even if there's no system cashback. I have money now. No need to ask them. But just now the system hinted there was a mutation. What's going on? It always feels suspicious when things deviate from the norm. Just then, Jin Lu formally took her seat as the main guest. Accompanying her were 2 other people. One was a middle-aged woman with delicate makeup, and the other was a middle-aged man with a scholarly and commercial temperament. They both sat on Jin Lu's left side, symbolizing Ren's support for Jin Lu. On her right side were representatives of peripheral families. These 2 individuals are not insignificant players. Within the Ren family group, they hold significant status. The man is named Ran Honchan, while the woman is named Ran Tinglin. In the Ren family group, especially the latter, she is the actual helmswoman of the group. The Ren family can be said to be unique existence, with Zhang Qian considering it the last representative of a matriarchal society. Throughout the group, key positions are all held by women. Ran Honchan's role is more akin to a CEO type of position. However, it is widely known that the CEO is simply the chief executive officer and not necessarily the most powerful person within the group. Nevertheless, it's undeniable that he does wield a certain level of power. In reality, Ran Honchan is actually Jin Lu's uncle by marriage. Yes, a son-in-law married into the Ren family. Previously, Ren Xiang not only managed the Chunin club but also served as the leader of the Ren family group. Apart from the ancestors, her words held significant weight, and for various reasons, everyone listened to her. However, as her illness worsened, a power vacuum gradually emerged and was seized by certain individuals. Jin Lu's role as the Chunin club's manager is now more of a symbolic one. Nevertheless, Jin Lu refuses to give up. She must firmly hold on to this position and achieve the same accomplishments her mother had here. She must be resolute. Only by firmly controlling these members can she gather formidable strength and achieve her goals. In this world, it's very real that whoever has the bigger fist calls the shots. Jin Lu needs a tremendously powerful fist. Before we move on to today's agenda, I have an announcement to make. After settling down, Ren Tinglin glanced around the room and calmly said, I believe everyone has witnessed Jin Lu's efforts towards the development of our Chunin club. She has made significant efforts and achieved some accomplishments. Now, as we begin the new round of discussions, after careful consideration, we have decided to appoint Jin Lu as the club's manager. Those in favor, please raise your hand. As her words fell, the room fell silent. No one is opposing. Zhang Qian furrowed his brows, sensing that something was amiss. Many of those peripheral members likely had ill intentions. Qiu Zhenduo even privately warned him that certain individuals were plotting something behind the scenes, yet it easily passed through. Very well. In that case, let's applaud and welcome her. Ran Tinglin also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Jin Lu takes on the position, everything will be fine. Although it holds more symbolic meaning, having the manager say aloud legitimizes the decision. Just like in the late Eastern Han Dynasty, why did certain individuals use the emperor to command the various warlords? Simply for the sake of establishing a reputable name, right? Amid scattered applause, a middle-aged man sneered. President Ran, it's not that I have an objection, but we all do. We reluctantly accepted Ran Xian as the president before, despite her being younger. However, she did have the ability. Having one such individual was enough. Why bring in another, especially a young girl? At her age, shouldn't she focus on romance? I'm sure everyone can see that the Song Commercial Club and the Shanghu Americas Club are growing stronger. Every time they discuss issues, outstanding companies in the relevant fields emerge, which enhances the club's prestige and drives development for everyone. Now, for several consecutive years, everyone's shares have been shrinking. The Ren family is the founding family of the Chunin Club. Nobody is denying that. But For the sake of the club, should we consider things more carefully? This was the first person sitting on Jin Lu's right side, named Li Jong, a top-tier developer in the country. Apart from the Ren family, Li Jong is one of the most powerful members at the Chunin club, representing the stance of most non-related members. His words resonated with many, as Qiu Zhenduo subconsciously prepared to nod in agreement when Zheng Qian's piercing gaze made him freeze in place, silencing him instantly. "Mr. Li, the meeting has just started. Why the rush?" Jin Lu remained calm. She smiled lightly and continued, "Now, I announce the start of a new batch of profit distribution, starting with the real estate industry. To aid the development of other members, we have decided to make available to plots of land. I believe everyone knows which plots I'm referring to, both located by the Chunin River. Their value speaks for itself, right? When we acquired them initially, it came at a high cost, and this time we're willing to cede 60% of the profit. An initial investment of 20 billion is required, resulting in a profit of 40 billion. Who wishes to participate?" In that moment, Zheng Qian understood what the three top-tier clubs represented. They weren't conducting business activities, but rather divvying up profits. The first item on the agenda was in real estate, followed by entertainment, new energy, and so on. Each sector was about resource consolidation and redistribution, entailing multimillion or billion-dollar projects. Essentially, each meeting determined who would be the most profitable in a certain sector for a certain period. It also featured a clear element of exclusivity. That is to say, only members of the Chunin club could participate. They could only earn money among themselves. And once aid was needed, other members would lend a hand, creating a tightly knit interest group. Only the three top clubs possess such power. Zheng Qian finally understood why Su Yuanchuan was so keen on joining. Though they may not care about 40 billion, many attendees were visibly excited, some even unable to believe their ears. Even Li Zhong's breathing quickened. However, Zheng Qian harbored no goodwill towards him. His attitude towards Jin Lu just now was less than favorable. It seemed like this project had to be won by Zheng Qian, not for the sake of money but to provide his wife with funds. Since his wife had brought such substantial profits to the club, who dared to doubt her capabilities? I think I can." With a slight hesitation, Li Zhong couldn't help but speak first. The two pieces of land in Ran family's hands had long been his coveted objects. They were purchased by Jin Lu's mother years ago, when the situation along the Chunin River banks was still unclear. No one had expected that just a few years after the purchase, the property prices would start soaring rapidly, even in the current sluggish real estate market. As the real estate policies at that time were not particularly demanding on enterprises, Ran family had only laid the foundation without direct development plans, in anticipation of the current situation. It was undoubtedly a surefire money-making project once developed. Li Zhong was moved by the fact that Ran family was willing to come forward for joint development today. It wasn't just Li Zhong. In fact, many entrepreneurs present were intrigued. They also had the qualifications to develop real estate projects. But out of respect for Li Zhong's influence in the area, many hesitated to voice their intentions. General Li is, of course, qualified to participate, but, as you just said, the cake is getting smaller, yet the number of people to share it shouldn't diminish. There are also several other real estate company CEOs present here. What do you think? Jin Lu glanced at Li Zhong lightly and spoke slowly. Li Zhong's heart sank, and he immediately looked displeased. How dare this mere girl think highly of herself after all the support she received? Does she still believe Ran family is as prosperous as in the past? Does she always have the final say? Jin Lu, Li Zhong was about to speak, but Zheng Qian knocked on the table. He coldly said, "Watch your words, I've been enduring you for a long time. Now, she is chairwoman Jin. Stop calling her just Jin Lu. Show some respect. Did you call her that? HM?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Zheng Qian. Li Zhong furrowed his brows and rebuked, "Who do you think you are? Just standing in for Huang Fan and padding the votes here. Since when is it your turn to speak? Who gives you the right to lecture me?" Ran Tinglan and Ran Hongchun also frowned. When they arrived earlier, they had focused their attention on Li Zhong and others. They wanted to confirm Jin Lu's status as chairperson first before addressing other matters. Besides, people like Huang Fan were just peripheral figures, so they hadn't paid attention to that side. However, as soon as Zheng Qian spoke, they felt a sense of familiarity. While others might not recognize Zheng Qian, these core members of the Ran family did. They had seen photos and relevant information about him. At most, his net worth was around 20 billion, which the Ran family didn't even consider noteworthy, thinking his wealth didn't match the value of their land. So how did he end up here? Thinking about this, Ran Tinglin subconsciously glanced at Jin Lu, her expression turning grim. Ancestors, always favoring the main family members, without considering the quality of someone like Jin Lu. And now her fiancé was also getting involved. How disgraceful. If not for preserving some face as chairperson, she would have kicked Zhang Qian out. You don't need to talk nonsense. I suggest you don't participate in this piece of land. I'm prepared to put in 50 billion and develop it jointly with Chairwoman Jin. I don't need to take out 60% of the profit. I'll settle for 20%. I've already thought about the type of product. A large flat by the Jianjing River. We can invite famous architects like Harry Fata and Adrian to design it. Zhang Qian didn't bother to look at Li Zhang and instead gazed deeply at Jin Lu. Darling, it's our time to show off as a couple. Zhang Qian was already starting to show off so soon. Wei Rousey was closest to Zhang Qian. Whenever he started to show off before, she could always sense it keenly. Today was no exception. As soon as he spoke, she knew it was the beginning of his show-off time, affectionately nicknamed Zhang Qian's show-off time. The whole room was momentarily stunned. Then Li Zhang burst into laughter. He suddenly stood up, pointing at Zhang Qian and exclaimed, "What are you, a little upstart playing an international joke? 50 billion? You can just say it like that." Jin, fine. Chairwoman Jin, isn't he just a nobody? Can we kick him out? Ran Tinglin was about to speak, but Jin Lu spoke first. As of today, he is a core member of our Chunin club. Let me introduce him to everyone. He is the actual controller of the Kind Group, Kind Real Estate, Stardust Entertainment Fund, Qianlu Bank Merbank, and other groups. Zhang Qian. He can indeed come up with 50 billion. Do we need to verify his resources? Jin Lu's voice was calm but hit his heart like a lance. Even Jin Lu herself was surprised. She hadn't expected Zhang Qian to accomplish so much in such a short time. When they parted ways, he was still troubled about how to expand Zenin's sales. Now, he had transformed into the prototype of an international capital tycoon. Not to mention his identity as the actual controller of Qianlu Bank alone was enough to silence many in the room. Many had seen recent reports about the national team Shanghai Chip Research Institute facing dissolution, but Qianlu Bank had directly intervened with billions, buying out all remaining staff and establishing the Qianlu Chip Research Institute. Directly coming up with billions, no one dared to doubt his capabilities. And this unknown young man turned out to be the actual controller of Qianlu Bank. Yet, they remembered that the initial reports mentioned a female chairperson. Li Zhang sat back dejectedly, lips tightly sealed. He wouldn't be foolish enough to propose verifying Zhang Qian's resources. There was no need for it. He realized that Ran family might not have the capability to develop those two plots of land directly. If Ran family agreed to Zhang Qian and rejected his funding, it indicated Zhang Qian had the necessary resources. Besides, if the project were to stall due to financial issues, intervening at that time would be even more opportune. I think what Chairwoman Jin said just now is right. The cake should be shared, and the Chunin Club shouldn't neglect its member companies. Otherwise, those two clubs might look down on us. I'll invest 50 billion but only take 20% voluntarily. As for the rest, well, Chairwoman Jin, I think Huanyu Real Estate and Hanyuan Real Estate are also good. Let them join and each take 20%. Chairwoman Jin, you should take the majority minus 40%. Please don't refuse. Zhang Qian emphasized with earnestness. Qianlu Bank, Qianlu Microchip Research Institute. I even heard that now Kind Real Estate is also going to rename itself Qianlu Real Estate. Qianlu. Ranting Lan furrowed her brows tightly, rubbing her forehead with two fingers, as if only now realizing something from the names. It's just that the bank landed too quickly. The Microchip Research Institute also landed quickly. Everything happened quickly. This led to them not reacting in time. In the past, if such promising individuals appeared in Shanghai, they would always make contact right away to see what the person was made of. If they were not interested in the other two clubs, they would try to bring them over. But so much has happened recently, the ancestors are even worried about Rang Xian's health. So they specifically took her directly to the United States. Most importantly, it seems that Qianlu Bank was hastily established before Jin Lu took office. This kid, could he really be this wealthy? Did he prepare all this just for Jin Lu? If that's really the case, then the pool of funds is too deep to fathom. Have we all been fooled? Ranting Lan's eyes were unreadable. She only wanted to support Jin Lu, the puppet president, in the future, after slowly infiltrating the group internally, replacing all those loyal to Rang Xian, since the ancestors wouldn't live long anyway. By that time, this illegitimate child might even become the head of the entire Rang family. But what's the deal with this Zhang Qian? That darn Jin Lu. How did she find such a big shot? Of course, I won't refuse. Thanks for Zheng's generosity. Jin Lu nodded slightly, looking towards the two people at the edge of the round table. After the meeting, please contact Zhang privately. That piece of land is indeed perfect for a Jianjing luxury flat, which coincides with our ideas, so let's not take up meeting time for now. Thank you, President Jin. Thank you, Zhang. The two people stood up abruptly, grateful. Although they were also core members with the qualification to enter the meeting room, within this core circle, just like this round table, there were layers within layers, equal to dividing into circles. 5 or 6 years ago, they also had the qualification to sit in the innermost seat, because back then, real estate was the most profitable. Not anymore. Naturally, the positions had to be left to more suitable people. And now this industry is under immense pressure. They are struggling themselves. The bank is pressuring them. If they can't repay the money quickly, their funding chain might break. This move, indeed a way to bounce back. Only top clubs had the kind of profits, or any project could potentially earn billions. However, the Rang family is currently in decline, far from their former dominance. Nowadays, the Song Commercial Club, the Shanghai Mercantile Club, when they hold core meetings, it's a completely different scene. The president is absolute, designating which industry is led by whom. Everyone must cooperate wholeheartedly, no wavering. Otherwise, they would be directly pushed out of the club and face harsh pressures, guaranteeing the swift bankruptcy of your business. How domineering. Once upon a time, the Rang family was also this domineering. How did they become so accommodating today? Dare someone like Li Zhong to be so arrogant? Alright, next on the agenda is the distribution of profits in the entertainment industry. Jin Lu took out a paper, surveying the room. We have representatives from for entertainment industries in the club, who have been severely pressed by the Shanghai Mercantile Club in recent years. The cake is limited. If we want to make enough profit, everyone needs to support one of the companies together. The board of directors of the club has discussed and is prepared to provide assistance with 5 billion. Of course, this 5 billion is not entirely free. It would require a share of the project's profits. Jin Lu's intention is simple. The current leader of the domestic entertainment industry is with the Shanghai Mercantile Club. Their power is greater. They have more resources. If they want the entertainment group of the Spring Club to thrive, to compete for a slice of the pie with them, they must fully support one of the member companies. This is concentrating efforts on doing big things. Lead by the Rang family raising 5 billion, as an example, hoping that other companies would follow suit. At this moment, everyone's gaze unanimously turned towards a person beside Li Zhong. His name was Zhao Mingda, the boss of the Future Star Entertainment Group, a leading figure in the field of the Spring Club. Although he is not quite there nationwide, only he can step up. The bosses of the other small entertainment companies sigh. It looks like they won't have the opportunity for assistance this time. Not only that, they would have to sacrifice their own profits to assist Zhao Mingda. It's truly a dilemma. Moving forward, they would have to spend their money on someone else. Stepping back would hinder them further from the club's network resources. And companies of their size might not be attractive to the Shanghai Mercantile Club or the Song Commercial Club. Either way, it seems they must participate in this, hoping that when Zhao Mingda acts, he can help them. But does Jin Lu have such control? Can he command the various factions? They didn't comment on that. Zhao Mingda held his arms smugly, looking at the two people, smiling. Don't worry, I won't let you down. We can all earn a share. I've thought about it. With this money, I plan to add 50 modern 5-star cinemas to our future cinema chain nationally. If it earns a profit, certainly you will all receive a share. I won't let you down. His words were like farting. Those two saw through him. Just as Zhao Mingda was about to urge Jin Lu to make a decision, a dissentient voice arose. I disagree. The way you said it, it's like this money is in your pocket. Zhang Qian raised an eyebrow, half smiling. For so many years, It seems that the Spring Club has been allocating funds to you every year, always asking for money, but I haven't seen you using the money properly. Always thinking about partnering to invest in Oman's oil fields or creating joint ventures with other club members privately. What are you up to, huh? Zhao Mingde was momentarily stunned. How did this guy know so much? He slammed the table suddenly, rebuking. What do you mean? Haven't you already profited from the real estate sector earlier? We're talking about the entertainment industry now. What is it to do with you? Furthermore, my investments in other sectors are my own money. The club's funding is being used in my core business. If you don't believe me, you can check the finances. All right, in this era, who still believes in account books, that little money? President Jin probably doesn't care to haggle with you. I'm different from you, not interested in exploitation. I'm prepared to offer 50 billion to help the other entertainment companies of the Spring Club strategize their development. President Jin has just taken office. Shouldn't we members show support? 500 billion. It's another 500 billion. How is he so rich? Ranting Len and Ranting Han Chun exchanged a glance, unable to sit still. Not just them, everyone couldn't sit still. Is it true, or is it fake? Every time he opens his mouth, it's 500 billion. This is not just ridiculous, it's ridiculously ridiculous. Even if he has more money, can he withstand spending like this? Is his family running a money printing factory? Hold on. Ranting Lan took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. She looked at Zhang Qian and said seriously, you keep saying 500 billion so easily. To be honest, I find it hard to believe. Now is an important mid-year profit distribution meeting for our Chunin club, determining how the cake is to be divided in each area. If you're just casually talking and not genuinely solving the problem, it will not only fail to address the issue, but also create conflicts. I hope you can show sincerity. Sincerity? Already prepared. Zhang Qian nodded slightly and said to Wei Rusi, now transfer $1 trillion to the official designated account of Chunin Club. Oh, in US dollars. Have you handled all aspects of the international large-scale transfer business? Wei Rusi nodded. She didn't say much and started giving instructions to her subordinates directly using her phone. With her connections in the international financial world, as well as the allies of the former Great Wei capital, dealing with such matters was a piece of cake for her. To put it simply, if it were unreasonable for an average person to transfer large sums of money through a phone so easily, it wasn't for Zhang Qian, who always had privileges. The logic is simple. Networking is one aspect. More importantly, the inflow of large amounts of foreign currency, especially US dollars, is welcomed by Zhuzhou. If you recklessly transfer a large amount of funds abroad, it won't work because it will impact foreign reserves and other issues. But if you use it for domestic consumption, it's a good thing. It might be unbearable for a small country to handle such huge and frequent inflow of hot money, as it could easily lead to inflation, making money less valuable. But this is Zhuzhou, a vast and grand country, so it can handle it. And that money won't be spent all at once when it enters the market. It requires a certain economic cycle. In any case, the point is that the audience knows Zhang Qian can make large transfers, remittances, and send money at any time through his phone. That's why he established a foreign branch. It's just too convenient. After all, the protagonist of this world is Zhang Qian. Hey. Anyone can talk big. I can also say that I'll send money right now. Li Zhang couldn't help but speak, sarcastically saying, such a large amount of money, wouldn't it go through any screening? And in US dollars? How many banks in the country currently have the authority to handle foreign business freely like this? This is just showing off. President Ranting, I suggest quickly finding someone to kick him out. He must have been bluffing about the investment plots he mentioned earlier. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward, while deep down they all hoped what Zhang Qian said was true. What if it's not? The most relaxed and confident ones were Zhang Qian, Jin Lu, Wei Rusi, and Yuan Xuan. Others might not know Zhang Qian's capabilities, but don't they know? Others judge based on power, but Zhang Qian is judged based on 500 billion and sincerity. The difference is clear without a doubt. Yes, I can also say I'll invest $1 trillion, but sorry, my transfer will take some time to come through. Let's see, probably about 10 years. Ha ha ha. I say, little brother, are you willing to wait that long? Zhao Mingde laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. Everyone chimed in, and the meeting room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Occasionally, someone passing by the main conference room door couldn't help but wonder if the big shots inside were going to make a fortune again, and then when would they have the opportunity and qualification to enter. Ding ding. Ranting Lan received several WeChat messages in a row. President Ranting Lan, something terrible happened. Just now, our account received a transfer of $1 trillion. This is terrifying. Such a huge amount of money. It might have already drawn attention. Should we report it to the relevant authorities? This is definitely a conspiracy from other clubs. They're trying to frame us. Received. Ranting Lan widened her eyes, unable to recover for a moment. This wasn't 1,000, not 10 million, not even a billion. It was $1 trillion. Arrived? It's not arrived, as in actually received it. Wait. Don't call anyone in a panic. This money is ours. Leave it be. Ranting Lan quickly typed out a message, trying to calm her inner turmoil. She lifted her head in disbelief, her eyes full of shock. This person's power is simply extraordinary. No. It's incomprehensible, unbelievably absurd. Jin Lu didn't just find a great person, she found the creator. Is it really here? Li Zhong saw Ranting Lan's expression and couldn't help but shiver. Unable to sit still, he hoarsely asked the question he least wanted to face. Is it too fake? Ranting Lan nodded in a daze, confirming his suspicion. Everyone looked at Zhang Qian as if he were a devil, their eyes altered, beyond human. Ding at this point, are there any other doubts? Zhang Qian scanned the room, seeing no one challenge him, then continued to speak confidently, with a slightly cold tone, no longer the smug attitude from earlier. Even his gestures and expressions were straightforward. At this moment, he gave off a feeling of being independent. Despite sitting between two stunning beauties, he gave off an air of independence. Why did ancient emperors call themselves solitary man? Because a master is lonely, and high places are cold. Only when standing at the highest level can one look down upon the world, surveying the surroundings, empty and lonely. Only he stands tall. This isn't solitude, nor is it being a loner. What is it then? Wei Rusi glanced at Zhang Qian and thought to herself, what a guy. Even sitting in a meeting room chair, Zhang Qian managed to convey a feeling of sitting on a throne. Truly the king of bluffing. I like it. Zhang Qian didn't actually intend to act so arrogantly, throwing around billions casually. It's just, he had no choice. It wasn't just because of Jin Lu. Because he realized the system had truly changed. When he saw Jin Lu again, his favorability rating had exceeded 100 points to 101. Immediately after, the system underwent a mutation. It wasn't that the system malfunctioned. Quite the opposite, it actually opened up new permissions, so he needed money. However, it wasn't convenient to validate the changes just yet. If this wasn't a joke from the system, then a new life was about to begin. Returning to the conversation, Zhang Qian's flinging of money behavior deeply shook the hearts of everyone present. Men wished they could turn into women so they could win Zhang Qian's affection, become his dream lover, and a heavenly match. Wouldn't this mean they could have as much money as they wanted in the future? No need to worrying about attending pointless club meetings. How much money? Just nod. And it's done. My dear, women wish they could be 10 years younger. No. Make that in their 30s. Who isn't a beauty when they are young? If only they could turn back time, they wouldn't have to share the spotlight with those two girls beside him. These big sisters are all entrepreneurs, especially Ranting Lan, a prominent figure in Shanghai. Even though they couldn't produce cash, their net worth is not low. Who can sit here without having a few hundred billion? Qiu Zhenduo praised himself for his wise choice. Smart, truly clever. From the first moment he saw this kid, he knew he would succeed. Sure enough, he came in with a bang. Who can resist that? Tell me, isn't he mastering this perfectly? He effortlessly supported a Su Yuan Chuan. See, she already integrated JZH's red wine sales channels. A young reigning queen of distribution channels, truly mouth-watering. Those who have a chance to join Zhang Qian for the cake are beyond excited. After attending so many meetings, today is the most worthwhile. Tonight, they'll buy a little something extra for fun. Real estate, entertainment, finance. With Zhang Qian's strong entry, the meeting is progressing at lightning speed. Almost no. Jin Lu received determined support and endorsement from Zhang Qian for every decision she made. Any opposing voices vanished into thin air. The atmosphere at Chunin Club now feels I could use too, even surpassing when Ren Xiang succeeded, capturing everyone's hearts. originally sent by the Rans, Ren Hanchun and Ren Tinglin, were to control the situation, fearing too much opposition, which might sacrifice some of the Ran family's interests to maintain everyone's support for the chairman and the club's foundation. However, this concern was unnecessary and needless. Ren Tinglin even secretly hoped Jin Lu would face strong opposition, so she could benefit from it, and suggest to the ancestors to let her handle the Ren family group and the club simultaneously. Then, who wouldn't follow her orders? Zheng Qian. This damn man. How did Jin Lu meet him? How come he's so capable, yet unheard of? He must be a bigwig's puppet, maybe from the imperial capital. Yanjing. Impossible. A puppet wouldn't spend money so recklessly. This is beyond reckless spending. It's like throwing money away without expecting anything in return. In just a few hours of the meeting, Zheng Qian threw away a whopping $3 trillion. Originally having only 25.9 trillion zibi, he almost spent all of it. If not for the complex investment process affecting the cashback speed, he could have spent endlessly. Now, after a glance at his account, he already had 2.1 quadrillion zibi. While this number sounds terrifying and looks impressive, Zheng Qian still feels it's not enough. With the system's upgrade due to Jin Lu, a new function emerged. Mysterious shop. The shop is filled with a dazzling array of goods priced in the hundreds of billions or trillions. At that moment, Zheng Qian truly felt poor, utterly impoverished. The crucial point is, with his current permissions, he can access all the skill trees. For example, he immediately spotted the Dream CPU chip. But he can't directly learn the top-tier skills. To acquire the most advanced CPU chip skill directly, he must first master some basic skills, including semiconductor materials, coding, theoretical physics, and so on. Even though he can learn these things instantly with money, he needs money for anything he wants to learn. It's just based on the item's difficulty level, and varying amounts are required. Because Zheng Qian needs to keep up appearances with Jin Lu. No. Establish power. He currently doesn't have time to calculate the cost of learning the top-tier CPU chip technology. He estimated approximately how much it would cost. Anyway, everywhere in the research institute requires money. He's not worried about running short. However, now with this sudden system upgrade, his not-so-wealthy brain needs time to adapt. It seems like the divine is indeed on his side. Zheng Qian couldn't help but feel grateful. He's genuinely worried his penchant for showing off might make the gods disapproving, and the system would be withdrawn. Instead, now, thanks to Jin Lu, he's been given a whole new path. Jin Lu. Oh Jin Lu, you are truly the most important woman in my life. No one else. However, even though he can easily acquire some basic skills, Zheng Qian doesn't plan to become an expert in any field, let alone an expert across all fields. It's not what he seeks. He wants to be there to guide people like Ji Muxi when they face challenges. That would be enough. Rather than showing off in every field, he'd rather develop those around him. Laughing proudly together is the way to go, right? With that joyous decision made, after the meeting ends, he plans to shock Professor Ji Muxi. Throughout the meeting, the various opposition factions related to the Ran family all went silent. With Zheng Qian's help, Jin Lu effortlessly used their capital advantage to cultivate a large group of people. Although they are still weak, with these funds coming in one after another, they will quickly grow. After all, they're not starting from scratch. They are legitimate members of the Chunin Club, a top-tier club. With money, especially with such terrifying investments, is it not easy to rise to the top quickly? Over the next few months, as these people truly grow, the Chunin Club will become Jin Lu's domain. Even if the matriarch of the Ren family were to show up, they wouldn't give her face. Their money is only dispersed with Jin Lu's approval. What is an ancestor? Sorry, they're not familiar with that term. In their minds, there is only one ancestor now, and that's Zheng Qian. Whoever provides for them is their parent. At this moment, everyone wanted to shout out, "Zheng Dad, Dad, you are truly too rich. Is money spent like this?" Yes, it has to be spent like this. In an instant, under the formidable onslaught of $300 billion, everyone in the Chunin Club was completely convinced by Zheng Qian, and even more impressed by Jin Lu. This newly appointed president seemed a bit too powerful, not to mention how her policies managed the club. Just by seeing how she could bring in so much money to help everyone develop together, stands out as an impressive feat. What more can you ask of her? How long has she been acting president? She has just officially ascended the throne and caused such a huge stir. Ran Tinglin, Ran Hanchan, Li Zhong, Zhao Mingda, and others were all stunned. It wasn't until the end of the meeting, when Jin Lu asked if anyone else had anything to say, that she reacted. Her brain was completely in a frozen state, and she stood up blankly, holding up her teacup, saying, "Since everyone wants to say something, then I will say something. So before the dinner starts, I hope everyone eats and drinks well." Ren Hanchan couldn't help it and kicked her under the table. Ren Tinglin finally regained her consciousness. After a few sentences from Ren Tinglin, Ren Hanchan couldn't stand it anymore. After coughing continuously for half an hour, she seemed to realize that something was wrong with her today. So the discussion just stopped at the 12th point, seeming somewhat unfinished. Zhang Qian almost couldn't resist grabbing a stool and giving her a few hits. He swore, if Ren Tinglin wasn't a woman, she would be done for now. With the formal end of the core meeting, everyone left happily. Zhang Qian's good deed this time benefited most people, except for a few of Jin Lu's opponents like Li Zhong and Zhao Mingda, who profited. This $300 billion, to be honest, rivals some countries' economic stimulus policies. When all this funding arrives, the Chunin Club will see a very impactful development. Traditional tycoons like Li Zhong and Zhao Mingda will quickly be overshadowed. Zhang Qian's goal is simple: to create more millionaires and billionaires. Supporting Jin Lu's entrepreneurs will see their net worth increase tenfold. Even Wei Rusi was deeply impressed by Zhang Qian. She thought she understood Zhang Qian enough and believed that at most, he had about 900 billion Zhuzhou coins, which was already an impressive figure. But she never imagined that he would spend over 2 trillion in just a while. Besides being terrified, she couldn't think of any other words. If the Great Wei capital encountered a Jewish calculation at the beginning, it would have been good to know Zhang Qian, with tens of trillions in his hands, who could be compared to Jewish financial magnates, top strongmen, or legendary families. Perhaps many small countries combined couldn't match Zhang Qian's wealth. Sister Su, let's go. Wei Rusi glanced at the mentally unstable Zhang Qian, pulled Su Yuanchuan aside, and whispered, "Today, let's not monopolize Zhang Qian. Let's give them some time." Su Yuanchuan felt a flutter in her heart and subconsciously nodded. She then felt Wei Rusi holding her pawn and rubbing it continuously, her cheeks blushing slightly. Unable to bear it, she complained, Why are you like this here too? These days you and Zhang Qian seem to have agreed on something. I'm almost being pulled apart by you two, about to collapse." Wei Rusi chuckled, showing no trace of a banker's demeanor. She directly hugged Su Yuanchuan's slender waist and walked forward slowly. "I didn't expect, sister, that when you were shaking up there, you were so powerful, not afraid of breaking his weapon. Will you be willing, when we are reluctant?" Zhang Qian, when not around, Wei Rusi tends to reveal her rogue nature when alone with girls. These words made Su Yuanchuan blush. Together with the teasing of her palm, she could hardly resist. Zhang Qian had tested in the meeting room, attempting to learn some basic knowledge first. Almost instantly after spending the money, he felt something new in his previously dull and boring brain. Just taking out his phone and searching a few elementary physics questions to gauge his abilities. But then remembered primary school doesn't include physics. He bit the bullet and searched for junior high topics and found, as a liberal arts student, he immediately grasped the essence of the questions. It proved that the items in the mysterious shop should all be real, and the system truly underwent a qualitative change due to Jin Lu. Most importantly, the money-making function was accessible, which was simply fantastic. He estimated that if he were to learn high-end chip technology all the way, it might cost 1.5 trillion, and this money spent on himself would not be refunded. This raised an important issue. There were too many high-end chip technologies, which he couldn't afford to learn all of them with his current financial resources. And he felt that it wasn't necessary to master all of them, as he wasn't aiming to be a scientist. It could be foreseen that he would eventually grasp more high-end technologies across various disciplines. Maybe even unifying gravity, electromagnetism, strong interaction force, and weak interaction force. Would that be more impressive than Einstein or Newton? So he could only silently show off, no need to fully comprehend everything. In key moments, he would learn and sell immediately. Anyway, after the meeting today, he needed to call Ji Muxi over and have a long talk with her overnight. Find out the current bottlenecks, address them, and make sure she keeps it strictly confidential. What to do? Encountering a sudden system change, Jun Qian also felt a bit out of place, unsure of what to do. What are you thinking? Just then, a clear voice sounded in his ears. He suddenly raised his head and saw his reflection in the other person's eyes. This woman, indeed, was a woman with eyes only for herself. This woman, in the entire world, only had one. If it weren't for her good feelings breaking through historical barriers, he wouldn't even know his system could still grow. I'm thinking about what we should name our child. The boy is named Zheng Kainhua, and the girl is named Zheng Kainhua. How about that? Jin Lu looked at Zheng Qian with a smile on his face, eyes forming crescent moons. Zheng Kainhua, Zheng Kainhua, ha ha ha. It seems we've raised to spendthrifts in terms of love, that as long as you're happy, even if they are called Zheng doesn't save money and spends it all, it's fine. But only having 2 kids is not enough. You have to work harder to give birth to a nationality for me, Zheng Qian said seriously. Jin Lu blushed and tapped Zheng Qian's nose, saying, "It can't be just me." Zheng Qian was momentarily speechless, feeling that perhaps Jin Lu was hinting at something. Just as he was feeling unsure and not knowing how to explain to Jin Lu, she suddenly kissed Zheng Qian. In the meeting room at that moment, there were only the 2 of them. Chen Shu, who had been outside all along, upon seeing this scene, directly closed the door and stood at the entrance of the meeting room like a door god. Passers-by may have thought he was a security guard and had no idea what was happening inside. Ran Tinglin had only walked a few steps when she suddenly remembered she had forgotten her notebook. Without an assistant around, thinking it was just a short distance, she walked towards the meeting room. "Open the door," Ran Tinglin said to Chen Shu. The latter did not even look at her and remained standing in place. He just flatly said, "John is in a meeting." In a meeting? Ran Tinglin was amused. Who is she? A deserving executive of the Spring Chamber of Commerce. She was the current helm of the Ran family group, and a message from her could stir up things in Shanghai Beach, even affecting the economic trends in South Kyushu. Yet she was blocked by a security guard. Who is this John person? Which John? In the Spring Chamber of Commerce, only President Ran Tinglin was about to force her way in. But suddenly, a name came to her mind. She really did not know anyone named Zheng before. Besides him, no other Zheng with such capability. Could it be him? Zheng Qian? Zheng President? Ran Tinglin asked tentatively. Chen Shu nodded indifferently. In her mind, it felt as if a herd of 10,000 grass-mud horses galloped by, that she endured it. She could ignore many people, but Zheng Qian was truly an insurmountable mountain. $300 billion. It had her dumbfounded. Hello, hello? Why is the signal so bad? Ran Tinglin quickly picked up her phone, pretending the signal was bad, and walked away. Meanwhile, inside, Zheng Qian skillfully unbuttoned Jin Lu's clothes, the movement smooth and effortless, as if it was just a routine. Starting from the training he received after returning from the sea, which was incredibly harsh, combined with his interactions with Su Yuanchuan, Wei Ruxi, occasionally with Quiziking, Song Yaxian, they brought various clothes, allowing Zheng Qian to develop a formidable skill in swiftly peeling off garments with just a glance, calculating the fastest path to strip the clothes in an instant. Before the brain could react, the hands were already in motion. If a martial arts expert were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly offer a word of admiration. Wait a moment, Jin Lu gasped, pushing Zheng Qian's chest, creating some distance between them. Among the many women around him, only Jin Lu had the right to say wait. If it were someone else, daring to say wait, you would soon reach your peak. What's wrong? Zheng Qian did not forcefully advance further. Instead, he reflected on his actions, wondering if he had been too aggressive, causing his delicate wife to be overwhelmed. I don't want to be here. In the meeting room of the Chamber of Commerce, Jin Lu whispered faintly, her forehead already glistening with sweat. She buttoned up her clothes, smiling. Was it difficult to resist? Consider it a lesson for you. Wait until we get home. I will deal with you then. Zheng Qian also smiled happily. This feeling, only Jin Lu could make him experience. He straightened his clothes, embracing the beauty tightly, speechless. Their chests pressed closely together. In that moment, it seemed like they could feel each other's heartbeats, their own distinct rhythm of love. It was an unspoken confession, a silent love. I have something to attend to. Wait for me outside, Jin Lu said to Zheng Qian as they left the meeting room, her eyes filled with reluctance. My house is not far from here, and I haven't cooked for you in a long time. Today, I will let you taste my cooking. You mentioned wanting to eat squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, so I specially learned from authentic chefs for a long time now. If it doesn't taste good, don't scold me. If not for the many people around, she would have given President Jin some face and maintained her image. Right now, he really wanted to hug her tightly. Even if it turns out to be a disaster, I will still love you, Jun Qian said affectionately. Haha. Was it intentional or accidental? Well, wait for me. Jin Lu smiled cunningly and walked towards her office. Jun Qian nonchalantly found a seat and was about to chat with Wei Rusi and Suyuan Xuan, only to realize they were gone. Glancing at his phone, he noticed Wei Rusi had sent him a photo. It was an image of the two of them embracing in the car. Suyuan Xuan blushed visibly, seemingly trying to resist. This rogue, let's see how I'll deal with you later. Want a drink? Jun Qian pulled Chen Shu to sit down with him and offered a glass of wine. Chen Shu hesitated for a moment before declining. Don't drink and drive. Don't drive and drink. After a period of study, with his outstanding talent, he had quickly learned driving skills, smoothly obtaining his driver's license under Jung Qian's arrangement. However, when he suggested learning from a coach on a certain app, Chen Shu heartlessly rejected the proposal. Truly a scumbag, not even a female instructor was considered. I can tell, you really like her, Chen Shu said, glancing in the direction Jin Lu had left, suddenly stating. Jun Qian nodded, about to speak when he suddenly became alert. Why? Was his tone a bit strange? Could it be that he was jealous of Jin Lu? Did he actually like me? This thought made Jun Qian almost lose control, thinking, if you dare to have such a thought, I'll immediately spend trillions to send you for surgery in Thailand. Could it be that Chen Shu was thinking that way? That, Shu, it's impossible between us. Jun Qian was struggling to find the right words, carefully tending to Chen Shu's feelings. He swore that if it weren't for being unable to beat Chen Shu, he would have already risen up in rebellion, brandishing knives and swords. No, he should send him to hell. Are you okay? Chen Shu looked at Jun Qian as if he was an alien. Jun Qian immediately breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had overthought it. And Chen Shu didn't think that way. Chen Shu's words filtered out Jun Qian's rebellious statement, and he slowly said, if the person you're worrying about the most is her, you can rest assured somewhat now. Although I can sense some people have strong animosity towards her, it's not murderous intent. Instead, it's you. Some people seem to have intentions towards you. Compared to her, you should be more concerned about yourself. Jun Qian nodded slightly. Chen Shu's feelings were not wrong. Actually, it's no wonder. Just now in the conference room, when he generously spent money, leaving everyone stunned with dropped jaws, having no thoughts was abnormal. But as long as it's not about Jin Lu, Jun Qian felt it didn't matter. After all, he had Chen Shu by his side. Didn't he? He was the #1 tough guy. An hour and a half later, Chen Shu drove Jun Qian and Jin Lu to her residence. It was a standalone villa. Inside, everywhere bore Jin Lu's presence. Jun Qian actually knew Jin Lu lived here long ago. Firstly, Jin Lu explicitly stated that he should handle some matters at the time and didn't want anyone to disturb her. Secondly, Jun Qian wanted to arrange some things around him before reuniting with Jin Lu. Initially, the most troublesome woman was smoothly arranged by Wei Rusi. The deep sisterly bond between them made Jun Qian very pleased. Now, having dinner with the long-awaited Jin Lu felt like paradise. Looking at the quiet garden outside the window and glancing at the bustling figure in the kitchen, Jun Qian suddenly felt that if he could stay in this moment forever, it would be great. The current Jin Lu seemed like a newlywed wife, without the imposing presence she had in the Shun Shinhui Club. It seemed that only in front of Jun Qian would Jin Lu reveal her gentle and charming side. Lighting a Yanzhou cigarette, he enjoyed the rare tenderness. Not long after, the dishes were served. In the candlelight, Jin Lu's pretty face was lovely and pink. She had changed into home pajamas, not revealing or hinting anything seductive. It was just her usual self. Jin Lu was still the same Jin Lu, unchanged. Jun Qian ate heartily and enjoyed it. Seeing her beloved one eating so joyfully, Jin Lu felt very happy and kept urging Jun Qian to slow her down since there was enough food in the pot, but he was still fiercely attacking the meal. On the dining table, he showed a stance of who dares compete with me, I'll kill their entire family. Originally, Jin Lu had invited Chen Shu to dinner as well. However, she seemed to think the same as Wei Rusi, that this time should be left to the two of them. After the meal, The atmosphere was slightly tipsy. Jun Qian took Jin Lu to the bathroom, freeing her from the constraints of the pajamas. Jun Qian couldn't help but swallow hard as he looked at her. Jin Lu, who had not had intimate encounters for a long time, blushed even more. Jun Qian had always said that Wei Ruxi's legs were second only to one woman beside him, and of course, that was Jin Lu. Her legs were not only straight and long but also had a beautiful line, and were silky smooth. If Wei Ruxi's legs were like a time tunnel, then Jin Lu's legs were eternal light. Perfect, just perfect, Jin Lu complained. We're already an old married couple, you've seen it all before. Old married couple? If you don't know, you'd think we're ancient. Jun Qian's eyes never left Jin Lu's. Tell me, this isn't a dream. It's a dream, Jin Lu said seriously. Jun Qian was slightly startled, unsure of what she meant. Did Jin Lu blame him? It's a dream, but a spring dream. As she said the last two words, Jin Lu cupped Jun Qian's face, gazing at the man in front of her with the deep understanding and affection only lovers could share, a smile in her eyes. This feeling was truly unique and something no other woman could bring to Jun Qian. Jin Lu had spoken, and Jun Qian naturally received the signal. That night, the beehive was buzzing frantically. The next morning, when Jin Lu opened her eyes again, she felt immense satisfaction. Of course, it wasn't just the worker bees. It was also due to the battle Jun Qian had brought last night. The greatest joy was waking up the next day with the beloved one by her side. It was a feeling of deep joy from within. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Jun Qian felt Jin Lu's jade hand massaging him as he slightly opened his eyes. She leaned over with a smile, pinching Jun Qian's weapon, saying, honestly, did you secretly undergo surgery without me knowing? How did you become so skillful now? Hehe, your husband is naturally talented, don't you know? Jun Qian spoke and, to Jin Lu's surprise, lifted her in front of him with a mischievous smile. Don't resist with your hands, my arm strength is amazing now. Do you remember last night's battle? After a night of recharging, I'm in top form. If I prepare to continue, how will you cope? You are truly naughty now. Jin Lu lightly scolded and then snuggled against Jun Qian. After a night of intense battle, the queen bee. No, Jin Lu. Jin Lu really couldn't handle it. She didn't expect Jun Qian to be so powerful now. It's truly a qualitative change. She was indeed happy that her man was formidable. But sometimes being too formidable can also feel like a kind of, well, it's also a kind of joke. Ding dong. Jun Qian naturally lounged around at home, just in his boxes. He tenderly made breakfast for Jin Lu, who was a bit unsteady on her feet. She didn't trust giving the ingredients to Jun Qian, of course, and also wanted to make a loving breakfast, so she had to do it herself. Just then, the doorbell rang, furrowing Jun Qian's brow. Who was so insensitive as to disturb their sweet time together? Mulling over giving the doorbell a scolding glare and then finding Wei Ruxi standing at the door. Should he open the door or not? Isn't Cici here? I specifically asked her. Hurry up and open the door, Jin Lu called from the kitchen. Oh. Jun Qian felt a bit guilty. Though he had prepared himself mentally to let Jin Lu know everything, the crazy things he and Wei Ruxi had done made him blush involuntarily. Hey, looks like Jin Lu was pretty good yesterday. Wei Ruxi just entered and patted Jun Qian's back, a mischievous smile in her eyes. Is it that obvious? Jun Qian awkwardly lit a cigarette. Yeah. You don't even look in the mirror. Forget it. You probably can't see your back. Let me show you. Wei Ruxi took a picture with her phone, then showed it to Jun Qian, marveling. Jin Lu really didn't hold back. Look, your back has scratches all over. Aren't you in pain? Jun Qian honestly shook his head, just focused on enjoying it, didn't consider anything else. Hearing this, Wei Ruxi just shook her head in understanding and patted his shoulder in puzzlement. Hey, making such a sumptuous breakfast so early. Lulu, you're amazing. With a quick dash, Wei Ruxi ran to the kitchen and, looking at Jin Lu's sliced bread, fried eggs, and ham, she complimented smoothly. Jin Lu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Could you be any more fake? I'll help you serve the dishes. Taking advantage of Wei Ruxi going to the bathroom, Jun Qian, feeling guilty, started bustling around, trying to cover up the slight awkwardness in the air by staying busy. Honey, you don't need to do this. You. Listen to me. Jin Lu grabbed Jun Qian's hand, her expression as clear as ever. I know about you and Wei Ruxi. She told me everything, even other things. No woman wants to share her love with others, neither do I. But it's already happened, hasn't it? If you can't handle it properly, then I'll think you're irresponsible. I called Cece here. Let her come. Don't you understand what I mean? Looking into her incredibly gentle eyes, Jung Qian wanted to cry at that moment. While listening to Jin Lu speak, he kept observing her favorability points above her head. 101 points, always maintaining at 101 points. No wavering at all. No. More accurately, according to Jin Lu's intentions, she might have heard everything from Wei Rusi before yesterday's meeting. Despite this, because of her love for him, her favorability points exceeded the system's limit. That's her attitude. Thinking of this, he could only deeply embrace Jin Lu. There was nothing more to be said. It was all in their hearts. In that moment, Jung Qian thought of the famous saying by Romain Rolland, "Heroism is the only manliness left in man." So apt, isn't it? Jung Qian felt completely at ease during that breakfast. He had been thinking about how to resolve these matters, but unexpectedly, it ended so smoothly. Jin Lu's reluctance to see him recently was probably because of this. There was too much information to digest. Perhaps before, Jin Lu only knew that Jung Qian was fooling around, but she didn't expect he had so many connections with women. Nevertheless, Jung Qian, despite not understanding her thought process, couldn't find a better outcome than the choice he made in the end. Be careful on the road, Cece. Keep an eye on him. Jin Lu straightened Jung Qian's collar, looking at the upright man in front of her with satisfaction. Wei Rusi obediently nodded, knowing she still couldn't be too bold in front of Jin Lu, at least not with hugging Jung Qian and being intimate. Rest assured, I'll make sure to keep a good eye on him. Hot. This scumbag, what a disgrace. Let's go. After a warm kiss, Jung Qian reluctantly got into the car. As soon as she sat down, Wei Rusi breathed a sigh of relief. Patting her chest cutely, she chuckled. It's really good. I thought Jin Lu would explode in anger, but under this young lady's confession, everything has already been resolved. Qian, don't you want to thank me? From now on, you can finally come out in the open. Jung Qian's hand habitually landed on Wei Rusi's leg, feeling the feedback of an extremely thin fabric. Listen, thank you, Cece. I held back this morning so that Jin Lu wouldn't get overwhelmed. We can continue later. Wei Rusi's face blushed instantly. Clutching Jung Qian's arm, she pleaded. Stop it. We have plans today. Didn't you urgently call back Professor Ji Moxie? She rushed back from Huazia Mobile's lab in Deep City, waiting for you at the Research Institute. If you dally again, well, I'm fine waiting. But she can't wait. Suddenly Wei Rusi thought of something. She put on a mischievous smile and bit Jung Qian's ear. I think Professor Ji Moxie is quite attractive, always striving on the path of excellence, seems to have never been in love, must be a sophisticated lady. More importantly, she's well endowed. Instead of Ji Moxie, it might as well be in Moxie. Why don't you take her in? What do you think? Seeing her expression, Jung Qian knew exactly what Wei Rusi was thinking. He sternly tapped her bottom. If you dare push Professor Ji Moxie, delaying the chip development, I won't let you off. Don't. Well, it does seem quite sizable, but it's hard to tell with the white coat. Heh. I understand girls the best. Do you want? This matter has been verified by Wei Rusi, so it is probably correct. However, Jung Qianzi isn't interested in this. Mei Chem, is Ji Moxie really supposed to change her name to In Moxie as she said? Jung Qian is not interested. He is now all thinking about how to subtly convey those technical information to them without being seen as a monster. Okay, I'm going to work now. The car stopped in front of the bank, and Wei Rusi and Jung Qian, after experiencing a moment of resonance, reluctantly got out of the car and resumed their usual serious expressions. Chen Shu didn't give Jung Qian time to admire Wei Rusi's well-defined figure. He stepped on the gas and quickly drove away. Speaking of Chen Shu, Jung Qian originally intended to leave him to Jin Lu, or at least have him work part-time as a driver and bodyguard with Duen Kirui and others. But as their identities elevate, the enemy's situation they face also changes. Those bodyguards at the level of gym instructors can no longer meet the requirements. But after Chen Shu confirmed that Jin Lu currently had no major issues, he provided Jung Qian with a list. These are some skilled individuals he finds impressive. Fortunately, after looking through the list multiple times, he finally found the names of two girls. So, a few days ago, He spent a large sum of money to bring them over. Their names are Chen Liu and Ku Wenyu. Not all assassins in this world belong to organized, premeditated factions. Not all of them are a small group of unstable elements. There are also freelance workers like them, amateurs independent of any organization. Zhang Qian has seen the skills of these two girls. At least taking on 10 people like him should be no problem. Most importantly, they look very ordinary. This is not pointless talk, as those who engage in such work should ideally not look like a disaster. Assassination is a job that requires not being discovered, so having a noticeable appearance would lead to easy exposure while carrying out the job. That's why Zhang Qian felt Chen Shu was peculiar, because he was too handsome, to the point of being beautiful. Sometimes, he wondered if Shu should undergo surgery in Thailand one day. If Chen Shu knew Zhang Qian was thinking like this, who knows how he would react. Not long after, the car parked at the parking lot of the Chip Research Institute's administrative building. Zhang Qian went straight to Song Yaxian's office. Although Director Zhou holds the title of director, he is not very involved in management matters and remains focused on research. Currently, he is not in Shanghai, working on collaborative breakthroughs at the Huaxia Mobile Research Laboratory in Shenzhen, only sending back Ji Muxi and others. Song Qingli is mainly responsible for coordinating the overall situation and is rightfully the deputy director. Song Yaxian is the director of the administrative office. Pushing open the door and seeing Song Yaxian dozing off at her desk, Zhang Qian hesitated to wake her up. He simply placed the pre-purchased xiaolongbao on the table and prepared to have Song Qingli contact Ji Muxi. Song Yaxian blinked sleepily. Suddenly, she excitedly jumped up as if she was an octopus clinging to Zhang Qian. "Oh, I just dreamed of you, and here you are. I miss you so much." Was the meeting yesterday successful? Zhang Qian gently held her buttocks to prevent her from falling and affectionately, somewhat apologetically said, "Sorry for accidentally waking you up. The meeting went quite smoothly. You've worked hard these past few days. Have something to eat and rest. I was thinking of taking you for a morning exercise, but seeing you like this, forget it." Song Yaxian blushed, a hint of shyness mixed with a touch of coquettishness. She had just graduated from university and had excellent recovery abilities. Sometimes, she really missed this feeling. Unfortunately, now is not the time. After satisfying her appetite with the xiaolongbao, she immediately contacted Ji Muxi, who was anxiously waiting in the laboratory. "Qian, if Professor Ji's attitude isn't good later, please don't mind. She seems to have hit a wall in her research and Huaxia Mobile hasn't made a breakthrough in technology, so her mood is not good. Plus, the son recall, she must have some opinions about you too. I think, if there's really no urgent matter, maybe we could reschedule for another date." Song Yaxian carefully observed Zhang Qian's expression, afraid of saying something that might upset him. Zhang Qian nodded understandingly. "Don't worry, if there's nothing urgent, I won't summon them." As they spoke, they arrived at the meeting room in the laboratory building. As they reached the door, they heard intense debate inside. However, the content was extremely complicated, causing Zhang Qian to be stunned, and Song Yaxian felt very embarrassed. She really wanted to rush in and hope Professor Ji would calm down. "Hey, would everyone shut up? I'm speechless. Why did they call us all back for nothing? Why would someone who doesn't understand the technology interfere with research work? Do we have to go down the same old path again? He only needs to spend money. Why does he need to be involved in so many things? Are we going to have parachuting leaders like D4? Dad, what are you doing here? Didn't I say that I'm not in the mood for marriage now? Why do you keep arranging blind dates for me? What does it matter if he's a rich or influential guy? Just ask him directly if he can invest 1 billion for us." After this battle, Zhang Qian truly experienced Ji Muxi's combative power. "Xiao, I'm doing this for your own good. He is also a talented student from America. A talented student, my foot. I asked him to send me his previous transcripts, but he didn't dare. It must be because his family sponsored him to get into Harvard, right? What's a related student compared to a talented one? Tell him to get lost now." It seemed like she was criticizing everyone individually, not only her other colleagues, but even Zhang Qian, her father, former leaders, and many others. And it seemed like the flow of words wouldn't stop anytime soon. If they didn't go in soon, Ji Muxi would probably keep talking until next year. Nonetheless, Zhang Qian found it somewhat amusing. Thinking of asking for transcripts before dating, Jimuxi might be the first person to do that. I'm Jung Qian. I called everyone here today, hoping that we can address the issues you're currently facing and find solutions. Arguments are pointless. Do you think scientific research relies on mere words? Would I call you back here for nothing? Upon entering, Jung Qian immediately established his authority. However, he unwittingly broke the serious atmosphere with his next words. Song Yaxian was originally following behind Jung Qian, her eyes already full of stars. Jung Qian was indeed a master at pretending to be cool. As soon as he appeared, he established his image in their hearts. But, handsome for only 3 seconds, that was Jung Qian. Everyone was first taken aback, then they all tried to suppress their laughter, looking at Professor Jimuxi with strange eyes. Some even burst out laughing directly, shaking uncontrollably, because it was just too hard to resist. Jimuxi was quite well endowed in a certain area. That was an undeniable fact. So, her classmates had affectionately given her a nickname that was a name of a certain dairy product, which accompanied Jimuxi throughout her entire student life. The most critical point was that even with a Ph.D., she was still the same. No, even in the higher-level American postdoctoral research station, she was still the same. So she intentionally wore oversized white coats, trying to disguise her assets. What did you say? Jimuxi's cheeks flushed crimson, tightly clenching her fists, glaring angrily at Jung Qian. At this moment, her mature demeanor was completely gone, looking just like a pufferfish that had suddenly inflated. Incredibly adorable. I'm going to kill you. She picked up a circuit board from the table and charged towards Jung Qian. But soon, her father Ji Changhai stopped her. Daughter, don't act impulsively. He was just a momentary chatterbox. Don't take it to heart. He is different from these researchers, not like your former classmates. Definitely not intentional. Jimuxi was trembling with anger. Her face flushed like a CPU overload. Seeing Jimuxi slightly calming down, Ji Changhai let go of her hand. Song Yaxian also silently breathed a sigh of relief. Still, she couldn't help but glance at Jimuxi subconsciously, then lower her head to look at herself. A hint of embarrassment and dejection flashed across her face. Sighed, why didn't I drink more coconut milk when I was young? She's a top student, with such a dominating figure. It's really unfair. Unexpectedly, Jimuxi noticed Song Yaxian's actions, and her already eased cheeks became even redder. Ji Changhai quickly led Jung Qian out. After thinking for a moment, he spoke. Zhong, I already know about what happened at the Chunin club yesterday. And I understand that you have feelings for President Jin. You have many women around you, my daughter. If it was an ordinary young person, Ji Changhai wouldn't need to say this at all. With his connections, there were 100 ways to make the other person retreat. But Jung Qian was different. Although due to the confidentiality policy of the Chunin club, he didn't know exactly how much money Jung Qian had invested, he could still infer from the murmurs of others that this person had very strong financial resources, not to mention that he had established a bank. Checking the publicly available information, with few shareholders, the chairman was a girl named Wei Rusi. She held 90% of the shares herself. It was not difficult to guess that she might be Jung Qian's front. A young man with such strength, Ji Changhai still had to be cautious. Rest assured, I won't make a move on your daughter. Jung Qian understood what he wanted to say. He patted his shoulder and smiled. Manager Ji, I'm sorry for my recent loose tongue. President Ji thought too much. I came today, really just for research purposes. In general, I wouldn't come to the research institute, let alone obstruct Professor Ji's happiness. Of course, we are currently understaffed, and if Professor Ji were taken away, I wouldn't be happy. After hearing this, Ji Changhai breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief exchange, Jung Qian re-entered the meeting room. Apparently, after Song Yaxian's work, the emotions of Jimuxi and others had eased somewhat. Jung Qian wasted no time, and went straight to the point, asking about the problems encountered with the Huaxia mobile phone. The thing is, the problem is quite complex. This time, Huaxia Mobile is preparing to use a 7nm process CPU, but encountered some difficulties in the distribution of the threads. The corresponding components have already been developed, but there are issues with the assembly. And more crucially, due to US interference, Huaxia Mobile cannot be called 5G. And the algorithm. Speaking was the chip chief engineer, Wang Qiming. He was currently the most skilled chip research expert in the research institute, responsible for overall coordination. It was a bit like a product manager. he understood some theoretical knowledge as well. The difference was that he was also very good at practical operations, so what he said was always to the point, discussing actual problems encountered in work. He was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, his words were straightforward and got straight to the point. Clearly a pragmatic person. In just a few words, he explained the current dilemma they were facing. Jun Qian nodded constantly. A few days ago, he wouldn't have understood any of these things. But after purchasing the basic package from the mysterious shop, he was no longer stumped by them. In fact, many technologies were now not far behind foreign ones. Even the many chips on the CPU were basically ready, but how to effectively combine and use them was what our country lacked. Indeed, there were still hard differences such as 7 nanometers, 5 nanometers, and even 3 nanometers on the CPU. But now we can do a lot already. Actually, not being able to call it a 5G phone isn't a big problem. The data we obtained in testing shows that we are already infinitely close to 5G. When we promote it as super fast for G, everyone should understand. And we are also preparing to incorporate satellite phone designs. The key is still how to maximize the value of the CPU and other chips on the chip. That's the key. Not to mention the difference in other technologies. As long as we can solve this, we can already call it a success. Upon hearing this, Jun Qian nodded slightly. While thinking, he gritted his teeth and purchased the Genshi Generation Ultra Thread algorithm and the Genshi Generation 5G RF chip technology, etc. This also gave him more confidence. He already had some ideas on how to handle the current challenges. Alright, we'll solve the problems one by one. I want to talk to Professor Wang Qiming first. I want you to wait in the adjacent lounge. Ji Muxi did not dwell on the previous matter. She was already 28 years old this year, even a little older than Jun Qian. Her mature temperament still remained, so she led everyone out. After Wang Qiming nodded, even Song Yaxian did not stay behind. She just placed a stack of documents on the coffee table in front of Jun Qian. Only after they had all left did Jun Qian take out a document from the stack and pushed it in front of Wang Qiming. Professor Wang, this is a confidentiality agreement. Once you sign it, I will explain the next steps. Sit tight, I'm taking you on the expressway. Wang Qiming glanced at the confidentiality agreement. The content was surprisingly simple. He initially thought Jun Qian wanted to keep the technology output confidential, but it turned out to be about keeping today's conversation private. Jun Qian actually requested absolute privacy for today's discussion. Wang Qiming smirked inwardly, but didn't show it on his face. To be honest, while he respected Jun Qian, it was mainly because Zheng was the actual investor in this research institute. Although he respected Zheng's money-making abilities, he wasn't necessarily impressed by his so-called advanced technology. Without much thought, since it was just about keeping this conversation confidential, Wang signed his name directly. The thing is, I have a friend who happens to be an expert in this field. Not wanting to reveal the name, he told me about a new discovery during a recent dinner. He believes we can apply hyper-threading algorithm to mobile chips. Assuming this is our chipset, on a mobile processor, it can be like this, and then like this. Like this, Jun Qian explained to Wang Qiming while drawing diagrams. Initially, the latter didn't pay much attention, thinking Zheng had heard some rumors and was showing off in front of him. But as Zheng elaborated meticulously, even with illustrative forms, Wang was suddenly amazed. He became excited immediately. If what Zheng said was true, they might really succeed. If that's the case, we need a medium-sized core processor, or even a large one. He couldn't help but ask his doubts. Subconsciously, he already considered Zheng as an expert in the relevant field. The detailed description from the latter was just so, as if he knew it himself. It was so thorough, vivid, and profound. I have calculated. No, my friend has calculated. We don't need a large core processor. Medium to large is enough. The specific related technology is like this. And all you have to do is follow the instructions. Wang Qiming was extremely excited. Yes, if they followed Zheng's instructions, they could definitely achieve it. A domestically produced mobile phone with the world's first real hyper-threading chip. In this way, performance could be greatly enhanced. Jun Qian even passed on some advanced algorithms to him. This got Wang Qiming extremely enthusiastic. He couldn't wait to start experimenting. Manager Zheng, could I meet your friend? After the topic ended, Wang Qiming couldn't help but ask. He really started to believe in Zheng Qian's friend, feeling that Zheng Qian must have studied a related field in college to know so much. That friend must be a prestigious scholar. Zheng waved his hand. Smiling, he's a bit shy. A bit of a social phobia. Doesn't like to socialize much. Don't worry, you can check the relevant patents for these technologies, but I hope you can keep the promise. If anyone asks, don't mention his existence, understand? Even if you say it's your own research achievement, that's fine. Just don't mention him at all. And I can confirm to you, he's from Kyushu, so it's completely 100% a domestically made product. Wang Qiming firmly shook his head, looking straight at Zheng Qian. This technology is very valuable. How could I monopolize it? As for your friend, he's truly principled and doesn't care about fame and fortune. Compared to him, we are far behind. This is the heyday of our domestically produced technology, but to avoid it being patented by foreign countries, if he really doesn't want his identity exposed, I suggest applying for related patents in the name of the research institute. In any case, we must keep this technology in the country and not divulge it. Zheng Qian nodded approvingly. He really didn't care about these technologies or whose name was on them. As long as he was willing, he could even learn more advanced ones. It's just that he couldn't reveal them all at once to avoid frightening everyone. However, since Wang Qiming had such determination, he naturally earned Zheng Qian's favor more. He also had ambitions to build his own technological empire. In the future, the institute would control many cutting-edge technologies, possessing a terrifying knowledge base. Over time, even without a systematic approach, many highly advanced inventions would emerge. After bidding farewell to Wang Qiming, Zheng Qian called in Wu Lingfeng, the lead of the 5G chip research team. Sign this first. The thing is, I have a friend, he said. Current domestic RF chip technology is already mature, but some high-end technologies are being restricted by foreign entities. But don't worry, as long as you do as I say, like this and that. The main difficulty with high-integration technology is, and now just having the chip research group is not enough. Look further ahead, not just doing pure scientific research, but transitioning from fabless to IDM mode. Understood? Just do as my friend says, and this time, we can boldly announce it as a 5G phone. Zheng Qian said with emphasis and sincerity. Similarly, Wu Lingfeng was extremely excited upon hearing this. He even had tears of excitement in his eyes. Although they were already very close to achieving 5G speeds, the crucial 5G RF chip was based on foreign standards. Even if they could create it using a similar technology, it would lead to infringement issues where others wouldn't allow its use. The mobile signal would show as 4G, not 5G. But now it was different. Zheng Qian's friend provided a complete alternative approach and a feasible solution. By following this path, they could truly possess their domestically produced 5G RF chip technology and call it the 5G phone. Wu Lingfeng was transferred from the chip research department of the Rang Group. Zheng Qian passing such crucial technology to him was also to boost Jin Lu's standing. She shouldn't be just a pawn for the Rang Group. She needed to develop her own power. And Zheng Qian aimed to help her achieve that. Once the IDM model was successfully established, the profits generated would be extremely lucrative. By then, her influence within the Rand group would also increase. It's a good way to astonish those opportunistic individuals. Alright, go ahead, get things sorted as I've mentioned. Strive for an early breakthrough. The US Secretary of Commerce, Raymond Dorado, is about to visit. We need to give them a little shock and rattle. It's time to strike. In the gap while waiting for Ji Muxi, Zheng Qian lit a cigarette. He felt that this system still had too many limitations. He had long noticed the restrictions on science and technology in the mysterious shop, and the names in front all referenced Zheng's generation, indicating a technological barrier. For example, he was limited by the current technological foundation he had mastered. The technologies he could learn were only slightly superior to the current ones. He couldn't directly learn future advanced black technology. In fact, this could be understood if Zheng Qian could freely make money without restrictions and eventually accumulate tens of billions. Wouldn't he be able to directly learn alien advanced technology if aliens existed? Wouldn't that be a real dimensional strike? Wouldn't a single thought be able to destroy humanity? That would be too exaggerated. But this wasn't without any benefits. What Zheng Qian needed to do now was to continuously make money, bit by bit, to absorb advanced technologies. Let the Research Institute continuously update and iterate until the Research Institute truly mastered powerful technology. then he would naturally be able to learn the new technology of the next generation. This was a gradual process. It was absolutely impossible to achieve everything in one step. However, even so, this was a powerful tool. No, it could even be called a crucial tool of the country. Suddenly, Zhang Qian felt a sense of duty invisibly added to him. He silently resolved not to indulge too much in duty in the future, but to focus his attention on the rise of the future Zhuzhou. Just then, he suddenly noticed a small strand of silk in the corner of the sofa. Just now, only Song Yaxian sat there, meaning that this was a product of her black silk stockings. After the meeting, he must play with it. Science and technology. That wasn't the issue to consider right now. At that moment, Ji Muxi suspiciously pushed open the door and walked in. When she was waiting in the lounge just now, she naturally saw Wang Qiming, Wu Lingfeng, and the others' expressions. They were all excited as if they had won the lottery. Whenever Zhang Qian was mentioned, everyone admired him a lot, showing admiration on their faces. Several people were discussing fervently. It seemed there was really a significant breakthrough. Wasn't this Zhang Qian deliberately causing trouble? Sign this first. Zhang Qian stubbed out the cigarette, passed over the confidentiality agreement directly, following the usual procedure. After Ji Muxi signed it, he said, "I have a friend." Like everyone else's reaction, Ji Muxi's emotions were raised continuously, and her eyes were becoming brighter. Her gaze towards Zhang Qian also gradually underwent a qualitative change. He didn't seem like a businessman who didn't have any knowledge. Where did all these professional terms come from? Wait. Slow down. Ji Muxi's breathing gradually became rapid. She felt like her brain's CPU was overloaded. This moment she was so shocked, yet Zhang Qian almost had a nosebleed. Although the girls next to him were all very beautiful, with good figures, none of them were as majestic as her. She was too big. He hadn't paid attention before. Now, reminded by everyone, he realized that she was really extraordinary. Adding the fluctuating chest due to excitement made it even more turbulent. It wasn't intentional on her part. Zhang Qian also hadn't meant it. He stuffed tissue in his nostrils and forced his attention back to the paper and pen. I've already shown you the IC design software with the computer just now, absolutely surpassing American software companies like Cadence and Synopsys, not to mention the best in the country, but even at the TL level worldwide. And I've already contacted Oman over there. They can help massively introduce some equipment, as well as the production process of key materials like silicon wafers and copper plating. Every sentence Zhang Qian said made Ji Muxi's chest heave more vigorously. She seemed like her lab coat might not be able to contain the little white rabbits inside at any moment. This couldn't be blamed on Ji Muxi. She was really shocked, utterly shocked. Putting aside other things, not to underestimate design software, even with such a program, there isn't one in Zhuzhou domestically that could counter it, only barely sustaining low-end industries. If you were suddenly banned from using foreign software, scientific technology would regress instantly. For Zhang Qian to bring out such an entirely independently patented software was a real bombshell. Adding what he just said made Ji Muxi suddenly realize something. You're not just making an AI chip, let alone a simple chip. If you follow what your friend said, what you need to do is the complete industrial chain, from technology to materials, manufacturing equipment to design capabilities. You are serious? Do you know how much money this will cost? This is to build something from scratch. Ji Muxi couldn't help asking the question on her mind. Zhang Qian nodded, speaking slightly muffled due to the tissue in his nose. Yes, what I want to do is a complete industrial chain, even a large-scale advanced chip foundry of my own. By then, there would be no need to rely on companies like TSMC for such peanuts. This isn't a long-term plan but mid-term construction arrangements. Directly importing from the Western world to Zhuzhou isn't feasible. I'll try to achieve it through a third party. But the current priority is for you to first solve the issue of the Weiland mobile chip. With this design software, combined with what I just told you, you can apply more powerful AI chips to achieve a qualitative leap in mobile performance. Ji Muxi's duties were quite heavy. Although she was only responsible for the AI chip field, it actually involved various aspects. This would include facial recognition, object recognition, object detection, image segmentation, intelligent translation, and many other fields. In simple terms, more powerful algorithms with the AI chip would make the phone more robust. Not just faster, but a catalyst for qualitative change. I can do it. Thinking up to this point, Ji-Muxi suddenly stood up in excitement. Her view of Zhang Qian had completely changed by now, aligning with the others. She could totally feel that Zhang Qian truly understood these technologies, speaking clearly and vividly. But her sudden standing up wasn't insignificant. The little white rabbit inside bounced more vigorously. Tough. The tissue paper in Zhang Qian's nostril was directly sprayed out. Professor Zhang, are you okay? Ji-Muxi was taken aback and quickly walked up with concern to ask. After just communicating with Zhang Qian, she was deeply impressed by his knowledge. Subconsciously asking a few questions, Zhang Qian was able to answer eloquently and impressively, leading her to a sudden realization, as if a light bulb had turned on in her mind. Subconsciously, she also started using a respectful title for Zhang Qian. Nothing. I had ginseng this morning. It was too invigorating and my body couldn't handle it. Zhang Qian awkwardly picked up a tissue soaked with nosebleed, waving his hands in embarrassment. Ji-Muxi, who had just run over to him earlier, with her imposing presence, once again made Zhang Qian's vision dizzy. It's a sign. A sin. With such a great figure, why be an ordinary top student? What's the point? And she's even wearing a white coat. Imagine the effect if she wore more fitted clothes. Zhang Qian, with tears in his eyes, lit a cigarette, suddenly feeling a bit envious of Ji-Muxi's boyfriend, her future husband. Such a level of attractiveness is indeed rare among Asians. It's a pity that she chose to seal herself by dressing like this. Oh, why did you have ginseng so early in the morning? Ji-Muxi scolded. She didn't realize that Zhang Qian had seen the magnificent scene. Her mind was focused on the software they were developing. The overall structure, details, code, etc., which he had sent to Su Huateng, laid the hundreds of programmers in the company to work overnight. What? You think it's too exaggerated? Sorry, with money, you can really do whatever you want. Ji-Muxi suddenly felt that the software she had developed for AI chip design seemed like a child's play compared to this, and she even felt embarrassed to show it to Zhang Qian. She had initially wanted to discuss it, but how could she present something so insignificant? If she showed it and was looked down upon by Zhang Qian, what would she do? Professor Ji, if you're okay, how about getting it done? Zhang Qian finally calmed down. His nosebleed must have stopped, and he said seriously, this time, we must develop it before the US Secretary of Commerce visits China and announce publicly that our Kyushu country self-developed 5G phones are on sale, with all core chips having independent intellectual property rights. Ji-Muxi nodded and hurriedly ran out. In the rest area, Ji Changhai smoked a few cigarettes and pondered a lot. He wasn't worried about what Zhang Qian had done to his daughter. The two of them were definitely not possible. He knew Ji-Muxi's preferences very well. She only liked academic gods, but how many academic gods are out there? At least they had to be over 35. There was a plethora of men in their 40s and 50s. She's only 28. Although not that young, she couldn't really be with those old men, right? In fact, from a different perspective, if Zhang Qian weren't such a jerk, surrounded by so many women and having President Jin Lu, he thought Zhang Qian was a very outstanding young man. Dang. Suddenly, the door of the rest area was pushed open, startling Ji Changhai. Ji-Muxi came in hurriedly, grabbed her bag, and ran out. Zixi. Ji Changhai quickly stopped his daughter, and with a serious tone, said, you can't bury yourself in the lab every day, right? Look at you. You're not that young anymore. Shouldn't you consider your marriage? Besides, our family is already very wealthy. Even if you do nothing for your whole life, we wouldn't spend it all. Why work so hard? Ji-Muxi stopped, pushed her glasses, and gave her father a cold look. What do you mean not that young anymore? How come? Who says girls must get married? You're always out there having fun. Why don't you have another one? I have my ideals. I'm different from you shallow businessmen. Alright, I'm running out of time. Don't disturb me in the lab in the future. Ji-Muxi was about to leave, but Ji Changhai was even more indignant. He walked up to her and through gritted teeth said, Zixi, I'm serious. I can't accompany you for a lifetime. You have to think about your future, right? I don't want to interfere with your happiness. You don't have to go on this blind date, but you must consider it. Promise me that. Hearing this, Ji-Muxi's eyes slightly lowered. Although she was a mad scientist, she wasn't inhuman and understood her father's heartfelt words. Okay. I got it. And that thing. I know you really dislike Zhang Qian, But don't say it too harshly. Our family's business may have some dealings with him. If you really dislike him, just keep your distance. Why should I dislike him? He's quite nice, very outstanding. Ji Changhai had only intended to make a passing comment, but he wasn't expecting Ji Muxi's response. He was momentarily stunned. Looking at his daughter as if she were the devil, he couldn't come back to his senses for a while. What's going on? It seems not in line with the script. Her expression clearly showed no aversion to Zhang Qian. Instead, she seemed to admire him. This made Ji Changhai suddenly have a bad premonition. He didn't do anything to you, did he? He couldn't bear to continue thinking about it. What did a man do to make a girl's feelings towards him polarize in an instant? Did Zhang Qian do something to his precious daughter Ji Muxi? What are you thinking? Ji Muxi was usually slow to react to these things, but seeing her father's unusual behavior, she felt a bit speechless, gritting her teeth. I don't have time for this, just. If you blind date me again, we're through. I'm leaving now, and I won't be back for a while as I have to head to Shenzhen immediately. With that, Ji Muxi left in a hurry. Professor Ji, be careful on the way. Thank you for your hard work on this. She happened to run into Zhang Qian stepping out of his room and greeted him. Rest assured and leave it to me. I'll complete the task. Ji Muxi earnestly nodded, and she even had a faint smile on her face. Seeing this, Ji Changhai, the old father, felt dizzy. Did he just have a hallucination? No, he shouldn't have. But his daughter actually smiled, and she showed such compliance to another man. What kind of twisted plot was this? Instantly, Ji Changhai developed a very unusual emotion towards Zhang Qian. As a devoted daughter, Ji Changhai's heart was in turmoil at this moment. He knew Ji Muxi too well. That look just now, something was off, very off. He had never seen himself like that before, nor had he seen anyone else. But how to put it, that didn't seem like an expression that would appear when in love. But it made Ji Changhai feel a bit indescribable. In any case, very dangerous. Ahem. Mr. Zhang, care to chat? Ji Changhai forced out a faint smile and walked up to Zhang Qian. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Qian decided to give him this face. Come, let's talk inside. Song Yaxian had originally decided to wait for Zhang Qian in the neighboring lounge, but suddenly discovered that her stockings were snagged on her thigh. Afraid of causing unnecessary misunderstandings, so she hurriedly ran to her office to change into a new pair. Adding to the fact that she hadn't been resting well these past few days, she actually fell asleep on the couch. Upon waking up, she was startled, afraid that Zhang Qian had already left, so she hurriedly rushed out. At the same time, Song Qingli had already prepared herself. She knew that Zhang Qian was coming today because she had made an appointment with Professor Ji Muxi and others in advance, so she put on beautiful makeup. She didn't know why, but she always had an inexplicable fluttering feeling towards him. Well, anyway, the way he spent money was just too handsome. No, I can't steal a man from my sister, but it seems like there are many girls around Zhang Qian. I absolutely cannot let my sister lose to them. I will try to test him with actions. If he can't even resist my temptation, how can my sister be happy? Thinking of this, she hurriedly pulled up her already short high-waisted skirt a little more. Suddenly, even breathing became a bit difficult, but the effect was obvious. Her legs looked exceptionally long. Gently knocking on the door, after getting permission, she walked in holding a tea tray. There was a faint fragrance coming from her, which made Ji Changhai, who was sitting opposite Zhang Qian, feel a bit unsteady. This manager Song, he seemed to have seen her a few times before, but she didn't seem this beautiful in the past. What's going on today? When Song Qingli deliberately placed the teacup in front of Zhang Qian, she slightly leaned forward. Yes, this angle was perfect. Only Zhang Qian could see it. She deliberately wore a low-cut style, causing the cleavage to be unusually deep. Although it couldn't be seen when standing, when bending over, she fully revealed her advantage. However, Zhang Qian didn't even look at it. This made Song Qingli feel a bit hurt inside. Although she came with the mindset of testing Zhang Qian, could it be that he could withstand the test like this? In fact, it's not surprising that Song Qingli couldn't find any response. Zhang Qian had just witnessed the magnificence of Ji Muxi. This level of cleavage had already lost its appeal to him. Besides, he also had a little wife at home. Song Qingli didn't want to leave, and simply sat aside to continue making tea for them. Mr. Ji, what would you like to discuss with me? Zhang Qian lit a cigarette and asked in a flat tone. Ji Changhai was more or less annoyed that Zhang Qian didn't offer him a cigarette. After taking a sip of tea, he pondered and said, "Well, it's mainly about my daughter. Mr. Zhang, you may not know, I attach great importance to her marriage," and, hearing this, Zhang Qian was starting to get impatient. Didn't he already make it clear that he wouldn't touch Ji Muxi? Why was Ji Changhai pestering him? "Mr. Ji, my time is very precious. Forgive me for being blunt. Ordinary people might not have the opportunity to meet me. I'll explain this for the last time. For Professor Ji Muxi, I only have pure admiration. There are no other emotions involved. It is precisely because I admire her, and you happen to be her father, that this conversation is happening. If you have nothing else to say, then I'll have to ask you to leave." Zhang Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette and said, in a light tone. At first glance, this sounded extremely arrogant, and Ji Changhai was also a bit uncomfortable, but he didn't dare say anything. He suddenly remembered that this young man in front of him was not only the director of this research institute, but also the boyfriend of President Jin. He was quite wealthy himself, even though he didn't know how much he spent yesterday. The impact was particularly intense. Just then, Song Yaxian finally caught up. Just as she pushed open the door, she saw Song Qingli being very attentive in pouring tea, even wondering if her eyes were playing tricks on her. She even saw Song Qingli deliberately or unintentionally rubbing Zhang Qian's arm with her perky buttocks when she turned around. "Sister, why are you here? Didn't you say you had a meeting just now?" Song Yaxian instantly realized what was happening. Taking advantage of Zhang Qian's conversation, she immediately went up to take the teapot, smiling and saying, "Sister, you are very busy. Let me take care of these small tasks like pouring tea and water. How can I trouble you?" Really? Song Qingli knew she was misunderstood by Song Yaxian. She led her sister outside, whispering, "Sister, please don't misunderstand me. How could I steal a man from you? I just did it on a whim just now, decided to test him. Zhang Qian's mental strength is really strong. I raised my skirt this high, and he didn't even look. Even if there was physical contact, he remained unmoved. He's a rare good man. You must seize the opportunity well. Don't let other girls surpass you." Surprised at first by Song Yaxian's words, she then weakly supported her forehead and almost fell down. Her cheeks were so flushed that they seemed to be dripping with water. She said, "Sister, you don't need to do this anymore. Who tests executives like that? Have you seen the kind of people around him? Forget it. Let's not talk about it. You go busy yourself. Leave this to me here." Song Qingli nodded, made a gesture of encouragement, and then left. A hint of disappointment flashed in Song Qingli's eyes, but she put on a smile again and went in to serve Zhang Qian. At that moment, she saw him coming out of the room. Subconsciously looking towards the lounge, she saw Ji Changhai's face turn ashen, looking oddly sitting on the couch. Although she didn't know what they had talked about, it probably had something to do with Professor Ji Muxi. Could it be he wanted to also take Professor Ji? With this thought, Song Yaxian's heart trembled, not knowing what to think. "Are you leaving? Come sit in my office." Hearing about going to Zhang Qian's office, Song Yaxian's smile grew even more, because that meant she would have some time alone with Zhang Qian. With so many women around him, she must cherish the time she spends alone with him. But as soon as she entered the office, Zhang Qian picked her up and sat her on his lap. If we were to talk about Song Yaxian's advantages, it would be her youthfulness. Also, her playfulness. We won't mention her beauty because everyone is beautiful. Her feet are different from other girls, a fact that Zhang Qian only recently discovered. If Jin Lu's legs and feet rank first, Wei Rusi ranks second, then Song Yaxian could easily be third or even tied for second. Zhang Qian gently laid her down on the couch, carefully removing her high heels. The feet of a fairy indeed lack any odor and are fragrant. As he kept playing with them, they felt incredibly soft. Is so dirty. Don't touch it. It tickles," Song Yaxian said shyly. "You just took a bath in the adjacent bathroom and changed into a pair of new stockings. How can they be dirty? You've been walking for days. You must be tired, right? Come on. Let me massage them for you." Zhang Qian found her increasingly irresistible. Maybe it's because she just graduated from college and hasn't fully developed yet. She is a bit shorter than Jin Lu, Wei Rusi, and Kui Ziking, similar to Su Yuanshuang, so her feet are also small enough to hold and play with. "I haven't walked at all these past few days," just because you wanted to touch them. Song Yaxian blushed and tried to pull her feet back, but Jun Qian firmly held onto them, showing no intention of letting go. After a while, he reluctantly let go. He gently separated her long, straight feet on both sides, glanced at the calendar on the wall, and then asked softly, "Is today a safe day?" Song Yaxian dared not look at Jun Qian, simply nodded. Jun Qian wasn't originally good at math, but perhaps due to a system upgrade, he became much sharper after mastering complex knowledge, especially when calculating the safe periods of girls. He excelled in being quick, accurate, and steady. Despite theoretically not being completely safe, at times like these, details like that are overlooked. In many instances, girls have specific needs. To be precise, the majority do. Not waiting until their 30s, many people, after trying a forbidden fruit, develop a liking for such sensations. Especially when feeling pressure in life, work, or studies, they seek release in this way. Song Yaxian didn't have the outward personality of Wei Rusi and the others. She didn't express herself actively, but that doesn't mean she wasn't interested. Watching the endlessly charming beauty being moisturized, Jung Qian felt infinitely satisfied. "Why do you like feet so much?" Song Yaxian curiously asked. This doubt had always existed in her mind, as she hadn't experienced this before. Jun Qian was, strictly speaking, her first man. She had wanted to ask this question before but felt hesitant, and today she couldn't hold back anymore. Even if she likes it, she can't have it all the time. Really speechless, Jun Qian now had thick skin and didn't feel embarrassed at all. He lit a cigarette and simply replied, "Jade." Song Yaxian, "All right, let's discuss some serious matters, take notes." Jun Qian patted Song Yaxian's buttocks, motioning for her to sit at the table. "After my discussion with Professor Ji Muxi just now, we have some new ideas. The area of this industrial park is large enough, but we have a few buildings rented to other companies that need to be taken back. We can ask Lawyer Wan if there's a reasonable way, and if not, we could consider spending money on it. I need to introduce a batch of equipment, and there are also matters regarding expansion that need to be decided quickly. Director Zhou is in Shenzhen, and I can't reach him, so for now, you should start the project, and when he arrives, you can arrange it. We are preparing to develop our own mobile phone chips, and let's name it Glutton. However, my demand is to simultaneously develop 3 generations, not concentrating all the Institute's efforts on the first generation. Furthermore, while Song Yaxian quickly took notes, she felt more and more shocked. After these few days, she had somewhat caught up, and she had a clear understanding of the Institute's positioning. Although it was among the top domestically, there was still a significant gap compared to overseas. But how did it seem like there was a sudden breakthrough overnight? To even develop chips better than those from Huaxia Group, did that signify that Huaxia Group represented the peak of domestic technology? But since it was arranged by Jun Qian, Song Yaxian naturally didn't doubt it, just feeling like the pace was a bit too big. Jun Qian naturally hoped for rapid progress at the Institute. With the data he provided today, they were already ready to develop Glutton 1. If they could make a breakthrough in technology, he could learn more advanced techniques, and only then could they catch up with the West. But he didn't want to keep learning forever without some recreational activities. So, he wondered, did the system have advanced techniques for weapons use? Jun Qian swore to the heavens that he was just casually exploring and didn't hold any hopes. But it turned out there were. Oh family, who could understand this feeling? As he looked at the array of goods before him, Jun Qian hesitantly spent 1.1 billion. It was too damn expensive. This system was simply a swindler. He felt that he was also paying for knowledge. If not put into practice, it was just theory. He didn't want to be a mere theory debater, but aimed to be a proactive giant. So, his gaze turned to Song Yaxian not far away. Sensing Jung Qian's chilling gaze, she subconsciously tightened her legs. When Jung Qian left the office, Song Yaxian was still doubting life. "Sister, drink some water." Song Qingli both felt sorry for and envied Song Yaxian as she handed her a cup of water. Jun Qian did, indeed, have something to attend to, so she had to call Song Qingli over to help take care of things. After helping her sister put on her clothes, her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Is it really necessary to be so dramatic? Her sister isn't an athletic person, she's actually a national-level swimmer. Although she didn't make it to the national team, the provincial team extended an olive branch to her. Yet, she pretentiously said, It's just a form of entertainment. How did it end up like this? Song Kingli has experienced it before. But her boyfriend doesn't last more than 15 minutes. And after it's over, what else can she do? Even if it's going for a run immediately. Sister. Senior has already left. He can't see you anymore. You're about done. Stop acting now. I know you do it to make men happy, so you always pretend to enjoy it so much, right? Now it's just us sisters. Quickly tidy up your clothes again. What if someone comes in? Song Kingli finally couldn't bear it anymore, and looked at her with complaints. At that moment, Song Yaxian finally came back to her senses a bit. Her originally blank and scattered pupils gradually focused, but her voice still trembled. Sister, have you seen JoJo's 6th part? Oh, you have seen it. Do you remember? What is the most famous line of the priest? Song Kingli shook her head. She felt like her sister's mind must have gone wrong. Heaven is beginning to accelerate. Sister, I think I really saw heaven just now, especially when it started to accelerate. Have you seen heaven? Song Kingli looked at Song Yaxian with a confused expression, yet with deeply satisfied eyes, knowing that she shouldn't be pretending. Even if she were pretending, she would at least have Zheng Qian present. Everyone else had already gone off somewhere. There was absolutely no need to act. Is it really that comfortable? As she lowered her head, she finally noticed the small puddle under the table. Suddenly realizing something, she couldn't help but ask, is this ... could it be? I thought you accidentally spilled the water from the cup. Song Yaxian nodded coldly, hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly got up to fetch a mop. Song Kingli was truly admiring. She didn't have much dating experience, and that experience was not particularly rich. After her previous boyfriend, she was somewhat satisfied, but that was only in comparison to herself. She didn't know what heaven really felt like, as Song Yaxian described. After the previous relationship, she even had to go downstairs to buy cigarettes for her boyfriend. He's the captain of the basketball team. He should have good physical qualities, right? Is Zheng Qian even more impressive than him? Song Kingli couldn't help but feel skeptical, but watching her sister trembling while cleaning, even if she didn't believe it, she couldn't help but start to fantasize in her mind. The more she fantasized, the more curious she became, even wanting to secretly install a camera. Oh my! Why am I so dirty now? No. I absolutely cannot have such thoughts. After flushing this idea out of her mind, Song Kingli quickly got up, took the mop, and said, "Let me do it, you go rest." Really? Even though you're young, you can't be this crazy. There's work to do today. Does he have ABS? How many ABS does he have? Are they firm? Can he dance? Does he have a V-line? Wow, he can really dance. What have you been needing lately? You're so energetic. At the same time, Zheng Qian arrived at Wei Ruxi's office. She was crouching over Zheng Qian, her jade hands touching his pulsating ABS, full of surprises. She remembered that Zheng Qian's body used to be solid, with good body lines, and she could vaguely see an 8-pack of ABS, but not as full as now. Well, of course, this was because Zheng Qian had purchased the Devil ABS training method, 500 million. He found out that it was not possible to directly max out the strength of the weapon. If he wanted to achieve his goal, he had to train many muscle groups, wait for a full range, 3-dimensional cooperative effect. What about Zhang Yanren? Didn't you say she's here? Zheng Qian touched Wei Ruxi's head as she snuggled against his chest. Her soft body against Zheng Qian's lower abdomen, feeling his pulsating ABS, made her feel like she had discovered a new world and didn't want to let go. She just went out after receiving a few calls. Wei Ruxi shrugged nonchalantly, gazing at Zheng Qian with significance. I've seen Miss Zhang Yanren's information. She seems to have quite a reputation in the Jiangnan area. When do you plan to take her in? This talk made Zheng Qian couldn't help but laugh. Women can't wait to tie the man to their belt. And here you are, trying to push him away. Ha! I want to tie you up. Will you stay? Just as Wei Ruxi was about to take it out to examine it carefully, the door opened. Within the entire bank, everyone admired Wei Ruxi greatly, knowing she had proven herself in America. And during meetings she was fierce. Most people dared not make eye contact with her, afraid of being questioned by her. Everyone hailed Wei Ruxi as the Ice Queen banker, a dream goddess. Therefore, no one dared to come in without knocking. There was only one explanation. Sorry. Just took a call. "Ha, where's Miss Wei Rusi?" Zhang Yanran said as she pushed the door open, only to see Zhang Qian sitting alone behind the boss's desk. "Oh, she just went out for something, to attend a meeting." Zhang Qian awkwardly lit a cigarette, gesturing towards the sofa at a distance from the boss's desk. "Director Zhang, please have a seat. I'll have my secretary make tea for you." "Oh, no problem. I accidentally got burnt by the cigarette butt, but what brought you here all of a sudden?" Zhang Yanran looked at Zhang Qian suspiciously. The more she looked, the more strange she felt. If it were another familiar woman who came in, it would be fine. Zhang Yanran hadn't had any relationship with Zhang Qian, and even in a sense, she wasn't considered part of the Zhang Qian group, at most a strategic level partner. Just as she was playing with the weapon, she never expected someone to come in directly, causing her quite a scare. Fortunately, Zhang Qian was quick to put it down, originally intending for Wei Rusi to stand by his side. However, Wei Rusi felt that Zhang Yanran seemed to have seen her and the weapon, so she stubbornly refused to come out and simply hid underneath. There was a shield on the front side of the boss's desk, hence Zhang Yanran couldn't see anything. She could only see a serious Zhang Qian. The key was that, although Wei Rusi appeared as a high-end cold female CEO in front of others, in front of Zhang Qian and his women, she was another kind of person, very goofy, cheerful, outgoing, just like she was now. Who knows if Wei Rusi learned those antics from movies? This was really a dilemma. Zhang Qian had never experienced such an exciting situation before. He almost lost control and sang a song. "What's wrong with you?" Zhang Yanran hadn't seen Zhang Qian in a long time, and for some reason, she felt like she wanted to talk to him more. However, as soon as she came in, Zhang Qian made her sit so far away, and his face was a bit red. Could it be a cold? Oh, he was still so considerate. He must be worried about infecting her. I'm fine," Zhang Qian said awkwardly. "I'm fine too. Are you afraid of infecting me?" "Zhang Qian, I heard you've been busy on the Shanghai side, but have forgotten all about our business. I've figured it out. Now those shipping companies are all in the hands of the Shanghai America Association," Zhang Yanran said as she approached Zhang Qian. "Wasn't there a chair right in front of the table? Why sit on the sofa against the wall? If I don't come looking for you, you'll never come looking for me, right?" The sentence that Zhang Yanran said was a bit ambiguous. Even she didn't know why, but there was a hint of bitterness in her tone. This was unlike her style, but Zhang Qian's troubles in Shanghai had somewhat reached her ears. She had considered joining a furniture club before, and she was qualified for it in the past. But because of her arrogant personality, she didn't want to be subordinate to others, but rather wanted to establish her own Five Aviation Alliance to be the leader, so she put that idea on hold. As the boss of Asia Airlines, she could thrive without joining the club. She had friendly cooperation with members of several major clubs before. However, things changed drastically since Zhang Qian got involved. Initially, she thought everything would improve after he bought several ships in the Jiangnan region, but suddenly, the situation took a turn for the worse as the Shanghai America Group bought out many other shipping companies. Without Zhang Qian unifying John Lekang's Kangning Shipping and Fan Mingsu's Changsan Shipping before leaving Jiangnan, she wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long. Now things were really difficult, and the business was almost at a standstill. They were losing money every day, and she was on the verge of collapse. Zhang Qian, as the biggest financial backer of the alliance, was enjoying himself in Shanghai every day and didn't seem to care. This made Zhang Yanran really resent Zhang Qian. With such a large shipping business, why wouldn't he want it? In fact, Zhang Qian really did plan to let it go. He had so many other ways to make money now, investing in the Chunin Club, research institutes, and banks that surpassed the shipping business. However, things had changed. He agreed to this meeting because he needed ships, a lot of them. He needed to purchase advanced Western equipment under the guise of Oman and must use his own fleet. If word got out and the Americans intercepted the shipment halfway, it would be a disaster. "If I don't come to you, you'll never come to me, right?" Seeing Zhang Qian not responding, Zhang Yanran repeated herself, her tone slightly elevated. "Do you really not plan to take charge? I've spoken with Manager Chen before and he said you had your arrangements and it wasn't convenient to interfere. But if you really don't want it, you can transfer the shares to me. I won't stand by and watch Asia Airlines decline." Zhang Qian wasn't avoiding answering, he was interrupted by a nose. Zhang Yanran suddenly perked up her ears and looked around. "Ah, it's nothing. I just had a hoarse throat, Jun Qian said, after taking a deep puff of his cigarette and extinguishing it, waving his hand to change the subject. Of course, I haven't given up on the shipping business. If you really want these shares, I have no objection, even if I transfer them to you for free. I mean, I'd pay you. Zhang Yanran furrowed her eyebrows deeper. She looked at Jun Qian with suspicion, wondering what he was up to. What do you mean, Jun Qian? If you don't do anything, our shipping business will come to a halt collectively. Currently, we are the only two major groups in the market, but their size far exceeds ours. They are trying to acquire us through price wars and have made contact several times. If you don't come up with a plan soon, we won't be able to hold out much longer. Zhang Yanran voiced her doubts. I know you're in a hurry, but hold on for a moment. Jun Qian had adapted by then, his intelligence regaining the upper hand. Despite Wei Rouxi's actions, he could keep a clear mind. After a moment of contemplation, he said slowly, let's contact them first. I heard you were coming today, so I specially arranged for a meeting with them. The Xingta Group has joined the Shanghai America Society, and it seems like they're handling this matter now. Let's hear what they have to say. Although the chances are slim, we still need to talk. It's better to negotiate first and resort to force later. If they don't seize the opportunity, we'll just unify the national shipping industry. Zhang Yanran felt disoriented hearing Jun Qian speak so confidently despite his casual tone. She furrowed her brow and couldn't help but object. They definitely won't agree. So how do you plan to resolve this? Even if you, Jun Qian, have money, if they refuse to sell, you can't do anything. I do have a way. Jun Qian smiled. All right, let's go. Zhang Yanran was also someone of action and wouldn't hesitate once Jun Qian had a plan. As she was about to leave for the door, Jun Qian remained seated, deep in thought, as if contemplating something profound. At that moment, Zhang Yanran acknowledged a slight infatuation. She couldn't help but wonder what important matters Jun Qian was pondering so deeply. Could he be so engrossed? Watching him furrow his brows, Zhang Yanran felt an unexpected emotional stir. She suddenly felt the urge to walk over and use her hand to smooth out his tightly creased brows, to relax those furrowed mountains. Oh, Yanran, can you please wait in the adjacent lounge for a moment? I need to make a private call. Don't worry, it'll be quick, Jun Qian said sternly. Okay. Zhang Yanran nodded, trusting him. As she left, Jun Qian couldn't wait and immediately grabbed Wei Rouxi, giving her a swift pat on the backside and sternly saying, You little Wei, playing games like this. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know the consequences. Wei Rouxi exclaimed in shock. And she lost her composure. When Zhang Qian left, she was in a similar state to Song Yaxian, petrified. It was just that Zhang Qian hurried off with Zhang Yanran for business, leading to a quick resolution. If not, he might have to call Su Yuanchuan to help take care of Wei Rouxi. He's definitely lost his mind. This is outrageous. The story goes like this, but Wei Rouxi began to analyze it. If there is a chance, you must research it well. At the same time, Zhang Qian and Zhang Yanran went to a tea house. The person they were meeting was naturally the chairman of the Starpath Group, Tang Chuanyan. They were old rivals, although in Zhang Qian's eyes, the two were no longer of the same level. The predecessor of the Starpath Group was Starshine, but they changed their name for some reason. However, he didn't really care about it. He was just curious about how Tang Xingyu was doing now. Initially, like a stray dog, he was driven out of Yebai by himself. Is he studying abroad now, or did he enter the Shanghai Americana Club through the influence of his father? Next time they meet, should he give him a little shock so he doesn't forget the fear of being dominated by himself? You. What are you doing? Just as Zhang Qian was thinking, Zhang Yanran's voice sounded strangely beside him. Suddenly lowering his head, he realized that he had habitually placed his hand on the girl's thigh next to him. Zhang Yanran's thighs were fuller than those of ordinary girls, not fat, but still quite meaty, and felt good. But when his hand first went down, Zhang Yanran was confused. Her brain didn't react at all. It wasn't until the burning sensation gradually rose that she suddenly realized. She quickly reached out her jade hand to tightly hold Zhang Qian's hand, stopping him from continuing his exploration upwards. Her pretty face was already extremely red, but she still maintained a mature elder sister demeanor, nervously glancing at the driver, biting her silver teeth and saying, Quickly let go of your hand. Zhang Qian quickly pulled his hand back, thinking that Zhang Yanran must think he's a pervert. He swore it wasn't intentional. It was just a habit. During this period, either Wei Ruxi, Suyuan Chuan, Song Yaxian, or occasionally Kui Ziking who came to Shanghai for business. He had really gotten used to it. What did you say? Zheng Qian pretended to be at a loss, embarrassedly saying, "Oh, I must have been sleepwalking just now. Sorry. There's been too much going on lately. My brain isn't working well. What did I do just now?" Zhang Yanren stared tightly into Zheng Qian's eyes. Zheng Qian's chin didn't exert any force. His hand didn't instinctively reach for the back of his neck or eyebrow bone. His eyes didn't wander to the upper left. His tone was calm and slow. There were no micro-expressions that appear only when lying. He was telling the truth. Nothing. Zhang Yanren naturally wouldn't mention what Zheng Qian did just now. The atmosphere inside the car was strange. Zheng Qian sighed in relief. His ability to maintain a straight face was really good now. Even telling lies like this, without his face turning red or his heart skipping a beat. It seemed that a man had to go through more experiences. Soon, the car stopped in front of the tea house. Zheng Qian brought Zhang Yanren to the reserved private room, which was unexpectedly empty. Zhang Yanren furrowed her brows, but Zheng Qian sneered inwardly. This Tang Chuanian was really acting out. Intentionally late. All right. Good. He had wanted to give Star Path Group a chance, but it seemed like they had cut off their own path. No. They had completely closed the road. Tang Chuanian is really unreasonable, Zhang Yanren said resentfully. Her anger was at its peak now. When did she, as the head of Asia Airlines, ever need negotiations like this? Weren't those people rushing to come to her for cooperation? Tang Chuanian's group was indeed very large, but Asia Airlines wasn't to be trifled with. Zhang Yanren propped up her chin with one hand, the other hand's beautiful nails continuously tapping on the table, making a sparkling sound. Beautiful and melodious. Zhang Yanren also knew that it was not easy to get an appointment with Tang Chuanian, especially now that he had entered the Shanghai Americana Club. He was even harder to meet. Zheng Qian could actually get him to come out through connections, which had given her some hope. But now with no one in sight, her disdain for Tang Chuanian was skyrocketing. Sorry. Zheng shouted. Tang Chuanian ... Looking at the WeChat message from Yu Chenglin Xiu, Zheng Qian knew that as a middleman, it was probably not clear to him. Unable to reach Tang Chuanian for some time, Yu Chenglin Xiu was also very angry. He hesitated on how to explain. I understand. You don't need to find him. Zheng Qian just sent a few words. He picked up the phone. Oh, dear Miss Isabella, how have you been lately? This time Zheng Qian was different. He spoke in fluent British English with a London accent. After spending billions in the system, he naturally learned it, but Zhang Yanren, who was sitting beside him, was stunned to hear how good his English was. He really liked the London accent. He didn't like the American English kind, the ... pronunciation. Most importantly, England had titles, nobility. Zheng Qian had this status now. How could he speak in that tacky American imperialism language? The most important thing was, when he heard Chen Chu speaking English before, it was very handsome. He wanted to try it. It's Mr. Zheng. Hello. Are you looking for His Royal Highness? Isabella's voice was still so clear and sweet. Receiving a call from Zheng Qian made her feel pleasantly surprised, and her voice was loud. Even Zhang Yanren sitting next to Zheng Qian felt it. This foreign girl, did she also have something with Zheng Qian? Why did I use also in my sentence? No need to call him His Royal Highness. It's like this. I know that your shipyard had a batch of ships about to be delivered, and I'm willing to buy them at 10 times the price. How about it? Oh, I also want the ones that are about to be delivered. The more, the merrier. Zheng Qian was worried about where to find new ways to make money, and an opportunity came up now. Sun once put his head down. There was someone to offer him a pillow. It's doable, but I need to consult His Highness. And I know that His Highness has amazing powers. How about this? I need a total of 1,000 ships. I will send you the specifications later. Of course, they have to be medium to large-sized ocean liners. See if you can help me out. Zhang Yanren listened with a pounding heart. What did he say just now? 1,000 ships? What the heck? There were already 200 or so top ship transport companies in the country. Zheng Qian wants to do so much. What is he trying to do? Most importantly, does he have that much money? On Raman's face is the expression of Ammon's second prince. Behind the scenes, he controls many industries, and Isabella is one of his pawns. Raman was originally not someone with a strong desire for money, because in his view, Everything in the country of Amen should belong to him. But to become a king, to become a sultan, money is needed. Zheng Qian deeply understands this. He has been to Raman's official residence, which, although magnificent on the surface, upon closer inspection, appears more like a wartime fortress that is indestructible. At the slightest hint of an extreme situation, it immediately turns into the most formidable stronghold. But there is a condition, which is not encountering experts in deceit like Chen Shu. Zheng Qian even doubts if there is a house in this world that he cannot enter. Raman's network is definitely much stronger than Zheng Qian's, not to mention his status as a senior leader of the country allows him to interact with various figures in all aspects. Therefore, his private industries are also expansive. From weapons this is true to underground oil as Zheng Qian guessed. He has a hand in various trades. 1,000 ships may sound incredibly fantastical to outsiders. But do not forget, Raman can also mobilize equally terrifying resources. Not all of these ships come from his shipyard. They also include shares in shipyards in other countries and from fellow businessmen and so on. And all Zheng Qian has to do is simply provide a certain amount of money. And the ships Zheng Qian is buying are not low-grade cruise ships, but deep-sea freighters. Calculating based on a 1,000,000-ton ship, that would be 2 billion yuan. 1,000 ships would be approximately 20 trillion yuan. Of course, there are ships of various tonnages, but generally, they are large freighters and cruise ships of around 1,000,000 tons. The typical ordering and delivery cycle of a ship is very long, at least a few years, but Zheng Qian cannot wait that long. He needs them now, eager to get them operational immediately. Of course, not all 1,000 ships will be brand new, but Zheng Qian doesn't mind. As long as they are 80 to 90% new, it is completely acceptable. What he wants is not just a few simple ships, but scale, intimidation, merciless domination and oppression of enemies, a terror that strikes instantly. In half an hour, Zheng Qian made many phone calls, some to Raman, some to Isabella, some to other shipyard owners, and even some to Xiao Zixi to arrange contracts for assistance. The one phone call was particularly interesting, even opening the door to a new world for Zheng Qian. This was a number given by Raman, and this person, Zheng Qian also knows. As for the specific content, it is best left unsaid here. His companion, Zhang Yanren, was completely shocked. It was only after Zheng Qian hung up the phone that she finally reacted. Seeing him looking parched, she quickly poured another cup of tea, but soon realized something was wrong. She is the boss of Asia Airlines. Why should she be pouring tea for Zheng Qian? It's like serving a master. But he had such a commanding presence just now, particularly when spending money, throwing out hundreds of billions and trillions without batting an eye. Well done. Zheng Qian sipped his tea, nodded in approval at Zhang Yanren. Upon entering this tea room, one must remove their shoes. It was then he noticed Zhang Yanren's petite feet wrapped in black silk, which, although not comparable to Song Yaxian's, were still intriguing to behold. Sensing Zheng Qian's gaze, Zhang Yanren instinctively curled her toes and tucked them behind her buttocks. Whether Zheng Qian's well done referred to the tea or the reinforced silk stockings, Zhang Yanren was not sure. How many ships did you just buy? Zhang Yanren couldn't help but ask. Over 1,000. Didn't keep count of the exact number. We'll know when they arrive, Zheng Qian casually replied, his eyes inadvertently taking in Zhang Yanren's figure. It had been a while since they last met, and Zhang Yanren's curves had become even more pronounced. The slight waist, perked backside, ample chest, and slim legs pressed together. Why did you buy so many ships? Zhang Yanren felt Zheng Qian's abashed gaze, her heart beating quickly, her voice slightly unnatural, instinctively squeezing her legs closer together and curling them behind her backside. Zheng Qian's eyes were indeed unapologetic, purely appreciative as he carefully observed her. But it was merely observation. He wasn't planning to pounce on her. Zhang Yanren felt something different. In her recollection, Zheng Qian wasn't just the young man who spent extravagantly at the auction, but also the shy boy she first met at the hotel. At that time, Zheng Qian didn't exude the same temperament he does now. It seems he exuded an aggressive, oppressive aura. Very manly. Yes, like the gaze of a man upon a woman. Simple. I aim to crush them. Zheng Qian rinsed his mouth with tea before spitting into the cup, lit a cigarette, and said with a smile, I thought about making money through good relations, giving Tang Chuanyan a chance. But he ended up standing me up for so long, clearly expressing his stance. Offering a chance is useless if he refuses. Wak Yang doesn't give face anymore. Since when did Zhang Qian become so handsome? This was the question in Zhang Yanren's mind at that moment, especially with the way Zhang Qian looked at her, making her internally flustered. Even the tobacco smell he exhaled was so fragrant. It must be a very expensive brand of cigarettes. From which country? Tapping the ash off his cigarette, Zhang Qian continued, listen well, once these 1,000 ships start arriving, get the whole company running immediately. No. Start hiring people now, we don't have enough hands currently. When the time comes, we'll launch a 1-month free shipping service nationwide, regardless of the amount of cargo, all free of charge. Mind you, it's nationwide. No discrimination. Not a single penny charge. Got it? Huh. Your cigarettes are also free? Zhang Yanren's brain seemed to malfunction. She just wondered about the brand of cigarettes Zhang Qian smoked earlier, thinking she should ask future suitors if they smoke that brand. Suddenly hearing Zhang Qian's question, she blurted out nonsensical words. Oh, it's not ... that. What? You mean all free? Zhang Yanren stared, wide-eyed, and dumbfounded at the man in front of her. Is he insane? Does he realize how much money will be lost daily? Yes. Didn't you understand? Also, I've instructed the finance department to transfer 1 trillion to Asia Airlines account as initial startup funding. Go all out in hiring and spending. If we're running out of money, contact me immediately. Remember, we have one goal only, and that is to crush them. Zhang Yanren realized that she really didn't understand Zhang Qian. Before, 100 billion already felt outrageous, and now he easily brought out tens of billions. Money indeed makes people look handsome, gives them presence. This is true. Just like Chen Shu said, even if he is good at fighting, he only instills fear in people. But Zhang Qian only needs to spend money, and people will kneel before him directly, although they are not kneeling to Zhang Qian, but to the money that came from Zhang Qian. Even Song Qingli clearly didn't look good in the office at that time. If Zhang Qian didn't leave soon, he might have been tackled by Song Qingli directly at that time. Chen Shu asked himself if his boxing skills didn't have this ability. Now Zhang Yanren is the same. She herself is very rich, the young lady of the Jianan family, the undisputed head of Eurasia, with wealth everywhere she goes. But Zhang Qian's abilities really frightened her. She has seen flaunting wealth, but never seen someone flaunt it like this, directly depositing tens of billions into the account. But if what Zhang Qian said is true, if he really squanders such an enormous sum, it's probably not just Star Path Group, perhaps no one in the entire country can survive. Giving out this free move is truly explosive, and Zhang Yanren couldn't help but feel a bit worried. She hesitated for a moment and tentatively said, Zhang Qian, actually, I hope you are joking. What consequences will such a huge capital lead to? Have you thought about it? Because you will also be creating a lot of enemies, some of whom might take extreme actions. She didn't finish her words, but she believed Zhang Qian would understand what she meant. Zhang Qian waved his hand, smiling as he stubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray. Watching the smoke rise, his expression seemed to be hidden within it, making it unclear, only faintly hearing his words. Ordinary days are too boring. I hope to live a more exciting life. After speaking, Zhang Qian stood up. Let's go. Let's have something to eat elsewhere. You've traveled far. Even though I'm not a local, but I can still be half a host. I'll take you to a local famous spot, Yebai snack shop. Zhang Yanren's mind was muddled at this moment, just nodding and standing up with Zhang Qian. But soon her mind cleared a bit. Local specialty, Yebai snack shop. Isn't this Shanghai? Oops, I'm sorry. Mr. Zhang. Miss Zhang. I had something to discuss just now, so I accompanied the client to the photo spa. The girl was particularly beautiful, and we chatted for a few more moments, forgetting the time, delayed our meeting. Hope you don't blame me. Just as they were about to leave, they happened to bump into Tang Chuanian, who entered through the door. The latter grinned and started talking nonsense. Zhang Qian coldly laughed in his heart, thinking, you big boss, going to the photo spa. If you like foot massages so much, why not pay for some female celebrities to serve you at home? Clearly lying, and it was a lie that was easily apparent. The only meaning was that I intentionally arrived late. What can you do about it? Zhang Yanren frowned tightly. She had no good feelings towards Tang Chuanian. Before, he would not have dared to talk to her like this, but now relying on the backing of the Shanghai American Association, he became more arrogant, wanting to slap him in the face with her high heels. No. This won't do. Why reward him? Mr. Tang, it's okay. Which foot spa? Can you introduce it? Jun Qian's face showed no emotion, even with a faint smile. Miss John has traveled from afar. I imagine she must be weary now. A massage would be good. Which massage therapist did you call for? Number 8, 888, or 8888. Hearing this, Tang Chuanyan subconsciously looked at Zhang Yanren's feet. The perfect curve wrapped in black stockings made even a man his age can't help but swallow his saliva. He thought, why bother finding a massage therapist? I can provide the service for free. But he definitely couldn't say that, and all he could do was stammer. Alright, Mr. Tang is old. Maybe he's got Alzheimer's or something. It's okay if you can't remember. This is the tea I poured for you just now. Drink it while it's hot. Jun Qian said, picking up a teacup from the table. Tang Chuanyan, who was trying to understand the meaning behind Jun Qian's words just now, took the teacup. He looked warily around and saw 3 teacups on the table, 2 of which were clearly used, likely by Jun Qian and Zhang Yanren. So this teacup must be unused. He couldn't help but coldly smile, wishing the scene could be captured. A few days ago at the Chunshan Hall, the arrogant Zhang Qian, voluntarily offering him tea. Wasn't that equivalent to admitting defeat? Heh. With that level of capability, he still wants to compete with me. Tan. In the room, Zhang Yanren was struggling not to laugh. If she remembered correctly, the tea in this cup wasn't just ordinary tea. It was the tea water Zhang Qian used to rinse his mouth. And he accidentally spat it into this unused cup. Good. Haha. Since Zhang took the initiative to pour the tea, I naturally have to accept it. Zhang, if you had this realization earlier, do you think I would have left you hanging for so long? Really? You almost took the wrong path. Let's go. Tang Chuanyan scolded Zhang with a blameful look. Then he finished the tea and felt immense satisfaction on his face. However, he felt that the taste of the tea seemed a bit off. Heh. Mr. Tang's lesson is indeed enlightening. Zhang Qian didn't say much more, just lightly said, Mr. Tang, your time is precious. We have chatted enough. I think it's time to end here today. Some other day, we can have a more detailed discussion if there's a chance. After that, without paying attention to Tang Chuanyan's confusion, he directly held Zhang Yanren's hand and left the room. Zhang Yanren was initially puzzled. Her hand had never been held by anyone. But looking cautiously at Zhang Qian, he didn't seem to be intentionally making a move, nor did he withdraw. And strangely enough, being held by a man's hand felt very strange. We've chatted enough today. What did we talk about? It wasn't until 5 minutes after Zhang Qian left that Tang Chuanyan started to regain his senses. He suddenly remembered the term Zhang Qian mentioned just now, so he quickly sent a message to his assistant. What does Alzheimer's mean? Mr. Tang, it means senile dementia. Bang Tang Chuanyan immediately slammed his phone to the ground, shaking with anger all over. What's the most painful thing in the world? It's when someone insults you, but you didn't catch it. Then one day you suddenly figure out the joke, but it's too late to strike back. Such a scumbag. Zhang Yanren suddenly felt this way in her heart. The reason was that Zhang Qian had only held her hand and walked for 3 minutes before letting go after leaving the tea house. Who walks with a girl for just a few steps like that? It's truly speechless. However, Zhang Yanren was not a brainless little girl. Immediately sensing something amiss, she looked around and felt relieved when she saw no one sneaking photos. It was all because of meeting Zhang Qian that the media in Jiangnan had fabricated so many stories. Thankfully, Shanghai was an international city with not many people paying attention to her. Zhang Yanren, however, sitting next to Zhang Qian in the car after spending so much money made her feel very conflicted. Zhang Qian seemed nonchalant as if nothing had happened. Not only that, but he even furrowed his brow slightly and lit a cigarette. Zhang Yanren once again smelled the scent and couldn't help but ask, what brand of cigarette is this that you're smoking? This? It's a hard box yabai. Zhang Qian shook the cigarette box and then frowned at Zhang Yanren. Why do you ask? Are you thinking of smoking too? Smoking is bad for your health. You can't smoke. Zhang Yanren was taken aback. Zhang Qian's tone was strange. Did she misunderstand something? Why would I smoke? I was just casually asking. I definitely won't smoke. Saying that, she silently messaged her assistant. Zhang Yanren, purchase a few boxes of Yabai hard box cigarettes from me. Quickly. Assistant. All right, Miss Zhang. Are you planning to give them as gifts? If it's on the company's account, finance needs a simple explanation, or should I come up with one? Zhang Yanran. No need for the company's account. It might be expensive. I'll give you the money later. This is a personal purchase. Zhang Yanran had no idea what she was doing. She would never smoke. Was it for Zhang Qian? But he had been spending a lot of time in Shanghai recently and had only been to Jiangnan once, never to see her. Well, she decided to buy them just in case Zhang Qian came over and they ran out of cigarettes. The brand seemed local, perhaps not available in Jiangnan. Assistant, haha. Miss Zhang, there's no need. I'll advance the payment first. You can reimburse me later when you're back. These cigarettes are very cheap, 16 yuan per box. I'll buy 10 boxes for now. Zhang Yanran, Zhang Qian, a big shot. Only smokes such cheap cigarettes. Why do they smell so good then? Is it really because of his rich demeanor? Maybe Yebai hard box cigarettes hold some special meaning for Zhang Qian. Otherwise, with his wealth, what kind of cigarettes couldn't he buy? She really wanted to know what had happened in his past and how he became so wealthy. Why do you keep furrowing your brow? Is it because of spending too much? Zhang Yanran couldn't help but voice her doubts. Zhang Qian was stunned, then shook his head and said with a smile, "This amount of money won't trouble me. I'm just pondering national affairs, working hard for the rise of Zhuzhou technology. You'll see it in the news soon." Was he also investing in the tech industry? Zhang Yanran found that she couldn't quite understand Zhang Qian anymore. She had thought he was solely focused on other industries, but it seemed he had a new favorite. But in such a short time, what could he achieve? Zhang Qian was indeed thinking about tech issues. Just earlier, he spent trillions and trillions buying ships and investing 1 trillion for the return system of Zhang Yanran's Asia Airlines. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Qian had almost spent all the money, even purchasing 5 nanometer and 4 nanometer chip technology. He suddenly felt that money was never enough. Just a moment ago, he was a trillionaire, but now he only had 1 trillion left. The collaboration between the Chen Lu Research Institute and Huaxia Mobile was still under wraps, something Zhang Yanran was unaware of. Seeing Zhang Qian was not in the mood for further conversation, she didn't press further. She had a sense that there was a distance between her and Zhang Qian. She was quite a proud person, a standard mature woman. It felt like there was an invisible barrier between them. This made Zhang Yanran uncomfortable. She didn't necessarily want anything romantic with Zhang Qian, but she felt a bit uneasy in her heart. After taking Zhang Yanran to Yebai snack shop and dropping her off at the hotel, she couldn't help but stop Zhang Qian as he was about to leave after parking underground. But at that moment, he also spoke up, rolling down the car window and saying, "You should head back to Jiangnan tomorrow. This matter is quite complex, and no one can oversee the base. This operation is a large-scale joint team-building exercise of the 5 Aviation Alliance, Qianju Group, Kangming Shipping, and Changsong Shipping. Thank you for your effort, Miss Zhang." "Okay." Zhang Yanran's eyes showed disappointment as she said a dry okay. Without waiting to hear what Zhang Qian would say next, she turned and walked away. Watching her leave, Zhang Qian contemplated. Indeed, Zhang Qian was a scumbag. "Boss, where to now?" After changing direction, he asked casually. "Go home. My wife is waiting for me." Zhang Qian smiled. Well, although he was a scumbag, he wasn't completely one. This house was not Jin Lu's property, nor was it under her name. Zhang Qian thought that the Ran family was too stingy, so he bought a traditional courtyard in a prime location by the Chunin River. It was still under renovation, so he could only stay here for now. Smells good. Walking from the entrance to the living room, he could already smell Jin Lu's unique cooking aroma. Perhaps this was what home felt like. For a moment, Zhang Qian thought that staying like this with Jin Lu was quite nice. Yeah. Knowing that Jin Lu would have prepared something delicious for him at night, Zhang Qian had kept his stomach empty. That's why they went to a snack shop instead of a fancy restaurant. If Zhang Yanran knew that Zhang Qian had such thoughts, she might explode then and there, cursing him as a scumbag. "Are you going to eat more later?" "Oh, I'm cooking." Jin Lu wanted Zhang Qian to take a shower before dinner, but felt his arms around her from behind. "How about an appetizer before the meal?" Zhang Qian smiled as he lifted Jin Lu up, with one hand embracing her and the other turning off the gas stove. The entire motion was fluid and seamless. By now, they were already on the sofa. These days, Zhang Qian has been living happily, but poor Jin Lu ... and also them. Since Zhang Qian strengthened his weapon muscles, his combat power has been skyrocketing. Usually, the room echoes with the singing of fairies, but often the singing gets interrupted right before casting a spell, passively entering a state of silent enjoyment. How to put it? Summarizing it in one word: pain and pleasure. Song Kingli is tormented every day watching Song Yaxian being nurtured by love. Could the charm of love be so great, allowing Song Yaxian to pursue indescribable happiness amidst pain, making her involuntarily sigh, "Big sister, I really want to taste the bitterness of love." Unfortunately, Song Kingli dare not say these words to Song Yaxian, only able to write it in her QQ space. Well, the diary is still private, only she can see it. She thought in this day and age, nobody would click on someone's profile to view, right? Even if they did, it didn't matter. This is Big Sister's private diary. But what she didn't expect was that this diary later caused a series of controversies. Not going back after reaching a good impression level of 100, Jin Lu is at 101, making it even more impossible to earn money through her. But it's okay. Zhang Qian has Wirusi, a little financial genius, to resolve these issues effortlessly. The easiest way is to throw money at the bank. Because Yin Yan is under Wirusi's name, Zhang Qian only opened his exclusive highest authorization account in the bank. He can transfer this account's funds to Jin Lu for investment anytime, essentially spending money on her. Through Jin Lu, investing in the name of Qianlu Bank in the Spring Palace and other businesses. So maintaining Wirusi's favorability below 100 is crucial now. Luckily, he quickly found Wirusi's problem. Of course, Zhang Qian couldn't make Wirusi extremely sad to decrease favorability. Strangely enough, her favorability has never exceeded 99. It usually stays around 90 to 95, very stable. Most other girls are the same, without showing signs of reaching 100 in favorability. This makes Zhang Qian feel very convenient to use, but also wonder if he is not doing enough. Coming back to the present, after days of fermentation, the entire Shanghai began brewing an oppressive and insidious atmosphere, and the initiator of the whole event was naturally Zhang Qian, making many people hate him to their core. Dang. In the chairman's office of Starlight Entertainment, the table made a deafening sound. Yu Shang'an's hands were trembling, shaken to the core. Looking at the financial report brought by the secretary, he was already feeling unwell. Starlight Entertainment. Starlight Entertainment. Starlight Entertainment. What the asterisk is Starlight Entertainment? And what the hell is Dream Shadow Art? Honor Star City Entertainment. Is the Spring Palace for real? Expanding so rapidly? What about this Zhang Qian? Did he really spend so much money? Yu Shang'an pinched his tired forehead, full of gloom and desolation. For so many years, with a background of studying in America, he used all his savings of 500 yuan and the 2 billion from his father to start a business. It flourished, gradually becoming a giant in the domestic film and entertainment industry, with 450 IMAX screens. Now, who wouldn't consider his opinions when releasing films? If he, Yu Shang'an, wasn't one of the top figures domestically, he wouldn't have been ignored. But recently, the Dream Shadow Art and Honor Star City Entertainment from the Spring Palace have been innovating and expanding aggressively nationwide. They've just formulated a new profit-sharing plan at the Shanghai Americas Club. Originally, Yu Shang'an felt that with sufficient funds in hand, he could go all out. Screen numbers were almost there. The film department had been established early. Several new films were scheduled for shooting and release this year. He thought he could have a small breakthrough already. But facing this situation was making him feel a headache. The reason was simple. They had been running the half-price movie promotion for half a month. Although it was said to be half-price, with various discounts, it could be reduced to 30% or even 20%. Originally, the global economic environment was bad for a few years, and people were inconvenienced to go out for movies. He barely got through it with the club support, but he didn't expect this strange occurrence. Why did such a freak suddenly appear? He was looking at the financial report, his hands trembling. Behind these rising groups, Dream Shadow Art and Honor Star City Entertainment, there was a common shadow, the Starlight Entertainment Fund. Being an insider, of course, he knew this foundation was set up specifically for Yin Yanyan by Zhang Qian. Old you. Don't get so excited, I'm in a worse situation than you. Tan Chuanyan shook his head bitterly. Our Star Road Group isn't doing well either. You know, After the young master united many capital providers to inject money into our company, we're almost monopolizing the domestic shipping industry. But that John Yannerin is holding on. Now, asterisk, 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 you're just facing half-price movies. I'm facing starting at $1 for a ship. $1. Tan Chuanyan's whole body was trembling wildly. His face was extremely distorted. Even Yu Shang'an almost vomited just by looking at it. How can a face contort so abstractly? Asterisk, 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 asterisk. I don't know where they suddenly got so many ships from. Every day, it's like they're pouring in vessels as if making dumplings. I'm on the verge of collapse. $1. And fully loading ships only costs $1. Even the ropes on my freight ships cost 100,000. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Each rope costs 100,000. Yet he's shipping for. As he continued, Tang Chuanyan felt his heart almost stop beating. All right. Shut up now. I know it's $1. Yu Shang'an pondered in silence with his eyes closed for a long time. He sighed deeply, then slowly opened his eyes, clenched his fists. Now, it seems like their money is like a bottomless pit, never running out. It's simply terrifying. We need to figure out a solution with the young master. If this continues, we're all at a dead end. Meanwhile, Raymond had just landed, and he saw a white advertisement not far away. Huaxia Super 60 Pro 5G phone, leading the way. The entire day of interviews unsettled Raymondo. After the dinner ended, he returned to his room. Several colleagues also looked at each other nervously, their hearts filled with anxiety. Did they really develop it? Raymondo leaned against the sofa, his eyes cold and sharp. If they don't use our chips, it can't be called a 5G phone. I am well aware of Kyushu's technological level. They can't achieve it. Assistant Daisy hesitated to speak but eventually said, Ms. Raymondo, I have to regretfully admit that it seems Huaxia Mobile has truly mastered the related core technology. No. More accurately, it was jointly developed with a research institution called Jin Lu. What is the background of this institution? Raymondo's expression darkened. It used to be a state-owned institution for technology blockade investment, but now it has become a private research institution. Their research is highly confidential, and currently, only the Gluttony 1 phone chip has been publicly announced. Additionally, they are simultaneously developing the Quanchi 1 AI chip, which is said to challenge Chap's supremacy. Daisy struggled to read the information they possessed. In reality, it was just a rumor released by Zheng Qian. Technically, the chips currently used in Huaxia mobile phones could already be considered Gluttony 1, but Zheng Qian decided to return this honor to Huaxia Mobile and use Gluttony 2 in the next generation. The public announcement only reflects the chip model of Huaxia. As for Gluttony 1, it can be used in the Pro Max version. I really don't understand what Zhang Yangsheng and his group are up to. Raymondo paced around the room sharply, his gaze stopping on each person's face, but no one dared to meet his eyes. They all kept their heads down, unwilling to bear the terror and rage of this old woman alone. On the last day of this trip, I will go to Shanghai. After a moment of contemplation, she seemed to regain her composure and said slowly, I have to meet Zhang Yangsheng. If that doesn't go well. Raymondo slammed her hand on the table. Everyone flinched. Zheng Qian, at this time, was playing with his custom-made Huaxia Super 60 Pro 5G phone, beaming with joy. This phone was specially customized by the Huaxia group to thank him for his support. It also featured the latest Gluttony 1 chip developed by the Jin Lu Research Institute. This was Zheng Qian's first phone upgrade after becoming successful. He was delighted not just because of the new and upgraded Huaxia phone but also because of the unique Gluttony 1 chip inside. Its performance was outstanding, even comparable to an Apple phone. He had even thought of the slogan, your next fruit, why stick with fruit? What surprised Zheng Qian the most was the excellent camera quality. Even in relatively dim lighting in the bedroom, it still had remarkable imaging capabilities. When he focused the lens on Jade's feet, Zheng Qian couldn't help but admire the clarity, so clear, to clear. Even the skin was fine and smooth, not a single pore visible even when zoomed in. Truly, it was the work of Jin Lu. You hate it so much. Don't take random photos. What if they get leaked? Jade hugged Zheng Qian wearily, scolding gently, the online world is too insecure now. Are you so unconcerned? Zheng Qian confidently smiled but put away his phone. In fact, he wasn't concerned at all. They had already moved into the new house he prepared. The entire network structure was produced by the Research Institute, ensuring top-notch security. He personally confirmed this, even buying related technologies from the App Store to guarantee complete security. Even their phones had undergone special modifications, ensuring the utmost security. Once their system was in place, it would further enhance privacy with a fully enclosed application environment. Worried that developing a closed system was too difficult and that the market was dominated by Apple and Android. Sorry, where there are rewards, there are brave souls. If Zheng Qian proposed that anyone developing a new app in this app store would receive a huge reward, how would you respond? A quiet night passed. The next day, Zheng Qian arrived at the Qianlu Bank's office. In the past half-month, they had made significant breakthroughs in business. They had launched the new Huaxia phone and the film Summer Splendor had started screening, receiving a good response. It quickly spread across major cinemas nationwide. Although it was challenging for an art film to have high box office results, under the guidance of Han Jintao, this film was reborn. It was far from the usual long, monotonous, and uninspiring art film. The thrilling plot kept viewers glued, with many raving about the experience. To everyone's surprise, Yin Yanyan lived up to expectations, delivering a superb performance in the film. Especially the emotional scenes with Xu Qianzhi moved many to tears, prompting uncontrollable weeping in the theaters, causing a run on tissues. Some who knew the film was tear-jerking and were reluctant to spend money on tissues resorted to stealing tissues like crazy in the mall bathrooms near the cinema. This even led to awkward situations for those accompanying their wives, girlfriends, mistresses, or comrades in arms in the restroom when they found no tissues. This indirectly boosted the rapid growth of food delivery businesses. During the screening, Yin Yanyan even sang the promotional song Summer Splendor. A phrase circulated online, with the sound of Summer Splendor, tears take the stage. This only aggravated Yue Shang'an's frequent emergency admissions to the hospital. Before the screening, he used his connections to persuade everyone not to attend, especially friends from the media and entertainment industry. Many promised not to watch out of respect for him, but during interviews, all they did was praise the film. Some even shed tears while speaking. Yue Shang'an was fuming with anger upon hearing this news. Seeing the continuous stream of achievements and good news, Zheng Qian was very pleased. The Qianlu Bank's office had become Zheng Qian's main workspace. As he pondered how to reward Yin Yanyan, a knock on the door interrupted him. After permission was granted, two people appeared before him, Chen Weiqian and Liu Shiki. Boss Zheng, you're like a dragon these days, now seen, now unseen. It's been a while since you've been back to Yabai North. As soon as they entered, Liu Shiki's face displayed a mixture of slight annoyance, blame, shyness, delight, adoration, yet a full range of emotions, perfectly balanced on her face. Zheng Qian was very pleased with the visit of these two old friends. They were witnesses to his self-made success. Director Liu exaggerates, but I have indeed been very busy recently. Yabai is my hometown. Of course I won't forget my roots. You see, I'm still smoking our Yabai hard box. Chen, would you like one? Zheng Qian invited the two to sit down. Thank you. Chen Weiqian felt more restrained in front of Zheng Qian than before. He used to think this young man was impressive, but now his energy was simply astonishing. He even felt a sincere unease, considering recent developments and feeling it necessary to have a chat about the past. Zheng Qian's actions, this time, were too big. Launching a ship for just $1 was unheard of. Shipping was his old profession. Even though his stake in Crane Group had been diluted to only 5%, he still felt it was his lifeline. He knew Zheng Qian had great ability to keep this business going, giving face to his old friends. But now, things were getting more and more off track. The thing is, President Zhang. Chen Weiqian barely spoke before Zheng Qian waved his hand, interrupting him with a smile. Just call me Zheng Qian. All right, Zheng Qian, I know you're busy. We didn't mean to bother you or ask for money. But the company's financial situation is getting critical, with large transfers coming in daily, and all the income is just $1. With a few words, Zheng Qian understood their intentions. He nodded slightly, looking at Liu Shiki. Did Director Liu come to me for the same reason? Liu Shiki nodded. She frowned, hesitated, and said, Zheng Qian, you know, I also have an investment in Middle Light Foundation. Invested a lot in our shipyard company. Now the foundation shareholders have heard about our situation, and the stock price has fluctuated recently. People are getting concerned. Of course, I trust you. But, Liu Shiki was dressed professionally today, revealing her good figure. Sitting in front of Zhang Qian, she happened to expose a portion of her fair thigh above the knee, tightly crossed, exuding a dignified aura. It was evident she was confident in the quality of her skin, not even wearing stockings. Zhang Qian only now realized he had never seriously assessed Liu Shiqi's attire before. She and Ji Muxi were both 28 this year. She looked like a pure 24-year-old college student, while Ji Muxi exuded a more mature vibe. I understand. Zhang Qian nodded with a smile, and only after they finished speaking did he respond. It's partly my fault for not making things clear earlier. The thing is, I plan to unify shipping. Zhang Qian didn't disclose all the background, skipping over some personal grudges. But he did convey his intentions to the two before him, so they could be mentally prepared. His plan to unify the shipping industry was true, but not in favor of Crane Group, Asia Airlines, or even Changsong Shipping taking sole control. Currently, policies didn't encourage industry monopolies, so he planned to divide and conquer with the three companies. By merging Crane Group, Asia Airlines, and setting up something akin to the Five Airlines Alliance, they would eventually dominate the national shipping market. All the losses of the current group would be solely borne by Zhang Qian, not requiring their investment. They would just receive regular dividends in the future. After this battle, he would begin construction of the Qianlu Group, gradually divesting the old industries and closing Crane Group completely. Once this battle was over, he would start setting up headquarters in Shanghai, making it more convenient. Then he could bring Jiaxi and others over as well. Zhang Qian had always admired his top secret number one. After this period of growth, she could be appointed as the manager of a certain company. Listening to Zhang Qian's explanation, Chen Weiqiang and Liu Shiqi had different expressions. Chen Weiqiang relaxed slightly, at least aware that Zhang Qian didn't consider Crane Group as cannon fodder. Not only that, he proposed a plan where he would only hold 60%, with 15% for both Chen Weiqiang and Liu Shiqi, leaving the remaining 10% for Li Dao. Liu Shiqi's attitude was more complex, considering that if that were the case, were they drifting further away from Zhang Qian? She wasn't in love with him. Even a fool could see that by being with Zhang Qian, she could definitely make money. A lot of money. Zhang Qian was clearly intending to focus on developing in Shanghai in the future, which would mean she couldn't make money by following him. Despite the fact that the shipping business would surely earn a lot of money in the future, it wasn't the same. Zhang Qian, if that's the case, we can rest assured. You have many avenues to make money now. Should we discuss later to see if there are any collaboration opportunities for our middle light fund? We're thinking of investing in entertainment now. Before Liu Shiqi could finish speaking, the office door creaked open again. Coming. Next, Zhang Yanran entered the office in excitement, eager to tell Zhang Qian the good news that Star Path Group was reaching its limit, raising hundreds of billions in funding in the Shanghai Americas meeting for a price war, and the funds were almost exhausted. They were discussing whether to continue spending money, and Tan Chuanyan wanted to send someone to negotiate with us. Zhang Yanran abruptly noticed the two people on the couch, halting her words. President Zhang, hello. Chen Weiqiang subconsciously stood up and greeted her with a smile. Liu Shiqi seemed wary, as if her relationship with Zhang Qian was out of the ordinary. You are? Zhang Yanran looked at him curiously. Then, after hearing Chen Weiqiang's introduction, she realized, oh, hello, you're the former director of Jingxin Shipyards, right? Hello. Although Zhang Yanran's tone was polite, there was still a sense of distance. It couldn't be helped, she was the queen of this field. Chen Weiqiang, upon seeing Zhang Yanran, recalled the scene when they met in Yabai. She was so full of aggression. Then Zhang Qian seemed like a little follower before her, but now it seemed their roles had switched. Zhang Qian held up his hand, took a drag of his smoke, and said nonchalantly, tell them I'm not in Shanghai, I'm on a trip to Mars. I'll be back when the interplanetary routes clear up, and there's no more 95 fuel on the spaceship, they're borrowing from other planets where fuel prices are cheaper. Tell them to wait. Theft. It was rare for Liu Shiqi to see Zhang Qian joking around like this. Upon hearing it, she almost couldn't control her laughter, quickly covering her mouth with her little hand. Mars. Space travel. Seriously. Talking about filling up with 95-octane gasoline, that was really going too far. Anyone could tell you were intentionally grossing them out. Zhang Yanran was getting used to it now, having hurried back after seeing the other side couldn't hold on and was rushing back to wrap things up with Zheng Qian. She helplessly gave Zheng Qian a glare, then took her phone and left. Just before leaving, she glanced at Liu Shiki with a seeming casualness, as there was always a subconscious comparison between women. She paid particular attention to Liu Shiki's outfit, then looked down at her own skirt, furrowing her brows slightly. Zhang Yanran couldn't help but reflect on herself, wondering if she was dressing too maturely. Although the other was also in a business style, she looked like a pure college girl. And her makeup was very intentional, following the current trend of pure allure style. While Zhang Yanran assessed Liu Shiki, the latter was also eyeing her. Zhang Yanran was dressing too much like an older sister, slightly younger than herself, but no, it was just too mature. Zheng Qian probably didn't like overly mature sisters, so in this round, she was victorious. Seeing Zheng Qian's phone constantly ringing, Chen Weiqiang found a gap when he put it down and said, "Looks like you're busy now, so I won't disturb you. I have some things to attend to in Shanghai. If you have time in the next few days, we can have a few drinks and catch up." Zheng Qian nodded. "No problem. I'll arrange a few people to take you around." Chen Weiqian saw him starting a call again, smiled, nodded, and prepared to leave. But after a few steps, he noticed Liu Shiki still sitting in place. Unable to resist, he asked, "Ms. Liu, didn't you say you wanted to meet with the Foundation's directors?" I think they might be busy, so I won't go today." Mr. Chen, if you're busy, you can go ahead and handle your matters. Don't worry about me." Liu Shiki smiled sheepishly and nodded. Chen Weiqian looked at her meaningfully, then at Zheng Qian, before reluctantly turning away. It was only as he sat in the car arranged by Zheng Qian that he sighed deeply. Sigh. Youth is truly good. If I were 10 years younger, with that energy, wouldn't I have already won over Liu Shiki? Unfortunately, despite their business partnership, Liu Shiki only saw Chen Weiqian as a business partner and nothing more. Very pure, to the point where Chen Weiqian at times thought his hints were not obvious enough. But now, it seemed that was not the case at all. Ms. Liu, do you have something else to do? Zheng Qian finally realized after making so many calls that Liu Shiki hadn't left yet. I just wanted to ask, do you have time tonight? We want to have dinner with you to catch up before we leave tomorrow. And this matter is unknown to others. We still need to explain to the Foundation's directors, of course. I don't have any doubts, but I need to think about how to explain it to them. Liu Shiki tried to sound natural. Yes, the expression. She must pay attention to her expression. Must not reveal anything. Zheng Qian nodded slightly. All right, if that's the case. Got it. I was actually thinking of having dinner with you all too, so see you tonight. I'll arrange the dinner. We'll talk more at night. That's settled then. Don't trick me. Liu Shiki blinked, pushed the door open, and left. Zheng Qian shook his head slightly, feeling a bit uneasy that Liu Shiki had suddenly asked to meet. But now that he had his own business empire, the people he met daily were of a different level. Naturally, his feelings towards her had changed. After handling some necessary matters, Zheng Qian arrived at the underground parking lot. At times like this, he deeply missed the days when Xia Qianchen was around. Unfortunately, she needed to stay in charge of the client group for the time being, unable to divert her attention. Wei Ruxi, Kui Ziking, and the others were each in their own positions. Otherwise, these trivial matters were things he truly didn't want to deal with. The car slowly came to a stop. Seeing Jin Lu sitting in the back seat, Zheng Qian's eyes were filled with doting. Qin Liu was driving, with Ku Wenyu sitting in the front passenger seat. Once he got in, Zheng Qian immediately pulled Jin Lu into his arms, pinching her chin. Why did those two come to me on their own? Are they planning to pledge loyalty to you? Also, when will my father-in-law return from the US? I've prepared a few good wines. Well, swindled them from ramen. Jin Lu lay on Zheng Qian's chest, laughed, and said, because they haven't returned, so they dare come to you. Seeing your financial prowess, who still has hidden motives, but it's not really loyalty to me. There are some other things they want to discuss with you. They are looking into a relationship with Scimitar Group. Scimitar Group. That should be related to the chip discussion we had before. The car arrived at an inconspicuous restaurant. Clearly, it didn't want to be seen meeting with Zheng Qian. In a way, Zheng Qian was still considered an enemy of the Ran family, so the others from the Ran family could only contact him quietly. Walking into the private room, they saw Ran Hongchun and Ran Tinglin. "What do you need from me?" Zheng Qian didn't beat around the bush. Sitting directly in the main seat, he asked nonchalantly. "Well, it's like this." The two exchanged a glance, and Ran Tinglin forced a smile, struggling to say, "Mr. Zheng, we're straightforward people, so I'll get straight to the point. Currently, there are various opposing voices within the Ran family regarding Jin Lu, but we can silence them. Before she could finish, Zheng Qian waved his hand. "You've seen it for yourself. I casually supported Chunshin Hall with money, and I've already bought up most of the Ran family, didn't I? Do you think I'm only interested in the Ran family? As long as I'm willing, I can establish a Zheng family or Jing family at any time. So, I'm not at all interested in the internal chatter of the Ran family. All I'm interested in is getting that old lady at the Ran family to apologize to Jin Lu. If you're here to talk nonsense today, then I think the conversation can end here," Zheng Qian said bluntly. Upon hearing this, Ran Tinglin felt as though a fishbowl was stuck in her throat. But she had to admit, everything Zheng Qian said was true. Jin Lu had Zheng Qian, but she didn't. As the current CEO of the Ran family group, she was facing many problems that required money to resolve. She wanted to use a portion of Chunshin Hall's funds, but Jin Lu had blocked it all, leaving her in a difficult situation. "Mr. Zheng, let me just say it. If you can help me, I can fully support Jin out. Chairman Jin using my position. Then I can pressurize the elder generations to make that apology to Chairman Jin. Mr. Ran, things are not to be discussed in this manner." Zheng LS slided her eyes and carefully poured tea for Zheng Qian, lightly saying, "Just like Zheng Qian said, he doesn't need your help to shut those people up. It's just that with your support, things may progress a bit faster, that's all. Why don't you speak your mind today? Because due to the pressure from 6 Stars Group, you need his help, right?" Ran Tinglin clenched her fists tightly under the table, unable to contain her anger. This husband and wife pair actually had quite a skill when they sang in unison. What was most crucial was that they showed no respect for her. The reasoning was indeed sound, but could they express it a bit more tactfully? "All right, I understand that cooperation requires a cooperative attitude from us." Ran Tinglin gritted her teeth, looking at Zheng Qian. "Previously, because we couldn't make a breakthrough in the chip sector, the company's stock price plummeted. If it wasn't for having the Spring Sun Pavilion, we probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Previously, we wanted to cooperate with 6 Stars Group to jointly launch the BP baseband chip. So, some of that technology was used in the chips for certain phones. Now, I don't know what's up with 6 Stars Group. We had already agreed to start the cooperation. Then suddenly, they backed out. And they even stopped us from using some of the technologies they previously transferred to us for preliminary use. But those phones are about to be launched. Once they are launched, we'll face huge compensation claims." Zheng Qian understood what problem they were facing now. In fact, he knew about this issue, but currently Zheng LS was responsible for very little of Ran family group's affairs, mainly focusing on the Spring Sun Pavilion, so he hadn't paid much attention. Now that Ran family was in trouble, and knowing that Zheng Qian's Chip Research Institute was doing well, they came seeking help. It wasn't just about money, but ideally they wanted to gain some of his technology. "I understand the situation, and I can help you resolve it, but what can you offer in return?" Zheng Qian nodded slightly, only uttering these few words. Ran Tinglin was momentarily speechless. Initially, she had a good plan, trying to deceive Zheng Qian using her status. She claimed she could influence those against Zheng LS and unite the people, putting pressure on the elders. But now, it seemed that Zheng Qian didn't really care about this. Without the biggest bargaining chip, how could they negotiate? Money? Zheng Qian didn't seem to lack money. In fact, she was mistaken on this point. Zheng Qian needed money very much, and not just a small amount. Only the technology related to the 3-nanometer chip had cost him 15 trillion. With that, plus various other expenses, Zheng Qian now had less than 1 trillion. With just this little money, he felt quite insecure recently. "Ran Tinglin, if you haven't even thought through such a small idea, why did you come to talk to me?" Zheng Qian lit a cigarette, tapped the table, and said, "Let me give you a clear path. Prepare to transfer all your shares to Zheng LS. Call a shareholders meeting. Make the old lady come back from America soon, and officially hand over Ran family to Jun LS. Sell what needs to be sold, give what needs to be given, don't hold on to it. Then she will realize that once Ran family leaves her, it will become stronger. I know, Ran family has always dreamed of challenging the Kang family. But do you think, with the current scale, you can? Even Yuchi family can't touch them. Can't you see reality? Saying this, Zheng Qian snapped his fingers, and Weiqi Lingxiu walked in. Jun LS, seeing him so candid, didn't really care much as it was just a small matter, and she hadn't shown him much respect anyway. The key was that Jun Qian had already resolved it, but Ran Tinglan and Ran Hongchen didn't know, and they immediately stood up. Their faces looked very unnatural. Weiqi Lingxiu cleared his throat and bowed slightly to Jun Qian, saying, Mr. Jong, President Jun. The tone was very respectful, which made Ran Tinglan think she was hallucinating. Huh, weren't you unruly before? Even when facing the elders of Ran family, you were so casual. But now, seeing Zheng Qian, suddenly you're respectful, and you don't even dare to look at Jun LS. You've changed. You're not the Weiqi Lingxiu I knew. Weiqi Lingxiu, what are you doing? Ran Tinglan was at a loss, not understanding the situation. With a snap of Jun Qian's fingers, had he been waiting outside for so long? Here's how things are. I was not in my right mind before. I don't know if I was attacked by aliens, or if I hit my head learning to walk at the age of 3. In any case, now I realize my mistake. I shouldn't have proposed to Jun LS. I'm here today to inform you of this. And now I'm going back to the US. Goodbye. With that, Weiqi Lingxiu bowed deeply to Jun Qian and then turned and left. Don't think I don't know that ridiculous proposal. Didn't you vote in favor at the beginning as well, treating Jun LS as a chip to be traded at any time? Ran Tinglan, you should be thankful you're a woman, or else you'd be dead by now. Get out of this room. I'm giving you 10 seconds. Time starts now. Jun Qian glanced at his phone and casually said, 1, 10. Ran Tinglan, what in the world? Wasn't it supposed to be 10 seconds? You actually finished counting from 1 to 10 in one go. Feeling the sudden fierceness in Jun Qian's eyes, she felt like lightning had struck her and quickly grabbed her clothes and fled. She even had a premonition that if she stayed longer, Jun Qian might actually slap her. Why did she even come to see Zheng Qian today? It was just inviting humiliation. Jun Qian looked at Ran Hongchen. Aren't you leaving? Ran Hongchen was more prepared than Ran Tinglan. He straightened himself and slightly bowed to Zheng Qian. Though I am called Ran Hongchen, I originally had the surname Wang and changed it after marrying in. The mother tiger at home treats me like a dog, and I currently have less than 5 cents in my secret funds. Even as the CEO of the company, I feel so suffocated. I am willing to cooperate to dilute Ran family's shares, just hoping to follow along with you in the future. I want to make money for myself. Jun Qian greatly appreciated Ran Hongchen's determination, at least knowing he couldn't both act as a front and build a facade. He slowly said, less than 5 cents in secret funds, what do you want to earn money for? And then what will you do? Date female celebrities, buy sports cars, have interactions with many people, and then find my first love ... that female classmate who sat in front of me, buy her a bouquet of roses, step into the temple of marriage. Ran Hongchen almost cried as he said these words. It was so pitiful. Jun Qian shook his head repeatedly. Look at this. How Ran family's son-in-law had been suffocated to this extent. All right, son-in-law, I agree with you. Ran Hongchen is really fed up with this kind of life. Originally thought that being a son-in-law was a cool thing, could avoid struggling for 100 years. But the position is indeed like that. Even because he is indeed capable, he has climbed to the position of the group CEO, should be said to be very prestigious. Wherever he goes, someone hands him a cigarette. No matter where he goes to the toilet, someone hands him tissue paper. The only thing he really can't tolerate is not having any private money. Because he works at the Ran family, there are countless pairs of eyes watching him from all sides, so he doesn't even have a chance to earn a little private money. Not to mention that he doesn't even have a payroll card. The money is directly deposited into his wife, Ran Hongyu's card. Only occasionally, when he needs to entertain, he will give himself a little money. But after it's over, he has to give it back. He has also thought about cultivating white gloves, such as applying for some funding or letting close subordinates take kickbacks, so that he can benefit from it later. But as soon as he started operating like this, After finally saving up a few million and wanting to go to a club to enjoy himself, he was spotted by someone from the Ran family, and the outcome was naturally very disastrous. For half a year he couldn't even sleep in the bedroom. He could only sleep on the floor in the living room. If only it was just like this. His wife, Ran Hanyu, even publicly kept a white-faced man, kept a male pet, crawling on the floor of the living room every day. Listening to heart-wrenching singing coming from the bedroom made Ran Hongchun feel very heartbroken. He doesn't feel like he's wearing the cuckold pet securely enough. He even feels a little sorry for that male pet. His wife is over 240 pounds, and she can still maintain firmness, which is really professional. Ran Hongchun has long had a rebellious heart, but if he just leaves empty-handed, he would feel very resentful. Finally, Chun Qian appeared. He decided to firmly grasp this opportunity. Whether he can truly achieve a real-life comeback, it all depends on this game. Chun Qian didn't eat, because there was still a drinking session in the evening. Aren't you coming with me? There are old acquaintances at the table, like former company employees Chen Weiqiang and Liu Shiki. No. Ziking came to Shanghai today to handle some matters. Xian Yuanshuang did a good job on the Sunidi thing. We had lunch together, and I even had her stay over at night. It wouldn't be right to make her stay in a hotel, would it? Jin Lu smiled ambiguously at Zhang Qian, as she helped him straighten his clothes and said deliberately, "Besides, Su Yuanshuang is on a business trip to Europe to negotiate cooperation matters. Ziking used to stay there before, so I thought we should not neglect others. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for?" Zhang Qian tightly held Jin Lu's delicate hands, speechless. "Go on. Don't keep them waiting." "All right then. I'll go. You both clean up nicely at night and wait for me to return." After a deep and affectionate kiss with Jin Lu, Zhang Qian got out of the car and walked into the restaurant. Watching him leave, Ku Wenyu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but whisper, "Sister Jin Lu, isn't he going too far? And you, how can you let another woman come and live together? Ziku, I don't understand the grand principles. Even before meeting Zhang Qian, because I had no money, I used to work at a bar. I only know that without Zhang Qian, everything might be different now. My feelings for him are very complex, not just a simple love. They are not wrong, just meeting the right person at the wrong time. If the relationship sours, it will be hardest on Zhang Qian. I don't want things to get to that point, so someone has to take that step, whether it's Wei Rusi, Kui Ziking, Su Yuanshuang, Yin Yanyan, or even Su Shuyan. They're all good girls. Since things have happened, we have to think about solving them, don't we? Let's go." Ku Wenyu wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Chen Liu, who was driving, with a look. They were just Jin Lu's bodyguards. These beyond the scope issues were not things they should consider. When Jin Lu returned home, and was having dinner and watching a drama with Wei Rusi, Kui Ziking, Zhang Qian had already had quite a few drinks with Chen Weiqiang and Liu Shiki. Zhang Qian was a bit puzzled as to why Zhang Yanren hadn't come down. For convenience, Zhang Qian simply had them all stay at the same hotel. The dining place was downstairs in the hotel, but even after calling Zhang Yanren many times, she didn't show up. He just let her be. After 3 rounds of drinks, several people were feeling a little intoxicated. Chen Weiqiang, in particular, drank more out of Zhou, had already started talking nonsense while hugging a chair. Laughing one moment and crying the next, he started dialing numbers from his phone book, his emotions finally stabilizing. Thinking that the chair was his wife, he said they were going to become millionaires. Liu Shiki's alcohol tolerance was surprisingly good. She already had fair skin, which was now tinged with a faint blush. Coupled with her eyes that seemed to speak, Zhang Qian felt she was signaling something. It is said that alcohol strengthens courage. Actually, not really. Alcohol is just a prop to set the mood. Some words that cannot be said under normal circumstances can be naturally spoken after 3 rounds of drinks, holding a glass, in that tipsy state. Just like Liu Shiki, who was now unconsciously sitting closely next to Zhang Qian. One moment, she was the promising young lady. Another moment, bearing resemblance to how she used to be. Sets and sets of it, Zhang Qian himself was feeling a bit swayed. "Zhang Xiao, Chen Xiao has had too much to drink. Should we take him back?" Liu Shiki naturally leaned on Zhang Qian's arm and said, "Oh, I'm a bit drunk to ... right? If we don't take CEO Chen back now, he may reveal all his bank card passwords. let's go, Jun Qian said, lifting Chen Weiqian with one hand and leading the way to the elevator. He was carrying 2 people now, Chen Weiqian, who really couldn't handle it anymore, and Liu Shiki, who had collapsed like mud. She directed Jun Qian to Chen Weiqian's room along the way, but as soon as she saw Chen Weiqian being taken in, she immediately pretended to faint in Jun Qian's arms. Oh, I really can't take it anymore. Could you accompany me for a bit? I'm in room 1314. Oh, I can't talk now. I'm about to faint. Helpless, though he knew she was faking it, Jun Qian complied. After all, he couldn't just leave her in the corridor, could he? Don't you have your room key? Is it in your bag? It's here. Before Jun Qian could finish, Liu Shiki deftly pulled out a room key. Jun Qian, weren't you about to faint? Despite his confusion, he opened the door and carried her to the bed. As he was about to leave, Liu Shiki grabbed Jun Qian's sleeve and, with a seductive glance, whispered softly in his ear, "Accompany me, please." Jun Qian didn't actually plan to do anything, but the current atmosphere doesn't allow for it. In fact, Jun Qian had long ago received a signal from Liu Shiki. He still has some complex feelings for her. When he had just entered the new shipyard, Liu Shiki was a high and mighty female CEO in his eyes, so young and already the chairman of the foundation, as well as a major shareholder in their company. There was still a kind of admiration for her inside him, that as his growth speed increased, his relationship with Liu Shiki gradually underwent subtle changes. She watched Jun Qian grow step by step, from a young beau who had just arrived at the company to a man handling transactions worth billions easily was something she dared not even think about. Liu Shiki herself is a proud woman, not easily impressed by ordinary men, which is why she's 28 and still doesn't have a serious boyfriend. The more outstanding Jun Qian behaved, the more attractive he seemed. Liu Shiki also knew that Jun Qian had a girlfriend he was discussing marriage with, and there were many women around him. But so what? She didn't want just a boyfriend. She knew clearly that she and Jun Qian were not possible. What she wanted was just the present moment. Jun Qian sat on the couch in a large bathrobe, with a Yunnan by Ya hard-packed cigarette that Liu Shiki had lit for him in his mouth. He leaned forward, looking at Liu Shiki kneeling in front of him, his eyes flashing with a strange emotion. This feeling, I wonder if everyone can understand it. Imagine this, she used to be your aloof boss, but you later achieved remarkable success. Now, she's kneeling in front of you, serving you. This feeling is entirely different from others. Liu Shiki was truly convinced. After struggling for a round, she could only suggest ending it in a different way. Okay, that's enough. Jun Qian patted Liu Shiki's head gently and tidied up her messy hair. He lifted her onto the couch and said softly, "Your business is not in Shanghai, and we may not meet often in the future. It's not easy to meet once, so tell me, how can I help you in your foundation or any other business?" Liu Shiki shook her head wearily. She took the cigarette from Jun Qian's mouth and deeply inhaled. "I don't want anything. How should I put it? I just regret that maybe we didn't interact enough in the past. There always seemed to be a distance between us. I wanted to understand you more, but you kept moving farther away, to the point that I couldn't see you clearly. I just wanted a burden-free experience once. Can you understand?" Jun Qian nodded with a smile, without saying a word, but a complex emotion flickered in Liu Shiki's heart. Jun Qian's words just now were very clear. We are impossible. And by pointing out that Liu Shiki's business is not in Shanghai, it means he also does not want her to take this opportunity to come here. Their relationship, in the end, was limited to formalities. For Liu Shiki, being in a relationship with such an outstanding man was enough. She extinguished the cigarette, adjusted the water temperature in the bathroom carefully, and soaked a towel in it. Then, she gently wiped Jun Qian's body, carefully dried it with a dry towel, and helped him put on his clothes. Liu Shiki pushed away Jun Qian's hand holding the tissue, licked her lips, and looked at him with a strange smile in her eyes. But she was already in a state of combat exhaustion and had not yet adapted to the intensity of the battle, so Jun Qian could only stop there. After hugging Liu Shiki, he pushed open the door and prepared to go to the underground parking lot. Jun Qian, you. At this moment, coincidentally, he met Zhang Yanren, who had just returned. It's unclear where she had just gone out since her room was next to Liu Shiki's and she was preparing to open the door, but saw this scene in front of her. Especially Liu Shiki in a bathrobe, even Drive safely on the road. Liu Shiki smiled and winked at Zheng Qian, then closed the door. There was no business interaction between her and Zhang Yanren, and there was no reason to get closer to Zhang Yanren, especially in the current awkward situation. Since the battle had already ended, it was time to say goodbye. Zheng Qian, come here. Zhang Yanren froze for a moment before, for some reason, she grabbed Zheng Qian's hand and pulled him into the room. She pushed Zheng Qian hard onto the bed, her eyes even a little red, biting her silver teeth, saying, Why are you like this each time I see you? Even if you are with her, you don't want to talk to me a bit more. These days in Shanghai, besides work, you barely talk to me about anything else. And every time someone sends me back to the hotel, I'm alone every day. I didn't even bring Du Bingbing over. I'm not hinting at anything. Are you giving me the silent treatment? The more Zhang Yanren spoke, the more she felt her brain was not clear. Zheng Qian looked at the angry beauty in front of him, but unexpectedly, he remained calm. Zhang Yanren had a good figure and was full of mature charm. Even if she wanted something, she never said it unless she was pushed to the edge. She was wearing a high-neck dress, tight and fitted, outlining her graceful and suggestive curves, especially from the back, with a unique charm. But for some reason, Zheng Qian suddenly thought of their previous encounter. At that time, Zhang Yanren was only in a bathrobe, half covering her chest, revealing her stunning fair long legs, swirling the red wine glass, her eyes indifferent, looking at the then Zheng Qian with no emotions. No matter what you said, she remained expressionless, her brows slightly raised. But now, her emotions were so intense. In that moment, Zheng Qian suddenly remembered the story of the plantation owner and the slave. Before the civil war between the North and the South, the black slaves in North America had no human rights to speak of. Some white plantation owners would walk in front of the slaves, and even the mistress would not bother to cover up, not caring if the slaves saw everything. Because to the owners, the slaves were not considered human. Would you guard your cat when changing clothes in front of it at home? At that moment, Zheng Qian actually had the same feeling. Even if Zhang Yanren's outfit at the time was full of implications, it wasn't a hint. She was just wearing her most comfortable clothes in front of someone irrelevant. So, should Zheng Qian do something to the former plantation owner at this moment? Zhang Yanren, you don't have to be like this. Zheng Qian lit a cigarette, nodded slightly as he looked at her, and said lightly, In my heart, you have always been someone who speaks their mind. You don't need to change yourself to please someone else. That version of Zhang Yanren wouldn't be Zhang Yanren anymore. I am not deliberately ignoring you, but thinking about what kind of relationship we have. Well, today, let's leave it at that. I hope that I see tomorrow, still the original Zhang Yanren in my mind. Zheng Qian said as he stood up and walked to Zhang Yanren. The distance between them was minimal. Even with each breath he took that carried the smell of tobacco, she could smell it. They had never been in such an ambiguous situation with such close contact. Behind him was the soft Simmons mattress. It was an undisturbed private room. If Zheng Qian actually wanted to do something, Zhang Yanren felt she might not be able to resist. Yes, maintain this stubborn attitude. You are beautiful just like this. He gently embraced Zhang Yanren. Although it was just a moment, she could feel her heart beating wildly. Zhang Yanren struggled to raise her head and bit her lip, saying, Are you serious? Don't you find my personality annoying? Those around me always accommodate me. No one has ever gone against my will. Before she could finish, Zheng Qian pressed his lips against hers. It was a deep French kiss. He patted her cheek lightly. Good. Rest early. There are many things you need to take care of in the next few days, and there's no one around to help. Call your assistant Du Bingbing over. After everything is done, I'll reward you properly. Zheng Qian smiled and pinched Zhang Yanren's cheek before turning and leaving. She heard her own extremely soft voice. Zhang Yanren couldn't believe it herself, that she could make such a gentle sound. No, Zheng Qian just said he liked her original self. Although Zheng Qian left today, she felt strangely happy. She couldn't determine if it was because Zheng Qian hugged her or because of that kiss. Half an hour later, Zheng Qian returned to his love nest with Jin Lu. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Why is he like this? Exactly. Nowadays TV dramas are too fake. In reality, which girl would like such a greasy guy? I'm really speechless. As soon as he stepped into the entrance, Zheng Qian heard several girls laughing. While feeling gratified, he couldn't help but reflect on himself. Yes, Sometimes his behavior shouldn't be too greasy, otherwise, girls wouldn't like it. Oh, look who's back. Wei Ruxi's eyes lit up, noticing Zhang Qian sneaking over. Kui Ziking's face blushed. It was the first time she faced Zhang Qian together with Jin Lu and Wei Ruxi. Suddenly she didn't know whether to sit or stand on the sofa. Her head was facing the TV in the living room, but her eyes unconsciously drifted towards him. This scumbag, why do I always think of him like this? It seems that General Zhang is not that great after all. She couldn't even keep General Zhang, still needs to work harder. General Zhang, tell us, how much of your strength did you use in the fight just now? Did you use your secret move? Wei Ruxi said, and quickly ran to Zhang Qian, looking at him mischievously. Zhang Qian snorted and picked up Wei Ruxi, playfully patting her butt. The next morning, Zhang Qian woke up to Jin Lu's gentle kiss. Due to someone sharing the injury last night, Jin Lu's condition was good and didn't show any signs of injury. As they headed downstairs, breakfast was already prepared on the table. Come, let's eat quickly. This is all made by Ching Ching herself. I was amazed when I woke up. Wei Ruxi stuffed food into her mouth, speaking unclearly, and waved at Zhang Qian and Jin Lu. Kui Ziking, putting on her high heels, said while smiling, I'm used to waking up early. Since I live alone, I made these casually, not sure if it suits your taste. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Have you eaten? Why are you in such a hurry? Don't starve yourself. Jin Lu slightly frowned, reprimanding. I made these myself, of course. I ate before coming. There really is something urgent. I have a meeting with some foreign clients today. They are quite interested in Suniti. Let's chat later. It would be best if I can go overseas, so I'll leave first. Okay. Be safe on the road. Come back early at night. Okay. Hearing Jin Lu's gentle words, Kui Ziking seemed to recall last night for no reason, blushing again for a moment. The taste is good. Zhang Qian also sat down and enjoyed the meal. Xuan, I see you usually don't cook, so how about I arrange a few chefs for you? Do you like French cuisine or Chinese? I'll arrange everything. I'm used to cooking for myself. Or could it be that you don't want to eat what Xuan makes? Before Jin Lu finished speaking, Wei Ruxi grabbed Zhang Qian's ear and scolded loudly. Zhang Qian was speechless. I didn't mean it at all. However, faced with Wei Ruxi's increasingly arrogant attitude, he couldn't do anything with Jin Lu around. Sensing Zhang Qian's flaming gaze, Wei Ruxi, feeling triumphant, puffed out her chest and made various faces. After the meal, Wei Ruxi and Jin Lu went to work. Zhang Qian stayed home alone like a housebound man. Now everything was going smoothly. He could rest for a couple of days and think about a very important question. Today marked exactly 1 month since he met Jin Lu. It was also the last day of the countdown given by the system. More accurately, it was the last day when the system released the termination treaty notice. He faced a very difficult choice. System reminder. Host Zhang Qian has found eternal true love and exceeded the system limit. A choice must be made. Option 1. If you choose to bind true love with Jin Lu and get married, the system will not disappear, and the mysterious store will continue to exist eternally. However, any spending for other girls will not earn cash back including Jin Lu, but spending for Jin Lu will earn you 1,000 times the mysterious store exchange coins. Option 2. Considering this is the system's second binding true love prompt, please make a serious choice and provide an answer within a month. Friendly reminder, if a similar choice is triggered again, the conditions could be extremely harsh, so handle with caution. Zhang Qian is entangled in how to choose here. On the other side, Jin Lu, in the office, welcome to unexpected guests. Hello, Chairman Jin. I've been in Shanghai for so long. As the host, I haven't properly treated you to a meal yet. That's my fault. I've heard about you and Chairman Ran, both described as unbelievably beautiful, and it's true. I even feel like you are more beautiful than Ran. The young man sitting in front of Jin Lu can be considered a talented individual. However, wearing a pair of tortoiseshell glasses that don't quite match his age, perched on his nose bridge, it doesn't affect his attractiveness at all. He isn't the kind of fresh meat handsome, more like a seasoned scholar merchant, very refined in speech. Hidden in his proper language is a unique youthful aggressiveness, but he handles it well. Complimentary, but not obvious. Wearing a well-tailored suit, there are 2 details that can determine whether the clothing is expensive. The first is to look at his cuffs. If the sleeves end right at the wrists, it's probably high-end customization. Another point is that when he sits there, he doesn't unbutton his suit. And it's a double-breasted suit. Many people think if you sit down without unbuttoning the jacket, it's easy to create wrinkles. In reality, for a high-quality wool suit, this won't be a problem, even if you wear the button and seatbelt while driving. As long as you brush off a little when you get up, no marks will be left behind. Strictly speaking, there isn't a standard suit etiquette in the world. Wear it how it's comfortable. Chen Jong is quite comfortable sitting like this, so he sits like that. But speaking of it, when one's temperament is cultivated to his level, even wearing street vendor clothes, nobody will look down on him, because knowledge isn't deceiving, and the resources one can leverage aren't deceptive. He isn't the type who needs to enhance his value through clothing. It's just a noble habit developed over the years. Thanks for the compliments, Vice Chairman Chen. No need for a meal. But Vice Chairman Chen is a man of his word. I was actually thinking of how to find you, but unexpectedly, you came to me. Is today to fulfill a promise? Jin Lu slightly lowered her eyelids, not looking at Chen Jong, but he felt she was looking at him. This feeling was strange, but also uncomfortable. Chen Jong considered himself having met many women, even exceptional ones, but Ran Xiang and Jin Lu were too similar. Even if they were sitting close to you, it felt like there was an ocean between them. What promise? He furrowed his brows, asking in confusion. I heard from my little sister that half a year ago you made a bet. You lost to her, so you had to agree to something. Did you bring the item with you? Jin Lu nodded slightly, smiling at him. Chen Yangsheng's eyes slightly trembled, as if he only truly saw Jin Lu's face at that moment, carefully examining her features. Under her fair complexion were exquisitely delicate features, like a stunning ancient portrait of a noble lady, with every mini expression leaving a deep mark on her beautifully painted face. Her beauty was so unique, as if crafted by the heavens, making it impossible to look away. But Chen Yangsheng was the heir of the Shen family in Shanghai America Club. He couldn't lack self-control, but couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a beauty. So, Vice Chairman Shen, you brought him for me as a threat, right? Jin Lu didn't respond to Park Tae-lai's words, but looked at Chen Yangsheng thoughtfully. Chen Yangsheng shook his head slightly. This is just a normal business negotiation. You've seen Director Park Tae-lai's attitude. If you insist on your own way, it might lead to a more awkward situation for you. I know you have a lot of money now, but there are things money can't solve, such as technology. It's not that easy to overcome. But if you can agree to a small request of mine, coincidentally, I have a good personal relationship with Director Park, and he also agrees that the situation has room for negotiation. That way, the most troubling problem for the Ran family will be resolved. Why not? Let's do it. As he spoke, he once again evaluated Jin Lu. What a beauty. Chen Yangsheng, please stop beating around the bush with me. Jin Lu raised her eyebrows slightly, glanced at the time, and said, in a calm tone, you must be aware of the breakthrough we achieved with the chip. Let's get to the point. Since we can enable Chinese phones to have 5G, it means we have solved the baseband chip issue. What exactly is your purpose? As a young master of the Upper Shanghai Americas Association, are you playing games with us? Upon hearing this, Chen Yangsheng did not seem angry. Park Tae-lai was about to say something when he waved his hand, indicating for him to leave first. Park Tae-lai seemed to hold Chen Yangsheng in high regard, so he closed his mouth and cast a deep glance at Jin Lu before turning and leaving. The stern demeanor he displayed a moment ago seemed somewhat contrite as he stood waiting in the corridor after leaving the office. Chairman Jin is indeed direct and decisive. Of course, I know this matter cannot really be manipulated by the Ran family, but not entirely. Recently, the Six Stars Group has already submitted a review permit to the WIPO World Intellectual Property Organization. They will arrive in Upper Shanghai this afternoon. You can choose not to cooperate, but the cost, well, you know. Yes, of course. If you can make Zhang Qian, the son of the Zhang family, stop engaging in a price war with us, I can let the WIPO people come and go as they please. Let me make it clear in advance, do not attempt to bribe them. Money won't solve the problem. Only then did Chen Yangsheng reveal his true intentions. Jin Lu was aware of WIPO's power. Unlike regional organizations like the European Patent Office or the US Patent and Trademark Office, WIPO was the international authority on defending intellectual property rights with significant influence. In the age of globalization, the parts inside a smartphone come from various countries. Besides the components used, there are countless technologies and intellectual property rights involved. making WIPO's strict oversight necessary. She could certainly refuse to cooperate, but the consequences would be dire, potentially subjecting the domestic phone to rigorous scrutiny, facing challenges such as international arbitration or lawsuits. With patent trolls like the Six Stars Group, they wouldn't be easy to handle. Most importantly, as Shan Yangsheng stated, money wouldn't solve the problem. Jin Lu also believed this. Let's not forget he was the young master of the Upper Shanghai Americas Association. The meanings behind those three words, Americas Association, were quite straightforward. They had strong ties with the US, and although WIPO's headquarters were in Geneva, Switzerland was no longer a neutral country. Wasn't it just another statement from the US? Zheng Qian could afford the compensation, but it wouldn't solve the root issue, allowing the opposing party to continue causing trouble. She didn't want to suffer such a humiliation. If you think that through this, you can make my fiancé bow down, then you are underestimating us. Moreover, wasn't it you who acquired dozens of shipyards and transport companies of varying sizes first, putting the Qianzhi Group on the defensive? Can't you let officials set fires, or restrict the people from lighting them? Shan Yangsheng, is this your attitude? Jin Lu's gaze gradually grew colder, giving off an icy demeanor. She even subconsciously tightened her clothes. However, what irked Shan Yangsheng unexpectedly was when Jin Lu referred to Zheng Qian as her fiancé. It stirred up an inexplicable annoyance in him, a kind of restlessness he hadn't felt in a long time. Even though the Upper Shanghai Americas Association was in such a passive situation now, he didn't feel agitated. Jin Lu was even more impressive than he had imagined, and facing such a beauty, it was hard to keep his composure. Shan Yangsheng, oh, I'm listening. He regained his composure at that moment, looked at Jin Lu sincerely, and said seriously, we are restructuring the domestic shipping market with a plan in mind. For now, it's inconvenient to reveal our purpose. In any case, this industry is one of the most significant actions of the Upper Shanghai Americas Association. Regardless, we don't want it to be disrupted. I solemnly suggest that you drop out. As for the issue of the entertainment industry, and the matter of Six Stars Electronics, I can handle them. How about that? Strictly speaking, this was a very solemn and business-like negotiation aimed at solving problems. Shan Yangsheng's conditions were not overly demanding in a sense, and he also presented solutions. Whether it was Six Stars Electronics or handing the cake of the Yuluo industry to them, even if Jin Lu proposed other conditions, Shan Yangsheng probably wouldn't refuse. The premise was to hand over the domestic shipping market to them, and proactively withdraw from the nearly month-long price war. It was surprising that the Upper Shanghai Americas Association had persisted until now. It seemed they might not hold out much longer. After all, they lacked a system. Unlike Zheng Qian, who could endlessly spend money, they had already invested at least billions, revealing the immense power they could harness. No wonder they were one of the top elite clubs domestically, bringing together resources from various industries. I refuse. Jin Lu didn't hesitate and directly uttered these three words. She didn't consult Zheng Qian because he had already informed her. Zheng Qian knew that Shan Yangsheng wanted to see Jin Lu. The content of their meeting could be easily deduced, revolving around this matter. He had informed Jin Lu earlier that she should reject whatever requests were made. Since it was his directive, she had no reason to question it. Upon hearing this, Shan Yangsheng first froze slightly, then smiled. It had to be said that he was very refined and elegant, and his smile added a touch of charisma. He gazed deeply at Jin Lu, as if trying to imprint her image in his mind. Chairman Jin, you are very courageous. If that's the case, then I suppose there's nothing more to discuss, only wishing you luck. Before I go, I have a tangential comment. Duran family is truly despicable, allowing someone like you Qiling Xiao, that trash, to pursue you. Also, attempting to foster a collaboration between the Upper Shanghai Americas Association and the Chunin Pavilion. Truly absurd. Who does he think he is? I have sent him back to the US. He is no longer affiliated with our club. A remarkable woman like you deserves a genuine man. Shan Yangsheng slowly stood up, his gaze quite assertive. Jin Lu also smiled faintly, nodding slightly. Yes, I have found that person. As for my personal life, there's no need for Vice Chairman Shan to concern himself. Shan Yangsheng smirked vaguely. Looking forward to seeing you again next time. Not to mention how Shan Yangsheng was trying to exude his charm, Zheng Qian finally made a decision. This damn system, actually, strictly speaking, the The conditions given by the system this time are still quite good. Of course, that is also in comparison to the first time. The system was very mischievous that time, actually suggesting that if you break the bondage, you will be given a 30 million love fund. Who does it look down upon? I could easily swipe hundreds of billions, even trillions in minutes. What use is 30 million for? Now, if there isn't at least 180 billion in Jung Qian's bank account, he would be embarrassed to go out. The conditions this time are acceptable, and they can also solve many urgent problems that Jung Qian is currently facing. If choosing to bind Jin Lu, although he won't get cashbacks from swiping money, he can get 1,000 times the mysterious shop exchange coins. Just think, the technology that originally required spending hundreds of trillions to learn now only costs 100 billion. Not to mention the wide range of goods inside, as well as the advancement in using weapons and so on. Ahem. If used reasonably, he could completely monetize these technologies. Establishing a huge commercial group, the mysterious shop is not only about scientific technology and weapons, but also about humanities, economics, entertainment. Covering everything can turn Jung Qian into a very extraordinary person. But, as mentioned earlier, he is already used to getting 10 times the cash back. He was truly poor before. If the card does not always have abundant funds, he might feel at a loss. So, he clicked on the second choice that the system gave. System prompt. The host Jung Qian has confirmed chose to maintain all current functions, but there will be a limit on the cash held by the host, not exceeding 1 trillion. In the event of excess cash back, it will be automatically converted into exchange coins at the mysterious shop, but the exchange rate is reduced to 2 to 1. Warm reminder. If another girl's affection breaks through the 100-point limit, 1 trillion cash limit will be unlocked. Warm reminder, when the eternal love affection reaches 101 points and continues to break through the limit. Warm reminder. Looking at the continuously popping warm reminders, Jung Qian's head was spinning. He quietly lit a cigarette and pondered about his life. To deal with the situation that might occur now, he had already exchanged all the money in his bank account for exchange coins at the mysterious shop in advance, originally hoping for some minor deviation from the system. That unexpectedly very strict, he deliberately left out 1 trillion and 1 coin, and that 1 coin disappeared directly. Damn it. System, did you have a bug? Wasn't that 1 coin supposed to automatically turn into exchange coins at the mysterious shop? Why did it directly disappear? Jung Qian suddenly stood up, shouting angrily, puffing out smoke rings. Warm reminder. All prices in the mysterious shop are multiples of 1. 0.5 automatically offset. I'll be damned. Isn't 50 cents still money? Jung Qian was indignant about this, but he had no way. Since he had already taken this step, he could only accept it like this. Previously, there were tens of trillions and hundreds of trillions swiped in an instant, basically a thing of the past. It seems that showing off in the future will be somewhat restricted, but, in fact, Jung Qian was overthinking. 1 trillion is equivalent to over 100 billion US dollars. There are very few things in the world that cannot be solved with over $100 billion. If there are, can't you just swipe a few more times? Give Wei Rusi 1 trillion to swipe, the card will automatically add 1 trillion. Swipe it to her again would be fine. After all, Wei Rusi's bank card has no limits. Thinking of this, Jung Qian considered himself a bloody genius. He would prefer to consider the choices that the system gave him this time as a punishment for getting involved with so many girls. There is no need to rush to swipe the second eternal love out. Breaking through the affection to 101 points was really difficult. He couldn't even think of who the second one might be right now. Let it be. He didn't urgently need to raise the card limit to 20 trillion or even 30 trillion. The eternal love limit has almost been broken through. Jung Qian also found it very difficult, because it had been a month, and Jin Lu's affection was stable and terrifying, always at 101 points, without any wavering. He even began to doubt if he wasn't intense enough. It shouldn't be, she was already like that. The intensity must have exceeded the limit. Could it be because there were too many women around him? It shouldn't be. If it were that way, the affection should decrease. There was a lesson from the past. When he went to Jiangnan, Jin Lu's affection wasn't 100 points anymore. Even this time, the affection instantly broke through to 100 points system limit. Knowing their situation, Jung Qian pondered and couldn't figure it out. Forget it. Now is not the time to be entangled in these things. The next few days were relatively calm. Wei Rusi simply moved over as well. Song Yaxian had just graduated not long ago. Although she had been trained well, there were still some things she couldn't handle, and she still needed to accompany her sister. Her sister had always aimed to endure the pain of love. She was like pouring salt into a wound, which wasn't good. Chun Qian, Wei Rusi, Jin Lu were all very happy. Liu Shiki didn't disturb Zhang Qian anymore. After that day, she returned to Yebai on her own, and Chen Weiqiang didn't stay long either. Zhang Yanren called Du Bingbing over to keep her company, and Zhang Qian simply set up a temporary office for her at the bank headquarters. And in another week, the premiere of the movie Summer of Splendor was about to start. The preview had a good response, so following through was important, especially since it was Yin Yanyan's first appearance on the big screen, which Zhang Qian valued a lot. It needs to be mentioned that the previous preview was nationwide, not just in a few cities. It was a trial showing, not the official premiere. Director Han Jinta also used a special editing method, so there were many Easter eggs in the formal version that didn't exist in the preview. The premiere was selected to be held at the Yanchuran Art Center. Everything seemed to be developing positively, but as expected, something unexpected happened. Firstly, the results of the WIPO review came out, and Six Star Electronics filed a comprehensive lawsuit against the Rand's family. Not only in domestic local courts, but even in the International Intellectual Property Arbitration Court, actions were taken. Moreover, even the maritime business that Zhang Qian considered very secure began to encounter problems. Several major domestic ports started refusing their ships to dock, so they couldn't start transportation. Without transportation, even if you offer it for free, people still could not choose you. At the same time, the Start Group suddenly added hundreds of large transport ships. Although the price wasn't free, it was very affordable. Amid this, Zhang Qian's side suffered a significant blow. What's more, even the much-anticipated movie premiere encountered trouble. Those celebrities who had been previously invited in advance all broke their appointments, citing scheduling issues, requesting legal procedures to compensate the Zhang Qian side. Misfortunes never come singly. Shan Yangshen finally started to act. Finally, he encountered a somewhat decent opponent. Facing the relentless onslaught like a storm, everyone in the Zhang Qian interest group, or the Chen Lu group, felt immense pressure. Since Zhang Qian entered the scene, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Whether it was the initial business warfare centered around the Jiangxin shipyard or the integration of the red wine distribution channels, they had never encountered such a formidable sniper. Today was different. Many around him felt as if no one before had Zhang Qian's wealth, capable of achieving anything effortlessly, dominating the world as if it were easy. However, the energy unleashed by the current opponent felt like a formidable challenge. Despite the continuous reports presented, Zhang Qian's face remained unchanged, almost with a hint of amusement. This made the other employees in the meeting room somewhat uneasy, wondering if their manager had gone insane. With all their businesses facing a fatal blow, how could he still find amusement in this situation? To them, it seemed like a total industry clampdown. Just because of this, are you all riled up like this? Zhang Qian scanned the room and noticed that many women were by his side. Chen Lu, Wei Rusi, Kui Ziking, Xiyuan Xuan, even Zia Qianchen and Zhang Yanren were all present. Along with other assistants and staff, the meeting room was crowded. Each person had a different expression, but most were worried. Only Jin Lu and Wei Rusi, who sat on Zhang Qian's right, seemed to understand him the best. They knew he wasn't panicking, indicating he already had a solution in mind. Zhang Yanren's expression was rather intriguing. She furrowed her brow slightly, watching Jin Lu thoughtfully. The thoughts of the employees and top executives present were surprisingly unanimous. They all seemed to be thinking, there are too many beautiful women, all legs everywhere. Most of them had lived in Shanghai, this international metropolis, for many years. The number of beautiful women here was not just the best in the country, but among the top ranks. However, these beautiful women were usually the occasional sight on the streets. Yet today, they were all gathered here, and the atmosphere was subtly awkward, as if were all these legs involved with Manager Zhang. Sitting on the outskirts, Su Huateng was automatically ignored by everyone, as they thought he was merely another senior executive of the group like them. It was just that his attire was somewhat casual, with a checkered shirt resembling that of a programmer and jeans on the bottom. CC, how are things on the Stardust side? Have you finalized the contract with the anchor you've been following? Jun Qian's gaze fell on Xia Qianchen. She had become even more beautiful after these few days. Perhaps because he had gradually entrusted her with some senior business tasks, she had naturally developed a dominant aura. Dressed in a very business-like one-piece dress, her fair, long legs were strikingly beautiful. The contract has been signed, and we shot several mobile game ads with director Han Jintao. He happened to be at the end of the contract with the Bullfight live streaming platform, saving us a lot of trouble. The voice platform offered the highest quote, and they are currently the top live platform in the country. Because you said to bring him over at all costs, we spent a bit more money. Xia Qianchen responded succinctly, but towards the end, she seemed slightly embarrassed. She had been transferred by Zheng Qian a while back and now managed the Stardust Live platform, a subsidiary of Sundance, which Zheng Qian had acquired in Oman. Due to some confusion with the parent company of a domestic renowned Lev platform, Sundance was supposed to be named Sunshine Entertainment, but it was directly changed to Stardust Live later on. They belong to the Stardust Entertainment Fund established by Yin Yanyan. Currently, the Stardust Entertainment Fund had two major groups, Stardust Entertainment and Stardust Live. Ni Kai was the top manager of the Stardust Fund, overseeing Stardust Entertainment, while Xia Qianchen was the CEO of Stardust Live. There were currently the four largest Lev platforms in the country, with the strongest being Vos Live, along with the planned merger of Bullfight, Cat's Tooth, and Big Hand Short Video. Stardust Live was just a new entrant in the field that had recently acquired a series of qualifications. As for the anchor mentioned earlier, he was very famous in the gaming field and was known as Sakuragi. He mainly live streamed a certain online game, but gained fame nationwide for playing Landlords and Cartwriter. Initially, he was quite hesitant to join Stardust Live, as it was a new platform, and the domestic market was already saturated. The crucial thing was that they hadn't even started streaming yet, with 0 users. However, Zheng Qian offered far more than anyone else. The signing fee was 10 times higher than what Vosliv gave, along with various rewards and incentives, even more profitable than Lev product endorsements. After some hesitation, he finally agreed. Even if no one tipped him in the future, his income would surpass that of all other anchors on the entire network. Moreover, Dream Elemental was progressing rapidly under Zheng Qian's substantial capital injection. It was set to be launched simultaneously with Stardust Live, and they had just signed an endorsement contract with Sakuragi for a few commercials. Alright, that's good. Other anchors are also following suit, and don't neglect the negotiations with Vos Live. Currently, it may seem like there are 4 major Lev platforms in the country, but in reality, Vos Live is feasting, Bullfight and Big Hand are drinking soup, while Cat's Tooth is struggling to survive in between. Zheng Qian nodded slightly as he spoke, at the same time going through the data presented by Xia Qianchen. However, everyone remained puzzled. Why was he putting so much effort into developing the Lev platform when the most concerning issues were in shipping, chits, and movies? Did he hope to promote the film through this? Even if they live-streamed promotions on Vos Live, the effect was likely to be very limited. Most importantly, those celebrities were not attending. Was the premiere going to feature only Yin Yanyan and Chuchanch? Or was the plan to switch to an online broadcast format that might end up with an even more dismal outcome? John, with regards to the movie, Xia Qianchen hesitated for a moment, then spoke cautiously. Before leaving, Ni Kai had pleaded with her repeatedly to bring up the premiere with Zheng Qian. He was the primary person in charge, and if the results were unsatisfactory, he was afraid Zheng Qian would let him go. Don't worry about the movie for now. Don't focus on other businesses either. In the next few days, I will assign everyone a task, which is to cooperate with me in tipping on Vos Live. Whoever tips the most, whoever becomes the top brother the most times, will receive special rewards from me. Such good opportunities should naturally be given to our own people. After Zheng Qian let the other employees leave, there were only the girls left in the meeting room. He looked at Zhang Yanren thoughtfully and said, "The docks on the Shanghai side are unable to dock, as are others. How about this? I'll arrange a task for you." "I understand." Zhang Yanren nodded in agreement. "Qingqing, Yuan Chuan, your business is not affected much for now, thanks to the channels being open, and Chang Yangsheng and his group don't have much leverage at the moment. You two rest for a few days and join me for the inspection." "Okay," the two girls answered in unison. Xiao Di, In addition to the Dream Essence project, you should also pay attention to the servers for Stardust Live. There might be a significant influx of traffic, and if there are any live broadcast accidents, I will hold you responsible. General Jun, rest assured, the people I selected won't make mistakes. There are no major issues with the games now, and they can go online at any time. The necessary tests have been done countless times, and we are ready to go. Su Huateng answered quickly. He felt quite uncomfortable here. Even a fool could see that these girls all had some kind of relationship with Zheng Qian. He was worried about his sister's love life, but at the same time, he was conflicted. Would she be happy if she ended up with Zheng Qian, considering he already had so many other women, especially Jin Lu and Wei Rusi? Love. What a difficult topic. The headquarters building of Qianlu Group was under preparation, and the current office was in another building on the same block as the bank, known as the Dukong Liquor Industry Building. It had 15 floors, and Zheng Qian had allocated the top 5 for various daily business needs such as Stardust Live and dock transportation. The headquarters of Qianlu Group was of special symbolic significance and would be Zheng Qian's main base for the foreseeable future. Therefore, the site selection had to be very careful, and the construction of the building had to be meticulous. It needed to be impeccable in appearance, at least as majestic as the moon goddess in Oman. Speaking of the moon goddess, Zheng Qian felt a pang of pain. That building was truly beautiful, and it would have been perfect as the headquarters for the group. Unfortunately, it was overseas, and most importantly, getting approval for a skyscraper in Shanghai was very difficult. The city had already built the necessary structures, and Zheng Qian didn't find the outskirts appealing. The best option was Lujiazui. It was where the most powerful dragon veins converged in Shanghai, with the Chunin River winding its way, forming a layout resembling a jade belt around the waist, with a trend of 9 bends in the river. Lujiazui was at one of the most powerful bends, but Lujiazui wouldn't allow the construction of skyscrapers anymore. Zheng Qian was contemplating how to make a move there. After the meeting ended that day, everyone had a pensive look on their face. Only Wei Rusi seemed to find it all amusing. As they walked out, she quietly followed behind Zheng Qian, her eyes almost squinting with a smile. When will Zhang Yanren and Xia Qianchen be brought into the fold? Hearing this, Zheng Qian was taken aback. Before he could respond about his planned schedule, Zhang Yanren walked over. I estimate that I'll be on a business trip for at least half a month, during which senior executives from Ya Airlines will take over, so you don't need to worry for now. But if there are any unforeseen circumstances, I'll need your help to coordinate. Zhang Yanren's voice was calm, almost cold, as if she wanted to maintain a distance from Zheng Qian. No problem. You will be relieved of your duties during this time. Let me know if you need any funds. Okay. Zhang Yanren ended the conversation after just one word, putting on her high heels and leaving. Du Bingbing, who had been waiting outside the meeting room, quickly followed. She glanced at Zheng Qian and there was a hint of something different in her eyes. President Zhang, shall we go now? Throughout the journey, Du Bingbing felt the overwhelming pressure from Zhang Yanren, her face expressing a warning to stay away, making her afraid to speak. As soon as they got into the car and the driver seemed lost, she couldn't help but speak up. But before she could finish, Zhang Yanren stopped her with a cold gaze. Go to the hotel first for the documents, then book 3 plane tickets. Zhang, drive first, we'll talk once we're away from here. Yes, President Zhang. Du Bingbing sat beside Zhang Yanren, noticing the effort she was putting into maintaining a calm expression. Her hands were tightly clenched together, fingers interlaced. Even the joints were clear, showing that her heart must be in turmoil. And the source, it wasn't hard to guess. It was probably Zheng Qian. Zhang Yanren was like a princess, a darling in the eyes of everyone in Jiangnan, and a highly respected leader of Ya Airlines. When had she shown such an expression before? With all those beauties in the meeting room just now, was she now heartbroken or angry? Maybe a bit of both. Du Bingbing couldn't help but have the same thought as Su Huateng. Love. What a difficult topic. Zhang Yanren seems a bit off, Wei Rusi said with a mischievous smile once Zhang Yanren was out of sight, nudging Zheng Qian with her arm. You didn't really handle the situation with her at the hotel that day, did you? I really didn't, Zheng Qian said honestly. Then added, I am a decent person. Wei Rusi rolled her eyes. A decent person? I don't believe you. Let me tell you, Zhang Yanren's current state is clearly due to not getting a satisfactory response from you. Based on what I know about girls, you should have rushed to the hotel at that moment, taken care of her there and then, and all would be well. Is this how a girl should talk? Jun Qian sometimes wondered if he had corrected her behavior correctly. Wei Rusi had always been expanding his territory in the world of girls, and he had reason to believe she might be hoping for a chance too. What a troublesome woman! He must remain true to his principles and not let himself be ensnared by such beauty. With that in mind, Jun Qian firmly rejected her advances. But he caught a snippet of conversation from Jin Lu beside him. Even though her voice was soft and not intended for him to hear, thanks to the dragon patting stake, his senses were sharp. Even in the darkness, he knew what was being dealt. Chinking, Yuan Chuan, why don't you move in for the next few days? That was the one sentence that made Jun Qian pitch a tent. During this period, Jun Qian has some arrangements, so we are closer to each other and can take care of each other. The prime time for live broadcasts is usually in the evening. Otherwise, we would need to use WeChat to communicate in a group, which is a bit troublesome. What do you all think? Just as they walked out of the meeting room, Jin Lu took Kui Ziking and Suyuan Chuan aside and gently held their hands as she spoke. Kui Ziking and Suyuan Chuan exchanged glances, and they both noticed each other's nervousness. If Kui Ziking were to go to Shanghai, she would certainly live with Suyuan Chuan. Was Jin Lu suggesting that they should also move in the future? It could work, but they hadn't fully prepared themselves mentally yet. Well, I know you are usually very busy. It's just for a few days. Don't bring anything. Everything is at home. Jin Lu seemed to see through their thoughts and said with a smile, okay. Kui Ziking had been with Jun Qian for a long time and, combined with the fact that she and Jin Lu were both born in the north of Yi, there was a sense of closeness between them. Besides, she had spent a few days living with Jun Qian, Jin Lu, and Wei Rusi before. They had a certain emotional foundation, making it easier for them to accept some things. Okay, Sister Jin Lu. Suyuan Chuan nodded obediently in front of Jin Lu. In fact, not just Suyuan Chuan, but all of them, except for Wei Rusi, appeared very submissive in front of Jin Lu. Kui Ziking had even prepared breakfast several times in a row recently. She wasn't sure if she was trying to please Jin Lu or Zhang Qian. Jin Lu had wanted to help, but Zhang Qian insisted on morning training. Qian, is your accommodation arranged? Wei Rusi's ears were very sensitive and she quickly brought Zia Qianxi over. Well, General Zhang has already bought a house for me, so I'll just stay at home. Zia Qianxi's face turned slightly red. Although she had been with Zhang Qian for a while, it was limited to work. She had indeed admitted that she was a bit suspicious before because she thought Zhang Qian had ulterior motives. But as he surrounded himself with various outstanding women, she gradually dispelled those thoughts. Jin Lu was someone she respected a lot. She had a unique charm. As the current president of Chunin Club at such a young age without showing any fear, it was quite remarkable. Regardless of whether Zhang Qian provided help, Jin Lu had already stabilized the situation before Zhang Qian made significant investments. She was able to maintain stability in such a huge club without any trusted allies present. This in itself was quite telling. Wei Rusi was her idol, the image she aspired to become. As a professional manager, she was the highest level advisor in the entire Zhang Qian interest group, helping with many decisions, not to mention her achievements from the battles on Wall Street. Despite being very playful in private, once it came to professionalism, she was like a different person. Alright, Cici, please don't interrupt. Jin Lu heard her words and quickly walked over, scolding her. Wei Rusi was not angry. She just stuck out her tongue. Song Yaxian is dealing with the officials from WIPO right now, so unfortunately, we can't play together tonight. Just us for women. Who knows if we can handle it? I really want to see Zhang Qian so exhausted he can't get up. What a pity. Seeing Wei Rusi become increasingly absurd, Zhang Qian quickly covered her mouth and led her away from the scene. Zia Qianxi was very shy. She blushed just from saying a few words. She was a proper lady, and if she got scared off, it would be troublesome. It was a critical time for them. He was really worried Zia Qianxi would consider resigning on the spot. Don't do anything else for now. Come with me. Zhang Qian released Wei Rusi and said coldly. Got it. Wei Rusi pouted in grievance and followed behind, her mind starting to work. What did Zhang Qian want to play today? Judging by this posture, am I supposed to play the role of an inspector, arresting and questioning me? Should I resist a little? Oh, it's embarrassing, but I like it. Jun Qian closed the office door behind him and sat directly on the sofa. His face was particularly grim, the collar loose. Stand there. Meow meow. Wei Rusi stood obediently in front of Jun Qian. Jun Qian extended two fingers, joints slightly bent, and lightly tapped his own knee. Wei Rusi was initially stunned, but immediately caught on, knelt on the carpet in front of the sofa, hands posed like cat paws next to her cheeks, and slightly stuck out her pink tongue. This look was simply adorable. Ironically, it was the gesture she had taught Jun Qian. Of course, they had used it when playing with other girls before. She gazed up at Jun Qian with seductive eyes, thinking he didn't want to play an inspector after all. Wei Rusi blushed even more, not because she was shy, but more out of anticipation. She nodded slightly, preparing to follow Jun Qian's next command when a rapid knock on the door interrupted them. She quickly stood up and awkwardly picked up the files from his desk, pretending to be reporting on work. Jun Qian also cursed inwardly, who was so inconsiderate to disrupt them. Before he could say anything, the door was pushed open directly. General Wei. Sorry for interrupting General Zhong. I need to report something to General Wei. Can't find her anywhere. Thought she should be here. Sorry. General Wei. It's a bit urgent here. Jun Qian was initially very displeased. The CEO's office, and you just come in without knocking. He wasn't trying to put on airs. He was actually about to practice various commands with Wei Rusi again. Being disturbed naturally made him feel unhappy. However, when he saw the girl, most of his annoyance dissipated, because it was simply too sensational. The girl was wearing a very tight black pencil skirt, lifted slightly due to running. 3 buttons of her white shirt were undone, revealing deep cleavage, trembling yet impossible to look away from. Wei Rusi furrowed her brow suddenly. She was no longer in the playful mood she had been with Jun Qian just now. Her expression now seemed frosty. What's the matter? Can't you make a phone call? Am I here just for show? And this is General Zheng's office. Can't you knock before entering? Lu Lingwei, if you make such a basic mistake again, leave immediately. Understood. When she finished the last 4 words, Lu Lingwei trembled even more. She quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at Wei Rusi, biting her lip tightly and seemingly holding back tears from falling. I understand, General Wei. Lu Lingwei's attire can hardly be described as anything but bold. It's simply full of implications. At this moment, she seems as delicate as a white lotus flower, like a startled deer, with eyes filled with evasion. The rapid movement caused by her intense breathing is like the vast ocean, as if stirring up turbulent waves. Where is the charming cat-like demeanor Jun Qian displayed just now in Wei Rusi's eyes? All that is seen in her eyes is cold as a blade. Jun Qian has no doubt that if looks could kill, Lu Lingwei would have died hundreds of times by now. Surprisingly, Wei Rusi's gaze can also be so sharp. Jun Qian suddenly understands why Princess Mina calls Wei Rusi Dom. With such a terrifying oppressive force, most girls probably wouldn't be able to bear it. Say it. What's the matter? Wei Rusi stared at Lu Lingwei for a long moment before speaking. The latter felt relieved as she was truly scared just now, her delicate legs shaking uncontrollably. Jun Qian only now realizes that there are such exquisite goods within the company. Lu Lingwei seems to be Wei Rusi's assistant, with great taste, and probably not cheap to hire. Using company funds to pursue girls, you will be properly punished tonight. Just now, there were some issues in the International Settlement Department. I needed your approval for a document, but couldn't find you. I thought you were meeting with General Zhong, so I came to check, just in case I could run into you. Lu Lingwei's voice trembled as she spoke with her head bowed. She really evoked pity. International Settlement Department? Wei Rusi furrowed her brow, walking over to take the document from Lu Lingwei's hands. After a moment of inspection, she signed it, pressing it against Lu Lingwei's chest. Go handle it quickly. Yes. Chairman Wei. Goodbye. General Zhong. Wei Rusi applied some force, pressing the document against Lu Lingwei's chest, causing her to retreat a few steps. Full of grievances, with teary eyes, she seemed like she would cry any moment. Her voice was sweet and pitiful, as she quickly bowed to Jun Qian and Wei Rusi before leaving. This bowing made Jun Qian a bit uneasy. Lu Lingwei's figure was already quite good. Combined with such a dramatic bow, it was truly a remarkable sight. In a daze, Jun Qian even saw the black lace pattern on her bra. From this angle, the style should be the 2021 autumn collection from Vimy. It may be outdated, but still very classic. Jun Qian touched his chin, analyzing that Lu Lingwei was a person who lived delicately, prioritizing quality, yet perhaps a little short of money. Such a girl was easy to approach. As long as you were willing to spend for her, she would likely be easy to win over. Her office lady suit really emphasized her figure. With such dramatic waves, and yet very slender legs, she was a born frame. Of course, Zhang Qian only thought these things at a glance. Wei Rusi caught a strange smell and quickly turned back to glare at Zhang Qian. Hey, what were you looking at just now? I was contemplating the ultimate philosophical question of humanity. Zhang Qian took a sip of tea, looking very serious, pretending to be profound. Wei Rusi raised an eyebrow, directly sitting on Zhang Qian's lap, bringing them very close, even able to feel each other's breath. She held on to Zhang Qian's neck, smiling. Oh, based on my understanding of you, you must be pondering. Where did humans come from kind of question, right? How? Going to create a little man with someone again? Zhang Qian's expression remained very serious. He nodded slightly, saying seriously, I am contemplating the philosophical proposition of Descartes' dream. With that, he directly embraced Wei Rusi, pressing her against the office desk. Just now, Lu Lingwei's appearance had already heightened his emotions, and with Wei Rusi purposely teasing him, how could he resist? Now was not the time to show off, but to. Lu Lingwei is Wei Rusi's secretary in the secretary's office. There are many people in the secretariat office, and she is just one of them. With a background of overseas studies and decent work experience, at least her resume is passable. So she was recruited by Wei Rusi in this way. Wei Rusi had no ulterior motives. Even in the past, she wouldn't make a move on people around her, so Zhang Qian's thoughts were completely unnecessary. Back in the office, Wei Rusi was lost in thought. Oh, it seems she should never hire such a good-looking female secretary in the future. Zhang Qian's eyes had already revealed something amiss just now. If she hired someone even more attractive than Lu Lingwei, wouldn't there be more cute girls around? Jin Lu will surely hate me then. At night, inside Zhang Qian's love nest villa, the atmosphere was vibrant. Yet he was still pondering Descartes' dream. During the day, he wasn't just showing off for the sake of it, but at that moment, he felt as if he had fallen into Descartes' dream. Is everything real? Does this world truly exist? And what about the system? If one day the system ceases to exist, what would he do? Why did the system choose him? Was it just to show off? And now, he was indulging in the allure of beauty, connecting with them every day. While Zhang Qian enjoyed this lifestyle, there was a moment where he felt that nothing was truly real. No, I can't continue to indulge in beauty like this, Zhang Qian quietly resolved. After finishing his cigarette on the terrace, he was about to return to the living room. Just as he stood up, he saw Wei Rusi sneakily approaching Su Yuanshuang. She pulled Su Yuanshuang into a corner, her eyes full of aggression. Yuanshuang, you've been so busy lately, you should take good care of yourself. Su Yuanshuang blushed deeply and tried to push Wei Rusi away, but she was too skilled. The intense kissing and certain actions from just now left her defenseless. When Zhang Qian had originally developed Su Yuanshuang, Wei Rusi had provided guidance throughout, so she knew Su Yuanshuang's weaknesses very well, always hitting the mark. Sister, please don't do this. What if Zhang Qian sees us? HMPH. What if he does? Wasn't he the one who enjoyed watching us both before? But he's not here now. Hey, precisely. Because he's not here, we can practice a bit. I have a little trick up my sleeve, Wei Rusi said, becoming more mischievous. She genuinely enjoyed seeing Su Yuanshuang's hesitation, knowing that she didn't have much intimate contact with Yao Qiu and Xiaonan. Otherwise, with two shy girls in front of her, she would have even more fun. What new trick? Just, Wei Rusi subconsciously responded and was about to touch Su Yuanshuang when she heard Zhang Qian's voice behind her. Turning around abruptly, she saw Zhang Qian looking rather mischievous yet eager. Oh, I was just kidding. Well, in that case, I'll leave first. You two can continue. Wei Rusi tried to escape but was held back by Zhang Qian. This made him feel, regardless of Descartes or not, he wasn't a nihilist. Living in the moment was more important than anything. The alluring scene before him was the most incomparably real experience. Seeing two beautiful women embracing was indeed a sight to behold, given they were exceptional beauties. Zhang Qian had witnessed the entire scene and could no longer contain his excitement. It had been a while since his last interaction with Su Yuanshuang, so he decided to address it swiftly, while not neglecting Wei Rusi either. 45 minutes later, Zheng Qian carried the two girls back to the living room. Wei Rusi and Xuyuan Xuan, enriched by love, appear even more charming and seductive, flopping onto the couch. Wei Rusi no longer had any thoughts of getting close to other girls now. She felt completely drained, wanting nothing but to laze about. Ah, Jin Lu, why did you have to get your period now? After a brief rest, Wei Rusi absent-mindedly muttered. Jin Lu's cheeks were also flushed, as she urged, get up and get things done. Sigh. Wei Rusi sigh. Getting up weakly and slumping against Jin Lu, she glanced at Kui Ziking, smiling and lifting her chin. Chinking, in your eyes, I see a desire for love. I'm out. Yuan Xuan has had her turn, and Jin Lu is up next to handle the task. Seriously, you're so different at work and in private. It's like dealing with a female gangster. Kui Ziking dodged Wei Rusi's finger, her eyes slightly panicked yet expectant. She was both anticipating and nervous, a feeling that was intoxicating. Enough. Let's get serious now. Wei student, you still seem lively. I'll have to raise the intensity for you later. Prepare your phone now. Let's be the top donor for a while. Zheng Qian checked the time. It was precisely 9 p.m., the peak time for action. Jin Lu, Wei Rusi, Kui Ziking, and Xuyuan Xuan all took out their phones, logging into the live broadcast platform. Their goal today was simple: to donate. Whether to males or females, becoming the top donor was the aim, not restricted to just major streamers, but any appealing ones to have a grand time. Zheng Qian had already set 10 small goals for each of them. Speaking of which, Zheng Qian was curious about whom they would donate to. Glancing at Wei Rusi's screen, she seemed very focused, swiping up whenever she saw a man. This pleased Zheng Qian. However, his joy was short-lived as he noticed Wei Rusi staring strangely at a certain female streamer. While her figure wasn't exceptionally attractive, her pitiful appearance struck a chord with Wei Rusi. The male streamer she was against was named Zhuan Yuan, who was shouting excitedly, "Come on, guys, let's support this round so we can discipline the girl on the other side. I'm worried she might get banned with that figure." Wei Rusi was torn at this moment. She hoped for the girl's victory to feel triumphant, but also wanted to witness her discipline. What should she do? Should she donate 100 tokens to support the streamer? While hesitating, the girl suddenly spoke up, sob, even if disciplined, I just hope it's by my fans, not by the perverted guys on the other side. Let's give some gifts. They're only 50 points away. Hearing this, Wei Rusi sprang into action. Fine. It should be okay for the top donor to discipline the girl, right? Without further ado, she tearfully sent 100 tokens. The girl was a newcomer with only 2 viewers, and her gifts totaled a pitiful 5. The opponent's 55 instantly overwhelmed her. With less than 10 seconds remaining, a miracle occurred. Zheng Qian finally understood Wei Rusi's formidable strength in that moment. Could this be her new technique she had mastered? Clicking the screen 100 times within 10 seconds. What kind of speed was that? Just before the end of the challenge, she managed to send 100 tokens, energizing Wei Rusi entirely. Her eyes seemed to gleam with the intensity of a wild wolf, playfully licking her lips. Wei Rusi, eagerly staring at the screen, mumbled to herself, it's starting. Oh. What action should I discipline first? How about eating ice cream? Good idea. Oh. What if she doesn't have any at home? Besides, she might get banned. Oh. Zheng Qian, why are you here? Go away. Don't distract me from being the top donor. Blushed. Wei Rusi blushed and shyly pushed Zheng Qian away. Zheng Qian didn't know whether there was a record in the Guinness World Records for number of screen taps per second, but he firmly believed that Wei Rusi was definitely a standout, a top performer in this regard. Unparalleled. Too fast, really too fast. At this speed, he was thinking, even with his well-trained muscles, would he be able to handle it? No. After this live stream, he resolved to experience it no matter what. 100 HUAZ. The girl's mouth opened wide, as if she could fit an egg inside. This completely shocked the young top performer sitting across from her. He thought that with his more than 50 votes gifts he could easily overpower the girl, even having planned out how to drill her later. But this was just too terrifying. Wow. Thank you, big brother. I love you, big brother. Tell me, how do you want to play? Upon hearing the girl's confession, Wei Rusi's eyes were filled with gratification, and she began the training session. As expected, her live stream room was shut down in 10 seconds, but it didn't matter. The payment for the 100 HUAZ was satisfying enough for her. Wei Ruxi's online alias was quite unconventional, called turning love into lovesick tears. Zheng Qian looked around and saw several girls having a great time. However, he didn't see anyone with the same speed as Wei Ruxi. He frowned and made a call. Right now, contact the Voice platform. Clicking one HUAZ at a time wastes too much time. Didn't we agree on cooperation before? We are here today to give them money. Immediately, make them grant an unrestricted clicking permission, unlimited HUAZ per click. I'll give you 5 minutes. The Stardust employees didn't dare to delay. The big boss personally issued the order, so they had to act promptly. Most importantly, they had already negotiated a series of collaborations with the Voice platform. Initially, Zheng Qian considered acquiring it, but later thought it would be better to retain Voice because, just like the front gate of the imperial capital Yanjing, with the famous crosstalk hall and the well-known two-person stage, not every industry being completely monopolized was a good thing. Sometimes, we find several real estate agencies, and even massage parlors on the same street. Although they are competitors, this has its advantages, producing a chemical reaction similar to a cluster effect, making the industry livelier, attracting more attention, and so on. Added to the fact that Zheng Qian greatly appreciated the Voice platform, at least its overseas version could crazily harvest the money of foreigners. So, the two parties reached a strategic cooperation. This included Zheng Qian signing Sakala Moku, which was also part of their collaboration. Returning to the story, the employee quickly solved this problem and sent an app installation package to Zheng Qian's WeChat. Zheng Qian forwarded it to several female friends, and everyone praised it after logging in and using it. Zheng Qian was so happy that he gave the young employee 1,000,000 yuan in Zhou money. He couldn't help but marvel. So convenient. It is truly too convenient. Now, no need to compete with Wei Ruxi on hand speed. You could directly input the number of any gift. As long as you pre-charged enough, even 100 million HUAZ would be fine. Thus, wherever Wei Ruxi went, the female ankas were all teary-eyed with excitement. Once she appeared, it was as if countless HUAZ were stable. As Zheng Qian was preparing to start enjoying himself, he noticed Wei Ruxi was about to burst out laughing. He suspiciously approached her and found out she wasn't watching the live stream but browsing through her chat backstage. Just clicking one. It was an amazing photo sent by a female anchor. This forced him to admire greatly. Snatching Wei Ruxi up was truly a good choice. After she exhausted her energy in the evening, Zheng Qian planned to quietly check her phone. Maybe he would find some surprises. Zheng Qian opened Voice, search for the cute Ling Lingya. Yes, it was Lu Lingwei's live stream. After today's meeting, he sent someone to ask if there were any girls in the company with live broadcasting experience. After looking around, no one admitted, except when Wei Ruxi was asking questions. Lu Lingwei mentioned and that she occasionally does live streams at night. Since they were employees of the same company, Zheng Qian decided to make a thorough effort. As long as he invested enough, he could transform Lu Lingwei into a major internet celebrity in the shortest time possible. Then, seamlessly divert her to Stardust Live. It was simply flawless. Oh, I didn't expect you could draw too, baby. Zheng Qian's eyes lit up involuntarily. Lu Lingwei appeared calm and peaceful in front of her computer, painting an oil painting. Although Zheng Qian's ability to appreciate art wasn't very good, he still could see that the painting was quite nice, indicating she was more than just a pretty face. She wasn't dressed provocatively, just in a typical JK fashion. White shirt, bow tie, checkered skirt, paired with white stockings. Not wearing shoes must be given a thumbs up. The arch of the foot, the tiptoe, and even the sole occasionally revealed when lifting a foot. For many people, it wasn't just a live stream, it was more like a foo exhibition, like ice cream. She was so pure, yet she gave Zheng Qian a feeling. She's really skilled. What surprised him even more was that Lu Lingwei's popularity was quite good. She already had hundreds of viewers. This was good for an ordinary person, but, how should I put it? There was a bit of dissonance. Her basics were just too good. She was so skilled, and quite pure. She really shouldn't be a small-time streamer like this. Zheng Qian saw that the comment section was all about discussing food-grade issues, and he couldn't help but shake his head at these vulgar people. He subconsciously glanced at Cici, Dodo, Ching Ching, and Yuan Xuan, who were also wearing silk stockings, feeling quite content. This was life, even if you did nothing now. Just watching was quite enjoyable. Okay, I'm also a vulgar person, a big vulgar person. Gray, black, white, purple, these were there for primary colors today. TSK, TSK, TSK. What are you pretending for? Just a baby who draws, right? Without saying a word. Is there something wrong with her body? Brothers, let's go. Let's show her. Be careful. Make sure to light up those hearts. At that moment, the girl across started a mocking mode. Zhang Qian lit a cigarette. He acknowledged that Lu Lingwei really didn't use beauty filters. After some contemplation, he promptly illuminated all of Lu Lingwei's gift exhibition halls, followed by a meager 10,000 HUAZ. The live stream effect instantly exploded. What the heck? Did I see that right? What kind of heaven-sent rich dude is this? Single, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000 HUAZ. As Zhang Qian stared at the screen filled with question marks, he felt completely satisfied. Suddenly, he realized that there was nothing in the world that made people happier than showing off, especially showing off in front of beautiful women. The face in front was completely distorted, unable to utter a word. On the other hand, Lu Lingwei remained very calm. It was as if she was not affected by anything outside. Whether it was the provoking comments just now, or Zhang Qian's sudden flood of 10,000 HUAZ, it seemed that in front of her, there was only that one painting. But Zhang Qian saw a flaw. Likability doesn't lie, but Lu Lingwei's likability was very strange. When he first saw her in the office, her likability was only 5 points. But after the sacred baptism of 10,000 HUAZ just now, her likability had soared to 88 points, but then quickly dropped to 80 points. This Qianzhe is really a tycoon. What tycoon? This is a godly tycoon. How can we not pay attention to you, boss? You are too low dashki ... Zhang Qian's screen name was Lonely Qian, which originally sounded very rustic, but in front of these 10,000 HUAZ, it instantly became classy, and people started shouting Qianzhe, I love you. This wasn't over yet. Zhang Qian's hands were basically unstoppable. Although it was enjoyable to splash money like this, it needed to be controlled. Because this was essentially equivalent to giving money through live streaming, some restraint was required. If he splurged billions in one night, it might quickly lead to inflation and attract unwanted attention. So after the 10,000 HUAZ, he started sending in increments of 100. He hardly stopped. Can anyone calculate how many Qian boss has sent? Already 15,000. How much money is that? 45 million. Damn, I'm stupefied. Why am I not the lovely Ling Lingya? Lu Lingwei still didn't respond, just focusing on painting. But Zhang Qian seemed to be reading an electrocardiogram because her likability was off the charts. It had been fluctuating between 80 to 88, but now it was moving between 90 to 99. Even though she appeared aloof, Zhang Qian even suspected that she might be pregnant. Thank you, Qianzhe, for the gifts you've sent, thank you. After a pause, Lu Lingwei put down her brush, as if she just noticed the gifts that Zhang Qian had been sending. Her face showed only a serene smile, nodding slightly at the screen. But Zhang Qian's observation skills were outstanding. He noticed her hands were shaking regularly. She was very excited. Even though the platform took 50%, she had earned over 20 million in just one night. And that was just the beginning, because Zhang Qian didn't stop. I'm sorry, I didn't realize when we started the PK. I let you all watch me draw. And I'm really sorry, Qianzhe, I don't have any other talents, must find it very boring, right? Well, my life is just like this, I draw when I get home. My hobbies are flower arranging, making soup. Listening to Lu Lingwei's voice, many fans could sense a different flavor. Was she introducing herself? Was she trying to sell herself to the top streamer? Lu Lingwei seemed very emotional internally. Despite her icy demeanor, her buttons exposed her inner excitement. Zhang Qian, who understood these signs, was completely captivated. Lu Lingwei was like a pulsating mystery, switching between 70 to 99 in likability. This puzzled Zhang Qian. Why such a wide range of emotions? He had never encountered this before. It was like discovering a new toy. Typically, girls remain stable at a certain point in likability. Even if there were changes, it wouldn't fluctuate this drastically. In comparison, the likability of other female streamers who went for PK battles seemed very authentic. Without fail, they all stayed above 95 points. This was because after defeating them, Zhang Qian would usually throw in 10 HUAZ's medical fees. His backstage messages were rapidly filling up. Initially, he cut in to observe and enjoy the atmosphere. He marveled at how proactive girls were nowadays, but gradually, it began to lose its appeal. After all, in reality, there were few who could compare to Jin Lu, Wei Ruoxi, Kui Ziking, Xuyuan Xuan, especially in their alluring attire. Meanwhile, Lu Lingwei's live stream consistently had over 100,000 viewers, though the exact number in the plus was unclear. But it wasn't just Zhang Qian in the limelight, the others were also making waves. Among them, Wei Ruoxi was particularly arrogant, having already set a few small targets. Even in this live stream, people were talking about simulated brother. Wei Ruoxi's smile had almost reached the corners of her ears. Zhang Qian was extremely curious and wanted to ask, "Big sis, how many people had you trained today? Or how many live streams have you had shut down?" Just then, Lu Lingwei randomly connected to a girl named 520 Little Kiss. Her live stream had fewer than 10 viewers, speaking in a mixture of Cantonese and another dialect, coming off as clumsy but adorable. In an instant, she touched the soft spot in Zhang Qian's heart, not in a romantic way, but he simply felt she had an interesting soul. Without hesitation, he switched to her live stream, starting with 10,000 HUAZ as the opening bid. Immediately, many viewers from Lu Lingwei's room rushed to Little Kiss's stream. Countless comments flooded the chat. "Qian boss is about to show off ... That night, for 520Z Kinkin, it felt like a dream. Previously, the most viewers in her live streaming room were just a few dozen, with most around 10 or so. But with Zhang Qian's arrival, it instantly surged to over 100,000, and the number of viewers kept skyrocketing. After leaving Lu Lingwei's live streaming room, he started the big coin toss behavior here with Z Kinkin. He really liked this girl. Not in a romantic way, more like seeing her innocence and a bit of a trendy look, as if he was seeing his own daughter. A strange yet subtle feeling that made him unable to resist wanting to spend money. This was the first time Zhang Qian encountered such a situation, and he could see the other party's favorability rating continuously rising. Before long, he reached a small goal. By then, it was already 2 a.m. Her live streaming room was still maintaining over 100,000 viewers, which was quite a miracle even on the Soundwave platform. The key point was, before tonight, Z Kinkin was just an ordinary amateur. Xuan, which live streaming room are you in now? A female singer, with a pretty good voice. Interested? Looking at Jin Lu with a half-smile, Zhang Qian coughed awkwardly. Moving Wei Ruoxi's long legs that had been pressing against him to the side, he directly pulled Jin Lu over. "Here, leave a message asking her to connect with 520Z Kinkin for a one-on-one." Feeling the heat and hardness of weapons, her breath also became a bit quick. After leaving a message, the PK between the two girls smoothly started. "Let's do one more round and then rest. You set another small goal. I'll set a goal and a half. That should be enough. I think this girl is pretty good. Let Zia Qianshan's people contact her and sign her." Upon hearing this, Jin Lu also looked curiously. In no time, she also became fond of 520Z Kinkin. This peak PK was destined to be recorded in the history of the Soundwave live streaming platform. In a normal match, the two sides together achieved an astounding 2.5 small goals, truly terrifying. The heat it generated had already surpassed this platform. Even people watching green live streams elsewhere quietly exited the app. They must want to see what kind of extraordinary individuals would make to Big Brothers make such extravagant moves. After this battle, the position of Zhang Qian, known as Lone Qian of Loneliness, was firmly established. Even Xuan was humble in front of him, revered as the top Soundwave tycoon. The biggest beneficiary undoubtedly was 520Z Kinkin, with other streamers also reaping rich rewards. Especially Ling Lingya, who received special attention, also rose to fame. After the PK ended, Zhang Qian left the app contentedly. He couldn't help but feel grateful that he had instructed his assistant to spend a few hours before coming back at night to unfollow the thousands of female streamers he used to follow, including liking various works. Yes, those were the girls Zhang Qian had paid attention to during his ignorant period when he was young, some of whom had already left the platform, but their works were still worth appreciating. He even categorized his collection into black silk, white silk, jade bead, blue armor, yellow armor, a total of 328 categories. When all these markers disappeared, Zhang Qian lit a cigarette, as if paying homage to his lost youth. To make up for it, he had arranged for fur girls today: black, white, gray, and purple, the fur primary colors. Watching Wei Rusi and the others still immersed in the excitement, Zhang Qian didn't interrupt. He simply picked up Jin Lu and left. With the effects of standing, activating the system store, his body had significantly improved in all aspects, walking almost soundlessly, quietly carrying her to the second floor. And after more than 10 minutes, Wei Rusi first felt something was amiss. Where did the legs that were under me go? After a night of intense streaming, Wei Rusi instinctively stretched and realized the legs that were propped under hers were nowhere to be found. Turning back, she noticed Zhang Qian and Jin Lu had disappeared. Kui Ziking and Yuan Chuan, feeling tired from streaming, also realized what had happened. The three girls exchanged glances, their cheeks blushing, their gaze involuntarily drifting upstairs. Wei Rusi chuckled mischievously and said, "Jin Lu is on her period today, but they still went upstairs. Must be up to something special. Why don't we go upstairs and help them out?" Yuan Chuan, "Don't be shy. Last time Chinking looked great." These straightforward words elicited a blush from the others. "I don't think it's right yet. What if Jin Lu gets angry later? What will we do?" Seeing the hesitation, Wei Rusi smirked and forcefully grabbed their hands, leading them upstairs. "What are you afraid of? Don't you know Xuan Xuan? And he definitely won't be willing to break the rules. He'll have to come find us later, right? It will also be more lively this way. Hurry, I'll tell you. What Xuan Xuan likes most at this time is..." A few hours later, Zhang Qian leaned back in the bathtub. It wasn't that he only wanted to take a bath alone, but they couldn't make it after all. Not to mention Xuan Xuan, who was on her period these days and not feeling well. Wei Rusi and the others were genuinely too tired to get up, with work still waiting for them tomorrow, so Zhang Qian could only settle for washing them up, sending them to rest in their rooms. Left alone, he sat there, lonely with a cigarette. Suddenly, he felt the system had great limitations. Why was all the benefits for himself alone? Couldn't some be shared with the girls? For example. Oh, right. It could be done that way. Zhang Qian's eyes lit up, feeling excited. Just like imparting knowledge to Professor Ji and others, I can also learn out some of their knowledge points, and then teach them to practice. Wouldn't that make the game time more extensive? Thinking of this, he quickly opened the mysterious store. Rarely known secret arts. How to make your husband love you more. Price: 5 billion. Why is the thigh muscle group the most overlooked in the game? Price: 3 billion. Good clothes shopping. Husband coming home early. Price: 1 billion. What is pheromone fragrance? Price: 10 million. Looking at the dazzling array of items, Zhang Qian couldn't help but let out a sincere sigh. If the system were a person, he really wanted to give it a salute. Big brother, you are amazing. I'm in awe. The muscle tissue of the thighs is really important in the game. Many girls tend to overlook this point. So, many top performers in various industries focus on going to the gym to work out, not just to attract attention, because it is crucial for a good gaming experience. Otherwise, if you start feeling tired after a few minutes, isn't that too embarrassing? Fast food is one thing, but would a serious boss be pleased? Being so embarrassing, would anyone still want to choose you? Being pretty is not useful at all. In such a competitive industry, if you want to have a higher value, you must improve your business skills. Speaking of which, let's talk about the issue of packaging. Some cunning girls may hire ghostwriters to write soft articles or even spend a little money to buy an award. Note that these soft articles or similar awards like winning a beauty pageant must strictly match the use of keywords and must be indexed by search engines. In other words, when the client searches for your name, a lot of related news, reports, soft articles, etc. must pop up. They can be fabricated, but they must appear very real. This way, your value will be completely different. Some people are worth 3,000, some are worth 100,000. The difference lies here. As the saying goes, if you just want to make some money, you can of course save time and effort, or even get a tattoo. But be careful, if you want to be in this industry and still want to get a tattoo, then be prepared to always be worth 3K. Of course, celebrities are exceptions. Speaking of which, let me remind the brothers, cherish life, stay away from parasitic landing. What if someone comes to poison from miles away? Let alone roadside stalls. Zhang Qian spent the night studying hard, delving deeply, spending 5 billion exchange coins, and learned a lot of knowledge. After a rest of 90 minutes, he felt refreshed and full of vitality. He learned the method of deep sleep, which was very effective. Just 90 minutes can achieve the best sleep effect, and a nap during the day is enough when feeling tired. With the help of the Descending Dragon Stake Plus system store, Jung Qian's combat power is not only overwhelming when using weapons, but also his muscle lines, physical fitness, and other aspects have significantly improved. He really likes himself now. His energy is always abundant, giving a very positive impression. Honey, have you grown taller? Jin Lu, who seemed to have already woken up without Jung Qian noticing, scrutinized behind him, furrowing her brows slightly. As if she had discovered a new continent, she hurried over to hug Jung Qian, using her own head to compare, confirming even more. It seems like a bit. Jung Qian rubbed his chin, looking at his perfect self in the mirror that resembled an ancient Greek sculpture, feeling a sense of excitement. Actually, once people reach adulthood, their bones are basically set, and growing taller is impossible. But Jung Qian has the system. Although the system cannot change genes, it can bring methods to promote physical changes, activating the second spring of the body. In simple terms, it's still the age-old exercise plus stretching. It's just that the stretching method provided by the system is very effective, and the complete training methods in the mysterious store are only available there. Along with training, diet, targeted nutrient intake, etc. After some time, the desired effect is finally achieved. It has been a month since the opening of the mysterious store, and Jung Qian has gained a lot. It's not just a bit. It's 6 centimeters. Jin Lu's eyes were full of excitement, holding Jung Qian's waist. Previously, when I hugged you like this, my head could reach your clavicle, but now it's only at the chest. Have you really transcended? Did you take something like Star Dragon Pill? Jung Qian chuckled. He picked up Jin Lu in a princess carry, walking and saying, just like how my combat tower is overwhelming now, maybe I've unlocked a human genetic code, about to attain enlightenment and ascent. Then it will be me alone who transcends, and all of you will be left behind. Let's roam the world together, guide the country, push across 3,000 worlds. Isn't that amazing? As Jung Qian spoke more and more wildly, Jin Lu couldn't help but giggle. Cultivating immortality, that doesn't exist. Not to mention that even if there is such a thing in this world, he wouldn't choose it. What's the point of living so long? 100 years is enough. There are joys of youth in young age, and joys of old age when you're old. He finds it very romantic to grow old with Jin Lu in this life. Imagine 2 elderly people, but elegantly going to Broadway, watching tragic comedies, admiring the sunset, holding hands and strolling through the streets. Just occasionally imagining it makes Jung Qian very happy. Well, they're still not up yet. Why don't we pick chrysanthemums under the eastern fence? Jung Qian couldn't help but suggest as he looked at Jin Lu in his arms. Jin Lu, biting her flaming red lips, pouted and punched Jung Qian's chest. You are so naughty now, are you? Do you want to kill me? That would ruin everything. But if you're really that, Hearing this, Jung Qian was truly touched. He didn't really want to pick chrysanthemums under the eastern fence. He just made a joke since she's on her period. But he never thought she would actually agree. Seeing her look like that, he really wanted to give it a try. But it's not possible. He knows his weapon strength very well. If he acts rashly, he could really damage it. I'm just joking. Let's eat something first. Jung Qian let Jin Lu down, trying hard to think of other things to divert his attention. But his weapon's reaction remained very honest, still inside the tent. Chuckling at Jung Qian's seemingly ambiguous expression, Jin Lu could barely contain her laughter. She led Jung Qian by the hand to the bedroom. With her index finger against her lips, she whispered, "Shh, keep it down. We's didn't go easy on Qingqing and Yuan Xuan yesterday. How about you go practice with her? Haven't you noticed? She's actually a mix of Dawn and Sub, right? In front of you, she is a sub." In fact, what Jin Lu said, Jung Qian had already realized. It could be seen sometimes in the way we sometimes gets engrossed in role-playing games. Not to mention the hand gestures she taught Jung Qian. Quietly picking up the still sleeping Wheeze, Jung Qian carried her to another room. This thug, still clutching on to Kui Ziking and Yuanchuan while asleep, he couldn't bear to see her like that. Where are the ropes we bought before? Here they are. Jin Lu took out a few ropes from the closet with a mischievous smile on her face. 1 hour later, wah. You tied too tight. Wei Rusi glared at Zhang Qian with displeasure, shaking her slightly numb hands. But in his eyes, where was the blame? It was clearly unfinished business, and if it weren't for needing to handle affairs at the company, Zhang Qian wouldn't have let her go that easily either. Isn't this hemp rope the one Monica Kennedy sent you? It's said to be a special edition worth tens of thousands of dollars. Its special feature is that it doesn't cause pain when tied up, and it's even soaked in a mysterious potion that acts as an aphrodisiac. Zhang Qian leaned against the head of the bed, looking at Wei Rusi, who had weathered the storm, his eyes full of affection. Wei Rusi hummed noncommittally. She peeled off her torn socks and complained, "Xuan Xuan is really something, actually becoming your helper. You all are truly naughty. She's probably off putting on makeup now. She was just helping you earlier, not really feeling involved. Should I take over this time?" As she spoke, her pupils gradually turned into pink hearts. "Xuan Xuan is on her period, so let's skip that. But you, I can see you've already adapted to the intensity. You've been restless lately. Your recovery after each battle is getting faster, and you often privately harass the others. It seems I need to raise the difficulty level of your training again." Zhang Qian lit a cigarette, squinting as he observed Wei Rusi. Wei Rusi's eyes sparkled with strong anticipation. What's the role of a kitten? To forever love its owner. Meow tilde meow tilde meow. Zhang Qian, who had already put away the tent, saw her kneeling in front of him in this position, and there was an extremely intense change again, unable to help saying, "I have an exclusive manual to teach you. Once you master it, then teach it too." 1 hour later, when they went downstairs, Kui Ziking, Xuyuan Shuang, and Jin Lu had already gone to work. The prepared meals were placed on the warming table, and Zhang Qian couldn't help but marvel at having such a wonderful wife at home. He had even considered hiring a chef. However, Jin Lu enjoyed cooking for herself, and it was also inconvenient for them to wear clothes. Zhang Qian really enjoyed admiring silky wrapped feet and long legs. Actually, all the girls were very good. Compared to internet celebrities or even minor stars, they had absolute advantages. But if they were all put together, Zhang Qian could still find faults and rank them. Jin Lu and Wei Rusi tied for first place, Yin Yanyan was second, Kui Ziking was third. Ya Qiuqi and Xiaonan were also very good, but in a forced comparison, they would be temporarily placed last. As for Song Yaxian, as mentioned earlier, her best aspect was her charm. If we were to evaluate just the charm factor, it was likely that she and Jin Lu, Wei Rusi could tie for first. Skipping further details on that, during the recent connection, Zhang Qian had started trying to teach Wei Rusi the ultimate manual, a priceless data worth 5 billion yuan. Unfortunately, without a system, they couldn't activate it first and then train. They had to follow the steps of learning, practicing, and training. Fortunately, Wei Rusi had a good foundation. She enjoyed fitness, and Jin Lu was the same. They should be the quickest learners. Ya Qiuqi should be fine too, but this young girl was too shy, always reluctant to participate in the team building. At best, she would stay with Xiaonan, which troubled Zhang Qian a little. She needed to be developed. Song Yaxian should also be okay. Her swimming skills were once decent, and now her recovery after battles was steadily improving. Once Wei Rusi returned as a master, they could start expanding. "Aren't you going to take it off?" After dinner, as Zhang Qian prepared to take Wei Rusi out, he noticed a cat collar around her neck with a small metal tag, engraved with a few English letters, "Roses." "Nope." Wei Rusi flicked the tag with her jade-like hand, making a crisp sound, and licking her lips. She said, "If the cat loses the tag, how will the owner find it?" "Don't worry, I have a high-neck business dress, hidden under. Today's the first time wearing it. The little kitty doesn't want to take it off tilde. The quality of this leather is quite good. It truly comes from the hands of a master." She used to be a legendary dom, but as she grew older and no longer personally involved, she started a company specializing in such products, all handmade, custom-made, emphasizing quality. It was like a Bentley. The texture of the handcrafted interior brought a spiritual pleasure that ordinary products couldn't match. In the dom-sub relationships, there were cat and dog types. Wei Rusi was obviously the former, and Zhang Qian suddenly had a feeling, wondering what it would be like to be with a dog-type beauty. In fact, Wei Rusi didn't know her own classification before. She discovered it during the exploration process. In her words, every girl hides their true self in their heart. waiting for the true prince to develop them. Zheng Qian closed his eyes in pain. Wei Rusi was truly a tantalizing object. If time wasn't so pressing, he would definitely have. In the morning at work, the meeting continued and debriefed. After the meeting, Zheng Qian deliberately kept Xia Qianchen behind and brought her to the office. Zhen, do you have any instructions? For some reason, perhaps due to not seeing Zheng Qian for a while, Xia Qianchen felt that he had changed a lot. It was not the same as before in Yebis. It wasn't a physical change but more like pheromones. Qianchen, there were many people earlier, so I didn't get a chance to talk to you. Zheng Qian shook his head slightly and, somewhat reluctantly, said, how come you only completed one small goal? You spent the least, and that surely won't generate a collaborative effect. Tonight, you must complete 10 small goals. Understand? Understood. Xia Qianchen lowered her head, feeling somewhat aggrieved. I just wanted to save the boss money, but instead, I received criticism. It was upsetting. Qianchen, I'm not trying to criticize you. I want to give you a signal. After you truly take charge of Stardust Live, you can't always try to save money in everything. Aim for the optimal result. Remember this point firmly. Sensing Xia Qianchen's dejection, Zheng Qian's tone softened. He used to think she was quite capable and efficient. Why did it seem like she was lacking now? But Zheng Qian quickly understood. It wasn't Xia Qianchen's fault. She was an excellent secretary, but there was still a gap from being a high-ranking executive in the group. Not to mention, he dealt with people like Wei Rusi every day, who truly stood out. Excellent people were good at discovering problems and executing tasks, and Xia Qianchen was such a person. But outstanding individuals not only identified problems, but also proposed solutions, even backup plans. And Wei Rusi was that kind of person. How about this? Why don't you come to my place tonight as well? It'll be more convenient to coordinate that way. Take a look. Can a normal person ask the questions you just asked? Even Zheng Qian felt a hint of ambiguity after saying that. It felt as if he had just scolded Xia Zixi a lot, criticizing her education, making her unable to lift her head, and then, at a loss for other options, the final sentence, you can also come to my house in the evening, was Zheng Qian's true intention. Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian, are you trying to be cute with Zixi in a poor manner? He even felt a hint of self-blame, quickly wanting to explain that wasn't what he meant. His true intention was really just hoping Zixi could learn from Wei Rusi, whether in business or other aspects. Zixi, I'm not. Okay. Before Zheng Qian could finish his sentence, Zixi nodded in agreement. But Zheng Qian felt like why was she bowing her head, almost as if she was about to cry. Obviously, he went too far in criticizing Zixi. Never had he criticized her in this way before. That's fine. No need to be so restrained. Wei Rusi and Jin Lu are both outstanding, so you can learn a lot from them in your daily life. Since he agreed, Zheng Qian couldn't just push Zixi away. It would only lead to more misunderstandings. After a brief conversation, Zixi went back to work. This left Zheng Qian deep in thought, reminding himself that he needed to warn Wei Rusi and others not to go too far. What if they harassed Zixi to the point of making her cry and run away? Thinking about this, he quickly headed towards the neighboring bank building. Pushing the door open, he found that Wei Rusi was not in the office. Was she in a meeting? But she was still wearing that necklace. What if someone noticed? Thinking of this, although Zheng Qian felt a bit excited, he still didn't want to be seen. This little game was only between him and Wei Rusi. The fun is in its implicit privacy. After a quick inquiry, he learned that Wei Rusi was in a meeting. Before he could reach the conference room, he heard her stern voice resounding. Why can't you handle such simple matters properly? I've emphasized it multiple times. Amman is the head office. We need to coordinate with their time. Kyushu is an hour ahead of Amman. The phone should show local time. Then should we set the watch to their time? What about you, Xiaoyi? Have you finalized the cooperation agreement with Swift? Have you sorted out the routing transitor identification code? The meeting room's door was not completely closed. Zheng Qian peeked inside and saw Wei Rusi standing in front of the conference table, arms folded, with a fierce and intimidating look in her eyes. Nobody dared to meet her gaze, all looking nervous. All right, this momentum should make it impossible for anyone to notice the strange thing on Wei Rusi's neck. And indeed, this high-neck dress only accentuated her temperament. It was really hard to imagine, with such an intimidating presence, she could also be, alluring. This extreme contrast made Zhang Qian feel an even deeper infatuation with Wei Rusi. Shaking his head, since Wei Rusi was in a bad mood, it was not the right time to talk about such things. Be careful. Just as Zhang Qian turned to leave, he suddenly felt someone crashing into his arms. Instinctively, he tightly hugged the person's waist with his left hand, and quickly grabbed the falling water cup with his right hand. The whole movement was seamless. He even felt the soft touch from his left hand, making him squeeze it instinctively. With a waist circumference of 60 centimeters, that was an ideal proportion. I'm sorry, General Zhang. It's all my fault. A sweet and crisp voice sounded. A delicate girl said apologetically. Perhaps worried about disturbing the meeting room, she spoke in a low voice in the hallway. At this moment, being held by Zhang Qian, it was like her breath was on his ear, her delicate body trembling slightly, showing signs of nervousness, panic, unease, awkwardness, and shyness. At the same time, she was pressed against Zhang Qian's chest. Her heart was beating rapidly. The affinity index on the top of her head also began to fluctuate wildly. Zhang Qian hadn't even seen her face clearly, but he knew she must be Lu Lingwei. Among all the people he knew, only Lu Lingwei's affinity index was undergoing a strange fluctuation every second. It was really like quantum mechanics, with various states superimposed on each other. It's okay. Why so careless? Zhang Qian released Lu Lingwei and handed her the water cup with a smile. Lu Lingwei's attire was different from last night. If she appeared as a quiet baby drawing in a live broadcast, she was now an OL secretary, dignified and provocative. Just now, Director Wei was reprimanding her colleagues. I was very scared. A trace of lingering fear flashed in Lu Lingwei's eyes. Just passing by the corridor, hearing Wei Rusi scolding someone made her unable to bear it. Was she always scolded before? But Zhang Qian frowned. Clearly, it was his sudden turn that almost made her fall. No, he had been standing in the same spot all along. Would a normal person walk towards an obstacle intentionally? Shouldn't they choose another path? I listened to the meeting just now. What Director Wei said was right. It's not aimless scolding. Indeed, the work process needs to be optimized. These are all basic issues. I didn't expect the employees to be so unprofessional. And even if Director Wei is scolding you, it's for your own good. Be more careful in the future. Saying that, Zhang Qian nodded at Lu Lingwei and left. Her affinity index started to plummet rapidly. It had dropped to 50 points. Such a drastic drop. Well, that's more like a normal girl. This Lu Lingwei was quite interesting. General Zhang. At this moment, she suddenly called out to Zhang Qian. Walking over bashfully, biting her lip, tears even falling from the corner of her eyes, she held back from crying out loud. General Zhang, you're right. I didn't mean to talk bad about Director Wei behind her back. I know she's a good person, and her criticisms are reasonable. Before she could finish, Zhang Qian smiled. He gently wiped away the tears on her face, and even pinched her cheek. Don't cry. Now that you know, go do your work. Don't get criticized by Director Wei because of a mistake. General Zhang, can I add you on WeChat? I won't bother you usually. It's just, you gave me so many gifts yesterday. I'm really grateful. My hometown is a remote area, and my dad sends me some local products. I also want you to try them, but if you find it bothersome, just forget it. Sure, skin mine. Zhang Qian sighed inwardly. Now it seems he had no choice but to accept. Don't let it seem like discrimination. Thank you. General Zhang, I've scanned it. Could you please confirm it? I'll go do my work now. Lu Lingwei's timing of departure was perfect. Just as the meeting was about to end, Wei Rusi was finishing up her final instructions before coming out. Zhang Qian also showed no intention of staying longer. The women all had things to do. They couldn't exhaust themselves completely, or who would work for them afterwards. The energy at the Shanghai Americas Club had broadened Zhang Qian's horizons to some extent. It was impressive, being able to mobilize billions of resources and possess connections that money couldn't buy. These past few days, he had his people communicate with several dockyard officials, but they were all met with rejection. It was easier in smaller areas, where some connections could be established, but in the Shanghai region, it was impossible. Even if Zhang Qian planned to spend hundreds of billions or even trillions to pave the way, it wouldn't work. It wasn't about not having enough money, but their relationships were deeply entrenched over decades, making it impossible. Moreover, handling this money was too sensitive. He didn't dare to take it, let alone spend it. Truly, The Shanghai Americas Club was the most powerful local club. Especially with the extensive resources of the American series, the impact on Zheng Qian this time was comprehensive, from shipping to entertainment to the Ran family's chips. This was something that no individual enterprise could achieve, only top-tier clubs could. Zheng Qian even felt that this was just the tip of the iceberg for them. That being said, Zheng Qian could afford to lose this money. Even if he started losing money like water every day now, for him, it would still be profitable. Because as long as he invested in the girls, he could always earn back huge returns regardless of the losses. But he couldn't just let this slide, right? One must remember that there can only be one king of swagger in the world, and that's him, Zheng Qian. While pondering, Zheng Qian made his way to the CEO's office. It's worth mentioning that due to the ongoing business consolidation within the Qianlu Group, streamlining many overlapping business lines, the Qianlu Group was still just a nominal entity. For example, the casually named Kian Real Estate and the yet to be renamed Linmix needed to be reorganized. Though he might not prioritize the profitability of these businesses, they still needed to exist. It was important to keep the girls occupied. When it came to naming the Qianlu Group, Zheng Qian had some hesitation. Currently, he had many women around him, but there was only one Jin Lu. Rather than choosing a group name that everyone could accept, it was better to revolve around Jin Lu as the core. It wasn't just a show of affection, but helping Jin Lu secure her position. The harem couldn't be chaotic, there had to be a backbone that could hold things together. Otherwise, everyone would think they had a chance, leading to daily conflicts, which Zheng Qian disliked. Of course, he wouldn't keep such women around. He was very satisfied with the current women around him, even feeling indebted, especially to Yao Qiuqi and Xiaonan, as well as Deng Yuqing and Su Shuyun and Yo Baijing. Originally planning for Su Shuyun to manage the real estate business, she ended up returning to Yo Baijing. Deng Yuqing had no ambitions, so she could continue operating a cafe in Shanghai. A dream collaboration could later introduce a product like Sunadini milk tea. Zheng Zong. At this moment, a soft voice interrupted his thoughts. Zheng Qian slightly raised his head to see Zhang Xiaoyao holding a file folder in front of him, and he smiled. Sorry, I was contemplating some serious human philosophical questions just now. Please take a seat first. Have you completed the investigation? Zhang Xiaoyao currently served as the Secretary General of the CEO's office, with Chang Nengmeng and Hao Rushan under her. Even though the Qianlu Group was a privately held company and not publicly traded, it could still establish a board of directors due to its numerous subsidiaries. Naturally, Jin Lu was the chairman of the board, while Wei Rusi not only held the top position at Qianlu Bank, but also served as the general manager and CEO of Qianlu Group. Zheng Qian merely retained the title of CEO, which he didn't particularly value. He trusted professionals to handle the relevant matters better. Speaking of the CEO's office Secretary General, it reminded Zheng Qian of a popular TV drama from the beginning of the year, Beijing Sea Wind, where Zhao Liqiu had a capable assistant named Secretary Wang. People felt that it was already at an advanced stage, so why was the title still just a secretary? The reality was different. Perhaps they started as a secretary, but by the end of the story, alongside Zhao Liqiu's promotion, they surely wouldn't be just a secretary anymore, but the head of the secretariat. Calling them Secretary Wang out of habit, or perhaps not wanting too much attention. A leader could have many secretaries, but only one Secretary General. After all, a secretary without authority was just decoration. Zhang Xiaoyao's current position in the CEO's office was similar to that of Secretary Wang. Her power was significant, and in terms of hierarchy, she was already considered a senior leader of the entire group. Her appointment by Zheng Qian left her feeling both thrilled and nervous. When Xia Qianchen was the Secretary General before, she ran everything smoothly. Occupying this position now, Zhang Xiaoyao felt a bit overwhelmed, but she had long coveted this rare opportunity, especially as Zheng Qian's exclusive secretary. Qin Zueli's abrupt departure further increased Zhang Xiaoyao's hopes. What? You say Zheng Qian already has many outstanding women around him? She didn't think that far ahead. She never imagined replacing Jin Lu. If she could get involved with Zheng Qian in some way and eventually become a leader in a large corporation or group, amassing billions, it wouldn't be difficult if Zheng Qian nodded at it. That was enough for her. A woman with somewhat short-sighted yet pragmatic views. Everything has been investigated thoroughly. The shipyards gathered for this Shanghai Americas Club were mainly from North America and Western Europe. After establishing some connections, it was found that these shipyards were not purchased by them, but leased by funds mediated through the American side from the club. Moreover, after the visit from the Minister of Commerce, they also met some people in Shanghai. They should be high-level members of the Shanghai Americas Club, since the largest shareholder of the six-star group in the SMETA country is an American consortium. So, listening to Zhang Xiaoyao's well-organized report, Zhang Qian felt relieved. It seemed that Xia Qianchen was truly skilled at nurturing people, given Zhang Xiaoyao's competence. Things were much more stable now, distinguishing it from before. Nodding slightly, he finally noticed how beautiful her clavicle was. Zhang Xiaoyao's dressing is very deliberate. Nothing is exposed at all. It's just that the neckline is slightly wider, but it only sits below the collarbone, so there are no visible gaps. However, because of this, the front is tightly bound up high, appearing more full. Her collarbone is indeed very attractive, a rare wing-shaped type. The two collarbones extend like a pair of wings. This kind of form usually appears very alluring on girls, easily evoking feelings in people. In contrast, there are Jin Lu and Wei Rusi with a one-word type collarbone, a more sophisticated form that most supermodels have, especially when wearing off-shoulder outfits or one-word necklines. If Jin Lu and Wei Rusi's collarbones are like beautiful landscapes, then Zhang Xiaoyao's is like a seductive one. Your collarbone is very pretty, Zhang Qian observed and sincerely praised. Thank you for the compliment, Zhang manager. Zhang Xiaoyao blushed. Even the skin above her collarbone reddened slightly. She rarely saw Zhang Qian look at her with such eyes, so it seemed that her choice of outfit today was very right. Well, do you have any other instructions? If not, I'll go execute. Quickly, Zhang Xiaoyao returned to her normal expression. She thought to herself that Zhang manager must have seen too many beautiful women, so being too aggressive might seem cheap. She needed to hold back a bit. Actually, she also watched the live broadcast yesterday, especially when Zhang Qian gave rewards to Lu Lingwei. On one hand, she felt jealous and envious that Lu Lingwei earned a fortune in that live broadcast, something that many people couldn't earn in their lifetime. On the other hand, she also felt that she learned a lot of knowledge. Especially Lu Lingwei's affected demeanor was very vivid, and she firmly believed that wealthy people like that kind of girl, particularly when Lu Lingwei manipulated the emotions of her fans. Zhang Xiaoyao was deeply inspired by it. Go ahead then. Oh, by the way, have Chen Shu and Duen Qiren come here. Yes. General Zhang. Zhang Xiaoyao slightly bowed and left gracefully. She deliberately chose a pair of stockings with a shrimp line today. Looking from the back, the line extended from the calf up, creating endless imagination. With her understanding of Zhang Qian, she knew he was quite experienced. However, when she closed the door and quietly looked back, she found that Zhang Qian didn't notice her little schemes, which left Zhang Xiaoyao feeling a bit frustrated. But she quickly adjusted her mood, thinking that there was still a long way to go. Although Lu Lingwei earned a lot last night, it's only a matter of time before she could achieve something with Zhang Qian, worth millions or even billions. Back in the office, after calling Duen Qiren up, she opened the e-commerce platform. Since General Zhang praised my collarbone, I should only buy clothes of this type in the future. It's a pity I don't have the high-level one-word like Sister Jin Lu. Should I consider getting collarbone plastic surgery? Zhang Xiaoyao was troubled by this thought. Just then, she noticed a new friend request on WeChat. Manager Zhang, can we chat during lunch break? I am Lu Lingwei. There is something you will definitely be interested in. It won't take up much of your time. I am waiting for you at the coffee shop on the corner. Lu Lingwei, the employee of the Qianlu Bank. Due to her position, if it were an ordinary secretary, they might directly address her as Assistant Zhang or something similar. But Zhang Xiaoyao was the chief secretary of the president's office, so everyone would address her with respect, just like Lu Lingwei calling her manager Zhang. After all, according to the group structure, Qianlu Bank belonged to the Qianlu Group. Strictly speaking, Zhang Xiaoyao was even Lu Lingwei's superior. Putting aside how she would respond, Duen Qiren had already arrived at Zhang Qian's office. As soon as he entered, Zhang Qian felt a different energy from him. Originally just a muscle-bound gym trainer, Duen Qiren was proficient in simple combat techniques, handling most ordinary people with ease. But when facing experienced fighters, he was somewhat lacking. In the past month, Zhang Qian didn't keep Chen Shu by his side. He tasked him with training Duen Qiren and the others. Dwayne Kieran still held great respect for Jun Qian, especially when he displayed such grand financial power and raised their salaries significantly. He was deeply loyal to Jun Qian, standing straight like a fir tree in front of him. Chen Chu sat naturally on the sofa opposite, with his usual cold expression. This was what Jun Qian had instructed. He didn't view Chen Chu as just a hired gun. It was more of a mentor-friend relationship. But what left Jun Qian speechless was that Chen Chu still couldn't change his ways of addressing him, persisting in calling him the boss. Although Brother Shu's actions were very stable, Jun Qian couldn't entrust everything to him. He needed a group of reliable bodyguards by his side. General John, did you summon me? Dwayne Kieran looked at Jun Qian eagerly. I called you here because... Jun Qian nodded, about to respond, when Chen Chu suddenly spoke up. Nodding slightly, he clicked his fingernails, producing a sound like that of an ancient zither. Without lifting his gaze, half-closed eyes fixed on his fingers, Chen Chu calmly said, Boss, Sang Huai of the Shanghai American Club isn't completely honest. Do you want me to take care of him? This question caught Jun Qian off guard. He lit a cigarette and pondered for a moment. How confident are you? 80%, Chen Chu honestly replied. There are also skilled people around him. Those two Westerners are quite capable. Despite the numerous individuals around him at his residence and club, there is still a way to deal with it. Then let it be. Hearing this, Jun Qian waved his hand decisively. He knew that when Chen Chu did these tasks, he was usually reckless like a madman, valuing his life very lightly. With a 60% success rate not being high, he wouldn't let Chen Chu act without absolute certainty. More importantly, one wrong move could set off a chain reaction. As the young master of the Shanghai American Club, Sang Huai had countless intricate connections between America and China. He couldn't be touched for now, only able to be fought using commercial means, without resorting to murder. Ziduan, you've been improving lately. I have a job for you. Monitor a person for me. Brother Shu must have taught you a lot of skills, like infiltrating and counter-surveillance. Yeah, if you handle this well, I will reward you. I heard that the Qinhuai Club has some new teas, the Jiangnan Thin Horses, along with a few minor celebrities. As Jun Qian's words became more far-fetched, Dwayne Kieran's eyes were filled with endless longing. That's not possible. Ha ha ha, am I that kind of person? Alright, go handle it. The bonus will surely not be meager. But I must make it clear, this matter is very important to me. Even if you fail to maintain surveillance, do not expose yourself. Remember that. Jun Qian has a good understanding of Chen Chu. As long as there is not even a 1% possibility, then it is 100% certain to succeed. The reasoning is simple. In order to achieve his goals, he is willing to risk his life. Only when he faces a task that cannot be completed even at the cost of his life will he express uncertainty. When he attempted to assassinate Ramen, he did not initially view it as a simple assassination mission. He enjoyed it and could have taken down Ramen at the first opportunity, as he had the capability. However, upon witnessing a few special forces captains bullying a young girl, he eliminated them and ultimately revealed himself. Even if exposed, he was prepared to risk his life to eliminate Ramen. It was truly disheartening to witness Chen Desheng betraying him. As the saying goes, Brother Shu regards his own life too lightly. Jun Qian previously pondered the philosophical question of Descartes' dream due to Chen Chu. He is a typical nihilist, filled with emptiness. His spiritual world is extremely lacking, devoid of interest in anything. Even though Jun Qian tried to introduce him to the beautiful women of the Spring and Autumn Hall, who were well-mannered and talented in various arts, Chen Chu showed no interest and kept his distance from those girls. Dungeon Master, can I ask for something? Dwayne Kieran suddenly spoke, fidgeting nervously, rubbing his hands nervously, lowering his head slightly, cheeks blushing. The gentle demeanor of lowering his head was as shy as a lotus flower in a cool breeze. Jun Qian felt a chill down his spine. If he didn't still need Dwayne Kieran's help with tasks, he swore he would have sent him to Thailand. Damn it, you, a rough man. Why are you being so fidgety? What is it? Jun Qian suppressed the urge to rebuke Ken, quickly took a sip of tea to calm himself. That. I know there is an ongoing company activity to reward female anchors. I have a little sister I really like. I can only fall asleep by watching her live broadcast every day. She is my spiritual sustenance. Can I also reward her? To watch the works of other beautiful girls, there is a minimum threshold. She is a genuine bodhisattva. She provides her works completely free for everyone to enjoy. She previously posted some beautiful photos, but someone copied them, so she added watermarks. Then someone removed the watermarks and posted them, saying it's more comfortable to view like that. My sister got angry and stopped producing works. She only occasionally does live broadcasts. I want to make her feel the warmth of righteousness. Many people are still waiting for her works. We all miss her. Initially, Zheng Qian intended to refuse. Since Duan is a man, the money given to him couldn't be recovered. However, seeing the enthusiastic look in his eyes, Zheng Qian was moved. He understood the eager spirit of an LSP to appreciate beautiful things. After hesitating for a moment, Zheng Qian looked at Duan Qiren and said, Dungeon Master, no problem. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qian immediately agreed. I will have the finance department arrange a small goal for you to have some fun. There is genuine love in the world. Righteousness is paramount. You must not let the bodhisattvas feel disheartened. Be generous in rewarding. Understand? Yes, sir. Duan Qiren's expression trembled, his voice beginning to shake as he saluted Zheng Qian respectfully. Brother Shu, I'm not interested. Their conversation abruptly ended. Watching the two leave the office, Zheng Qian couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chen Chu's current life resembled that of an old man in the park. He no longer even threw punches and spent his days standing and then instructing Wen and the others. He is a pure nihilist. As long as he doesn't interfere with the tasks assigned to him, letting Duan Qiren have a good time is fine. Zheng Qian still trusts him, as they have been working together for a long time, and many things have been handled quite well, which he has observed. In fact, he was thinking of ways to give Duan Qiren some bonuses or rewards, as a form of recognition for his work. Rewards inspire bravery, and with money, Duan Qiren would work even harder. Even if he only rewarded him with 100 yuan, pocketing the rest for himself, Zheng Qian wouldn't say anything. A day passed. In the evening, Zheng Qian's mansion. Xia Qianchen originally didn't want to come, but she had just become the leader of the Stardust-led broadcast platform, and wanted to do well. Zheng Qian had mentioned in the office that she should learn from Wei Rusi, who she greatly admired, so she came, hoping that through this small or word incident, she could learn some business acumen from this beautiful banker. Her dream is to become someone like Jin Lu. Wei Rusi, decisive in business and with dazzling achievements. After work, Xia Qianchen went directly to Wei Rusi's car, while Zheng Qian deliberately returned a little later. He hadn't been intimate with Xia Qianchen yet, and he was worried about any gossip at the company. It wasn't fair to Xia Qianchen, but when he arrived home, he was left speechless. What is this? Xia Qianchen, Zheng Qian was stunned at the entrance. Because on the carpet in front of the sofa in the living room, there were legs that were alluring once again. Not only Jin Lu, Wei Rusi, Xuan Shuang, Kui Ziking, but even Xia Qianchen's attire was exceptionally captivating. Xia Qianchen's cheeks were crimson, her legs tightly crossed, and her hands forcefully pulling down her skirt. She couldn't even look at Zheng Qian. Da. Wei Rusi quickly ran over, pretending to help Zheng Qian change his outerwear while saying with a smile, Hey, am I a little genius? I accidentally spilled water on Xia Qianchen's clothes when I brought her home just now, so she had to change into this maid outfit. I lied that there were no spare clothes at her home, so there's only this. Perhaps due to Xia Qianchen's arrival, their attire was not too revealing, just slightly shorter nightgowns paired with stockings. Wei Rusi explained to Xia Qianchen that it was very comfortable to dress like this at home, so she shouldn't overthink it. In comparison, Xia Qianchen was undoubtedly the most conservatively dressed. She was just wearing a maid outfit, and Wei Rusi cajoled her, saying, Wow, you look so cute, wearing this kind of clothing. How can you not wear knee-high white stockings? Wow, your legs are so thin. Won't they look gorgeous with a leg bracelet? Wow, your neck is so fair. Put on this lace bow and a small bell. Wow, these cat ears match you so well. In the midst of these compliments, Xia Qianchen gradually lost herself. Even she didn't understand why, and let Wei Rusi dress her up, eventually presenting herself in this state. Tell me if you like it. Like? Zheng Qian nodded very honestly. He was truly impressed by Wei Rusi's skills in flirting, finding them admirable and awe-inspiring. In comparison, he felt that he lacked any substantial skills besides making money. while she seemed to have an arsenal of tricks that were undefendable. Even Xia Qianxi, who had always been very reserved, had been broken through by her, making Zheng Qian doubt. Were there any women that Wei Rusi couldn't conquer? First of all, it would definitely be Jin Lu. Despite being Wei Rusi's best friend for so long, she had not been taken down, proving that there were indeed areas Wei Rusi couldn't touch. He smiled with relief and patted Wei Rusi's backside to encourage her. Wei Rusi smiled mischievously and hung up Zheng Qian's coat. It was just a bit of a shame that she had taken off her collar, perhaps to not startle Xia Qianxi, who still seemed somewhat reserved during dinner. Come, eat more dishes. Thank you, Chairman Jin. Chairman Jin. Come, let's toast. Thank you, Director Kui. Come, let's toast too. Thank you, Director Su. Come, let's give a kiss. Oh no, haha, just kidding. Let's eat quickly. You're not using your chopsticks much. Taste this. Is my cooking good? Thank you, General Wei. It had to be said that Xia Qianxi's professionalism, even at a time like this, remember everyone's positions. Since Kui Ziking and Ziyuan were not her direct superiors, but in charge of Dukan liquor industry, she referred to them by their positions on the board of directors. Wei Rusi, on the other hand, besides being from Qiaolu Bank, was also the group's general manager and CEO. As for Jin Lu, she was the chairwoman of the entire Qiaolu group. In terms of hierarchy, Jin Lu was the highest-ranking person present, even higher than Zheng Qian's position. Wei Rusi was secretly amazed how could just a few drinks almost make her spill her heart out. If Xia Qianxi was scared off by their conversation earlier, wouldn't all the preparations be wasted? Zheng Qian quickly cleared his throat, signaling that they should ease up. They shouldn't really get Xia Qianxi drunk. After 3 rounds of drinks, of course, they only lightly touched upon them. No one got drunk, but the atmosphere was great. It was just right, setting the stage for possible interactions, especially considering there was 1 man and 1 woman present. After dinner, Xia Qianxi helped to tidy up the dishes and cutlery, although they didn't need to wash up, just putting them in the dishwasher would suffice. But as she moved back and forth, the bell on her neck would tinkle. With her outfit, it really looked as if she were a maid in Zheng Qian's household, particularly pleasing to the eye. Initially shy, Xia Qianxi couldn't bring herself to look Zheng Qian in the eye. However, after the meal just now, she was getting a bit more accustomed to it, perhaps due to the effects of alcohol making her somewhat numb, and even. Whenever Zheng Qian's gaze fell on her, she felt her heart beating fast. Dopamine was such a miraculous substance, a gift from the gods to living beings, creating pleasure. So when Zheng Qian looked at her, dopamine would be produced, making her happy. This subconscious response formed an idea within her. Whenever Zheng Qian looks at me, I feel happy. Even Xia Qianxi had no idea how dangerous this thought was. But that was the subconscious mind. She wasn't even aware of it, yet her subconscious was already imprinted with a physiological response. Alright, let's continue with the plan. Zheng Qian took the tea offered by Wei Rusi, sipped it lightly, and nodded. According to our plan, we all need to change our nicknames today to add the word Stardust at the front. Qianxi, see how CC tips. Learn more, and don't save money today. Got it? General Zheng. Okay. Let's start now. Zheng Qian opened his phone and changed his nickname to Stardust Jin. As soon as he changed it, he felt a bit embarrassed. Being unconventional, very unconventional, indeed. Those who didn't know might think he belonged to a bygone era. But as the saying goes, when something becomes too rustic, it becomes trendy. So he was very trendy. He immediately entered the live stream of cute Lingling. Today, Lu Lingwei was still a baby who loved drawing, but she wore a new JK uniform set in a black theme, exuding a dark Lolita style. Her thigh-high socks were also black, and she continued the food display in the live stream. She was very talented, with thousands of viewers in the live stream. How many were actually watching her draw? Weren't they there for her looks? As the warden in charge, seeing so many wardens in the live stream, he felt it was right. After all, the flow code wasn't a joke. He illuminated Lingling's gift exhibition and sent 10,000 HUAZju to liven things up. Soon, the number of people in the live stream began to skyrocket again. Initially, everyone didn't realize Zheng Qian's identity, but upon seeing the Qian character at the end, they knew it was the remarkable General Qian from yesterday. The chat started flooding with messages. General Qian is awesome. Can he military train the baby who draws? General Chen, can you let the streamer walk around the set? General Chen, can the streamer? Seeing these various comments flooding in, Jun Chan thought to himself that everyone truly knew how to have fun. Just as he contemplated whether to capitalize on this for some show effects, a notification popped up on his phone saying 520 Kissy was starting a live stream. Jun Qian admired this little sister, so without much thought, he clicked and entered the stream. There are already tens of thousands of people. Seeing the number of people in the live stream, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Chen Lu glanced at him and said with a smile, "Don't you know, after you left yesterday, her live stream still had 1 or 2 tens of thousands of people. It seems everyone really likes this little girl, and she's quite pretty, just not very good at dressing herself yet." Xia Qianxi nodded in agreement. "General Zhang, I've already contacted her people. She can sign at any time. After a few interactions, she really is a good person. Different from other streamers, everyone says she's a treasure found." Jun Qian hadn't anticipated this outcome. It seemed she had truly seized the opportunity, choosing a precious chance to turn her fate around. Okay, in that case, let her collaborate with Cherry Blossom Dream tonight. They seem to have quite similar personalities. Once the momentum picks up tonight, let's have a rotation of popular streamers come over to her for APK. In the shortest time possible, I want to make her the most amazing streamer in the whole Stardust wave, no doubt about it. When Stardust Chan entered the live broadcast room with that ID, everyone was excited. After being reminded by someone, she realized that this was the famous benefactor Chan. Little Kinkin was so excited that she was almost incoherent, bowing deeply and thanking him profusely. But before she could finish bowing, Jun Chan quickly typed to stop her, indicating that at least 3 bows were necessary for such a gesture. He truly liked this girl, finding her pure and adorable. Previously, he had already sent people to contact her, and the contract personnel were on their way. She was going to be the second signed anchor of Stardust after Cherry, but for now, it was just in the initial stage. At that moment, he noticed that little Kinkin was in the middle of a PK challenge with someone. The female anchor opposite had a disdainful expression, talking continuously. "Hey, isn't this little Kinkin? Did your big brother who gave you gifts not turn up today? Haha, how long have you been broadcasting? Hurry up and end it. My fans just said that he is now in a live stream with a beautiful girl drawing. Do you think he would still come to find you? Moreover, it's that kind of big spender. People like big beauties. You've never beaten me in a PK before, and now you dare challenge me. If you lose, I will have to discipline you." The female anchor was called Village Flower Wanya, with a very rural style, clearly targeting the lower-tier market. Her attitude was extremely arrogant, causing the viewers in Little Kinkin's live broadcast room to be filled with indignation. Although there were tens of thousands of people in Little Kinkin's live broadcast room, she had just started to attract people's attention yesterday. Most of the viewers were just there for entertainment and had not formed a genuine fan base supporting her yet. Therefore, Village Flower Wanya felt very confident because although there were only over 2,000 people in her live broadcast room, she was overpowering the situation. The PK had just begun and the points had already surpassed 10,000, making it difficult for an average person to compete. Laughing, the Village Flower Wanya said mockingly, "Haha, why are you bowing for no reason? You will definitely lose this round. Just wait, my big brothers are here. The village army is here. Big brothers, I have already figured out how to discipline her, making her kneel on a chair and bang her chest against the back of the chair. How about that? Ha ha." Village Flower Wanya became even more arrogant, reaching her peak. It was not her usual behavior during PK, but she was provoked. Why? Why did that big spender suddenly show up and achieve several goals in her live broadcast yesterday? Why? She was the village flower, so beautiful. Why didn't such a big spender come to take care of her? But, as soon as she finished speaking, she realized something was wrong. Some anchors usually use 2 phones during the broadcast, one for streaming and the other occasionally to enhance the broadcasting effects. If they encountered difficult opponents, they might even log in with another account to check the situation in the opponent's live broadcast room. She noticed that the number of viewers in Little Kinkin's live broadcast room was skyrocketing. It's already over 100,000 plus. Village Flower Wanya began to panic. What was even more frightening for her was that Little Kinkin's energy bar, which she couldn't resist before, began to skyrocket rapidly. In less than a breath's time, Her energy bar had enlarged so much that she needed a magnifying glass to see it clearly, and the live broadcast effects instantly exploded. This was because Zhang Qian took action. How dare he speak ill of a streamer he supports, and to a village flower like her? The village army? Zhang Qian smirked and immediately sent 10,000 huozi as a warm-up. Following that, 100, 100, 100. The donations kept on coming. Of course, he could have sent tens of thousands continuously, but had to consider the economic impact. Sending several goals to a live broadcast room was fine, but sending tens or hundreds of them, aside from causing inflation, it would be equivalent to giving money limitlessly to the streaming platform. More importantly, it would lead to speculations about the real identity of Stardust Qian. After all, how much was the wealthiest individual in Zhujiao really worth? Although truly wealthy individuals were not on the Forbes list, common people wouldn't know. Some things were better left in the shadows. They could be exaggerated to a certain extent but not too much. Village flower Wang Ji's expression gradually distorted as she watched Little Kinkin's live broadcast turning into another session of earning millions. Feeling weak, she closed her live broadcast room, turned off her phone, and furiously collapsed in her rented room. The village army had been thoroughly defeated. Although Zhang Qian had 100 ways to find her and make her come back to apologize on the live broadcast, it wasn't necessary. To him, she was just an inconspicuous little anchor, venting anger because life hadn't treated her well, attracting fans by seeking attention. Thank you, General Qian. General Qian, please get on the car. General Qian, please get on the car. Little Kinkin was ecstatic, performing her unique live broadcast thank you dance. Zhang Qian burst into laughter, not expecting to find such a treasure of a streamer when he wanted to give a sudden donation. Her good luck had just begun, with the real good days still ahead. Village flower Wang Ji's story had already started spreading rapidly across major video platforms. Even her roommate, who she shared the room with, secretly filmed her fit of rage and uploaded it. Titles like a live broadcast with 3 smash small goals. Who is she really? Surprise! Ordinary female anchor suddenly becomes popular overnight just because a benefactor did this. Precious footage. How did others treat Little Kinkin before she became famous? Began to spread rapidly. Slices of Little Kinkin's live broadcast were also rapidly spreading, all under the influence of Zhang Qian. Specifically establishing the Qianlu Business Information Company, the prestigious PR expert Lin Qingyu was personally assigned to head the Public Opinion Strategy Department. This time, they were promoting 520 Little Kinkin. Importantly, Zhang Qian had special instructions. In steering public opinion, he deliberately downplayed his own presence. He wanted people to know that there was a wealthy benefactor who could donate generously. Donations could be a gimmick, but he hoped that people would continue to stay because they liked the streamer, rather than relying on the excitement generated by donations. Most importantly, he didn't want his true identity to be revealed to the public. Of course, some figures in the social superstructure would know about him, but the ordinary people shouldn't be aware. With Lin Qingyu in charge, he felt very reassured. After all, she had many successful cases, with the most prominent being the multiple relationships of a celestial star incident. She managed to whitewash a person's image, transforming them from a pure and innocent girl into a sexy love goddess, earning the reputation of being in the top 10 best bodies in Asia, and currently having successfully entered Hollywood. Meanwhile, another incident was unfolding. Lu Lingwei bid farewell to her live broadcast fans in a cute and innocent manner, turned off the lights, and headed to another room where he was waiting. She calmly removed, "I'm sorry, Manager Chen, for keeping you waiting." As Ru Lingwei spoke, she removed her JK uniform. Zhang Qian has been constantly giving tips to that female anchor. I was worried he might come to my live broadcast next. If I ended the broadcast early, he might suspect I was jealous. Manager Chen, you've had quite a bit to drink. Let me give you a massage first. Chen Weiqian nodded slightly, looking at the beauty in front of him, his expression somewhat stiff. Although he didn't say anything, he tried to maintain a certain level of composure. But his body language betrayed him. Ru Lingwei was already a very beautiful woman, skilled at using her strengths, whether showing off her jade-like feet in the live broadcast room or even while painting. She also knew how to use an office lady style to catch Zhang Qian's attention. After several ambiguous interactions and successfully exchanging WeChat, She believed she had left a mark on Jung Qian's heart. Even though she couldn't control Jung Qian through these means, she was doing well. When Jung Qian first met Chen Weiqian, his impression of Chen was that he liked to play. Moreover, at that time, Xia Qianxi even gave Jung Qian a friendly reminder that there was some ambiguity between Chen Weiqian and Zhang Xiaoyao. There was even a hospital examination report. Of course, Jung Qian saw the report later, and it wasn't anything serious. It was just because of Chen Weiqiang's unclean behavior that led to Zhang Xiaoyao getting a common inflammation that only girls get. "Can I leave now?" Zhang Xiaoyao put down her phone impatiently. Yu Lingwei was massaging Chen Weiqian. She smiled, then lifted her head. "Well, thank you for recommending Manager Chen to us. As long as Manager Zhang keeps her promises, we will never break ours." Seeing Zhang Xiaoyao getting up heavily with her thoughts, Yu Lingwei added lightly, "Manager Zhang, I believe you also know, just like I mentioned at lunch with you, Zhang Qian is surrounded by too many women, not only in business, but also in yabai. He has no intention of recruiting lately, so, I understand what you mean. No need to say more. I hope you'll deliver on your promise." Zhang Xiaoyao gritted her teeth, pushed the door open, and left. Feeling the faint coolness of the end of summer, she closed her eyes slightly, then quickly opened them, as if making a decision. If Yu Lingwei really can deliver on her promise, then maybe it's not a bad choice. Although Zhang Qian is very warm to me on the surface, he never had any intention of taking things further. If I want to move up, I might really need some outside help. Humph. Chen Weiqian is disgusting, wanting to touch me. I just want Zhang Qian. A strange blush appeared on Zhang Xiaoyao's cheeks, and she quickly stepped into a waiting car on the roadside, wearing high heels. At the same time, the look in Chen Weiqian's eyes, besides the emotions that all men understand, was also very complicated. He didn't know if what he was doing was considered a betrayal of Zhang Qian. But what they said seemed to make sense. Zhang Qian had already shifted all of his focus to Shanghai, and there was almost nothing left in Yabai. What remained was some very unclear shipyard transportation business. "Manager Chen, haven't you figured it out yet? It's simple. Zhang Qian has dealt with things decisively. Don't you have any emotions about it? Back then, Din Shipyard was your lifeline, a company you built single-handedly, poured all your heart and soul into. But what? Later he acquired Qianju Group, and then the current Qianlu Group, bit by bit, diluting your shares. How much do you have left now? He has made your hard work unrecognizable. Don't you feel any resentment? If it were me, I would have stabbed him in the back long ago." Yu Lingwei's hands didn't stop, making Chen Weiqiang's breathing hasten. She was like a serpent, both beautiful and alluring, leading people into the abyss of sin with every word. Chen Weiqian's will was not very strong to begin with, and he didn't know if it was Yu Lingwei's touch or her words that were affecting him. In any case, Chen Weiqian's will began to waver. He felt what she said seemed to make sense. Zhang Qian had indeed done a lot of things. From a certain perspective, the company he painstakingly established no longer existed. The shares he held had been diluted many times. At this moment, Yu Lingwei began to focus on her work. Chen Weiqian's will wavered again, his consciousness even starting to blur. Just now during Yu Lingwei's live broadcast, he was showing respect the entire time. She appeared so pure, beautiful, and lovely on screen. And now this strong contrast made his eyes start to lose focus. 3 minutes later, Yu Lingwei looked up, a barely noticeable hint of mockery flashing across her lips. Chen Weiqian, now in a daze, did not notice. When he came to his senses, he witnessed Yu Lingwei swallowing something, completely shattering his psychological defenses. For so many years, he had only seen those sideline girls and KTV hostesses swallow things after being paid. No, they couldn't compare. Where could they find anyone like Yu Lingwei, a top-tier beauty? Yu Lingwei was the most beautiful girl Chen Weiqian could touch with his hands. This kind of top-tier beauty was incomparable to those women, even more exceptional than Zhang Xiaoyao, although, well, Zhang Xiaoyao seemed more beautiful now, especially her clavicle. Just from looking at Zhang Xiaoyao's collarbone a moment ago, his mind conjured up many images. "Manager Chen, are you satisfied?" Yu Lingwei lightly wiped her lips, smiling brightly as she lifted her head. Chen Weiqian was completely stunned now. He just mechanically nodded. "Here, eat this. It's important. Manager Chen, you're at the age where you need to take care of your health." We have a long night ahead of us, and there's still much to discuss. After eating this, come over here with me." With those words, Chen Weiqian felt a bit embarrassed. But Ling Wei said it very tactfully, making him feel comfortable. On the contrary, he found her very considerate. She's such a good girl. Love her. Love her. At the same time, Zheng Qian and the others finally tiredly put down their phones. Su Yuanchuan sensibly lit a cigarette for him. Kui Ziking brought everyone tea and drinks. Jin Lu chatted with Zheng Qian, Wei Rusi. Only Wei Rusi was attending to matters not related to Zheng Qian. She was sneakily checking her WeChat. Xia Qianxi felt a bit at a loss, seeing several girls serving Zheng Qian. Should I go get him some tea, or a late-night snack? Oh no. Why am I thinking like this? Everything I do seems too eager, and my relationship with Zheng isn't. Why now, she thought. Does this feel slightly sour? At that moment, she noticed Wei Rusi's suspicious behavior. Being so close, she subconsciously leaned over and asked with confusion, Chairman Wei, why does your WeChat gender show male? It's not really about Xia Qianchen gossiping. It's just that Wei Rusi's behavior is too sneaky, impossible to ignore. If Xia Qianchen found out that she was secretly chatting with another guy, she definitely wouldn't say it. The key is, Wei Rusi is using a guy's WeChat profile picture to chat with girls. Her WeChat name is even more bizarre. It's called Your Tears Total. Probably because Wei Rusi has been using turn love into lovesickness tears these days. Although she has now changed her screen name to Stardust, Tears, which is a non-mainstream nickname. Qianchen. It's not what you think. Wei Rusi blushed, hurriedly locked her phone screen, gestured for silence, leaned close to Xia Qianchen's ear. Whisper, this is my WeChat small account, setting up the image of Tears Total, and in the future I can use it as the main sponsor account on our live platform, also known as the Atmosphere Group. It will be confiscated in the future. I am thinking for the company. Oh, so that's it. Wei, I really need to learn from you more. Oh, I only knew about tipping just now. Chun specifically asked me to learn more from you. I didn't expect you to already be preparing for the launch of the live platform, even starting to cultivate similar customer service accounts. Xia Qianchen suddenly felt a bit tongue-tied, feeling very ashamed. Wei Rusi breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She just had a bit of fun flirting with girls with her WeChat small account, almost let Xia Qianchen spill the beans. If Zheng Qian knew, he might punish me, although I like it too. Thinking like this, she subconsciously touched her own butt. Zheng Qian glanced at the sneaky Wei Rusi, rolling his eyes helplessly. He knew that Wei Rusi had been harassing female hosts these past few days, but at most it was just chat. Actually, for Zheng Qian, this was nothing. Affection was not deceiving. Wei Rusi now only had him in her heart. After the system upgrade, the definition of affection became clearer. He could sense that Wei Rusi loved him deeply through the system. Flirting with girls was just her current hobby. Anyway, just chatting, not actually inviting the girls over. Inviting them over. Well, it's not impossible. Okay, it's late now, you should rest early. Zheng Qian looked very kindly at Xia Qianchen. Qianchen, you achieved several small goals today. That's good. It seems you have mastered the skills. Tomorrow. Okay. John, I will definitely come to learn from Wei tomorrow. Before Zheng Qian finished, Xia Qianchen stood up, looking serious. Actually, just now Zheng Qian intended to say she didn't need to come tomorrow. With her around, Zheng Qian felt a bit unable to relax. Previously, when he returned home, usually he would connect once or twice before dinner. Because of her presence, he, as a man, hadn't shown his true self tonight. However, seeing her in the cute maid outfit, Zheng Qian decided to give her another chance. It was rare for Xia Qianchen to want to learn from Wei Rusi like this, but he was also curious. What commercial secrets would Wei Rusi teach her? Well, that's good too. Learning more from Wei is indeed correct. She has rich experience in business, whether in management or strategy. She has a very solid practical foundation. You will have a heavy responsibility in the future. Starting to learn early is not a bad thing. Zheng Qian felt very pleased with this. Qianchen, are you tired? Let me take you to rest. Your room is ready. It's on the first floor. Across the courtyard, there's only one room. The whole first floor is yours. You can even call male models. Wei pulled Xia Qianchen away, changing the topic. Xia Qianchen blushed a bit and said, I can stay on my own. No need for anyone else. Qianchen, it's not convenient to sleep in the maid outfit. Don't you have pajamas? You can wear this. Wei handed her a new set of clothes. As soon as Zia Qianchen unfolded them, her face turned even redder. Rather than clothes, it was more like sheer fabric. Just imagining wearing it, Zia Qianchen felt very shy. However, when she looked up, she found Wei Rusi staring at her with wide eyes, almost glowing green. Hehe. No. Why did I make such a sound? Qianchen, change into it quickly. See if the size fits. Wei. With a smile, watch Zia Qianchen. Zia Qianchen became even more embarrassed, biting her lip and awkwardly saying, I don't think I'll wear it. Oh, no. I mean, I won't wear anything else. I mean, this maid outfit is quite comfortable. Pure cotton. Seeing Zia Qianchen getting flustered, Wei Rusi reluctantly averted her gaze. Sighing, it seemed like she wouldn't see the long-awaited scene tonight. All right then, we have everything at home. Don't be polite. I won't disturb your rest. Good night. Wei whispered, tapping Zia Qianchen's chin. Good night, Wei. Zia Qianchen finally relaxed as she watched Wei leave. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling very strange, muttering to herself as she sat on the edge of the bed. Wei. It's so strange. Why does it feel more tiring to deal with Wei than with those male clients? Puzzling. As Wei left the room, she was pulled aside by Zheng Qian, who covered her mouth. He squinted at her. Don't shout, you might disturb the guests. Xiao Wei, did you get caught flirting with the female host by Zia Qianchen? She's a trusted senior employee of mine. Don't scare her away. Wei Rusi gestured frantically, and Zheng finally let go of her. She gasped, saying, Hey, what do you take me for? I'm a decent person. A decent person. Zheng blushed instantly. Damn it. It seems every time I do something inappropriate, they call me a decent person. Wei Rusi really made. It looked like tonight, she would need some special training. It's worth mentioning that starting tonight, Zheng began to give special training to the girls. The goal, of course, was to extend their connection time, providing a better experience. But the content of the training came from his system store. That 50 billion yuan book, Rare Secret Arts, How to Make Your Husband Love You More. Rewind a few hours. In a cafe, Shan Yangshen, as usual, ordered a black, bitterized Americano with no sugar, no milk. Under the soft lighting, he looked like a true gentleman. Miss, has she returned? Young master, Miss hasn't returned yet. The waiter placed the prepared snacks in front of him, slightly bowing his body. Shan Yangshen's eyes flashed with a hint of imperceptible disappointment. He nodded and elegantly smiled. All right. Thank you. You can go ahead and busy yourself. I'll wait here and leave later. All right. The waitress didn't say much either, just sighed quietly in her heart. This young master, Shan Yangshen, was really too infatuated. Even though mistreated him so coldly, this devoted affection didn't diminish by half. Not to mention, he was also the young master of the Shan Americana Club. In her eyes, Miss and Shan Yangshen were simply a perfect match, almost like they were made for each other. She could only say that she didn't understand the world of adults. Mr. Shan, please enjoy. Thank you. Shan Yangshen blew on the steaming coffee before taking a sip, and suddenly, an unexpected guest sat across from him. Yangshen, you are pretty free, coming here when the lady isn't around. Aren't you just wasting your charms on a blind man? Don't blame me. I just happened to pass by today and thought to test my luck. But I'm different from someone like you. The person sitting across him was Yun Yexi, the young master of the Song Business Club. Either of these two figures could shake up the entire Shanghai beach with a stomp of their feet. But now they were both sitting in this unknown little coffee shop, unable to escape the topic of a woman. Am I that kind of person? Shan Yangshen pushed his tortoiseshell glasses up and calmly said, I've heard that you've met with Ronnie Xiong from the Chunin Club before, and not long ago, you went to see Jin Lu who just took office, and now you're here. You are indeed occupied. Do you also have your eyes on those sister flowers? Shan Yangshen's expression remained calm. He neither confirmed nor denied it. Those sister flowers are quite beautiful. It's a pity that one of them won't last long. The other one, compared to the rumors, is even more attractive. You should meet her, too. If it's just play acting, I don't mind having something with them. But as you know, I've always only had Jufaluo in my heart. Jufaluo. Upon hearing this name, Yun Yexi subconsciously clenched his fists, but then quickly relaxed them. He feigned nonchalance. Ronnie Xian is indeed a pity. Everyone thought she and Jin Lu were twins, but in reality, they are a year and a half apart. She told me this herself, and also, she told me something else too, that you confessed to her initially and even lost an item to her. With that, Yun Yexi stared intensely into Shang Yanshen's eyes, seemingly wanting to grasp any unusual reactions from him. One moment he enthusiastically claimed to only love Jufaluo, but the next he was exposed. He was curious about the kind of expression Shang Yanshen would reveal. I said it was just a show. Besides, marrying her would allow us to directly seize the Chunin club. Shang Yanshen's expression remained unchanged as he took a sip of coffee, stating casually, but the women in the Ran family are indeed stunning. Jin Lu and Ronnie Xian's mother is also a rare beauty. Have you seen her? Yun Yexi shook his head, squinting his eyes, unable to resist saying, this time, the Chunin club welcomed an interesting figure. Zhang Qian. Have you investigated his background? I've heard some intriguing information. Do you want to hear? Oh, please, tell me more. Shang Yanshen, for a change, showed a hint of interest in his gaze. A half hour later, a well-dressed elderly man slowly approached Shang Yanshen, slightly bowing. Young master, the person has been brought here. I know. Standing up, he smiled and nodded at Yun Yexi. What you said was interesting, but I don't think it reveals his true source of assets. I have my suspicions. Still, thank you for being willing to share information. Yun Yexi smiled noncommittally. Glancing at a corner of the coffee shop, he spoke somewhat desolately and dazedly. Back then, we first saw Jufaluo here. It's been quite a while since I last saw her. Shang Yanshen, even though we have some acquaintance, I'm telling you these things not necessarily to cooperate with you. After all, I'm looking forward to devouring your Americana club. Very well. Once I handle Zhang Qian, we can then have a fair competition. It's time to end the enmity between our older generations that has lasted for so many years. With that, Shang Yanshen turned and left. As he walked away, Yun Yexi's once carefree face now bore a layer of frost. Shang Yanshen, I could easily condemn you to death for what you said just now. Jufaluo never said as much to me, and yet that day, you talked so much with her ... She even cried in front of you ... You showed mercy everywhere, even pursued Ronnie Xian, and now you've gone to see Jin Lu. That as you said, once you take care of this outsider, I will certainly take you down. Jufaluo. Yun Yexi's voice was tinged with a slightly sickening obsession. The girl at the bar sighed softly in her heart. Despite Yun Yexi's deep obsession with Jufaluo, far exceeding Shang Yanshen's infatuation, she didn't believe that Yun Yexi would ultimately be able to be with Jufaluo. Shang Yanshen possessed a maturity far beyond his years, seemingly impervious to anything that could ruffle his feathers. Even when faced with Jufaluo, he never displayed that fervent desire. In contrast, Yun Yexi's genuine enthusiasm when seeing Miss every time was palpable to everyone. His love for Jufaluo was profound. After all these years since meeting Jufaluo, not a single scandal had emerged around him. But she couldn't bring herself to envision a successful future for the two of them. Even as to whom Jufaluo truly liked, she had no idea. Though Miss hadn't interacted much with Shang Yanshen, and they weren't romantically involved, their interactions seemed placid, almost like mere acquaintances. Love is indeed a perplexing thing. The driver parked the car in front of a luxury hotel. These upscale hotels typically provided underground parking to maintain their posh facade and would not permit parking out front to ensure smooth access for high-profile guests. Occasionally, foreign dignitaries might stay here as well. Therefore, a special driving route remained reserved, typically closed off on regular days. Seeing the license plate, the security guard promptly opened the pathway and saluted as the car came to a stop. Stepping out slowly, Shang Yanshen made his way to the first-floor bar of the hotel. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Miss Liu Shiki. Miss Liu Shiki is extremely unhappy right now. Very, very unhappy. Originally, going to Shanghu was a very exciting thing for her. After all, she could see Zhang Qian. The last experience was an unprecedented enjoyment for her. Never before had anyone made her feel so exhausted but ecstatic. She always felt like she was floating in the clouds and had never come down. She wasn't an inexperienced young girl. She knew very well what made her happy. But Zhang Qian unexpectedly came up with new spots for her. If it wasn't for Zhang Qian, she wouldn't have imagined she could have such an experience. Sometimes, when Liu Shiki dreams of Zhang Qian in the middle of the night, she experiences a certain subtle physiological reaction, which is actually quite normal. It's not that Liu Shiki is unbearable. Don't men pitch a tent when they have a fantasy object? Before coming to Shanghu, she had already sent WeChat messages to Zhang Qian. Even though time was urgent, she had even preemptively had a full-body beauty treatment and some kind of care done. In order for Zhang Qian and herself to have the best experience, Yanwo is now very beautiful, but he refused under the pretext of being too busy with work. What a scumbag! Liu Shiki was sitting in a chair, her legs crossed, arms folded, feeling annoyed. Today, she was wearing a red dress, her feet wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, tapping her high heels, her gaze somewhat distant. She had already had a few cocktails. Although not strong, the environment here was very elegant and quiet, but the alcohol was starting to get to her. Truly, alcohol doesn't get one drunk, it's the person who gets drunk. The young man sitting across from her kept swallowing nervously. This sister is really beautiful. He had only seen her during meetings before, but after a few drinks, she seemed even more beautiful. Her half-open eyes were not looking at him, but it felt like she was being pierced, especially with her slightly rapid breathing due to alcohol. Her chest was heaving irregularly. This made the young man lower his head, afraid to look her in the eye. But as he lowered his head, he saw something under the table, the red high heels, being tapped by Liu Shiki's toes, as if they could fall off at any moment. He was even prepared, once the high heels drop, to immediately kneel down and catch them, then slyly hold her ankle and help the sister Liu Shiki put on her shoes, never doing anything unnecessary. Where is he? Liu Shiki was getting impatient, asking coldly. He's on his way. Our boss is arriving soon. The young man hurriedly replied. She rolled her eyes. Today she had even brought her assistant with her from Yebel Temporary. The Zhonggong Fund had previously invested in a startup company in Shanghu, which had great potential in the internet industry and later achieved good results. After subsequent additional investments, they decided on a forced acquisition. They had used this method before, investing heavily in many companies, and once one succeeded, starting the hostile takeover process. Either keep it or sell it to someone else for a profit. Due to the identities of their investors, they had a significant advantage in shares. Forced acquisition was usually easy for them, but this time had its complications. The other party had set up articles of association within the company, which went unnoticed by the Zhonggong Fund's legal department. This triggered a clause in the anti-takeover poison pill provisions, meaning no matter how much money they spent, they wouldn't gain full control. The more they spent, the more diluted their shares would become. This frustrated Liu Shiki a lot, and at the same time, the owner of the company contacted her privately. He told her that there was still a chance for acquisition, even willing to give up the founder's identity and sell the company to Liu Shiki. The price was surprisingly favorable, and the only requirement was to meet with Liu Shiki in person. In fact, Liu Shiki wasn't very interested. This company wasn't worth so much trouble for her to come personally. The main reason was that person in Shanghu. She came to Shanghu to see that person and to solve this company's acquisition proposal. After all, the shares of the Crane Group that Zhang Qian gave her were already quite substantial. She wasn't too concerned about the company's profitability, she just wanted to experience it again. Just then, a gentlemanly man appeared before her. The young liaison immediately stood up and greeted him, giving up the spot directly facing Liu Shiki and leaving the area. Before leaving, he couldn't help but take a lingering look at Liu Shiki's high heels. Liu Shiki raised her eyebrows slightly, seeming surprised that the person standing in front of her was of this caliber. The air of sophistication emanating from Shan Yangshan was palpable. Anyone who saw him for the first time would have that initial impression. His every move was that of a true gentleman. This caliber of elegance was not something an ordinary wealthy family could produce. At the very least, it would require several generations of wealth to cultivate such a feeling. But were there wealthy families that had been wealthy for several generations in Juzhou? Liu Shiki found him somewhat interesting. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Miss Liu Shiki, Shang Yangshan said as he sat down, naturally and sincerely. Despite any previous anger or impatience, Liu Shiki couldn't help but feel most of it dissipate. His eyes were so genuine and sincere, she truly believed that Shang Yangshan was speaking from the heart. Yes, he must have been in a meeting at the company, or was delayed by something very important. It wasn't deliberate disrespect towards me. For some reason, Liu Shiki had this strong thought in her mind. Even she felt quite strange. And because of Shang Yanshen's appearance, it somewhat diluted her longing for Zhang Qian. Yes, the relationship between her and Zhang Qian was now just maintaining a respectful relationship. Oh, and being ordinary shareholder friends. It's okay. Liu Shiki shook her head gently, subconsciously putting on her high heels. Nodding slightly, a hint of a barely noticeable smirk crossed her lips. Are you another investor in the company? Why didn't the founder meet with me and entrusted you instead? And the location you chose to meet me seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? Was that an implication? Liu Shiki couldn't help but think so. Well, that's not right. In that case, let's go upstairs to a room to talk. Although it's a quiet bar here, we might still be seen by unrelated people. I have a suite rented on the top floor. There won't be any disturbances, Business Yangshen said. The changes in Liu Shiki's expression were noticed by the young people nearby. He couldn't help but sigh deeply and went outside to light a cigarette in the wind. Shaking his head helplessly, it seemed like this was the level. He had not even introduced Shang Yanshen's identity just now, and Shang Yanshen had just sat down. But he could already clearly feel that Liu Shiki's body language was starting to change. Ah, what a waste of those small feet. With a woman of this level, he had no chance to get close. It was a dry spell, or rainy spell. Why should I go up with you? Show some respect. Suddenly, the tone of Liu Shiki's words changed. She squinted her eyes, her face no longer showing the subtle ambiguity from before, but rather a cold and aloof demeanor. She lightly swirled the wine glass, looking at Shang Yangshen with a detached gaze, her mind starting to churn. At 28 years old, she was neither young nor old. Due to being the head of Zhonggong Fund at a young age, her insight surpassed her years. Whether it was talented young people, talented middle-aged people, or talented elderly people, she had seen plenty. Naturally, she could tell right away that Shang Yanshen's status was far from ordinary. More importantly, she noticed a car passing by in front of the door. It was easy to guess that he must have come from there. Having a private room in such a hotel, and being able to park the car there, it was obvious. Since you don't want to go up now, then forget it. Here's the room key card. Believe me, you will need it. Shang Yangshen did not continue to dwell on the topic, pushing the room key card over and said seriously, Miss Liu Shiki, I invited you here mainly to discuss the possibility of transferring shares. Have you considered selling Qianzhi Group's shares? Name your price. As long as it's within my budget, I can meet your demands. Feel free to name your price. Name your price. The corners of Liu Shiki's mouth slightly curled up. She took a sip of wine lightly. After a while, she finally spoke. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the young master of some club, right? I've dealt with some club members before, and even the most outstanding among them seem unable to compare to you. I thought Zhang Jihan from Song Business Club was impressive, but in terms of composure, he's far behind you. These people, it seems like they've just cultivated their appearances. At most they're just second or third generations. Oh ... I think I understand now ... Let me guess, since you're interested in Qianzhi Group's shares, you must not simply want to get involved with the company. You, Shang Yangshen from the American Association in Shanghai, right? You want to use these shares to deal with Zhang Qian. Liu Shiki's eyes narrowed. Like a fox, she became more excited, leaning forward with her hands on the table, staring intently at Shang Yangshen. She was confident that her guess was correct. Liu Shiki was not a foolish woman. That's right, you're very smart. Shang Yangshen pushed his tortoiseshell glasses, his expression still unchanged. I haven't hidden my identity since I appeared here, and I have no intention of doing so. So, Miss Liu Shiki, what's your answer? Liu Shiki did not immediately answer his question. Sitting back in her chair, she lit a cigarette, her beautiful face veiled in smoke. It seems that girls rarely smoke such strong cigarettes. Are you suggesting they're low-quality cigarettes? No. I know a girl from Shenzhen who smokes cheap 520 as well. Oh, 520 cigarettes have heart-shaped filters. It seems her heart is also a little girly. The two of them chatted aimlessly, seemingly about unrelated topics, but Shang Yangshen seemed to sense something. In fact, as soon as Liu Shiki lit the heart yebai cigarette, he knew her answer. Shang Yangshen's originally calm eyes seemed to ripple slightly, but no one noticed. So, you don't plan to sell your shares? He smiled and looked up. That's right. There's no bargaining on the sale. Liu Shiki waved her hand, took a deep drag of the cigarette, exhaling towards Shang Yangshen, and smiled. I didn't use to smoke this, but you know the saying, seeing things and thinking of people, and actually, I don't understand some things. The entire equity of Qianzhi Group has been redistributed. Chen Weiqiang and I each hold 15%, Li Dao holds 10%, and the remaining 60% will be handed over to Zhang Yanren in the future. Liu Shiki didn't avoid the topic. Since Shang Yangsheng had found her, it meant that he had done his homework. I know, but isn't the so-called Qianlu Group not officially established yet? I've looked at the approval documents from relevant departments, and there are still many details to be completed. So, currently, he and Qianzhi Group are still deeply bound together. So, the shares in your hands become especially important. Although not a lot, if used well, it might have a great effect in the future. Shang Yangshen also didn't shy away from his words. He spoke confidently to Liu Shiki. Since you know I come from the American Association, you should know that I have money. Set the price, Miss Liu. Even if it's an outrageous price, as long as it's within my budget, I'll accept it. 100 billion, 200 billion. It doesn't matter. Go ahead. Use your imagination. Hearing this, Liu Shiki admitted that her heart beat a little faster. Her breathing became a bit hurried. Liu Shiki wasn't a money-minded woman. Otherwise, on the day she slept with Zhang Qian, when he asked what she wanted, she wouldn't have said nothing and even drank the milk. All of it was of her own volition. Shang Yangshen, do you know how big the domestic shipyard shipping market would be if Zhang Qian unified it in the future? Even if I only hold 15% of the shares, have you calculated how much money I could make every year in the future? Liu Shiki stared at his eyes closely. I've roughly calculated. Indeed, it's considerable, and it excites me very much if it becomes a reality. But such a scenario will never come. Right now, Zhang Qian is already struggling. How many docks in the country are refusing to allow your ships to dock? It's foreseeable that he will definitely lose miserably in the end. And by then, the 15% in your hands will be just a pile of waste paper. Shang Yangshen slightly lowered his eyelids, leaning back in his chair, slowly explaining all this. It seemed that in his narrative, Zhang Qian was already defeated. It was just a matter of time. Liu Shiki suddenly became curious. If Zhang Qian was really defeated by him, then, what about those women? He had more than one or two exceptional women around him. Where would they go in the end? I refuse. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Shiki gave her own answer to Shang Yangshen. However, she then slowly continued, or should I say, I reserve the right to agree. Shang Yangshen, from my perspective, here in Shanghai, perhaps only you and Yun Yexi have the ability to suppress Zhang Qian. This is a long-term battle. You can't expect to completely defeat him in one go. Her eyes flickered. Nobody knew what she was thinking. Shang Yangshen nodded slightly, not directly responding to Liu Shiki, but instead gently wiped his tortoiseshell glasses. If you knew him well, you would know that Shang Yangshen was now angry, very angry. The glasses seemed like a kind of consolation. When you put them on, you would feel safe. Not because you could see the world more clearly, but as if it was a barrier blocking out the outside world. But when taken off, it was actively removing the barrier between oneself and the world. Only in extreme anger would you have the courage to remove this psychological protective wall and declare war on the world. Shang Yangshen was forcibly suppressing his anger, but his expression management was still very much on point. He originally looked down on Liu Shiki from the bottom of his heart. Very well, if that's the case, please, Miss Liu Shiki, come upstairs. Shang Yangshen slowly stood up, glanced at the room key card in front of her. At least, until you agree completely, you cannot leave here temporarily. I won't restrict your phone usage, but I hope you will be cautious with any messages you send out, because I will know everything you say, and when I perceive you as a threat, I can't guarantee your safety. Liu Shiki suddenly laughed. Playing with the room key card in front of her, she said with interest, "Oh, I didn't expect the famous Shang Yangshen young master to enjoy playing the solitary confinement game. Do you have surveillance cameras and bugs installed in the room too? If you like me so much, why don't we go upstairs and have some fun? What do you say?" Liu Shiki's eyes smiled like crescent moons. She gathered her hair and swept it aside, revealing her snow-white neck, wing-shaped collarbones, and the deep, profound chasm like a bottomless gold mine. Deep and grand. Enhanced by the red dress, it made people more curious to explore. Shang Yangshen's lips curved into an indescribable arc. In that moment, Liu Shiqi's expression instantly stiffened. She even trembled slightly. She dared not look into Shan Yangshen's eyes again, instinctively averting her gaze. Clasping her fair hands tightly under the table, her pupils trembled slightly. What kind of gaze was this? Why was it so chilling? Liu Shiqi clearly felt that there was no desire in Shan Yangshen's eyes. It was as if a wild beast was looking at its prey with an exclusive expression. He was a madman. A complete madman. I will go up first. Liu Shiqi felt a bit flustered, picked up the room key card, and was about to leave. Miss Liu, please don't worry. As I said, that room has been reserved by me long term. I will occasionally rest here, and I will not do anything unnecessary like installing cameras. Even if you find two strong men inside, no one will disturb you. Shan Yangshen grabbed Liu Shiqi's arm, pulling her towards him. Liu Shiqi bit her lip with her silver teeth. Shan Yangshen's gaze just now was too intimidating. She could only turn her head away. Miss Liu. At this moment, the assistant who had just left from a distance thought they were leaving and walked over. However, seeing Shan Yangshen pulling her like that, she was stunned and subconsciously wanted to leave, thinking they were going to kiss. Xiaolan, come back. Liu Shiqi discreetly freed herself from Shan Yangshen's grip. She tried to regain a composed expression and calmly said, let's rest here today. Have someone bring our luggage up. Here's the room key card. Take it. Okay. Miss Liu. Xiaolan curiously glanced at Shan Yangshen, took the room key card and Liu Shiqi's bag. Truly a gentleman with grace and elegance. Xiaolan sighed slightly in her heart. Was this the overbearing CEO that only appeared in Mary Sue plots? It seems their relationship with Miss Liu was a bit ambiguous just now. I wonder when someone will love me like that. Miss Liu, I'll go call someone to bring the luggage. After Xiaolan left, Liu Shiqi couldn't wait and immediately took out her phone to contact Zhang Qian. Although she was a woman with a strong will, ultimately she was just a soft woman. After experiencing the brutal mental storm just now, she instinctively felt fear towards Shan Yangshen. She was very afraid. The gaze just now was definitely not one that suggested something with her. It was extreme possession and death. Damn it, there was no signal on her phone. Then, the phone in the room rang. Shan Yangshen, what is this about? Miss Liu, please calm down. During this time, if you have any needs, you can dial this number. The caller ID is displayed. We are also in this hotel. Although you can't make direct calls, you can use the Wi-Fi. The password is in the notebook in the TV cabinet. Of course, there are other numbers on it. You can even arrange for a different gender SPA service. Click. Before he finished, Liu Shiqi angrily hung up the phone. She lit a cigarette in annoyance. She finally understood why Shan Yangshen said he would know every word she spoke. Although Liu Shiqi didn't understand professional technology, she knew the basics of security. For example, connecting to Wi-Fi in a strange environment must be very cautious, because it will violate your privacy. Any information sent through this network will be detected. An hour later, Shan Yangshen arrived at a certain villa. The entire house was pitch dark. He walked slowly towards the basement and stopped. Master, is the master here? Doggy is afraid of the dark. A trembling, pitiful, pleading, weak voice came through. Shan Yangshen's leather shoes made crisp sounds as he stepped on the floor. He opened the cage, grabbed the woman's hair fiercely, pulled her in front of him, his expression ferocious to the extreme, completely different from his earlier gentlemanly demeanor, totally unrecognizable. Jufuluo, greedy to watch the woman crawling in the cage in front of him, Shan Yangshen's face displayed an extreme sickly expression. At this moment, he no longer had the slight hint of sophistication he had just half a minute ago. His eyes were flashing with intense strangeness. It was precisely seeing this look in Shan Yangshen's eyes that made Liu Shiqi feel a genuine trembling. She couldn't imagine that the seemingly normal Shan Yangshen would reveal such a terrifying expression in that instant, as if, in front of him, there was nothing to hide. It was not about desire, purely about dominance and ferocity, wanting to tear people to pieces and ravage them. Jufuluo. Shan Yangshen lowered his head, his pupils like two black holes. Jufuluo, why are you so arrogant in front of me? But now you seem like a dog. You're just a dog that loves its owner. Do you know that? Master, I'm not. A hint of jealousy and hatred flashed in her eyes, but before she could finish, Shan Yangshen suddenly grabbed her neck, veins popping out. What did you say? I am Jufuluo. Woof woof woof. She shivered as she spoke. her voice low, pitiful. Chen Jong smiled satisfactorily. He led her to the sofa against the wall and sat down, while she crawled on her knees to face him. You will have to meet guests tomorrow, so I won't slap you tonight. Go hang yourself. Chen Jong suddenly softened his gaze, gently touching the scars on her skin. Does it hurt? It was these gentle words that made her cry directly, nodding repeatedly. Thank you, master. The dog doesn't hurt. Very good. After completing the routine, Chen Jong equipped the dog with tools and went to the bedroom on the second floor alone. Soaking in the massage bathtub, he lit a cigar from Havana, strong and stimulating. Getting lost in it, he murmured to himself, Jufaluo, I have never seen a woman like you. One day, I will also train you to crawl at my feet like a dog, making you wag your tail uncontrollably when you see me. But speaking of which, it seems that there are a few special women coming to Shanghai again. More and more worthy playthings to seize. Early the next morning, Xia Qianchen usually wakes up at 7 o'clock every day, does some simple things at home, then hurries to put on makeup and go to work. But today, she wanted to show off, not for Zheng Qian, but for Jin Hui and the others. When she arrived at the chairman's house, she couldn't be too lazy, so today Xia Qianchen woke up before 6 o'clock. She specially spent a long time brushing up short videos yesterday, learning a few simple breakfast recipes. Just as she was about to show off her skills, she found that they had already woken up. Chen Lu, Wei Ruxi, Kui Ziking, and Siyuan Xuan. The four of them were exercising. They had laid out yoga mats in the living room, and it didn't quite look like yoga, nor did it seem like Pilates. Oh, Qianchen, you're up? Do you want to join us for a workout? Wei Ruxi warmly invited her. Ms. Wei, what kind of exercise are you guys doing? Xia Qianchen asked curiously. Wei Ruxi led her to the side and introduced with a smile. This is the invincible secret worth 5 billion. Have you never seen these moves before? It's unique in the world. Believe me, Qianchen, how about you stay with us for a few days and train with us properly? It will surely help you rejuvenate your image, capturing your husband's heart. Xia Qianchen shyly said, but I don't have a husband yet. But you'll have one in the future. Come, let me teach you. Your body will become more flexible after practicing. And so, Xia Qianchen was once again led away by Wei Ruxi in confusion. Just as Zheng Qian woke up and stood on the second floor corridor, he saw Xia Qianchen also joining in, almost spitting out blood. Wei Ruxi, she's already started training Xia Qianchen? Don't forget that this is the secret she bought for 5 billion at a mysterious store. If Xia Qianchen doesn't end up with him in the future, wouldn't she have given the advantage to someone else for nothing? But after training twice, their combat strength had noticeably increased, especially Wei Ruxi. She always recovered the fastest after battles, so her improvements were naturally the greatest. It effectively prolonged the time they could keep fighting, not only for Zheng Qian to have a better experience, but also for her. But since they had started training, might as well keep at it. Just in case, right? Jin Lu had just finished training and was preparing to come upstairs to wash up when she saw Zheng Qian smoking in the rest area on the second floor. She went over to make him some tea. Try this, and he said, it's very good for clearing the lungs. Having Chairman Jin personally make tea for me makes it even better. Flattery. Jin Lu gave Zheng Qian a glare, but their eyes were full of tender warmth. How's Ran Rukyu as a person? What's your impression of her? I've only had contact with her at work. We don't talk much outside of that. But among the younger generation, she has a striking appearance and good capabilities. Otherwise the family wouldn't have her as the CEO of Century Rand Starship Group. However, I heard she has a boyfriend now and often doesn't come home. But as long as they're not married, the family doesn't interfere. Hearing this, Zheng Qian nodded thoughtfully. During this time, it was Ran Rukyu who had been cooperating with Song Yaxian to deal with officials from WIPO. It was nearing completion, and the chips provided by Century Rand Star had gradually been replaced by products from the Qianlu Chip Research Institute. These were things that had completely independent intellectual property rights and had no relationship with the Six-Star Group at all. The technology used was not currently available internationally. It was an original creation of the Qianlu Research Institute, so it wouldn't involve any patent-related disputes. However, Zheng Qian still furrowed his brows slightly. He didn't know much about Chen Jong, only that he had met Jin Lu once. This person openly launched a comprehensive encirclement against him, impacting the shipyard, transport, and entertainment industries significantly, but when it came to chips, it seemed like a lot of no's but little substance. With WIPO officials about to leave Shanghai, the crisis would naturally be resolved. What was he planning? What do you think? What kind of person is Shan Yangshan? Zheng Qian suddenly asked. Jin Lu thoughtfully replied, he's a very cunning person. We've only met once, so it's hard to make an accurate judgment about him. But my sister Ran Xian has had some contact with him. She once said about Shan Yangshan. She said Shan Yangshan is a very dangerous person. It's finally coming to an end. Song Yaxian slumped tiredly in the chair, stretching lazily and basking in the sunlight, her curves exposed without a doubt. She had been dealing with various matters these days, feeling overwhelmed and exhausted, her gaze appearing half-dazed. She was very tired now, needing Zheng Qian to inject some energy into her. Thinking of this, Song Yaxian couldn't help but blush, as she hadn't seen Zheng Qian for several days. I wonder if he's thinking of me. With that thought, she subconsciously opened a short video on WeChat. Of course, not the unhealthy kind of video, but a video of Wei Rusi exercising, which was the set of secret techniques taught by Zheng Qian available in the system store. Song Yaxian took off her lab coat, thinking of following along to get a feel for it ahead of time, when a knocking sound interrupted her. Knock, 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 come in, Song Yaxian said, sitting up straight on the chair, wondering if it was Zheng Qian coming to find her. It must be him, since it had been so long since she last saw him, and he liked to work in the office. Was he coming to work on her? The visitor was a young woman, around 26 years old, named Ran Ruqiu, whom Jin Lu and Zheng Qian had mentioned. She was considered one of the outstanding younger generation of the Ran family, despite being born from a concubine. Due to her remarkable abilities, she was highly valued by the elders of the family. She currently served as the CEO of the most important company in the Ran family, the Century Ran Star Chip Group. She had delicate, fair skin with a soft smile on her face that was merely polite. However, hidden beneath her eyes was a cold indifference maintained with everyone. She always wore a brooch on her chest. Song Yaxian felt a slight disappointment in her heart. Of course, Zheng Qian wouldn't knock on the door. Miss Ran, why are you here in person today? Haven't they all nearly withdrawn from the Shanghai business, so things are almost settled? I was busy replying to some files last night until I realized it was already 2 or 3 in the morning, so I just stayed here. She made 2 cups of coffee and sat on the couch with Ran Ruqiu. After spending some time together, she had some understanding of this person. She initially thought that Ran Ruqiu, being from a wealthy family, must be very proud. But unexpectedly, upon closer interaction, she was gentle and amiable. The two worked together in handling the review of the International Patent Department and had some understanding of each other. Well, there's nothing major left, but there are some small matters that still need your approval. Manager Son. Ran Ruqiu tucked a strand of hair and took a light sip of coffee, casually saying, after observing for some time, I found that your research institute's scientific research strength is very strong, much better than our Ran family's. So, I came this time to see if Manager Son could approve a visit to the Chip Research Department. I'm hoping for further cooperation. Upon hearing this, Song Yaxian did not immediately respond. She took a sip of coffee, her mind spinning rapidly. If it were an ordinary company wanting to visit such an important department as the Chip Research Department, she would have directly rejected it with no room for negotiation, even if it belonged to the HUAZ phone group with too many confidential documents. However, the one who spoke was Ran Ruqiu. She was from the Ran family, which was Jin Lu's natal family. Queen Mother, Jin Lu. Should there be a different treatment if someone from Jin Lu's family wanted to visit? I'm sorry, but it might not be possible temporarily. After a moment of thought, Song Yaxian still refused her, pretending to be very hesitant, saying, I am not the director yet. I am just an administrative personnel at the institute. Those matters must be decided by the director. If not, I would need Mr. Zhen's approval. How about this, Miss Ran? You wait a moment, and I'll call Mr. Zheng. Ran Ruqiu shook her head repeatedly. She smiled and said, It's all right, no need to trouble Mr. Zheng. Actually, I just came by on the way. I won't make it difficult for you. You barely had any rest. Let me introduce you to a beauty salon. Their services are excellent. Saying that, she handed Song Yaxian a beauty card. Song Yaxian was about to decline, but the door was suddenly pushed open, startling both of them. When did Mr. Jung come? Ji Muxi frowned tightly at Song Yaxian. She nodded slightly apologetically to Ran Rukyu, then quickly pulled Ji Muxi to the side and whispered, Professor Ji, didn't I tell you before? Mr. Jung is busy with official duties, and he's not a researcher, so he generally doesn't come to the institute. And for such trivial matters, what are you doing running to the administrative building from the research building? Ji Muxi seemed to have something to say but hesitated. She hesitated and said, Can you give me his WeChat? All right, what do you need to find him for? Song Yaxian instinctively nodded, taking out her phone to pass it, but then suddenly realized. She looked cautiously at Ji Muxi, who seemed to be in a fluctuating mood, and swallowed nervously. Did she have feelings for Jun Qian? Ask about some research matters. Ji Muxi slightly furrowed her brows, appearing a bit impatient. After a few seconds of hesitation, Song Yaxian, after a brief internal struggle, still passed on Jung Qian's WeChat. I went to apply for funds from Song Qingli earlier, so I just came here on the way. Well, thanks. Ji Muxi patted Song Yaxian's shoulder and left abruptly, without saying more. She looked somewhat familiar, as if I saw her in some news. Ren Rukyu took a sip of coffee and asked casually. Song Yaxian nodded, not thinking much, and casually replied, She is Professor Ji, and despite her young age, she is very capable. She is in charge of several critical projects for us, and... As she spoke, Song Yaxian suddenly realized what she was about to disclose and promptly shut her mouth. Ha ha. All right, I understand that this is your business secret, and I don't want to know about it. Okay then, when I have time, I will personally ask Mr. Jun about cooperation. I might trouble you then. Ren Rukyu nodded with a smile and shook hands with Song Yaxian. However, Song Yaxian's heart tightened, and she quickly asked, Miss Ran, what's wrong with the inside of your wrist? It seems injured with bruises. Would you like me to call the resident doctor at the institute to take a look? No. No need. Ren Rukyu's face stiffened a bit, instinctively grabbing her wrist, hastily bid farewell to Song Yaxian, and left straight away. Once she returned to her car, she tried to calm down her emotions. Removing the silk clothing, looking at the skin covered with rope marks through the rearview mirror, her fingers gently stroked the reddish and dark purple marks. She began to tremble with excitement, her cheeks showing a sickly flush. How is this an injury? This is a precious gift from the master. Let's not talk about the situation over at Song Yaxian's side. Today, Jung Qian had a very special guest. It was the director of the very popular movie The Adventures of the Little Boy from some time ago. His famous name is well known in both the West and the East, with countless fans and admirers. His name is Nolan. Initially, he and Jung Qian had no interactions, but they would meet here for the sake of two women. Just a friendly reminder. During World War II, the United States dropped two atomic bombs on the neighboring island country, completely thwarting the sinister intentions of the extreme right-wing elements. One of these bombs was named Little Bo. With that said, you all should know which movie and director this refers to, right? Nolan's personality is quite peculiar. He was not interested in these private meetings at all. He had just finished a round of promotions domestically and had come to Shanghai for a specific purpose. Now that things have settled, he was about to return home. But just before boarding the plane, Jung Qian's people managed to contact him. There was no choice. This young man from Kyushu had offered too much. Oh, my Tom, has Zheng's money arrived in the account? Nolan leaned on the couch, asking lazily. It has arrived, yes, in installments of $5 billion, my dear Mr. Nolan. Tom was Nolan's assistant, who had just confirmed the payment. Upon learning that the amount had indeed been deposited into his account, he was dumbfounded, because Jung Qian's condition was $5 billion to buy Nolan's time for one morning. To show sincerity, they had transferred $1 billion in advance and had someone pick up Nolan and his party to a hotel in Shanghai, followed by transferring the remaining $4 billion. How do you plan to arrange the role of that young lady, sir? How to arrange? Hey, I really have no words. Nolan shook his head, laughing helplessly. I've seen the films she made. They're simply rubbish. Oh, my dear Jerry, do you know what rubbish means? I do. It means a poor performance. Jerry nodded very honestly. Yes, it means a poor performance. Oh my God, if she wasn't pretty enough, I would never agree to this request. Damn it, They even contacted the American Film Association and had officials pressure me. Compared to that, this Mr. Jung is much lovelier. The money arrived even before he met you. But that's $5 billion US. My God. Just as Nolan was rambling on, rhythmic knocking was heard. Upon his approval, Jung Chin and his group entered. He handed a hard box of cigars to Nolan. My dear Mr. Nolan, 10 blocks away, I could hear your complaints. Imagine the trouble that young lady has caused you. I can handle it for you. How about it? Nolan hesitated for a moment, then accepted the cigarette, but didn't smoke it. He chuckled. Jung, stop kidding around. On the other hand, for Mr. Jung to invest $5 billion US just to buy my morning, what exactly is the matter? Just as I mentioned on the phone, I cannot make any commitments to you. And I'm just a director. I don't have any filming plans recently, so you understand. Nolan was quite frank. Clearly, they had communicated in a round earlier on the phone, and he couldn't make any promises to Jung Qian. It was made clear that just for the share of $5 billion US, he agreed to meet Jung Qian and have a casual chat, and that was it. Mr. Nolan, of course, I understand your point. I won't make it too difficult for you. I have only one request for you. It's as simple as it gets. Well, it's to ask you to cancel the deal with Shang Rongyan that you just agreed to. Her acting skills are terrible. How could she be worthy of your direction? Just as Jung Qian finished speaking, Nolan nearly choked on his own saliva. Not make it difficult for him. Not that simple a matter. Nolan regathered himself, put down the hard box, and lit a cigar casually. After passing it through his mouth and blowing it out through his nostrils, he instantly felt more awake and focused. Mr. Jung, you're kidding. Nolan couldn't help but chuckle. But Jung Qian wasn't disappointed because Nolan had hesitated just now. If it was really something impossible, Nolan wouldn't have shown such complex emotions. Not for anything else, but the other party's influence was just too strong. Initially, he hadn't paid much attention to that young man from Kyushu, but after receiving several calls from high-ranking officials of the American Film Association in succession, he had to reassess the girl who sat in front of him, the one Jung Qian referred to as Shang Rongyan. Shang Yangshan was the eldest son of the main branch and also had two younger sisters. One was Shang Xinlin, who managed a family business, the internet subsidiary of the Shanghai International Group. The other was Shang Rongyan, who was just 19 years old, currently attending the Shanghai Film University to study acting. Although she didn't really attend classes, she was just interested in the entertainment industry. And since the family business didn't lack management talents, she was allowed to do what she wanted. Shang Yangshan doted on his little sister, so to use some connections from the Americas, easily contacted the higher-ups of the American Film Association, symbolically invested $1 billion US, hoping to get Shang Rongyan into a production. Since he mingled with the Americas, he naturally looked down on the entertainment industry in the country. Nolan's position in the American film industry was needless to say. Ordinary folks simply could not pressure him. This highlighted the energy of Shang Yangshan. Jung Qian's thinking was simple. If Shang Yangshan could leverage resources in the entertainment industry to pressure Stardust Films Group on all fronts, even causing the planned film premiere that was ready to fall through, with stars canceling their appearances one after another, then should he, Jung Qian, have some equivalent response. This was Yin Yanyan's official debut. Of course, he wasn't expecting to kick Shang Rongyan off Nolan's set, even if it was a response. This was just the first step. Jung Qian was a very vengeful person. Since Shang Yangshan wanted to play, he would play along nicely. Director Nolan, I'm serious, very serious. Perhaps you still can't believe my sincerity. I know you're preparing for a new suspenseful, mind-boggling masterpiece. And the story's origin point is in Central Asia or the Middle East region. Due to some of the official actions of the Americas earlier, it has caused resentment there, severely affecting your filming plans. I can help you with this. How about that? Not only that, I can also dispatch the Royal Guard to protect your safety. What do you think? Jung Qian looked deep into Nolan's eyes, stating a condition he believed Nolan couldn't refuse. It was simply a case of the right time, the right place, and the right people. With his relationship with Prince Raman, it wouldn't be a problem to make a film, right? However, Nolan hesitated. Obviously, he was still concerned about the relationship with the Film Association. I'm prepared to invest $10 billion US. Deal. Jun Qian heard the words and couldn't help but be surprised. The great director has no principles. He smiled with great satisfaction, warmly shaking hands with Nolan. Very good. Saved a lot of trouble. Originally, he was considering whether to make an additional investment of 10 billion, but he didn't expect the other party to agree so readily. Mr. Nolan, I have to admit, your negotiation skills are more admirable than your movies, Jun Qian said meaningfully. Actually, rejecting that girl is no big deal. After all, she's just a foreigner. I know her brother is powerful. But so what? In your Kyushu, he may be powerful, but can he control us in the US? Is he the president? Nolan shrugged nonchalantly in response. Jun Qian didn't comment much on this. Even after the Minister of Commerce visited China, he specifically went to Shanghai to meet with Shang Yangshan, as well as his father Shang Yizhou. The power of the Shang family should not be underestimated, especially in terms of influence on the United States, which may be greater than Nolan imagines. But Nolan is also not a nobody. Come on, he's a world-renowned director. But then again, my dear Jung, if it weren't for that 500 million US dollars, I probably wouldn't be sitting here. What I mean is, I know you are rich, that's the premise, but I'm not sure about the accuracy of what you just said. If you can prove to me that, naturally, I will reject her, Nolan said, lost in thought. If an ordinary person said that to him, he would probably either think the person was crazy or simply walk away, with no chance for further discussion. However, Jun Qian's offer of $500 million was just too tempting. Without consciously thinking, he agreed to his request. He firmly believed Jun Qian could come up with an investment of 10 billion US dollars, but wasn't sure if he could actually influence Central Asia. Because of the oil issue, the United States was quickly being blacklisted by those countries. That's not a problem. I can arrange for you to have a direct phone call with the prince of that country over there. However, I have an unusual request. If you agree, I will add another 10 billion US dollars, not as an investment, but as a private sponsorship to you. Jun Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette, saying with a smile. Nolan's heart was moved, completely shaken. 10 billion US dollars, given directly to him? This guy, could he be using him to launder money? No. Even money laundering at least needs to see some returns. Who just keeps giving out money like that? If using investments in movies for laundering money, that would be acceptable in his view. Not such a big deal. The film industry in the United States is much more complex than what we see. What request? Nolan didn't directly agree this time, but asked hesitantly. Jun Qian snapped his fingers and the director Han Jintao, who had been with him all along, handed over a photo. She is the actress currently being promoted by our company. Very beautiful, very spiritual. I hope you can cast her as the female lead in the movie. Please note, I said female lead. Mr. Nolan, don't rush to refuse. I will show you a demo. But before he could finish this time, Nolan stood up directly, shaking his head repeatedly. His face suddenly became serious. Mr. Jung, this time I have to refuse you. Do you know what energy it takes for the senior officials of the Film Association to call me? I can refuse to let that girl participate. After all, she's just a supporting actress. But if I reject her and then accept your person as the leading lady, the meaning is different. There are rules in the film industry, and I don't want to take that risk. In fact, what Nolan said, Jun Qian understood somewhat. If only rejecting Shang Rongyan, it would be acceptable, but to reject her and then have Yin Yanyan as the leading lady would indeed be a bit of a slap in the face. He could force it, of course, but he also had to consider the consequences. While Shang Yangshan certainly had strong connections in the United States, one should not underestimate Wei Rusi. She had flourished in the past and naturally had considerable resources. The distribution of power in the United States is actually quite complex. Although Shang Yangshan has almost overwhelming advantages, they also have opportunities. Of course, in addition to Wei Rusi's resources, he also had the biggest weapon, money. The combination of the two is unbeatable. Just as Jun Qian was about to discuss his own plan, he clearly felt that Nolan's emotions were off. He suddenly shook his body, stood up unsteadily, and shook Han Jintao's hand excitedly. You, oh my god. Just now I felt like I knew you, but I didn't confirm. Are you the one who shot a short film 10 years ago, named Superstring? Is that right? Nolan trembled all over as if he had just taken medicine. Jun Qian felt a chill, subconsciously wanting to call someone to take him to the hospital. But hearing his words, He felt as if he had seen a ghost. Han Jintao's English was not very good, and Nolan himself was a god in this field. He just stood by and looked like a lackey. He had never seen such a situation before. Standing tall and big, he almost thought Nolan was going to beat him up. Mr. Jung, what is he saying? He nervously turned to Jun Qian. Jun Qian hesitated and said, "Did you shoot a short film called Superstring 10 years ago?" "Yes, of course, I did, but I think it's still an immature piece of work. It was my graduation design when I graduated from college. It was also a tribute to Nolan's Memento." "Why are you suddenly talking about this?" Han Jintao felt a bit embarrassed about mentioning this short film. "Nolan, his English is not good. Just tell me directly, what's wrong with this piece? Did he infringe on your rights? If you think like that, I have to criticize you." "Don't be so reckless. Han Jintao just wanted to pay tribute to Memento," Jun Qian said reproachfully. Although he was speechless, if Han Jintao really infringed, this matter would definitely be in trouble. He might have to pay a fee. And right now all he wanted to do was to stuff Han Jintao in a suitcase, take him away, and throw him into the sea. "Infringement? Are you kidding me?" Nolan grabbed Han Jintao's shoulders tightly with both hands, excitedly saying, "That's a great short film. Hey, Han, do you know what inspired the movie I'm preparing this time? It's your short film. 6 months ago, I was looking for materials online as usual, and an assistant recommended Superstring to me. Damn. You're a genius. I checked, it's a work from 10 years ago. With almost no special effects, it elaborated on the relationship between superstring theory, memory, and time in such a fascinating way. Tell me, how did the main characters, the male and female leads, end up in the end? Damn, I hate open endings. To say who was the happiest person present, it definitely wasn't Nolan. Nor was it Han Jintao. Jun Qian's mouth was almost crooked from smiling, tirelessly translating for the two. He found himself liking Han Jintao more and more as he watched him. He never expected that. Damn it, he turned out to be a talent, after all, and even the kind of person who stands out among others. Han Jintao also gradually adapted to the pressure brought by being an idol, gradually speaking more confidently and effortlessly. He unconsciously started giving lectures to Nolan, from the Big Bang to human origins, from refuting Darwin's theory of evolution, to acknowledging the existence of silicon-based life forms, and so on. It could be said that the two truly began to find a common language. Nolan couldn't help but be impressed by Han Jintao's knowledge. Due to often being with Jun Qian, Han Jintao had also grown accustomed to smoking hardtack yanbai, and Nolan had long ago placed a cigar on the ashtray, waiting for it to extinguish itself, and his assistant Jerry would store it properly. Perhaps influenced by Han Jintao, Nolan also started smoking hardtack yanbai, praising the flavors one after another. Jun Qian grew fonder of Nolan. He was a man of taste. "All right, it's settled then. Han, I would like to invite you to be the co-director. What do you think?" "You must not refuse. In fact, strictly speaking, I drew inspiration from your ideas for this film." "No problem." Jun Qian had already agreed on behalf of Han Jintao while translating for him. Due to the existence of this episode, Nolan naturally agreed to the proposal put forth by Jun Qian. That is, let Yin Yanyan be the leading actress of this film, and even sing the promotional song for the Kyushu area. If the responses go, it could even be used as a global promotional song. In any case, today's conversation was very pleasant. John, if you had told me earlier that Han would be here today, how could I have taken your money? Nolan scolded Jun Qian one after another. Well, he had no intention of returning the money, deeply understanding the essence of Kyushu culture. What should we do about the resistance from the American Film Association? Do you need help? Jun Qian asked thoughtfully. Hey, Jung, don't underestimate me. I agreed to what's her name Sean Rongin out of respect for her family. If I didn't agree, could they shut me down? They can take on small directors, but they are still lacking when it comes to me. Let me put it this way, the forces in this industry are complex. It's not a one-man show. I have ways to handle it. The main thing is that with Han's involvement, I can see the potential for creating a classic work. Heavens, after I watched Superstring back then, I wanted to find the director to shoot this film. Unfortunately, the film was too old, missing a lot of names and information, so I never found out who the director was. It seems that today's conversation has really brought out the classical adages of Kyushu. Thanks to Jun Qian's translation skills honed by the system, he could accurately convey the message. The cheerful morning passed like this. Jun Qian sent them to the airport. Today was truly a fulfilling day. Director Han, thanks to me, before filming, I had Neil Kai and you sign an employment contract, specifically to serve our group. Otherwise, if Nolan had found you first, your value wouldn't be what it is now, and I wouldn't be able to afford you. Jun Qian casually tossed to hard pack yen by over, teasingly said. Han Jintao accepted with a smile, then with a serious face, looked at Jun Qian. General Jun, it's meaningless to say these things. Before the shooting of Splendor, I was nothing. I didn't even have my own masterpiece. If I were a big director, Nolan should have easily found me. It's embarrassing to say, even that Super String was criticized by the teacher, saying it was too far-fetched. It really all depends on fate. In front of someone who understands you, you are their god. In front of someone who doesn't, you rely on defending yourself. Han Jintao had truly begun to turn the gears of fate. He had met Jung Qian first, then met Nolan today. It was no surprise that when the film they co-directed premiered, it would once again ignite topics. Han Jintao and Yin Yanyan would truly be recognized and admired by the industry. But speaking of that, General John, what about the premiere? As soon as this matter was mentioned, Han Jintao couldn't help but furrow his brows. After all, it was his debut work. If it started off dimly, it would be somewhat regretful and painful for him. There are still a few days left. Don't worry. I have to go somewhere, so I won't talk to you about it now. We'll chat later. With Han Jintao dropped off at the company, the driver quickly headed to the next destination. Jun Qian, bored on the way, opened the data on his phone. He lingered especially on a few photos of Shan Rongyan. Should he mention it or not, her appearance was indeed very attractive. No wonder she wanted to play in the entertainment industry. Even someone like Jun Qian, who was accustomed to seeing all sorts of beauties, had to praise that Shan Rongyan was indeed very beautiful. Long legs, slender waist. The genes of a merchant were not bad, but although Shan Yangshan married 3 wives, the offspring were not many. Besides the legitimate children Shan Yangshan, Shan Yangxi, Shan Xinlin, and Shan Rongyan, there were also the children of the second wife, Shan Jianyu and Shan Mo. The third wife was named Liu Rushi, who was a minor star in her early years. She married into a wealthy family and successfully climbed the ranks. She was quite bold. This year she gave birth to a chubby little boy for the aging Shang Yizhou, named Shan Jianqi. Liu Rushi was even younger than Shan Yangshan, not knowing if she could say she was a young mother. Thinking about this, Jun Qian couldn't help but have a certain perverse taste. If Shan Yangshan had been cuckolded, he probably wouldn't even know. However, as the main wife had died early, now it was the second wife who accompanied Shan Yizhou, serving as the public face. Comparatively, the genealogy of the Ran family looked much more splendid. Seeing the dense population, Jun Qian couldn't help but feel a headache. The Ran family's legitimate children were indeed too scarce. The previous family head of the Ran family had passed away a long time ago. The great lady of the legitimate family, Ran Onning, who was also Jin Lu's grandmother, had passed away early. She only gave birth to Jin Lu's mother, Ran Chongxi. After giving birth to Jin Lu and Ran Xian, Ran Chongxi also passed away after a few years. Besides the old ancestor Ran Melian, who was Jin Lu's great-grandmother, still alive, the legitimate line now only consisted of Jin Lu and Ran Xian. It's no wonder that Ran Xian's illness was severe, and Ran Melian was so anxious to bring Jin Lu back. It's quite miraculous. Although the previous family head of the Ran family died early, he remarried 4 times. The second, third, and fourth wives were from different branches, but their offspring were all grown up now. Especially among the younger generation, the offspring of the third wife, Ran Ruqiu, the person Jun Qian was going to meet today, was also from the third wife, Ran Ruwan. Glancing at the photo, she bore some resemblance to Jin Lu, Ranji Chunshin Group. This is the name of the holding company of the Ran family. However, it used to have another name long ago, called Chunshin Lianhang. When the Ran family arrived in Shanghai from America, they took over this company and added Ranji to the front, forming the Ranji Chunshin Group. The Chunshin Club was naturally named after this. Ranji Chunshin Group is a holding group with subsidiaries in real estate, life, chemicals, finance, technology, and other categories. However, most of them don't have much presence domestically, except for the real estate and technology companies, which are quite well known. As for the technology company, As we already know, it is Century Rangsing, where Ran Rukyu serves as CEO. And the real estate company is the one Jong Kan has just arrived at. It's called Ran Fengshidi Group. Looking at the building in front of him, Jong Kan felt a myriad of emotions. It once represented the most glorious period of the Ran family, ranking among the top 5 in the real estate industry during its heyday. They had in-depth cooperation with the Han Chengli family's Henderson land, jointly acquiring the most valuable plots in Shanghai. Later, as the Li family began seeking opportunities in the UK and transferring assets, the Ran family took over many of their plots. Unfortunately, with the passage of time, the property market in Kyushu is now in a slump. Since the bankruptcy of the Gwanda Group with debts of tens of trillions, several top-level real estate companies have collapsed. Ran Fengshidi is also very risky. But fortunately, after Jong Kan waved a big hand and invested 5 billion, it finally came back to life. It is now one of the most promising real estate companies in the country. After parking in the exclusive high-level parking spaces underground, Jong Kan walked out and saw 4 or 5 people standing in front of him. The first person that caught his eye was Ran Han-chan, the son-in-law of the Ran family, followed by Ran Ruwan, who bore some resemblance to Jin Lu. It turned out that the senior executives of the group had been waiting here, personally ready to greet him. "John, let me introduce you." Ran Han-chan took 3 quick steps forward and warmly said, "This is Ran Qianyu, CEO of Ran Fengshidi, and Jin's uncle. This is Ran Ryu Huan, Ran Qianyu's daughter, and the CEO of Ran Fengshidi. These are professional managers brought in from the well-known real estate consulting firm in England, Dai Liang Hang." Ran Han-chan, as expected of the Ran Ji Chunshin Group, the group president of the Ran family's holding company, knew each member of the senior management of Ran Fengshidi like the back of his hand. Ran Qianyu appeared to be a graceful business person, while Ran Ruwan seemed more lively. She looked very curious, observing Jong Kan, showing no signs of hesitation in their first meeting. "Hello, John. We have been waiting for you. Please follow us upstairs." After shaking hands with Ran Qianyu, Jong Kan moved naturally beside him, leading the way with Ran Han-chan. The purpose of today's meeting is not only to discuss cooperation in the real estate sector, but also a gesture of goodwill. Ran Qianyu, the third son of the family, is currently in a delicate situation. Months ago, when Ran Xiang's health was not deteriorating and she was still in charge of the Chunshin Club, she was able to support Ran Fengshidi. But since Ran Xiang was sent for treatment, the entire focus of the Ran family has shifted to Century Rangsing. Their equity has once again been diluted. It can be said that the Ran family's influence has plummeted, marginalized. To regain the initiative, they must show goodwill to Jong Kan and Jin Lu. At the same time, this is also Zhang Qiang's process of choosing allies. As they entered the meeting room, they exchanged pleasantries briefly before getting down to business. It was most appropriate for the Ran family members to explain the current situation to Jong Kan since they were already insiders. "Brother-in-law, we all know that Ran Xiang was most favored by our ancestors. However, not to be pessimistic, Ran Xiang probably has only a few months left. Apart from her, our ancestors favored Ran Rukyu the most. And as far as I know, she was initially the least in favor of letting Jin Lu return." After Ran Ruwan spoke, her father, Ran Qianyu, let out a cough. His gaze showed a hint of reproach, as if he didn't wish her to discuss these matters. Jong Kan raised his hand slightly, nodding. "I have also heard some of these things. As for investment matters, we have already discussed them. You are approved by Ran Xian, so naturally, we are indestructible allies. As for financial matters, don't worry, I will elevate Ran Fengshidi to a higher level." Ran Qianyu, "I remember, you seem to have something else to say." On this prompt, Ran Qianyu nodded. After a brief contemplation, he seemed to be organizing his thoughts. "It's like this. There will be a high-level economic forum held in Shanghai next month. The participants have complex backgrounds, mainly aimed at selecting the Asian young business leaders, and currently, Shan Yangshen has the highest votes. To put it plainly, behind this meeting, there is a deep American shadow. This organization is equivalent to an international version of Shanghai American Cloud. If it is eventually established, and Shan Yangshen becomes the chairman, the consequences are unimaginable. These are young business leaders from Sumida, the Alan Nation, and Kyushu. Let's not talk about patriotism for now. Just their joint economic blockade alone If you want to survive, you must join them. The Ran family is on the verge of bankruptcy, almost in a blink of an eye. Speaking of a bigger picture, think about Shan Yanshan's layout. One word wakened the dreamer. Jun Kong gently closed his eyes. He seemed to finally understand why Shan Yanshan insisted on getting involved in shipyard shipping. Though he was from Kyushu, his actions were in line with American interests. If not for Ran Qianyu mentioning the island nation, he wouldn't have thought of this point. The island nation, water, shipyard transportation, Asian young business leaders. Many seemingly unrelated things were now connected in Zheng Qiang's mind. Even if it wasn't Shan Yanshan, once this organization was truly established, with any pro-American person leading, coupled with the cooperation of the Shanghai American Club, not to mention the bankruptcy of the Ran family, many enterprises would probably perish. Then American, Samita, and the island nation's capital would seize the opportunity to enter. The consequences were indeed unimaginable. Brother-in-law, let me be direct. There are many candidates now, and Shan Yanshan is the front-runner, but Samita and the island nation also have outstanding young people eyeing this position. Many of them hope for it. As a long-standing enterprise in Shanghai, Ranji Chunshan has also received a symbolic invitation to participate. The family board is inclined to let Ran Rukyu participate in the election, but our preferred candidate is Jin Lu. If you want to completely defeat the Shanghai American Club, you must ensure Jin Lu outshines Shan Yanshan and the others. The meeting place will be the Shanghai Global Financial Center, the former tallest building. The island's shareholders have decided to transfer ownership of this building. Brother-in-law, as far as I know, you are still choosing the location for the headquarters of the Chen Lu Group, right? In my opinion, there is nowhere more suitable than this building. Remodeling this artillery tower, no one is more suitable than you, brother-in-law. The conversation today was very informative. Zheng Qian needs some time to digest it. Actually, as soon as Shan Yanshan took action, he knew he wasn't just fighting against one person. The resources Shan Yanshan mobilized were too powerful, not something that money alone could handle. What was needed was unparalleled deep connections. He had heard about this economic summit forum. He just didn't expect it would involve such complex forces. Zheng Qian had long been displeased with the sword tower standing in the core area of Lujiu. It was built by capitalists from the island nation, with a feng shui design that resembled the island's flag when the sun shone through it. Due to a global incident in recent years, many countries' economies were not doing well. Only after some countries lifted restrictions did things slowly begin to improve. The investors building the Shanghai Global Center, with its peculiar design, were also facing some difficulties. So, they wanted to take advantage of this meeting as an opportunity. It seemed like they were planning to sell to the Shanghai Americas Association for setting up the organization's headquarters. But they did have a chance. Across the ocean, and since it was a private organization, the American capitalists couldn't mobilize all their resources. Little sister, you calling me brother-in-law makes me happy. How old is your child this year? Zheng Qian said, taking out a checkbook from his pocket. I'll give him a red envelope. With such a capable mother, he will surely become a talented individual in the future. When he grows up, I'll write you a recommendation letter, and he can directly join our Qianlu group. I don't even have a boyfriend. Ren Ruan blushed and replied. Several people saw Zheng Qian off, and before leaving, Zheng Qian decided to reward her. No boyfriend? I have a brother who's quite nice, very handsome, though a bit cold. I'll give you a task. If you can melt his icy heart, there will be a reward for you. With that, Zheng Qian was about to call Chen Shu to arrange for him to meet her. Ren Ruan chuckled. Oh, what's the use of being handsome? Must be rich. Does he have a brother-in-law who's rich? Well, forget it. Brother-in-law, take care. Don't forget our talk today. You're our hope. Don't worry. Zheng Qian nodded and got into the car. Watching the car gradually move away, Ran Qianyu seemed lost in thought. He said to Ran Ruan, do you really trust him so much? Although Ran Xiang affirmed to us repeatedly, placing baits on Zheng Qian being our only chance to survive, putting all our hopes on an outsider. Ran Ruan smiled without giving a clear answer. She shook her head and said, once the summit forum ends, the Asian young entrepreneurs establish a new organization in Shanghai. It won't be just our Ran family at risk. Many groups will disappear. Zheng Qian put in thousands of billions at the Chunshan Club. This money, It doesn't seem like something an individual could come up with alone. Behind him, there must be a very deep and unimaginable upper structure. They can't be so brazen toward foreign investment. They will surely intervene in the market. In this way, we have the opportunity to take advantage of the chaos. Since we've decided to stand with Zhang Qian, Dad, we can't hold back. In the car, Zhang Qian was sorting out his thoughts. He thought it was just a confrontation between him and Shan Yangsheng, but didn't realize was so entangled. Today's conversation disrupted many of his original plans. I will give you a task these 2 days. Keep an eye on the movements of the Century Ran crossing from me. Research personnel told me their chips have some issues, especially their technical sources. If there's any important document to approve, inform me first. Understood. Ran Hongchun nodded repeatedly. He had now chosen to deeply bind himself with Zhang Qian. Regarding the latter's arrangements, he naturally didn't have any doubts. He was tired of being a son-in-law and now was hoping for a better future with Zhang Qian. After parting ways, Zhang Qian returned to the company. The first thing was to summon Chen Shu. In these 2 days, Shan Yangsheng has made many small moves, 2 of which are worth mentioning. First, he took away Chen Weiqian. Second, he restricted Liu Shiki. Boss, although he seems to deliberately conceal it, I have a feeling that he is intentionally showing us. Do you have any arrangements? Hearing this, Zhang Qian lit a cigarette. It was indeed unexpected that Chen Weiqian and Liu Shiki were detained by Shan Yangsheng. However, the reason seemed not difficult to guess. It must be about the stock issue, hoping to influence the Qianlu group through them. But he felt things were not so simple, including the ban on the entertainment industry, even the shipyard transport business. He believed Shan Yangsheng must be trying to conceal something he hadn't noticed through these incidents. Are they in danger now? If I were to judge, they are currently safe, then we don't need to worry. Zhang Qian waved his hand, deeply inhaled the smoke, lowered his eyelids, and said slowly, through this incident, let's see what their attitude is. In the next 2 days, have Duen Qiren keep a close eye on things. I have a feeling that there might be some trouble. Chen Shu nodded without saying anything. By the way, there's something strange I feel. What is it? There used to be a very strong American expert by Shan Yangsheng's side, and he's been missing recently. Chen Shu has a high opinion of the 2 formidable experts next to Shan Yangsheng. They are not ordinary strong warriors. In Chen Shu's words, they are like killing weapons just like him. Never underestimate foreign combat experts who have honed their pure external martial arts skills to the extreme. If they encounter internal martial arts practitioners whose skills are not deep enough, they could be killed in minutes with just 1 punch. Truly, their punches can split stones and open up tablets. Since the person is not in Shanghai, I can probably guess where he is. Brother Shu, I want to ask you for a favor. This is really important and I can only trust you with it. Please go here. After Zhang Qian finished speaking, Chen Shu nodded slightly. Without any extra words, he left directly. At the same time, Wei Rusi was reviewing information about the Asian young business leaders. She gently adjusted her golden-framed half-rim business glasses, her beautiful eyes slightly trembling. After making some notes, she picked up the internal phone on her desk. Soon, a knock on the door sounded. Coming. Director Wei, did you summon me? Every time Luling Wei saw Wei Rusi, she instinctively felt fear, but she mustered up the courage to remain calm. She believed she was best at dealing with men, but facing Wei Rusi, a woman with such a strong aura, she felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her. Give this information to Director Zhang and then tell him I will be waiting for him at the Blue Orange Cafe. Wei Rusi handed over the documents without any expression. Yes, Director Wei, I'll do that right away. Lu Lingwei nodded repeatedly. After the documents left, she felt relieved when she stepped out into the hallway. With small beads of sweat on her forehead, she quickly wiped them and hurried towards Zhang Qian's office. As she reached the door, she purposefully tucked her skirt a bit upward. This made the skirt appear shorter. Today she wasn't wearing pantyhose, but long lace stockings with a big floral edge. By rolling the skirt up slightly, the lace edge and the fair skin beneath were revealed. The strong contrast between black and white kindled a sense of longing for the mysterious realm. Lu Lingwei's lips curled slightly. How about I play with you a bit harshly? Even though we haven't interacted for long, I have already figured it out. Zhang Qian is just a lecher at heart. The fact that he has so many women around him proves it. He is someone who indulges in beauty and is of little use, and today, we will bring him down. Fortunately, everyone in the office is busy, which allowed Wei Rusi to let me deliver the documents. After studying various techniques for so long, even Chen Weiqian couldn't last for 3 minutes. I guarantee that Zhang Qian won't be able to get out of bed. Thinking of her own achievements, Lu Lingwei became more proud that as she was about to knock on the door, her face displayed her best skill, the innocent and pitiful look, the pure expression. Knocking lightly, she was greeted with a response and stepped inside. "Excuse me, Director Zhang. Director Wei asked me to deliver these documents to you." At that moment, Lu Lingwei seemed just like an undergraduate student who hadn't graduated yet, lively and innocent. Her expression seemed almost like it could speak, making people unable to help but feel affectionate. However, if one's gaze continued downward, the pure innocence above, and the clothing below, the contrast was striking, hitting Zhang Qian right in his soft spot. This was well researched by Lu Lingwei. "Okay. Thank you." Zhang Qian took the documents and his gaze flickered towards Wei Rusi. She was truly skilled. Inside, Lu Lingwei felt pleased. Through several carefully created coincidences, it seemed Zhang Qian finally started to notice her presence. Deep down, Lu Lingwei looked down on Zhang Qian, viewing him as someone rich but foolish. He probably earns money just to find women, evident from the many women around him. If she took a little more initiative, would Zhang Qian just go along and surrender himself? Yes. "Do you need something?" Zhang Qian noticed Lu Lingwei standing in front of him hesitantly. Her cheeks turned slightly red as she pretended to be meekly twisting, biting her lip. "Director Zhang, I mentioned earlier that some local products were sent from home, and I wanted to bring them to you. However, they are quite large, and I'm not able to carry them. Do you have time to come to my place?" "I might not have the time. Let Zhang Xiaoyao send someone to get it." "Where is your house located?" Zhang Qian said amiably. "What? He actually rejected me. It seems my hints were not enough." Lu Lingwei gathered her hair again, pretending to casually flick away the strands falling in front of her chest, coincidentally revealing her deep cleavage, twisting her head slightly. "Well, yesterday, when my aunt brought some things over, I stayed with her in the hotel. She has already left today, but the hotel room hasn't been checked out, and the items are still there in the room. And, Director Zhang, that product needs to be brewed in a special way to get the taste. If you have the time, it would be best if you could accompany me to the room. I really appreciate it and want to make tea for you personally." Lu Lingwei found herself struggling to continue. Zhang Qian's gaze was just too direct. It was incredibly direct yet clear, devoid of any other emotion, just staring directly at her. From top to bottom, from inside out, as if she were standing before him completely bare. Zhang Qian lit a cigarette and suddenly smiled. "All right, Lu Lingwei, have you had boyfriends before? Are you currently single?" I've never had a boyfriend, but I used to be the captain of a Latin dance troupe in school, so I might have practiced dancing often. I have good flexibility. If you like, I can perform for you at any time." Lu Lingwei's mind suddenly became more active. First, she told Zhang Qian she was single and then mentioned her dance background. Even if things don't go as planned later on, she should have some excuses, right? "I really am a genius." "Okay, send me the hotel room number later. I'll join you tonight." "Okay, that's set then, Director Zhang. Oh, by the way, Director Wei said she's waiting for you at the Blue Orange Cafe." Watching Lu Lingwei leave, Zhang Qian's lips curled into a cold smile. "Shang Yangshan, do you really look down on me like that?" Looking at the photo of Shang Rongyan, he threw it in the drawer and got up to leave. Inside the coffee shop booth, as Zhang Qian sat down, Wei Rusi couldn't help but speak. "Qian, did you look at the information I sent you? This Young Business Leaders Forum is not simple. I had my suspicions before, but thinking about the country's actions, and Shang Yangshan trying to monopolize domestic shipyard transport, it makes me think of a terrifying possibility. Do you know what the resource wars of this era are about?" Zhang Qian nodded slightly, lit a cigarette, and calmly replied, "Fresh water." Wei Rusi's eyes lit up. "Exactly, it's fresh water. Qian, he never really intended to go after Chunin Club, Jin Lu, or even you from the beginning. It just so happened that your shipping business was significant, and there was a conflict between Chunin Club and the American Association of Shanghai. Moreover, from sending Lu Lingwei into the group, I found out that Shang Yangshan really looks down on you. At the same time, he also looks down on us." As Wei Rusi spoke, A cold glint of genuine murderous intent flashed in her icy gaze. My kitty. Don't be angry. Jun Qian patted Wei Rushi's head, smiling as he said, I will make him understand the cost of underestimating me. Soon, he will know what kind of person I am. As for Lu Lingwei, you don't need to worry. I will take care of educating her for you. Wei Rushi narrowed her eyes. She approached Jun Qian, unable to resist tightly biting her silver teeth as she said, Are you thinking of eating her too? She's too dirty. If I eat her, what do we do about the plum matter? Let's not talk about that. I remember you said this morning, an elder came to visit you in Shanghai. Will she be joining us for dinner? Upon hearing Jun Qian's response, Wei Rushi immediately smiled happily. She was like a small cat, snuggling in Jun Qian's arms, using her delicate face to rub against his chest, murmuring, This is how a good owner treats a cat. She has also met her before, when they were in North Suzhou. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open. A woman walked in gracefully. Aunt Fang. Jun Qian was initially taken aback, then stood up and smiled. Aunt, please sit, it's been a long time. She was the woman who cooked for Wei Rushi the first time Jun Qian saw her. Despite being at Aunt's age, she looked like she was only 30 or so, well-maintained without any signs of aging on her face. Her voluptuous figure exuded elegance and gentleness. The elegant cheongsam fit her perfectly, not like some women who dress in a tacky manner. The cheongsam seemed like her daily attire. Ha. Aunt, you don't let people randomly say your surname still. Wei Rushi giggled. Aunt laughed off and said, Qian. Let me introduce, I'm Zhu Wanfang. It's a family rule, and the Zhu surname is indeed quite rare, but calling me Aunt Fang is fine too. Wei Rushi giggled. Zhu Wanfang, Jun Qian felt, was indeed a pleasant name. Aunt Fang, he repeated seriously. I initially thought of just having a simple meal with Rushi, but since we've met once and established a friendship, it wouldn't be appropriate to avoid it. I have been friends with her father for many years, seeing how well she's taken care of. I'm reassured. Thank you. Zhu Wanfang's voice was equally enchanting. Not a little girl's sweetness, rather a composed elegance, refined through the years. But talking about it further, your thoughts on Danshui really surprised me. The island country's water discharging incident is also part of it. In this Asia Youth Business Leaders Assembly, if discussing seniority, it's unlikely for Shang Yangshan to succeed. However, since the headquarters wants to be located in Shanghai, aiming towards the main islands, it's impossible for people from the island country to take the lead without stirring up discontent. As for Sumida, domestically, there's not much favor for them, as they've even taken on Mid-Autumn and Dragon Boat festivals. Originally, we didn't need to get involved in such matters. But if he wants things to go smoothly and integrates the resources in our hands, it's necessary. It's a contradiction, a game we have to participate in, even for our own sake. It's a gamble. Wei Rushi adjusted her glasses and began to analyze meticulously. Jun Qian didn't immediately think of Danshui as a key term either. It was more of a revelation after chatting with Ran Ruwan. Some might say our country has abundant water resources, with no worries about fresh water. But that's not entirely true. What's noticed is just the total amount. When distributed across individuals, it's scarce. Fresh water differs from previous resource disputes like oil. It's more related to industry and survival. Don't think it's a fairy tale. Water scarcity has become a potential political tool. The American Asia-Pacific strategy aims to create conflicts using this. The relationship between seawater and fresh water is equally crucial. Not to mention the crops in coastal areas. In fact, America has begun manipulating freshwater prices to increase and link them to the dollar, further raising its economic status. It's a deep strategy, a battlefield without gunpowder. However, Jun Qian, due to his industry involvement and Jin Lu's Chunin Huiguan, was inadvertently drawn into it. In Shang Yangshan's view, the resources he controlled were vast. Indeed, he viewed Jun Qian as a mere ant on his path, one he could easily crush. He had more complex and grand plans in mind. Luckily, we are currently limited to a certain war situation. Wei Rushi flicked her nails, tapping on the table. For now, they are just testing the waters, so the budget they can invest is limited, and they dare not openly support Shang Yangshan with all their national resources. So, this is our chance. I've discussed this with Ran Ruwan. Some in the Ran family still agreed to support Xuan in participating. She was the president of Chunin Huiguan, This should be her responsibility. But you're aware of the complexities within the Ran family. We can't just ignore them completely. As they conversed, the waitstaff started bringing in simple meals. All right, let's eat now. Zhu Wanfang smiled gently, scolding Wei Rushi, no matter what, fill your stomach. But coming back to it, although I don't understand much about grand principles when it comes to water and food, I do have some say. Zhun Qian, do you know what a true noble is? Zhun Qian was surprised by Zhu Wanfang's sudden change in topic. He pondered for a moment and tentatively said, having money? Having power. Zhu Wanfang smiled and shook her head. Having money is basic but not the standard to judge a true noble. Those ancient families in Zhuzhou, what they value most isn't extravagance, luxury cars, mansions, or money. Those are just basics: clothing, food, shelter, transportation. Especially food. That's what matters most. Not feasting, not abalone and lobster, but rice. The rice they eat is specially grown in the countryside, ensuring purity, delicate taste, and food safety. Water is truly important. In a few years, I fear even Shanghai might be off limits. Zhu Wanfang's speech completely shocked Zhun Qian. She vividly described what a family truly means. After a simple meal, she narrated in detail, while sipping tea at the cafe. One of her statements particularly struck Zhun Qian deeply. The concept of a family is not about wealthy families in the traditional sense. It is about maintaining upbringing and etiquette across all social classes, whether from carpenter families with their own carpentry traditions or the descendants of lacquer craftsmen, stonemasons, and even scholars, gentry, or even members of the underworld. Each class has its own way of speaking, dressing, and manners in interacting with others. How to eat, how to get angry, or even how to show pride. Each class has corresponding principles to adhere to. If these are passed down and rigorously enforced in future generations, then it truly becomes a family. On the contrary, even if you are wealthy, if you lack the upbringing, etiquette, and foundational values, you cannot be considered a part of a family. So, dressing fashionably and dining luxuriously will never truly signify a family's status. Living in a luxurious mansion or enjoying a variety of gourmet dishes does not automatically make one a member of a prestigious family, because choosing these things should be a result of one's corresponding status and taste, not the reason for it. Zhu Wanfang concluded softly. Zhun Qian had never met Shan Yangshen, but if he had, he would have immediately thought of him at this moment. Always impeccably dressed in suits and wearing tortoiseshell glasses, Shan Yangshen exuded refined sophistication, but it felt deliberate. It seemed like he was following a certain template rather than embodying the natural choices of his social standing and status, as Zhu Wanfang described. In contrast, her kipao gown seemed natural on her, without any sense of pretentiousness. It was evident that she simply enjoyed wearing that outfit and looked beautiful in it. I have learned a lot from you, Zhun Qian earnestly expressed. I'm not lecturing you, Zhu Wanfang replied gently, giving Wei Rusi a brief glance. She then shifted her gaze back to Zhun Qian and continued, I do not intend to meddle in your personal lives, and I do not wish to know how many women you have around you, as that is a result of your natural choices. But as Rusi's aunt, I still have some things to say. By speaking about this, I hope you can become a truly cultured gentleman, rather than a nouveau rich. It is understandable that some new wealthy individuals find it challenging to maintain modesty, but it would be better if they paid more attention to such matters. Even though Zhu Wanfang was giving advice, Zhun Qian found it captivating. He did not foolishly ask whether there were indeed descendants from prestigious families like she had described at Zhuzhou, because right in front of him sat such an elegant and sophisticated woman. It was likely that the Zhu family was not an ordinary one, given the deep sensitivity around their surname. Well, it's getting late, and I should go now. I came here today just to see Rusi and to check on you as well. Oh, right, Zhun Qian, there is something I want to ask you. You don't need to do anything deliberately, but if you happen to come across it, please let me know. One of the children in my family has secretly run away. Someone spotted her in Shanghai before, but it seems like she has disappeared again. Her name is Zhu Feluo, 21 years old. With that, Zhu Wanfang was about to leave, but Zhun Qian was suddenly taken aback and blurted out instinctively, Aunt, you are so young, and you already have a 21-year-old child. I couldn't tell. May I ask how old you are this year? Wei Rusi couldn't hold back a chuckle, nearly laughing out loud. Zhu Wanfang, with rare warmth, blushed slightly. Her already beautiful face took on a shy blush, a sight not easily seen. Even Jun Qian couldn't help but be somewhat infatuated. Quickly, he lowered his head, feeling ashamed of his lack of manners. This was truly a lady. Zhu Wanfang soon regained her usual smiling expression. I just taught you earlier. How could you forget so soon? It's inappropriate to inquire about a lady's age. Zhu Feluo is not my daughter, but a child from my family who causes me a lot of headache. All right, I really have to go now. Until next time. Aunt, take care. May you have a safe journey. Aunt Fang. Jun Qian and Wei Rusi saw her off together. This made Jun Qian marvel. Honestly, she is the most elegant woman I'd ever met in my life. Why didn't your father choose to be with her back then? If he had, your beauty might have been even more outstanding. Wei Rusi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Biting her silver teeth, she pinched Jun Qian's waist firmly. If my Auntie Fang were with him, where would I be? Where would I be? Jun Qian was momentarily stupefied, nodding in agreement. It really was a good question. Let's go. I have a few billion projects worth discussing with you alone. Please make sure to absorb all the details. The soundproofing in this private room should be good, and it's located in a corner, so we shouldn't be disturbed if we lock the door, Jun Qian said before guiding Wei Rusi back inside. Wei Rusi's heart was in turmoil. An hour and a half later, Wei Rusi left hand in hand with Jun Qian. Her post-war recovery had been progressing well, much to Jun Qian's relief. He felt that the 5 billion was well spent. I won't be going back tonight, so don't scare Zia Zixi, Jun Qian said with a pat on her backside before she headed to the company. Wei Rusi cutely sniffed and smiled as she leaned close to him. Can you handle it? Or do you need my help? Don't worry, I will make sure she never forgets this night. Did you put everything in the trunk? He. Everything is ready. Wei Rusi giggled mischievously. Asterisk ding dong asterisk. WeChat notification Lu Ling Wei. Boss John. I'm ready. Wei boss said we don't have to work overtime today asterisk 7575 asterisk. Jun Qian. Okay, go downstairs and wait for me. Do you know my car? Lu Ling Wei. Yes. I know. Boss John. I'm not in a hurry. Take your time. Jun Qian. Great. 3 hours later, Lu Ling Wei stood next to Jun Qian's car, trembling with anger. Damn, I told him not to rush, but did he have to be this slow? 3 hours. And I'm wearing high heels. Is he doing this on purpose? Did he find out about Chen Weiqiang? No. If he did, he wouldn't have looked at me with those teasing eyes today. Should I send him another message? Ha. I accidentally fell asleep just now. Jun Qian finally arrived with a leisurely walk. I don't believe you at all. Lu Ling Wei clenched her fists. Even if you make excuses about having a meeting, that's fine too. For the sake of leaving a good impression on you, I never intended to use WeChat to rush you for updates. No, it's not rushing for updates, it's urging you to come down quickly. And look at you. You actually said you were asleep. Overslept. You overslept all the way to your whole family. Lu Ling Wei crazily greeted Jun Qian in her heart, but her face remained full of smiles, gentle and charming, and she said, Oh, General John, you have a lot on your plate, dealing with so many documents every day, massive amounts of funds flowing in and out. It's natural to feel tired sometimes. Let's go. General John, let me serve you. Ow. No. Let me make tea for you. Jun Qian nodded approvingly. Indeed, Miss Lu is humble and patient. Well done. In fact, just now I was testing you. Once you pass, I will invest 10 billion in your business. This is an internal support plan of our group. Lu Lingwei's eyes lit up instantly, her legs feeling weak, and she almost collapsed on the ground. Before she could even get into the car, she was stunned in place. 10 billion? Jun Qian is definitely capable of coming up with that amount. Well, that's fine. Anyway, even though Shan Yangsheng promised to give her some money later, it definitely won't be this much. Maybe I won't take the hard route with Jun Qian first. I'll wait until he gives me the money for investment and then see. General John, have I passed the test? Lu Lingwei adjusted her hair and blinked her big eyes charmingly. Jun Qian lit a cigarette and smilingly said, Let's see how you perform tonight. If the silk stocking milk tea you make looks good. No, tastes good. Maybe I'll arrange the funds directly for you. General John, rest assured, I'm the best at making silk stocking milk tea, Lu Lingwei said with a smile. But before she could even step her left foot into the car, Zhang Qian stopped her. He nodded slightly, his face no longer wearing the jovial expression from before, and said faintly, "You sit in the back, the front passenger seat belongs to someone else. The back seat is spacious. Go ahead. If not, you can take a nap." Oh. Lu Lingwei felt a bit awkward in her heart. This Zhang Qian really doesn't mince words. But this is good. It just shows that you're a scumbag, and scumbags like you are no exception in not liking beautiful women. Lu Lingwei sneered in her heart, confident in her ability to deal with people like Zhang Qian using her charm. Typically, scumbags like to create this kind of affectionate persona. It's rather laughable. Unfortunately, many girls fall for it and hope that scumbags will be just as affectionate towards them. "General Zhang, you're truly affectionate." She thought so, but Lu Lingwei praised insincerely. "How do you know? They all call me the most affectionate in Baiwan." Zhang Qian started the car and glanced at Lu Lingwei from the rearview mirror with a melancholic expression. Lu Lingwei flashed a strange smile. "Seeing your recent actions, I had that feeling. How should I put it? It should be truly named and aptly described. People's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. It speaks for itself. You understand me well." Zhang Qian sighed. Lu Lingwei chuckled coldly in her heart. "Good. Very good." Under her rainbow fart offensive, she felt Zhang Qian was gradually losing himself. She knew men too well. There was no man who didn't enjoy being praised. By the time she let him experience her invincible skills, Zhang Qian would surely be captivated by her, thinking of her day and night, unable to forget her, and would distance himself from other women to focus solely on loving her, just like Chen Weiqian, who was already head over heels. "Yes, I have that ability." Zhang Qian was, of course, oblivious to what Lu Lingwei was truly thinking. Following the navigation, they arrived at the hotel. Without much small talk, they proceeded directly into the room. The atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous, with a hint of elegance. Observing the scene, Zhang Qian couldn't help but fall into contemplation. "You, in these 2 days, have lived in this room with your aunt?" He turned back hesitantly to ask. Lu Lingwei's cheeks reddened, wishing she had chosen a better excuse. But since this was all an act, she knew she had to play it convincingly, to the full show, make Zhang Qian truly believe. "Yes." "What's the matter, General Zhang?" She must remain calm at this moment, never showing any flaws. Zhang Qian looked around the room layout. He hadn't expected to find such an interesting sly room in this price range of a 4-star hotel. The octopus chair, yoga ball, waterbed, electric. He couldn't help but imagine that scene, picturing if it were her aunt in this room. The scene was too beautiful, and he didn't dare look. Luckily, he knew Lu Lingwei was lying, or else he truly couldn't pass this mental hurdle. "It's nothing. I must say your aunt has great taste." "Zilu, where is your local specialty? The tea from your hometown. Let me see what it's like. Is it pink and tender, or green and oily, or pitch black?" Zhang Qian surveyed the room, while holding a cigarette. Hearing his words, Lu Lingwei clenched her fists again. "Humph, are you mocking me? You'll know how terrifying I am when we entered battle later. Wei Ruxi, Jin Lu, they all look so serious. How could they compare to me, a professional? And besides, young Master Shang knows how to handle things right." But she just noticed that Zhang Qian had been carrying a small box in his hand. "General Zhang, why do you have spare clothes with you? Is it pajamas? Let me hang them up for you." Lu Lingwei smiled as she reached out for the box. However, Zhang Qian waved his hand repeatedly. In a mysterious manner, he leaned in and said with a smile, "This box is a treasure, a family heirloom. So, no matter where I go, I must carry it with me. But if you perform well, perhaps I can show you." Lu Lingwei became interested immediately. With Zhang Qian being so wealthy, his family heirloom must be something of great value, right? "General Zhang, you don't need to look for specialties elsewhere. They are not there. Actually, this is precisely the specialty I brought for you. It's the best tea from our hometown. General Zhang, let me take you to the bathtub, so you can personally taste it." Saying that, Lu Lingwei started to undress, demonstrating her body in front of him. To say or not to say, even though her behavior might have made Zhang Qian look down on her, her figure was indeed captivating. "Have you really never had a boyfriend? Zun. Duh. Oh, I remember you saying you learned Latin dance. If you're not doing what you think I'm suggesting later, would it be that you're just dancing?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Lingwei almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood directly. What's going on with this Zhang Qian? How did he speak out her innermost thoughts so directly? Is it okay to say it directly like this? Although she really thought so, but you said it out loud. What should I do? What should I say? You don't really intend to say it like that. Zhang Qian squinted his eyes at Lu Lingwei, suddenly becoming alert. Lu Lingwei really wanted to just bump her head straight and die. Heavens, she's standing in front of you completely exposed. How can you be tangled up like this? Is this the time to talk about these things? Shouldn't you be carrying me to the bathtub instead? Mr. John, not only have I learned Latin dance, but I also hold the record for the city's 100-meter dash and regularly participate in strenuous short-distance running training. Qiu. In the past, my training was very hard. Lu Lingwei coquettishly, while trying to cozy up to Zhang Qian, intending to get past this situation. Zhang Qian, however, smirked inwardly. He subtly avoided Lu Lingwei and picked up the phone, saying, I just remembered something I need to attend to, so you go take a shower. Clean yourself up a bit, or I might not be able to bear it. Okay. Lu Lingwei automatically ignored Zhang Qian's sarcasm towards her. She took a deep breath, hurriedly rushed into the bathroom to freshen up. Looking at herself in the mirror, she felt even more perfect. Only a girl truly understands another girl. She knew how distinct her advantages were compared to other girls. Shan Yangshen had once evaluated her as having a natural charm. That was the master's assessment. Thinking of Shan Yangshen, Lu Lingwei felt a bit lost. But at the moment, she was still conflicted. Master Shan Yangshen is very good, but Zhang Qian is really too wealthy, right? If he can really give himself 10 billion, then even if it means betraying, what does it matter? But the consequences of betraying the master are terrifying. What should I do? Forget it. Stop thinking about it. First get that 10 billion. Lu Lingwei thought to herself. When she came out, she saw Zhang Qian leaning back on the couch, resting with his eyes closed. Under the light of the ambience lamp, it must be said, his appearance now was really impressive. Though his appearance hadn't changed much, thanks to the system shop's enhancements, as well as Chen Shu's coaching on posture, etc. His whole aura had undergone a transformation, coupled with the tight t-shirt hugging his midsection, slightly outlining his toned ABS and V-line. Lu Lingwei surprisingly felt a hint of inexplicable attraction. Suddenly, she thought, if she could really be with Zhang Qian, perhaps, handsome, wealthy, great physique, but who knows how his weapon battle power is. If it's still 3 minutes, then Miss Lu Lingwei will have to downgrade your rating. Mr. Zhang, I'm done. Shall I serve you? No need. Zhang Qian waved his hand, stood up, and walked slowly to Lu Lingwei. Bathing is unnecessary. Honestly, I haven't showered in 6 months. Will you be able to accept that? Lu Lingwei forced a smile. Inside, she couldn't help but lose some of her good feelings towards Zhang Qian. She quickly nodded and tried to cater to him. Oh, bathing isn't really that important, right? Actually, I don't really like to bathe either. It's always such a hassle, really. Zhang Qian suddenly frowned, keeping a suitable distance from Lu Lingwei and cautiously said, You don't like to bathe. You don't usually bathe. Wait, does that mean you have a peculiar ... cough? No, you should lie down so I can check. Lu Lingwei, I percent ... percent and asterisk percent hash it ... What do you mean by saying you don't like to bathe? Did I say that just to please you? You're such a two-faced scoundrel. Fine, I'll bear with it just to fulfill the master's plan. She swallowed her anger and reluctantly laid down on the bed. Just then, Zhang Qian approached with a small box. Lu Lingwei's heart raced. Was he going to reveal a family heirloom? Judging by the size, it must at least be an antique. Let me guess, is it blue and white porcelain from the Yuan dynasty? No. With his opulence, blue and white porcelain won't cut it. Maybe something from the Song or Tang dynasty. Could it be a bronze artifact? No. Perhaps it's a genuine calligraphy work of Wan Ziji's preface to the poems collected from the Orchid Pavilion. The more she thought about it, the more excited Lu Lingwei became. Mr. Zhang, you truly trust me so much. Seeing Zhang Qian finally opens the box, she couldn't contain her excitement and exclaimed, To bring out such a precious item in front of me, I have nothing to repay you with in this lifetime. I can only offer myself. But before she could finish her words, she choked up. Zhang Qian raised his eyebrow, retrieved an eye mask, earplugs, and some indiscernible toes from the box and chuckled. Heh, just now I was playing a harmless joke with you. You know, on the surface, I may seem very serious, but I actually have some refined hobbies. Lu Lingwei kept smiling on her face. The emoji smile. Mr. Jung, about the 10 billion ... are you joking too? Of course not. Am I the kind of person who jokes around? Ha ha. Giving you 10 billion, a fortune for generations to come. Do you think I'm joking? Come. Now that you've decided to let me appreciate you, and you've cleaned up so well, I'm very pleased. So, put on this eye mask, earplugs, and this handcuff. Yes, let me thread this rope from the headboard to the foot of the bed. Right now, Lu Lingwei only felt numb, exhausted. Let it be destroyed. She felt like a puppet as she put on the eye mask, earplugs, and had her limbs bound to the bed. She lay there in a spread eagle position, with her mind starting to wander once again. Zheng Qian was quite the player. But she wondered if the master's move could be so ruthless, and she began to anticipate once more. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes ... How? After waiting for a full 10 minutes, and Zheng Qian made no move, had he gone to shower after all? Eventually, unable to take it anymore, Lu Lingwei shouted, Mr. Zheng, are you still there? Did you fall asleep? I can't hear anything with these earplugs. Hey, is anyone there? At this moment, Lu Lingwei's heart is in turmoil. Her emotions are extremely complex. If one word were to describe it, that would be very heartbroken. It has been a full hour since she was blinded, had earplugs inserted, and her limbs bound. She swore, if not for the restricted movement, she would definitely pull out a knife and kill someone. Totally ruthless. All ruthless. Scumbag. You are just a huge scumbag. I hate you to death. Lu Lingwei hysterically screamed in her mind. Of course, she didn't dare to shout out loud, in case Zheng Qian was in the bathroom. What if he was really constipated or something? That was why he didn't appear in time. That's also possible. I cry. Up until now, she still held on to a glimmer of hope. So, what exactly is Zheng Qian doing? At this moment, he is watching live videos with Dwin Qiren. Zheng Qian has deprived Lu Lingwei of her hearing and sight. For what purpose? Just to calmly leave. He is in the hotel's revolving restaurant, enjoying delicious food, while watching Wei Rushi and others create chaos. But not on the Soundwave platform. The continuous days of live streaming donations have completely boosted the fame of Stardust. The Ankas have already informed their fan groups and have started live streaming on the new platform from today. It's called Stardust Live Platform. As Zheng Qian had already communicated with the Soundwave platform in advance and with the crazy donations from the past few days, Soundwave was not displeased with this. On the contrary, they were even driving traffic to the Stardust Live platform. This situation is not just rare in Kyushu. Even worldwide, it's quite rare to see two companies in a competitive relationship are actively driving traffic to each other, which is truly unique. Don't ask, because in the end, it's capital that triumphs overall. During this period, Xia Qianchen had already sent people to sign agreements with many Ankas. In addition to Sakala Momoko, there are several top Ankas. Not many, only about 5 or 6 top Ankas on the whole network. Others are mostly talented newcomers. And on the first day that Stardust Live went online, the number of registered Ankas and viewers kept increasing. Zheng Qian's preferential policies are just too attractive. In the first 6 months since Stardust Live was established, the platform did not deduct any fees from donations. In other words, all the money donated by viewers goes 100% to the Ankas, without any deductions. Moreover, various bonuses, incentive policies, etc., are given if certain requirements are met. Combined with the gathering of the network's top spenders, Li Zong, Qian Zong, and others, the number of live viewers quickly started to rise. Besides the first batch of Ankas signing with Stardust Live, any ordinary person can go live without signing a contract, just by registering. Zheng Qian glanced at Dwin Qiren's screen and couldn't help nodding silently. This kid's taste is actually pretty good. He had previously spent a lot of money giving a small target female anchor enough to be called a beauty. She's like a loli, but with a mature voice. She even knows better than Lu Lingwei. She actually activated a 360-degree live streaming mode, a kind of experience similar to AR. Everyone probably has experienced this before, where you rotate your phone to see different angles. Seeing Dwayne Kieran's current viewing angle, Jun Qian thought, this kid is really a good partner. The kid is almost itching to drop the phone on the ground. Several more hours passed. Jun Qian went upstairs. He cautiously opened the door and entered the room. Lu Lingwei, at this moment, showed no movements at all. This made Jun Qian's heart skip a beat. Was she alright? She shouldn't be, as he hadn't done anything. He checked her breathing by feeling her nose. Yes, she was still breathing. It seemed like Lu Lingwei was just exhausted, falling into a deep sleep like this, which was not a bad thing. Jun Qian lit a cigarette and leaned back on the sofa. He had actually wanted to give Lu Lingwei a severe punishment, but she was just a pawn after all. It's not just her who needs to pay the price, but the one who started it all. After some consideration, Jun Qian took out his phone and took a picture. The next morning, Lu Lingwei was awakened by Jun Qian's loud snoring. She wanted to speak, but her throat was hoarse, and she couldn't say anything. She truly wanted to curse, but she didn't dare to. In this state of mind, she suddenly had a question. Did she end Jun Qian? Last night? Jun Qian stretched lazily. After removing Lu Lingwei's blindfold and earplugs, he looked at her affectionately and asked, how did you feel yesterday? Lu Lingwei, could it be? We really did. But why can't I remember anything? She looked suspiciously at Jun Qian. General Jun. You. Last night, of course, we had a wonderful night yesterday, don't you remember? Oh, if you think like this, I would be really sad. Jun Qian pretended to sit up dejectedly. Lu Lingwei was shocked. She quickly changed her expression, her face filled with a charming smile. General Jun, I was just joking with you earlier. The experience last night was the pinnacle I have never had in my life. Walking on clouds, that was the grand ceremony. Honestly, from the moment you started preparing for action yesterday, I already understood. Hearing Lu Lingwei's words, Jun Qian was stunned in place. He actually slept beside her directly yesterday. If someone else heard Lu Lingwei's words, they would think she really did it. Everything she said at this moment was so vividly depicted. Even the first half-time break, many non-existent details of the second half, were all described vividly. Her talent for storytelling, if not in MLM, would be a total waste. Xiaolu, you are really expanding your horizons. Alright, the company has things to do. I'll leave first. You take care of yourself. Oh, by the way, are you in your safe period? After taking a bath, changing clothes, Jun Qian inquired. Lu Lingwei's lips curled slightly. How'd he asked that? It must have happened. Don't worry, General Jun, I won't cause you any trouble. In order to better serve you, I started injecting medroxyprogesterone estradiol a month ago. I won't get pregnant. General Jun, in the future, can I also be with you? I will continue to take injections, you don't need to worry. Jun Qian laughed inwardly. Looking at Lu Lingwei's enthusiastic gaze, he suddenly felt sorry for her. He had already arranged her future whereabouts. Dealing with a woman like her, Wei was indeed excellent. She knew of a place more suitable for women like Lu Lingwei. Alright, don't stop the medication. Medication can't be stopped. A good buddy. Lu Lingwei, is really a good buddy. Before, I only heard that Jun Qian was a scumbag, but I never expected that he would be so despicable to this extent. Look, are these words for a girl? Isn't it supposed to be comforting, caring, and protective in this situation? I'm leaving. Clean yourself up. Jun Qian said this and left, slamming the door shut. Lu Lingwei breathed a sigh of relief. It's too difficult. Dealing with Jun Qian is really too difficult. From waiting for him in the parking lot yesterday until now, every move of his has almost completely exceeded her expectations, completely unpredictable. Dealing with Jun Qian is almost as difficult as taking the college entrance exam or even the postgraduate entrance exam. She thought exhaustedly about going to the shower to freshen up, but, that damn Jun Qian didn't help me untie it. Lu Lingwei completely broke down. She shouted hoarsely, Jun Qian, you jerk, you're really a jerk. Lu Lingwei, will never forgive you. I'm going to kill you. Oh no, it's all ruined. How can I deal with this? After shouting these words, she couldn't make a sound. Suddenly, she thought about using Sirit to help her make a call. However, her voice was now as quiet as a mosquito and couldn't reach the phone. Do I have to wait until the room service staff comes to check the room after the room fee expires to be saved? Asterisk. Ding ding asterisk. Just when Lu Lingwei was on the brink of despair, Zhang Qian suddenly pushed the door and walked in. By now, Lu Lingwei no longer harbored any hatred towards him. She felt that Zhang Qian was like the gentlest sunshine. Sorry, I just remembered when I got in the car. I left something very important here. Yes, it's these family heirlooms. Xiaolu, not to criticize you, but when you said yesterday that you don't like to shower, I felt the need to criticize you. Why haven't you cleaned up or showered after I've been gone for so long? Zhang Qian said reproachfully. Saying this, he untied the ropes or whatever binding Lu Lingwei. After carefully placing them in a small box, he said with a serious tone, girls should keep cleaner, otherwise they might easily get infections in some places. Lu Lingwei smiled. All right, are you playing around? You remembered that I was tied up, or remembered that the family heirlooms are still in the room. Opening her mouth, she wanted to say, listen to me. Thank you. But her throat was so sore that she couldn't make a sound. She could only move her mouth. Zhang Qian looked at her suspiciously. Did you lose your voice at home? It's time to go to work. Hurry back to fetch it. Asterisk bang asterisk. Hearing the sound of the door being shut firmly once again, Lu Lingwei was truly tired. As she just got out of bed to go to the bathroom, after enduring a night of holding it in, the urge suddenly came, but she barely made it to the toilet. However, as soon as her feet touched the ground, she instantly felt her legs weaken and she collapsed. It turned out that because she had been tied up for too long, the blood flow in some places was not smooth, and her whole body was starting to numb. She was starting to hate Zhang Qian. Lying on the ground for a while, she was finally able to get up and get her phone. Sorry, boss, I'm feeling particularly unwell today. Can I take a day off? She sent a WeChat message to the office manager. Unable to walk or speak today, she didn't know how she would manage to deal with Wei Ruzi at the company. Okay, but just now Wei Ruzan happened to see the application you submitted internally and specifically instructed me to make you rest more. However, your wages will be deducted more according to regulations. You need to deduct 3 times the wages. Lu Lingwei replied with a heavy heart. Okay, it's okay. I have plenty of money now. Stupid Zhang Qian rewarded me so much, I can just withdraw all of it. Isn't it millions? After the money is deposited, I'll just apply to resign right on the spot, not giving face to anyone. However, when she clicked on the cash withdrawal, a dialog box popped up. Received a cash withdrawal request. Now only 0.01 yuan withdrawal currency is needed to enter the withdrawal process. Withdrawal currency cannot be recharged, can only be obtained by a single chop. Now forward this page to invite friends to chop once, and have a chance to withdraw directly. Lu Lingwei, how is this millions? Why can't I withdraw? I have withdrawn it myself before, and have never encountered such a situation. What's going on? Friendly reminder, due to the excessive amount of rewards from the account of Cute Lingling a special withdrawal process is required. Any anchor that reaches a specific reward amount must invite friends to chop once before they can withdraw. Lu Lingwei held back her anger. Fine. Anyway, I took a day off today, and I have plenty of time. She immediately forwarded the page for a single chop to a certain bootlicker, who promptly replied and made the chop. Asterisk ding dong asterisk. You received a critical chop. Your friend helped chop off 0.01 yuan, significantly speeding up the progress. Damn it. Am I really asterisk 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 asterisk? Or you stupid? Lu Lingwei fiercely threw her phone onto the bed, pulling the corners of her stiff mouth. Fine. I won't believe it today. So, Lu Lingwei began frantically sending the page to all her friends. But at that moment, the room door resounded urgently. Lu Lingwei put on a bath towel, frowned, and walked over to open the door. The visitor was Yu Shang'an from the Club America in Shanghai, accompanied by a stern-faced middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was holding a medical kit. Without saying much, Lu Lingwei knew the purpose of these two people. In the morning, she had informed Yu Shang'an after Zhang Qian had just left. Lying on the bed, Yu Shang'an signaled to the middle-aged man. The latter nodded and immediately got on the bed, wearing a mask, and took out several instruments. It might be a bit painful. Endure it a bit. I will now extract the biological samples left by Zhang Qian. Looking at the exhausted Lu Lingwei, Yu Shang'an's eyes were full of disdain and mockery. In the eyes of others, she was a little fairy, but in the eyes of such a person like him, she might be no different from the most humble creature. As the big boss of Star Entertainment, he could easily deploy any underling to handle this task. However, perhaps influenced by Shan Yangshan, he also had some special habits. Seeing others, especially beautiful women, in pain, would make him feel good. How was Zhang Qian last night? How does he compare to the foreign boxing hunk you previously served? Yu Shang'an lit a cigarette, sat on the nearby sofa, and leisurely said. Lu Lingwei opened her mouth, making a painful, but barely audible, hoarse sound. This surprised Yu Shang'an. Is Zhang Qian that terrifying? Her voice was hoarse. Or was Lu Lingwei too immersed in acting? Yu Shang'an's expression gradually became particularly gloomy. Lu Lingwei, I remember you're not an art major, right? You're not studying performing arts, are you? Heh, I didn't expect you to be a genius actor. Should I include you in this year's filming plan? He took a few deep puffs of smoke, walked slowly forward, impatiently grabbing the middle-aged man's collar. He asked coldly, is the extraction complete? The middle-aged man hesitated, then nodded. Should be. The extraction is done, right? We collected as much biological material as possible, but due to the long time, much might have been absorbed. If we really did it, collecting his DNA should not be a problem. Yu Shang'an nodded. Handing him the phone, he said, stand over there and record everything. Pay attention to close-ups of her face. Heh, since you enjoy performing so much, your voice is hoarse from shouting, there shouldn't be any problem letting me witness it, right? With that, he threw his coat onto the sofa, removed the TT packaging provided by the hotel. Looking at the approaching Yu Shang'an, Lu Lingwei's eyes flickered with fear. He never treated himself as a person, and the same goes for the master. After leaving the hotel, Zhang Qian did not return to the company. He went to a coffee shop. It was very remote, not luxurious in decoration, and not the favorite in style of this petty bourgeoisie city. It was like a home workshop, but very cozy. There weren't many people here, and he liked that feeling. In the whole coffee shop, there was only one waitress at the bar. She was not only a waitress, but also a barista, cashier, and cleaner. This reminded Zhang Qian of his conversation with Zhu Wanfang yesterday. She talked about upbringing, etiquette, and propriety, and also mentioned coffee. She said, the coffee you love should also be about its flavor, the dedication of the store. Besides, any criticism or compliments stem from vanity, and vanity is the ultimate opposite of good breeding. This soft coffee shop was good. There was no need to go to those globally popular brands. Miss Zhu Feluo is truly a person with great taste. Zhu Wanfang told him. This was where someone last witnessed the appearance of Miss Zhu Feluo, and it's also a coffee shop she ran when she was bored in Shanghai, very much reflecting Miss Zhu Feluo's style. Zhang Qian naturally didn't hope to encounter her here, just curious. At the same time, he was waiting for someone. This person seemed to come here often. The bar girl looked at Zhang Qian curiously. She was familiar with every regular customer here. Occasionally, new faces would come in, but she didn't care, because she knew those newcomers were just strangers. But Zhang Qian was different. She could sense there was something unique about him. Or maybe it was her sensitivity to this type of person. Could he also be an admirer of Miss he had never seen before? He didn't look like the usual gentleman, such as Shan Yangshan or Yun Yaxi. He didn't give off an air of nobility or being intimidating, but rather made people feel comfortable. It's like he never had any worries, always so at ease. The young girl shook her head. She still thought Shan Yangshan was more suitable for Miss. Shan Yangshan looked like he came from a noble family. His demeanor and the way he dressed were the standard template of a gentleman in Shanghai people's eyes. Anyone who wanted to become a genteel gentleman just needed to observe Shan Yangshan's actions and manners. Just then, a commotion of footsteps interrupted her thoughts. A panicked girl rushed into the coffee shop, frantically looked around, and quickly ran to the corner where Zhang Qian was. She was dressed very stylishly, but looked a bit disheveled. The lipstick at the corner of her mouth extended down to her jaw. There were handprints on her face. Her buttons were all missing, her stockings torn like they'd been in a battle, and even her left high-heeled shoe had. Zhang Qian's pretentious remarks were clearly plagiarized from Zhu Wanfang. Just like the previous words of Chen Shu, the phrase everything other than death is just a scratch was also recorded in Zhang Qian's notebook. Whenever he encountered a situation suitable for showing off, he would easily bring it up. He would repeatedly recite it daily, waiting for this moment. He greatly admired Zhu Wanfang as a true son of a noble family. Although she mentioned that nobles and aristocrats value things like eating and dressing the most, she never refused the simple meals at the cafe. According to her, as long as the shot put effort into it, it was worth savoring. Are you trying to teach me a lesson? The man who had gone astray clearly lost his composure, and the stylish girl beside him closed her mouth completely. Dwin Kieran, standing behind Jung Qian, furrowed his brow, preparing to take action, as the man became increasingly disrespectful, but a black-clothed individual approached. Without saying much, he grabbed the man's neck, causing him to freeze. Looking at the black-clothed figure with uncertainty, the man tried to say something but couldn't move his mouth. Subsequently, the black-clothed person left, grasping the man's neck, who seemed like a puppet with no chance to resist, and walked straight out of the cafe. Miss, you can leave now. Since you've done something wrong, you need to be prepared to face the consequences. We are all adults here, not 3-year-old children, and I find you quite distasteful now, so could you please leave? Jung Qian said calmly. The stylish girl bit her lip tightly, knowing staying any longer would be humiliating. Although she couldn't understand how her husband had gone outside, she felt these people seemed more dangerous, so she quickly grabbed her bag and rushed out of the cafe. He is quite powerful. I didn't expect this elegant man to be a master of Tai Chi. When Kieran followed Chen Shu for some time, observing keenly. In Chen Shu's words, it was reaching the level of a feather cannot be added, and even insects cannot land. Not something mystical, but simply true mastery of Tai Chi, where one's senses are highly attuned to touch and breath, with higher skill resulting in lighter contact and more sensitivity to force. Jung Qian turned around. Indeed, he noticed the person sitting here, Shan Yangshen. Shan Yangshen, sitting in the other corner, raised his coffee cup slightly and nodded and smiled towards him. After the black-clad man came in, Shan Yangshen and he walked straight to Jung Qian. Their behavior was very courteous. Shan Yangshen was gentle and very friendly, asking, "Could I sit here?" "Please do. This should be the first and only chance for us to have a friendly conversation." Jung Qian nodded slightly and lit a cigarette. Shan Yangshen did not comment on this. He didn't discuss anything about their situation, adjusting his tortoiseshell glasses gently, and said softly, "This cafe does not tolerate unruly behavior. That person just now was quite a downer. Do you know who owns this place? Or should I put it this way? Where did you hear those words you just said?" Shan Yangshen put on his glasses, staring intently into Jung Qian's eyes. Those words felt very familiar to him. When he first met Zhu Luo, she had said something similar and pointed out how deliberately Shan Yangshen dressed. Although appearing like a noble, he didn't have the typical traits of a Sa'an of the 9 provinces. "What does it matter to you who told me this?" Flicking the ash off his cigarette, Jung Qian looked at him, indifferently. Shan Yangshen remained calm as well. Due to widely known reasons in our country's history, class distinctions were eliminated. Class here doesn't only refer to landlords and capitalists, but also the traditional scholar official class. What is proper conduct? What is refinement? What is the taste of a noble family? All of these have vanished. Cultural gaps washed away in the river of time. Therefore, we need to look to Western and traditional Nanyang learning, to our neighboring countries' old SOA and SOS. Starting over, whether in lifestyle or refinement, taste, dignity. On hearing this, Jung Qian couldn't help but laugh. His eyes were filled with disdain as he lightly tapped the table with his finger. "All I see in you is a failed imitation of a tiger, now resembling a dog. Perhaps you've learned to dress the part, but your conduct is the exact opposite of refinement." Shan Yangshen, "I didn't come looking for trouble with you, yet you're the one making sly moves against me. Talking big about being a gentleman, but using lowly tricks behind the scenes. Putting up a front, different behind the scenes. Just like the fact that you are now pretty country's lackey, showing a yellow skin while having a white man's heart. Isn't that a perfect description of a banana person? What qualification do you have to talk about decency, to lecture me on refinement? And what right do you have to speak of cultural gaps and starting over from scratch with your nonsense of the scholar official class? Have I given you face?" Jung Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette, his eyes full of disdain and contempt. Initially, he hoped to carry himself as a true gentleman, but soon gave up, especially after seeing Shan Yangshen's dual nature, which made Jung Qian feel genuine disgust, ashamed to associate with such a person. If all supposed scions of noble families were like this, he would rather be a nouveau rich all his life. It must be said, Shan Yangshen's self-control was indeed top-notch. He wasn't angry and didn't interrupt Jung Qian's barrage of words, softly saying, "When paths differ, there's no need to merge. I won't force you to accept my beliefs. This also embodies refinement. I respect the lifestyle you choose. I came over simply out of curiosity about the content of your earlier words. But now, I seem to have a guess. Likely, it wasn't Jufaluo. Goodbye. With that, Shang Yangshan stood up to leave. From the beginning till now, neither of them talked about their war against each other. Zheng Qian didn't bring it up, and Shang Yangshan didn't care either. Perhaps to him, Zheng Qian wasn't a worthy adversary. In his eyes, Zheng Qian was just a slightly wealthier pawn. He assumed Zheng Qian was someone easily ensnared by beauty, allowing Lu Lingwei to easily captivate him. With stakes transferring hands, he was confident he could easily control Qianlu Group, banks, and more. Although it was a bit surprising to see him here, it didn't matter. As Shang Yangshan rose to leave, in that split second of turning around, a derisive smirk naturally formed on his lips. Meeting Zheng Qian face to face, he felt he was of even lesser importance. How could someone like him, who easily had so many attractive women, be worth anything? In the future, I will surely train them all to be. Hold it. Just then, before he could take a step forward after turning, the person behind him called him back. Zheng Qian picked up the small hand-carrying case Twin Kiran had been holding all along and tossed it in front of Shang Yangshan, cracking a smile. Brother, I specially came to find you today. You've made so many little moves against me, I should return the favor. As Shang Yangshan turned back, looking down at the case, he saw a hint of crimson at one corner. The black-clothed person also realized something and immediately opened the case. Inside, there was a hand. In the suitcase, there was a hand. On Shang Yangshan's face, which was as calm as an ancient well, there finally appeared a trace of disturbance. The owner of this hand was someone he certainly recognized, none other than Yu Shannon, the wealthy boss of Star Prosperity Entertainment, who had achieved success in business with 250 million yuan. There was an emerald thumb ring on his thumb, a precious heirloom passed down from his great-grandmother and worth nearly 10 million. Shang Yangshan stood tall in place. He didn't look at the hand but stared straight at Zheng Qian. Since entering the Upper Shanghai American Association, he had encountered various opponents and enemies. Some were sophisticated Confucian merchants, some were wealthy but dim-witted, some were second-generation rich, and some were seductive temptresses. But in the end, they all fell at his hands. In just a few years, with his skill, he had effectively taken over his father's legacy. At just 29 years old, he had become an influential figure in Shanghai International. His father, Shang Yizhou, had long retired. In 2 more years, he would truly take over as the president of the Upper Shanghai American Association and serve as the chairman of the board of directors of Shanghai International Group. Shang Yangshan's pride was not without reason. On the contrary, he possessed profound confidence. In all his life's battles, he had never been defeated. However, the current opponent in front of him, Zheng Qian, was someone he had never encountered before. Few had ever threatened him as Zheng Qian did. The last person who dared to speak harsh words of killing him had already been chopped into pieces and thrown into the concrete mixer, now lying on the quiet Masheng Road outside No. 85. Zheng Qian had done so, and even more thoroughly than those before. Zishan, I'm not really a cruel person, it's you who forced me. I'm just giving you a warning today. No matter how we clash in business, or if you try to plot against me, that's fine. But there's one thing you must remember. Don't touch people around me, or else you'll blame me for being too extreme. Yu Shannon actually got Lu Lingwei to seduce Chen Weiqian, and currently, you are even holding Liu Shiki captive. I'm warning you. Immediately remove those dirty tactics around my people, or I will truly be angry, and the consequences will be severe. Zheng Qian, cigarette in hand, pointed at the hand and said, "The cut is very smooth. There's a chance it can be reattached." After speaking, he stepped on the suitcase, raising his chin slightly. Shang Yangshan's cheek trembled slightly. The black-clad people around couldn't help but be moved. Having followed Shang Yangshan for so long, they had never seen him so angry. He always maintained a refined demeanor, but today, in front of Zheng Qian, he almost lost his composure. One could imagine the turmoil in his heart at that moment. The black-clad men were ready to take down Zheng Qian directly, but Shang Yangshan gestured to reject the idea. As an important figure in the Upper Shanghai American Association, Yu Shannon naturally had bodyguards, and they were quite powerful. However, Zheng Qian had still managed to get through. In Shang Yangshan's eyes, this meant that Zheng Qian also had formidable fighters. Since Zhang Qian dared to bring along Duan's Kiran, it proved his confidence in his safety. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so arrogant as to bring a hand with him. I am the instigator. Why haven't you chopped off my hand? Shan Yangshan said calmly. Zhang Qian smiled, glanced at the black-clad men behind him, and said, I wonder how the expert by your side compares to the ones by Yushang inside. Otherwise, I would have beheaded you directly. Stop the nonsense and release the person. Shan Yangshan fell silent for a moment, then picked up the phone. After Chen Weiqian took the money, he went to Beikai country yesterday. I don't know where he is now. Liu Shiki has been freed. You can contact her for confirmation anytime. Can you hand over this suitcase to me now? Zhang Qian did not immediately respond. Just as he was about to call Liu Shiki, the phone rang first, indicating that she had indeed been rescued. Zhang Qian, I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. Before he could speak, Liu Shiki's voice came through the phone, clearly distressed after the past few days. Her tone was tearful and mournful, as if she finally received news of her missing husband after many years. Zhang Qian comforted her with a smile. All right, everything is fine now. I'll send someone to pick you up and take you to a safe place. I'll deal with some matters first, then I'll come to see you after it's resolved. Okay. Knowing he was busy, Liu Shiki reluctantly ended the call. Zhang Qian called Chen Weiqian, but the phone was off, and his social media had blocked him. It didn't matter. He knew Chen Weiqian had sold his shares, a process that had begun that morning. Shan Yangshan gestured to the black-clad men to fetch the suitcase. Zhang Qian, however, stopped them with a stern look and opened the case, flicking the cigarette ash on the severed hand. The black-clad man was enraged, unable to restrain himself from wanting to teach this provoking boss a lesson. Shan Yangshan hadn't given the order to act yet, despite being furious. At this moment, even with his exceptional self-control, his eyes showed a hint of ferocity. Shan Yangshan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. What do you mean? Didn't I say, all those little actions against people around me must stop? Let me remind you, was it only Chen Weiqian and Liu Shiki you targeted? What about Li Dao in the north? Zhang Qian pressed the cigarette on the severed hand at that moment. Shan Yangshan's phone rang urgently. It was from one of his subordinates. Speak, Shan Yangshan said. Shan Yangshan, our boss isn't a killer, but his patience has its limits. Of the 3 men you sent, one is barely alive, another has both legs broken, and one ran away, who I didn't bother to chase. Calling you is to convey my boss message. Tell them to return to Upper Shanghai immediately and to stop these small actions. With a busy tone on the other end of the phone, Shan Yangshan closed his eyes. After a moment, he slowly opened them. He made a few calls to make arrangements. Only then did Zhang Qian nod satisfactorily and kick the suitcase in front of him. Take it away now. Maybe there's still a chance. Remember to clean the wound. It's contaminated with ash. Even if it's reattached, it will definitely affect recovery. What if it affects Mr. Yu's hand brewing in the future? Why didn't you save it carefully? Zhang Qian reproached, looking serious. Shan Yangshan's cheek twitched unnaturally. The black-clad man quickly picked up the suitcase and followed closely as Shan Yangshan left the cafe. Master Shan. Passing by the checkout desk, the girl's heart was in turmoil. Although she knew Shan Yangshan fancied Zhu Feluo, being a young girl herself, she couldn't help but feel a flutter. Just as she was about to greet him, she saw his twisted face. Startled, she immediately shut her mouth, too afraid to speak. Having witnessed the scene from a distance, she neither saw clearly nor heard distinctly, unaware of what had occurred. For the graceful Master Shan to be upset like this, that person must be a bad guy, right? Humph. Li Dao's current mood is very complicated. He has been honest and rule-abiding all his life. Today, a girl suddenly struck up a conversation with him, causing some rare palpitations in his heart. Now his identity is different too. Thanks to Zhang Qian's rise to power, whenever he goes out now, he's referred to as Director Li. With the shares he owns in Kind Group, the annual dividend conservatively estimated to be in the billions. Although he hasn't received this money yet, once Zhang Qian consolidates the domestic shipping business, the final amount in hand will only increase. Even without the dividend, his monthly salary is now in the millions, something he wouldn't have dared to dream of before. His status has changed, his horizons have expanded, but his heart has not changed. When he returns home and faces his wife, there is still a hint of the youthful innocence palpitation. However, The girl who struck up a conversation today is too special. Although she looks ordinary, her entire aura is extraordinary. Despite wearing Adidas sports apparel, she couldn't hide her cold, lonely, and proud demeanor. Li Dao admitted that he felt a bit of excitement in that moment. With fair and smooth skin, delicate and moist, hair tight in a ponytail, and slender legs. "I'm sorry, we are not suitable. I am a married man." As the girl walked up to him and just asked if he was Li Dao, Director Li, his mind began to wildly imagine. Subsequently, thinking about his wife waiting at home for dinner, he shook his head with difficulty and directly refused her. Chen Liu. At that moment, she for the first time in her life had the urge to kill a protected target. She took a deep breath and slowly said, "Have you been harassed frequently these days? And you almost had a car accident previously." "Don't worry, I am here to protect you. My boss is Jin Lu. You should recognize him, right?" It was only then that Li Dao realized, feeling a bit embarrassed. Hesitantly looking at her, he said, "Indeed, I almost had an accident, but it was probably just a common accident. Is there a problem?" Just then, 3 middle-aged men approached. Subsequently, he witnessed the most thrilling and exhilarating battle of his life. He saw Chen Liu move like a dragon and a phoenix, rushing into the enemy's midst. Her hands were like thunder. Her steps were direct, unstoppable wherever she went. She fought vigorously, causing the 3 men to scatter like birds and beasts. One severely injured, one disabled, one released. She then handed the phone to Li Dao. It turned out that Jin Lu was concerned about the activity on the northern side, thinking it was illogical that only Chen Weiqian and Liu Shiki were being targeted. She was also worried about Zheng Qian and secretly sent Chen Liu over. Unexpectedly, upon investigation, Li Dao was also in danger. After capturing the other party, she informed Zheng Qian, leading to the incidents at the coffee shop. Then, Chen Liu left. She didn't take away a single cloud. In that moment, she was like a female knight from ancient times, completely shaking Li Dao's not-so-young heart. Although Chen Linyu's appearance was ordinary, sometimes a refined aura could directly enhance a person's attractiveness. When Zheng Qian learned of this incident later, he gave Chen Liu a nickname, Adidas King, the assassin. Coming back to the story, after leaving the coffee shop, Zheng Qian went straight to the hotel. Twin Kiran was still trembling as he drove, knowing that if he had acted just now, he would have been doomed. The Westerner's strength was too terrifying. Not only was he a skilled fighter, but he was also well-versed in Judo martial arts. Such a person had almost no flaws. Especially the person Chen Shu mentioned leaving was a pure master of external martial arts. If Twin Kiran had engaged in a full-on fight with him, he would have been instantly crushed, not just in one hand, but his spine too. Zheng Qian was gambling just now, and it seemed he had bet right. Chen Shu was not around, and he had many reservations about his actions, but he had to teach Shan Yangshan a lesson. Otherwise, seeing his methods gradually escalate, who knew if he would harm his women? If they were in danger, Zheng Qian would go crazy. Not only Jin Lu, but he also couldn't allow anyone to touch even one hair. This was absolutely not allowed. It seems he really likes Chufaluo. He didn't even dare to fight in her coffee shop, and now I'm curious about what she looks like. But Shan Yangshan should still be wary. I dare to bring you along for a showdown, and to act so viciously. He must think I have an unparalleled master by my side. That's why he doesn't dare to act rashly. After smoking a cigarette to calm himself down, Zheng Qian also felt a bit frightened. Twin Kiran said with a bitter smile, "Boss, when Guru Shu isn't around, you shouldn't act too radically. I really didn't expect Ku Wenyu's methods to be so ruthless, saying to cut off a hand, and then doing it." Zheng Qian nodded in agreement. It seemed that Jin Lu had indeed found two good helpers in Chen Shu. They looked gentle on the surface, but when they made their move, it made his scalp tingle. "Find a place to rest here. If in 5 hours, no, 8 hours. If I haven't asked you to leave in 8 hours, you can go first." Upon reaching their destination, Zheng Qian said this to Twin Kiran. He knocked on the door of the room. Soon, Liu Shiki, wearing a bathrobe, came to greet him. Looking at the blooming beauty in front of him, just out of the water, Zheng Qian also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the confinement of the past few days hadn't caused Liu Shiki any harm. Although her spirits seemed a bit low, it looked like she needed some energy. "Qian, do you know, these days I really longed for you. I thought I was going to die." Liu Shiki said tearfully, nestling in Zheng Qian's arms, her delicate body trembling slightly. Zheng Qian sighed, sat her down in the room. He was actually very relieved, not expecting that Liu Shiki could withstand the test. Even facing Shan Yanshen's pressure personally, she still held on to her true feelings. This was truly an unexpected joy, so he decided to reward Liu Shiki. Listen, President Liu, you look very weak now and urgently need some energy injection. Why are you calling me President Liu at this time? It just feels different. President Liu, come. Meanwhile, Shan Yanshen's heart burned with raging flames. He picked up his phone and typed a few cold words. Get over here right now, no matter what you're doing. I want to see my dog in 20 minutes. I'm in a bad mood now. You shouldn't work these days. Make arrangements and prepare to rest for a couple of days. It's daytime now. Remember how to come over. Ren Rukyu put down her phone, forcibly suppressing the excitement and joy in her heart. She felt very honored that every time Shan Yangshan felt restless or sad, the first person he thought of was her. He had had many dogs before, but in the end, only Ren Rukyu remained by his side, becoming the ultimate owner of the cage. Some of the disappearance of these dogs was at the behest of Shan Yangshan, while others were the result of Ren Rukyu's subtle tactics. He of course saw it all but never intervened because he enjoyed it. If possible, she would even make Jufaluo completely disappear. After finishing up the company's affairs, Ren Rukyu headed to the adjacent office building. Of course, she wouldn't drive to Shan Yanshan's secret villa in broad daylight, even though they were already being cautious. If they were discovered, it would be very bad. So, Shan Yangshan came up with a way to divert attention. Even if others saw Ren Rukyu leaving the company, no one would know where she would eventually go. Ren Rukyu arrived at an office on a certain floor, which she rented under someone else's name. It was a shell company, empty with no one inside. She opened one of the offices, and in front of her were rows of filing cabinets specially customized by Shan Yangshan, big enough to accommodate Ren Rukyu's petite frame. Walking to a cabinet with a specific number, she took out the prepared clothes and changed into them. Putting on a mask, she entered the cabinet. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man arrived with movers. Following the code given by Shan Yangshan in advance, the movers carried away the corresponding filing cabinet, and Ren Rukyu left just like that. Shan Yangshan had many secret bases, and she didn't know where she would be taken this time. As for why she had to wear a mask, because sometimes it was just Shan Yangshan alone, and sometimes there were others. When Zheng Qian left the hotel, Liu Shiki leaned wearily against the bedside. Although tired, she was content. She never wanted to cause trouble for Zheng Qian, nor did she want to consider their relationship a burden. There were already too many women around Zheng Qian, and she didn't want to become one of them, knowing she couldn't tie him down. This separation might mean not knowing when they would meet again. Fate can't be forced. Maybe they would see each other again in less than a month, or perhaps when she gets married. Who knows? She lit a yabai cigarette, something she rarely did before. After their last encounter, she had started smoking a bit more. It was just a way to reminisce about Zheng Qian occasionally. There were 7 or 8 cigarettes still left in this pack she had bought and had only smoked 12. It seems Zheng Qian hasn't captured my heart yet. I've only thought of him 12 times. Liu Shiki laughed, wiping a glistening tear from the corner of her eye. After a moment of hesitation, she extinguished the cigarette and tossed the remaining ones into the trash. Shaolan, book the next flight back to Yabai as soon as possible for us. Meanwhile, Zheng Qian hadn't gone home either. Feeling refreshed after confirming he wasn't being tracked, he quietly took Duan Qiren to Hancheng. To avoid suspicion, he didn't fly directly with Xiaoduan but detoured briefly after arriving in Shenzhen. This time, he was there on business, not for leisure. It felt somewhat regretful. His first visit to Hancheng was with Duan Qiren, who was not exactly a cheerful companion, rather than with a girl, which would have been more enjoyable. Looking at the 2 messages sent by Lu Lingwei, Zheng Qian had no desire to reply. She was also pitiful, but those who faced pity often had their detestable side. Not long after he left in the morning, he brought Gu Wenyu and Duan Qiren back to the room. They witnessed Yu Shang enforcing himself on Lu Lingwei with great brutality, making her scream in agony. It was clear she was in genuine pain. Unable to scream anymore, she was being choked to force her into screaming. An unscrupulous middle-aged man nearby was recording it. After Gu Wenyu took care of the 2 skilled bodyguards at the door, seeing the scene enraged him. Grabbing a dagger, he rushed in and promptly severed Yu Shang'an's right hand, ruthless and bloody. Lu Lingwei fainted in fright. Originally, Zheng Qian intended to hand her over to Wei Rusi for further education, but then he changed his mind, realizing she already lived a miserable existence, so he let her be. As for her plea during the torture, Zheng Qian always found it amusing to recall it. It was a special service for Lu Lingwei created after he paid extra to enhance her experience. This meant she would be the only one to receive such treatment from the service, and with that gratuity, she would never be able to withdraw it in her lifetime. 20 minutes later, the train arrived in Hongcheng. Is everything with the routes okay? Since she's in Hongcheng, we need to move quickly while she's here. With Shang Yanshen's defenses breached today, he likely won't notice us immediately. Looking at the time, Zheng Qian furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a tad rushed, hoping they would make it on time. Duan Qiren revved the engine confidently and nodded. Don't worry, boss. Everything is under control. Shang Rongyan is currently busy filming. Nikai has relayed the information, and our people have started moving. Good. She's a beautiful lady indeed. Zheng Qian smiled. Despite only cutting off one of Yu Shang'an's hands, Zheng Qian wasn't satisfied. Shang Yanshen's beloved sister was filming in Hongcheng. She likely hadn't received any news and was unaware of being ruthlessly replaced by Noland. However, this situation was ideal, as any move to Hongcheng would serve no purpose once Noland officially announced the news. Simultaneously, Miss Shang Rongyan was really upset. She sat speechless in the crew's rest area, her legs crossed, wanting to smoke. Everyone steered clear, not daring to approach. Damn it, what's with that stunt double? His house caught fire. What's it got to do with him? Director Akyong clenched his fists tightly, glaring fiercely at the assistant director. The assistant director looked hesitant, his gaze dodging the director's as he replied. He said he wanted to watch the show and see if he could make trouble. UF ***** King Bastard. Trust me, I'll give you a mental checkup with the ***** Thai doctor. Akyong erupted in frustration. The assistant director was equally burdened. He wiped off the director's saliva splattered on his face and struggled to explain, we can't reach the other stunt doubles either. Either fires broke out in their buildings, or his old man is giving birth. Or his brother just returned from Thailand and wanted to make his people happy. A rare occasion. Didn't want to miss it. Honestly, I'm quite curious too. Director Akyong was frustrated with the excessive spitting by the actors, feeling anxious. Despite it being a sunny day, spit was flying everywhere. The assistant director felt as if there was a storm brewing. He struggled to wipe the saliva off his face, plastering on a fake smile, daring not to speak up. Akyong himself was quite agitated, especially since among the actors, Shang Rongyan, who had connections. Blaming the assistant director seemed like the only solution, as casting was his responsibility. But he remembered the freshly arrived $3 million, deciding to endure. This money was sent by Nikai through a third party with the sole purpose of ensuring no body doubles would be used during this scene. But what if this delayed the scene? What if Miss Shang Rongyan's time was wasted because of him? His fate would be grim. Nonetheless, Nikai had arranged for an exceptionally talented body double. Oh, Director Akyong. I just remembered, I already notified another actor as backup who should be arriving soon. He's quite skilled, winning the championship at the 26th Nine Provinces Great Martial Arts Tournament. The assistant director suddenly recalled something, speaking rapidly to the director. However, Akyong soon realized something was amiss. Hesitantly, he looked at the assistant director. The 26th year. How old is he this year? 26. The assistant director answered comfortably. So he started participating in this great martial arts tournament since he was 1 year old, right? Akyong smiled gently. Wow. The assistant director was taken aback, realizing it was information from Nikai, forgetting that Nikai was a physical education teacher. Thinking about how to explain, someone arrived. Hello. I'm Chen Shu. Zheng Qian got out of the car and passed through the layers of staff to reach the director. Though not a martial arts expert, his foundation was strong. Under Chen Shu's training and guidance, his explosiveness and reflexes were superior. Not to mention, he used system cheats to enhance his muscle strength with special stretching classes from the system store. Zheng Qian was now 180 centimeters tall, his physique impressive. Standing before the director, Akyong was surprised. Duan Qiren followed from behind, his size intimidating, causing some security guards to step back. Akyong hesitated, glancing at the assistant director. The latter brightened up, grabbing Jung Kian's hand. Director, he's our body double. Ha ha. Isn't he perfect? Explosive power. Go on. Show the director the breaking stones with chest move. Jun Qian nodded, about to demonstrate using a large stone by the row when he was stopped. The director waved his hands. No need for that. We don't want broken ribs, piercing hearts, and no need for an ambulance. The physique seems suitable, though the body double doesn't need to show his face. His figure resembles the male lead somewhat. Get things in order quickly. Don't keep Miss waiting. Move it. Normally, in such cases where actors were unprepared, the shooting plan could be changed for other scenes. However, Shang Rongyan was already styled for the scene. Removing her makeup, other actresses would be fine, but she might explode. Akyong decided to wait for now for safety. Luckily, the body double named Chen Shu arrived. It seems like the film company in Hong City isn't professional at all. It shouldn't be so difficult to get a body double and waste my time. Shang Rongyan impatiently said, if no one shows up, you two can be the body doubles temporarily. Don't tell my brother when you return. Her suit-clad bodyguards nodded silently. No need for that. It seems we found a body double. Smoke. Once you're done with your scene, shall we head to the Leiwan Peninsula next door? Can I arrange for the drinks early? You know, they're from my own brand, designed to your taste. And the yacht the businessman bought for you. I've been curious for so long. Finally get to experience it. Decide Shang Rongyan. There was a beautiful girl, Pei Moing, an old acquaintance. Jun Qian had noticed her since his arrival. Surprisingly, Pei Moing seemed to have a close relationship with Shang Rongyan. It was understandable considering how successful Shang Yanshan's business was, especially with the substantial resources in the Western world. The Pei family couldn't compete. Moreover, he recalled she had established a new red wine brand in France, so she needed the resources from Shang's family even more. No problem. Those odd socialite shows, if it weren't for my American classmate being the director, I wouldn't have agreed to participate. This time they flew over from the other side of the earth for the show, so I couldn't be impolite. Moen, heard there are several handsome black dudes on set. Want me to introduce you? Shang Rongyan played with her nails, teasingly said. Pei Moen's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure, sensing Shang Rongyan's superiority. She suppressed her inner turmoil, forcing a smile. You know, I don't like foreign men. Me neither. Wait here. I'll be right back. Saying this, Shang Rongyan elegantly left. Jun Qian, with acting experience, changed clothes and did his makeup professionally upon arrival. The male lead was nearby charming a girl, glancing at Jun Qian dressed like him, furrowing his brows, feeling a bit displeased. Why does he seem to have a slightly better physique than me? David, the director called me over. All right. Be careful. This scene is a bit risky. Prioritize safety. David looked at the girl's alluring figure as she walked away, his eyes filled with greed. Lin Yokai, with good resources, was the second female lead in this film. She had resources, but Shang Rongyan had power. That's why she was the female lead. Positions. Ready. Action. Meanwhile, Pei Moen frowned slightly, carefully watching Jun Qian, feeling a familiar presence, but something seemed different. It couldn't be him. The shooting content of this scene is very simple. In an abandoned factory, the male lead has already defeated the enemy, and the second female lead and the first female lead are both present. But at this moment, a big explosion is about to happen, and someone needs to be saved. The second female lead volunteers to sacrifice her life, and the male lead finally leaves with the first female lead. The scenes that need to be shot with the male lead have already been completed, and Jun Qian is only responsible for some difficult action shots. For example, he needs to swing on an iron chain like Tarzan to reach the first female lead. Then he hugs her and flies away as the explosion starts. Since this scene requires depicting the emotional expression of the first and second female lead sacrificing their lives for each other and the male lead, Shang Rongyan and Lin Yokai cannot have stand-ins. Will this scene be dangerous? Director Ah Kong walked around anxiously, grabbing the hand of the props master. The props master struggled to pull his hand away and reassured him. Don't worry, director. We've worked together for so many years. When have we ever had an accident? Just now, we had that stunt double called Chen Shu swing the iron chain a few times, right? Ah Kong suddenly smacked him hard, frustratedly saying, I meant the explosives. Will there be a problem? The props master chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. Relax, relax. The shooting had begun at this point. Shan Rongyin and Lin Yokai were calling out to each other when suddenly Lin Yokai jumped down. There was a large sponge mattress below the platform, so there was no problem. Zhang Qian immediately grabbed the iron chain, swung to the end where Shan Rongyin was located. By now, the explosion had started inside the factory, and intense flames were shooting out. Shan Rongyin had never shot such a thrilling scene before, and her heart was pounding. Seeing Zhang Qian emerge through the thick smoke in front of her, she still felt something different. Zhang Qian's appearance wasn't overly handsome, but his demeanor was quite appealing. Especially after various enhancements to his physical attributes and weapons, he looked very spirited. But at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. The platform where Shan Rongyin was standing suddenly broke, and before Zhang Qian could catch her, she lost her footing and fell downwards onto the solid cement floor. Ah! She cried out in panic, desperately trying to grasp onto anything. There was nothing nearby for support. Director Okyang's heart sank, feeling a real fear of the worst. He suddenly stood up and kicked the props master as he shouted, "Save her! What are you standing there for? If she dies, we're all dead." The props master instinctively wanted to rush in to save her, but the fire erupted instantly, making it impossible to move forward. Though they tried several times to rush in, the scorching heat was too terrifying, feeling like one more step forward would burn their skin. Moreover, many explosives were prepared specifically for the effect, and they all ignited in an instant. Kong director knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. "Quick, call the fire truck, ambulance." And assistant director, "Book the next flight out of the country. 5 tickets, my family has 5 people. The further, the better, act fast." Then he picked up his phone. "Ollie, listen to me. Quickly pack up." Shan Rongyin closed her eyes in despair, shaking violently. Falling from a height of 1 stories would be deadly. In that moment, she thought about many things. She thought about never having experienced love. She remembered the constraints her family imposed on her, causing any boy even slightly interested in her to mysteriously disappear the next day. Even those who genuinely liked her would strangely transfer schools or meet with accidents after confessing their feelings. She suddenly, for a moment, resented being born into a wealthy family. Would death perhaps be the best release? No. No. I don't want to die. I really want to experience the bitterness of love. At that moment, a strong and sturdy arm tightly wrapped around her slender waist, the sense of power instantly stopping her rapid fall, giving Shan Rongyin an unprecedented sense of security. She slowly opened her eyes to see that it was Zhang Qian who arrived just in time. Originally, Zhang Qian wouldn't have been able to reach her so quickly. But don't forget, Zhang Qian's core strength core, abdomen, hips, and legs was very powerful to maximize his weapon's effectiveness and experience the ultimate combat sensations, so he displayed an extraordinary feat by swiftly reaching her. Shan Rongyin couldn't speak a word now. Her eyes were filled with endless tears of joy and gratitude for escaping the disaster, even feeling something else. She clung tightly to Zhang Qian's clothes, trembling uncontrollably, feeling his warm hands, gradually calming down. At this moment, with his left arm holding Shan Rongyin close to him, and his right hand grabbing the iron chain, swaying in midair without anywhere to land. If he were alone, he could confidently jump across. But with the added weight of another person, Zhang Qian wasn't so sure. "Are we going to die?" "No. Hold on to my neck tightly." "Okay." Shan Rongyin unconsciously hugged Zhang Qian's neck, a position that sparked some imagination, their soft bodies closely enveloping each other. But at that moment, they were both too busy to think about that. Only a strange emotion lingered in her subconscious. Zhang Qian took a deep breath, exerted force on the iron chain swinging in the air. Suddenly, he used the momentum to propel themselves forward. Releasing the iron chain, he held onto Shan Rongyin with both hands. His left arm cradled her head, his right arm passed through her legs as they plunged forward, landing with a thud on a slightly lower table nearby. Upon landing, Zhang Qian quickly rolled forward, absorbing the impact of both their fall and the friction on the ground. She just screamed in confusion, but when she realized she was unhurt, she found Zhang Qian, with visible wounds on his arms, legs, and even his cheek. He looked intimidating in that state. She feared he might be dying. Shan Rongyin suddenly felt a surge of heartache and guilt. Despite her usual arrogance, at heart, she was still a simple girl, protected well by her family. To see Jun Qian suffer such severe injuries just to save her evoked an instinctual feeling of remorse. She reached out and touched his wounds. It's not serious. A real man isn't afraid of pain. These are just scratches, excluding death. What Shunibyo? Chen Jong felt speechless for a moment, unsure of what to say. The two of them had temporarily escaped danger. The table they were at was already low, barely the height of one floor. The back door was nearby, and compared to the dangerous front door, the fire here was not as intense, increasing their chances of survival. Furthermore, Zheng Qian didn't seem to be seriously injured. Director, Kong director. You don't have to run away. No need to buy a ticket, they are fine. The assistant director tightly held Kong director's hand, excitedly pointing at the screen. Look, this stunt actor named Chen Shu is amazing. He saved Chen Jong in a critical moment, and now they can leave through the back door anytime. Huh. Kong director was just about to quietly leave. He had already called for a car. Initially caught by the assistant director, he was about to push him away, but upon hearing this, he glanced at the screen. Suddenly, everything became clear. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Excellent. Who is this? Good fortune favors the noble guest. Also, tell the catering person to add extra vegetables to the meals. Increase the bill by 1,000. Say it's for the extras. Kong director put down his backpack and lit a cigarette nervously. The assistant director was cursing inside. The director was really too sly, even finessing 1,000 for extras. Zheng Qian had been ready to leave with Chen Jong, but as they were about to go, they heard a faint cry for help. He turned back to find the source of the voice. Suddenly, he saw Lin Yokai pinned under a heavy object. Hurry! Chen Jong. Quick, you must go. Chen Jong's senses were not as sharp as Zheng Qian's, unaware of what was happening. Zheng Qian furrowed his brow, pointing to the back door. The fire there is still not too big. You should hurry and run over there now. Lin Yokai is in danger and cannot move. If the fire spreads, it will be troublesome. Go now. Saying this, Zheng Qian began to leave. Chen Jong panicked and grabbed Zheng Qian's wrist, biting her lip. I am really scared. The fire over there looks terrifying too. Can you please take me out first? Moreover, this Lin Yokai is just a mere extra. Well, I am. Before Chen Jong could finish, Zheng Qian's eyes turned cold. Is being an extra not being a person? Enough talk. You can still escape now. Don't grab me. I have to save people, and I warn you, the fire is spreading quickly. If you can't get out, don't come crying to me. With that, Zheng Qian decisively pulled his arm away and ran towards Lin Yokai. Chen Jong was initially stunned. Who dared speak to her like that? Regardless of gender, who wouldn't fawn over her when they saw her? But then anger surged within her. She was a normal girl just moments ago during the danger, but now that it was over, her haughty nature emerged. Seeing Zheng Qian abandon her, she stomped in frustration. I will pay you. Can't you save me first? You have no money like me. The voice from Zheng Qian in the distance made him disappear totally in the dense smoke. This made Chen Jong burst into laughter, clenching her fists. Her eyes filled with a strange fire. No money? She had to admit, this was the funniest joke she ever heard since birth. Chen Jong had never encountered anyone wealthier than her family. At least not seen one in Juzhou. Zheng Qian's eyesight was amazing. Within a visibility of less than a meter, he found Lin Yokai. She had landed on a large cushion, but at that instant, an explosion occurred. A box filled with various props fell directly onto her leg, putting pressure on it. Though the box didn't contain heavy objects, the gravity added to the acceleration. She immediately felt her leg was about to break, unable to move and just watching the fire approaching. The dense smoke made it hard for her to breathe. Without timely rescue, she would succumb to suffocation due to a lack of oxygen and excessive carbon monoxide inhalation. Unexpectedly, an unexpected help arrived. Zheng Qian reached her just in time, lifting the box off her leg. There were visible blood marks on her fair, straight legs, looking extremely unsettling. Zheng Qian frowned slightly, with no distractions at this moment. He extended his hand, feeling around, and asked, "Where does it hurt? Is it more painful on the thigh or the calf? How's your knee? Can you move it? My whole leg hurts, but my calf and ankle hurt more." Lin Yokai's voice was pleasant to hear. Frowning slightly, she bit her lip, suppressing the pain. Zheng Qian removed her shoe and noticed that the shape of her ankle cover in white socks looked wrong. After checking other areas of her leg, especially sensitive areas like the inner thigh, He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it seemed to be a dislocated ankle. He had been worried about more critical issues like the femoral artery in the thigh. If there were such problems, it would be troublesome. However, with just a dislocated ankle, things didn't seem severe, at least for now. Endure a bit. Zheng Qian promptly bought the book Ultimate Secret, Old Chinese Traditional Technique for Joint Reduction from a mysterious shop. Holding her foot's metatarsal area in one hand and the heel in the other, he exerted force to align them, pressing the inner ankle bone protrusion outward with his thumbs while grasping the foot, ensuring an extreme internal rotation and extension. Lin Yokai felt a sharp pain, but she only let out a soft without screaming. Very gently, she acknowledged the treatment. Cough cough. There. Your dislocated ankle has been fixed. Luckily, it's not serious. Just a simple dislocation that can be reset manually. But you still need to stabilize and recuperate when we get back. Here. I'll carry you out. Thank you. Seeing Lin Yokai still hesitating, Zheng Qian lifted her without further ado. Not even considering the remarkably delicate touch of her skin, he swiftly ran towards the back door. But, in that instant, Zheng Qian felt a surge of fury. Why was Shang Rongyun still standing there? Why are you still standing stupidly here? Zheng Qian had never been so speechless towards a woman before. He managed to control his anger and said, "Quickly come with me. Just now you could have left by yourself." "Okay. Hurry up and follow me. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Shang Rongyun's originally delicate face was now full of unease. She tightly bit her lip, her eyes flickering with anger, but more so with fear. Zheng Qian's words were so harsh, she had never felt this way before. Even her father had never spoken to her like this. Feeling a great sense of grievance, Shang Rongyun found herself unable to retort. Watching Zheng Qian leave with Lin Yokai, she quickly caught up. After a few steps, Zheng Qian felt someone tugging at his clothes. Turning around, he saw it was Shang Rongyun. Her face was full of grievances and tears. Tightly gripping her lip, she stubbornly refused to speak. However, she couldn't help but whisper in a weak and delicate voice, I'm scared. I can't do anything by myself." Zheng Qian's anger softened slightly seeing Shang Rongyun in this state. Without saying much, he let her hold on to his clothes as they walked out. Amidst Shang Rongyun's stubborn expression, there was a hint of timidity. She discreetly observed Zheng Qian and seeing that he didn't refuse her, she felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, the fire here wasn't too big. Zheng Qian covered Lin Yokai's head with his clothes and led the two girls successfully out of the abandoned factory. Miss, are you okay?" At this moment, two figures suddenly emerged from the fire behind them. Instinctively wanting to confront Zheng Qian, Shang Rongyun quickly intervened, raising her eyebrows. "What are you two doing? Why did you arrive so late? Did you want to be thrown into the sea to feed the fish?" With the presence of bodyguards, Shang Rongyun regained her confidence and scolded loudly. Casually glancing at Zheng Qian, one of the bodyguards felt his legs weaken, afraid that she might actually tell Shang Yangshan. Hurriedly he said, "Mace, the situation arose suddenly. We rushed in from the main entrance, where the fire was most intense, but couldn't find you due to the low visibility. We overheard a conversation at the back door just now, seemed to hear your voice, so we rushed over. Sorry miss, Enough. For your actions, I'll let it go this time." Seeing Zheng Qian unperturbed, Shang Rongyun instructed, "My clothes are dirty. Sticking to my body is disgusting. Quickly go get me new clothes and help me change. Immediately." "Yes." Seeing that Miss didn't seem too upset, the bodyguards breathed a sigh of relief. One of them approached Zheng Qian, whispering, "Thank you." An impatient Zheng Qian waved his hand dismissively and led Lin Yokai to the resting area of the crew, comforting her. "Rest well. Luckily the injury isn't severe. The ankle dislocation is relatively simple, but the scars on your leg are more troublesome. Contact a beauty salon for repair as soon as possible. You're still young, just starting out, right? If you have scars, it might affect your career path." Lin Yokai nodded repeatedly. Thinking about how Zheng Qian just set her ankle back in place, she felt extremely embarrassed, her cheeks flushing suddenly. She bit her lip lightly, suddenly thinking, did she have a smell wearing sneakers just now? If she knew this would happen, she would have sprayed perfume in her shoes before leaving. "Thank you, Can." Lin Yokai was about to say something when her assistant hurried over. Seeing her surrounded, Zheng Qian didn't continue pressing but joined when Kieran squatting on the ground to smoke. "What's the matter with this crew? Isn't the amount of explosives a bit too much? It deviates from the plan, Zhang Qian said irritably, swallowing nicotine. If it didn't affect anything, he really wanted to beat up the assistant director now. For heaven's sake, although it was planned to make the scene look a bit dangerous, it wasn't supposed to be this dangerous. If you weren't agile, there might have been several casualties just now. Dwayne Kieran grumbled, I've kicked the assistant director several times. It's his first time doing something like this, so it's inevitable he's a bit clumsy. Should I get a few more guys to take care of him? Zhang Qian seriously considered the possibility. After confirming the assistant director didn't really want to harm him, he waved it off. Forget it. Forgive and forget. Maybe he likes this kind of pace. If we do this, it might reward him. Let's leave this for now. Have all other arrangements been taken care of? They're steadily progressing. No major mishaps for now. All right. Normally have a few brothers keep an eye on that coffee shop. If Jufa Luo comes back, inform me immediately. As they were conversing, Pei Moen walked over. She hesitated, glanced at Zhang Qian for a while, and tentatively said, Zhang Qian. Yes. Zhang Qian subconsciously turned around, internally cursing. He had been calculating for a long time. How could he not have foreseen that Pei Moen would be here? Why didn't she stay well in Shenzhen? Why did she come here with Shan Rongyan? You've got the wrong person. My name is Chen Shu. Zhang Qian expressionlessly stared at her with a slightly melancholic gaze. Pei Moen smirked, squatting next to Zhang Qian, smiling. Don't lie to me. I felt a hint of familiarity earlier. I hesitated because you seem to have a significantly more robust physique. That your expression basically revealed your identity. Tell me. You've come here incognito. What do you want to do? Internally cursing again. Zhang Qian thought. Pei Moen's gaze is too sharp. She even recognized me now. She seems to have guessed Zhang Qian's thoughts and smirked, saying, Don't worry. That girl Shang Rongyan probably doesn't know you. She's not interested in business matters. You're all entangled with her brother. And she's clueless about everything. Shall I help you out a bit? But you have to do me a favor. Zhang Qian thought seriously for a moment, then shook his head. Speaking seriously, I am an upright person. Don't think of my actions so sordidly. But, Miss Pei Moen, if you casually publicize my identity, don't blame me for taking 3 years to cast a shadow over your entire life. 3 years to cast a shadow over your entire life. Pei Moen was a bit puzzled. What did that mean? What kind of shadow needed 3 years to create? Dwayne Kieran, who had heard this conversation, couldn't contain himself. He really wanted to remind Pei Moen that in Zhuzhou, serious crimes usually have a minimum sentence of 3 years. Let's not talk about the perplexed Taimuyan. At Shanghu, Chunchen Club, Xuan, how did you determine that Lu Lingwei had a problem? Humph. Initially I thought she was deliberately seducing Zhang Qian, a flashy and cheap woman, but I didn't expect her to be from the Shanghu American Club and almost fell for her tricks. Wei Rusi still felt somewhat frustrated. She sipped her tea, beautiful nails tapping continuously on the table. Jin Lu shook his head. I don't know either. Qian told me. His judgments are rarely wrong, so I followed this clue and, indeed found some clues. I just didn't expect that there would be trouble on Chen Weiqian's side. Selling shares, although shareholders have the right to do so, also needs to be reported to the group. When he sold it to Shan Yangshan, Qian informed the current largest shareholder, Zhang Qian, for the first time. Zhang Qian did not intervene, and even if he did, it wouldn't work. After all, Chen Weiqian had already gone through the process. He didn't know how much money specifically sold, but it must have been a substantial amount. Now he doesn't know where he's gone. Zhang Qian's mind is now on Shan Yangshan's side, thinking about using Shan Rongyang for something. Mutual benefit. If Shan Yangshan moves against those close to me, then don't blame me for coveting your beloved little sister. With no other choice, this matter was handed over to Jin Lu to handle. Wei Rusi came today to discuss how to reasonably recover the shares sold by Chen Weiqian. Zhang Qian cut off one of Yu Shang'an's hands, but didn't force Shan Yangshan to return the shares at that opportunity. Firstly, Shan Yangshan definitely wouldn't simply return them. Secondly, Zhang Qian disdained using such methods to influence the showdown between the two. As for cutting off the hand, it was purely because Shan Yangshan provoked the people around him. Just a simple warning. And Shan Yangshan keeps making small moves. Can't blame Zhang Qian for seeking out Shan Rongyang. According to common sense, even if Shan Yangshan obtained 15% of Chen Weiqian's shares in kind group, It doesn't give him controlling interest or the ability to make any decisions. The purpose is simply to use it to influence Qian Lu Group. I know of a way to render these 15% of shares useless. But what about Chen Weiqian? Just let him roam free outside, Wei Rusi said, unwillingly. Jin Lu was about to say something when his phone rang. Seeing the text message, he nodded slightly and dialed a number. Hello, a hoarse male voice, with a hint of drunkenness, accompanied by the sound of a woman's voice. Just one word could hint at what he was doing, or about to do. Jin Lu's face briefly showed a touch of frost. I'm Jin Lu. I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. Half an hour later, Wei Rusi and Jin Lu were about to have dinner at the club's restaurant when they suddenly heard shouting not far away. Get lost, I come to my own family club. Do you still need to report to me? Damn, I brought my girlfriend to my own place. What's the meaning of your muttering? What? Don't know what my last name is. A dandy young man held a girl's waist and walked forward, pointing everywhere with a proud expression on his face. The girl flattered and said, Oh, Peng Peng. Thank you. I heard before that the threshold of Chunin Club is very high. Not just anyone can come in. I told my friends that you're the young master here. They didn't believe it. Wait a moment, I'll take a few pictures to show off, so they won't think we're bragging. Who is he? Wei Rusi frowned. Ran Gao Peng, the fourth grandson. His mother is Ran Wakan, and his father is the in-law, Ran Hanyuan. There's also a brother Ran Gaolin, who is the CEO of Ran Yao Holdings, the least profitable company owned by the Ran family. Jin Lu said, indifferently. Wei Rusi's eyes flashed with mockery. She didn't care about such things and was about to hold Jin Lu's hand to go eat, but Ran Gao Peng noticed her. His expression suddenly changed. Even with his noble status, he didn't often see such high-level beauties. Wei Rusi's temperament was too outstanding. Her cold gaze behind her frameless glasses struck him instantly. Regardless of his girlfriend taking photos there, he came directly to Wei Rusi. He first smiled at Jin Lu, then stopped Wei Rusi's way, smiling, Beauty, I'm Jin Chairman's brother, and we have a bit of blood relation, currently working at Ranyao Holdings. Can we exchange contacts? Scram. Wei Rusi showed no good expression. She didn't even bother saying more, just spat out that word. Ran Gao Peng's face immediately darkened. Damn, you have no face. I am from the Ran family. Don't think you can show off in front of me just because you are close to her. This is Chunin Club. I advise you to know your place. By now, several bodyguards had surrounded them. Ran Gao Peng was a layabout in the Ran family, just holding a trivial position in the company and spending his days chasing girls. He rarely came to Chunin Club. Even if he did, it was to show off with a girl. The club wasn't just an office area. Each floor had different functions. There were many high-end entertainment options, including spa, bowling, indoor golf, etc. Among them, the restaurant floor hired Michelin star chefs year-round. Ran Gao Peng used to enjoy it, but he didn't know what happened today that brought him to the office area. Young master, she is the chairman's esteemed guest, and this is the business area, not the entertainment area. Let's go to another place quickly. Don't. Before the floor manager could intervene, Ran Gao Peng raised his hand and slapped. As he turned around, he was about to continue pointing at Wei Rusi. Jin Lu stepped forward, looked at him coldly, and said, Ran Gao Peng, I'll give you a chance. Apologize immediately. Ran Gao Peng sneered contemptuously. I am a true member of the Ran family. Even if I'm from the fourth branch, I was still brought up by the ancestors. And you, who knows what wild man you were brought back from outside? Don't think rising to power with a wild man is something extraordinary. What are you? With these words, everyone was shocked and alarmed. Many wanted to come and cover Ran Gao Peng's mouth, but it was too late. Boss, Ku when you walked over, knock out all his teeth, break his legs, and then throw him out. Jin Lu's expression was very calm, glanced faintly at Ran Gao Peng, then continued to walk forward as if this matter had nothing to do with her. Just a few steps later, she added, I mean throw him down from this floor. Throwing him from the 5th floor, would that not cripple him if not kill him? But now, no one dared to stop. Who the hell do you think you are? Ran Gao Peng shouted loudly, daring anyone to challenge him. No one dared to meet his gaze. They were not necessarily afraid of Ran Gao Peng. They were praying for what was about to happen to him. Jin Lu may have only recently taken over the Chunin Club, but her ruthless methods had already struck fear into everyone's hearts. Jin Lu had yet to make a big move in the club, And now she was saying such heavy words. People were curious. Did she really dare to take action against Ran Gaopeng? Although Ran Gaopeng's status was not high, he was still a descendant of the Ran family, the youngest grandson of the fourth branch. Unlike his father who married into the family, Ran Gaopeng was a true Ran by blood. Jin Lu had only recently returned to the Ran family, would she not fear angering their ancestors? However, what followed vividly taught everyone present a lesson. Before Ran Gaopeng could continue his tirade, Ku Wenyu swiftly delivered a fierce slap to his face. No, perhaps slap wasn't accurate, maybe blast was more fitting. The sound echoed, feeling like a sudden thunderclap on a calm day. After the deafening boom, Ran Gaopeng was sent flying like a cannonball and crashed harshly into the wall. Ku Wenyu swiftly closed the distance, taking only a couple of steps to cover 20 to 30 meters. She followed up with a powerful kick, causing the left side of Ran Gaopeng's face to sink in. The Tang Dynasty poem by Lu Shou, even 100 continuous moves, the fierce wind roars with each strike, involuntarily sprang to mind for everyone there. Ku Wenyu's actions were vigorous and powerful, with a relentless force. Her jade-like hands moved like a fierce wind and tiger's roar, striking without pause. Seeing someone being hit and sent flying 20 to 30 meters away, a single slap made everyone tense. The driver who usually followed Jin Lu, appearing soft and gentle, had displayed such ferocity with a single move, it sent shivers down their spines, making their legs tremble. The visible fracture of Ran Gaopeng's cheekbone showed the seriousness of the situation. It seemed like he only just realized what was happening and was about to scream in pain. Ku Wenyu let out a cold snort, grabbed his chin with her jade-like hand, and yanked it, dislocating it. Even Ran Gaopeng's tongue involuntarily hung from his mouth. Despite the gruesome injuries, Ku Wenyu didn't rush, meticulously inspecting Ran Gaopeng's mouth. After a moment, she landed several more slaps, not the usual light sound of slaps, but loud thuds, more like hammer blows. As his teeth fell out following the red blood, the scene sent shivers down everyone's spine. It wasn't just a simple case of breaking teeth. His dental bed was in shambles, and the bones in his lower jaw were shattered, making any future dental work almost impossible. People finally realized what Ku Wenyu had been examining earlier. Jin Lu had said to knock out all his teeth. Not a single one should remain. Ku Wenyu even helped by extracting Ran Gaopeng's innermost wisdom tooth, which had an unusual shape as it grew horizontally at the top. He had made a reservation with the city's top expert for a personal operation. Yes, it required precise surgery to remove it, but to date, Ku Wenyu generously provided him with this treatment. After ensuring no teeth remained, Ku Wenyu proceeded to stomp and break the two frontal bones in Ran Gaopeng's legs. Grabbing his hair, she dragged him to the window and, upon confirming there were no pedestrians below, she tossed him out. Silence. A deathly silence filled the room. The girl accompanying Ran Gaopeng had fainted at some point. Seeing that Jin Lu had already left, Ku Wenyu quickly chased after her. Only when Ku Wenyu disappeared from view did the floor manager shakily take out his phone and call Ran Honyuan, quivering as he said, "Mr. Ran, young master." Shan Rongyan's current mood was not good. She watched Pei Moin chatting happily with Zhang Qian nearby, feeling a mix of emotions. Crossing her legs, folding her arms, she incessantly tapped her manicured nails on her arm. Slightly squinting her charming half-almond eyes, she had an unpredictable expression. "I'm thirsty. Get me a drink." "Not that one. I want juice." "Can't you understand juice? Are you deaf? Juice is sweet. Don't you know I'm on a diet? Get me tea." After a few rounds of struggles, Shan Rongyan's bodyguards cum assistants finally fulfilled her demands. Taking a few sips hastily, she tossed the cup aside, lightly biting her pristine white teeth, leaving others guessing her thoughts. Passing crew members trembled in fear. The cup she carelessly discarded was a Mark H cup from the Hermes Equestrian Obstacle Race, worth thousands. Thinking to pick it up later and secretly gift it to her girlfriend once Shan Rongyan left, they hoped she wouldn't notice. Pei Moin had his back to Shan Rongyan, not sensing her fierce gaze. He was pondering the words Zhang Qian had just spoken. 3 years to exchange for a lifetime of shadows. How would that work? Although not overly preoccupied, he rose with a smile, saying, "Let me keep your secret for now. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. Just promise to help me later, and I'll cooperate with your performance." Zhang Qian nodded subtly, standing tall beside her. The gentle touch to her delicate waist made her cheeks flush as his tobacco scent lingered in the air. Quite pleasant. I'll leave it to Miss Pei then. I'll reward you for it later. He casually touched her before moving away. By the time Pei Moen reacted, he was already far off. This left Pei Moen feeling a bit flustered, slight anger brewing. Was Zhang Qian being flirtatious just now? Haven't seen each other for some time, why did he seem so different? She remembered clearly how Zhang Qian had come all the way with Su Yuanshuan to request cooperation in the past. Do you two know each other? When Pei Moen returned, Shan Rongyan had mentally prepared herself. Although sporting a chilly demeanor, she no longer displayed the previous arrogance, casually asking, "Oh, no. I just wanted to thank him for helping you. It was a big help." Pei Moen responded naturally with a smile. I mean, do you know each other, right? Shan Rongyan raised an eyebrow slightly, reiterating the question. Pei Moen was a little bewildered. Could Shan Rongyan really see through her? Thinking about this, she couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. She shouldn't have gone to Zhang Qian just now. She really needed Zhang Qian's help, although Shan Jia could also help. But for some reason, every time she saw Shan Yangshan, she always felt a bit scared. Even though he appeared refined, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was like a hunter, staring at her as if she were his prey. This feeling made her uneasy. It shouldn't be. Just heard his accent. He's not from here, and definitely not from Deep City. He didn't even think about joining the club in Shanghai. Instead, he has close ties with the club in Hong City. You don't even look at common mainlanders, and no matter how rich mainlanders are, they can't be richer than us at Shang's. If he doesn't have money, he shouldn't become your friend. Let me guess, you want to pursue him? Shan Rongyan narrowed her eyes, half smiling as she looked at Pei Moen, and confidently stated this reasoning. When Pei Moen heard this, she was truly surprised and momentarily didn't know how to respond. If she said she was wrong, there was a bit of truth in it. If she said she was right, it still felt far-fetched. Since you are so interested in him, why not have him join us on the yacht as well? He seems to be someone who came from the mainland to seek his fortune, relying on the little experience he has, thinking of pursuing a career as a stunt actor. Well, he probably won't refuse the chance to broaden his horizons. Yes, let's go with that. Pei Moen, you go talk to him. The crew is waiting at the pier. Let's head there. Shan Rongyan said without doubt, then got up to change clothes and touch up her makeup. Pei Moen's smile was a bit bitter. It seemed that Shan Rongyan misunderstood her wanting to pursue the handsome guy, but that was still better than her realizing that her relationship with Zhang Qian wasn't normal. Oh well, let's take it step by step. After explaining to Zhang Qian, he didn't object. Even if Shan Rongyan didn't want him to come along, Zhang Qian would find a way to head to Leiwan Peninsula first. It wasn't far from Hong City, just a boat ride of about 40 minutes. But since Shan Rongyan invited him, he naturally wouldn't decline. Shan Rongyan seemed to care a lot about what Zhang Qian had said before. You don't have what I have, just a mere stunt actor. What's with the attitude? She really looked down on people like Zhang Qian, who often carried unnecessary arrogance, stubbornly saving face, and willing to admit he didn't have money, not wanting to show weakness in front of women. Young men nowadays, why do they have to be so stubborn? Thinking about this, a sly smile formed at the corner of Shan Rongyan's mouth, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes. Since you don't want to show weakness, I'll make sure you do. 10 minutes later, several sapphire blue Maybach S680 for MATIC cars parked outside the studio. Zhang Qian could tell at a glance that these were custom-made for wealthy individuals. Not just the color, even the model, interior, and any parts that allowed legitimate modifications had all been replaced. Come on, rich guy. Ride with me. Shan Rongyan waved at Zhang Qian and then turned to the other car, nodding. That big idiot, are you his friend? Come along with us. Sit with Pei Moen. Pei Moen's lips quivered slightly. Zhang Qian just smiled at her expression. After a brief interaction, he had a more accurate grasp of her personality. The bodyguard opened the back door, and Shan Rongyan elegantly sat down, but Zhang Qian directly opened the passenger seat. This seemingly baseless action made Shan Rongyan irrationally annoyed. Who told you to sit in the front? Otherwise, Zhang Qian shrugged. Girls like you must be very difficult to please. If I sit next to you, you definitely make me move to the front. And it's just a Maybach. I think the old-fashioned Bentley has more feeling. Handmade is the true essence of old money. Huh, was he showing off to me just now? Hey hee hee. Shan Rongyan laughed in frustration, crossed her legs, tapping her manicured nails on her arm. Come here. sit beside me. It's just a Maybach. This is a global limited edition. I almost don't want to expose you. How many families in Kyushu have this? I can find out in minutes. Okay, sit obediently. Let big sister show you the world. Jun Qian didn't argue with her. He indeed didn't have that model of Maybach, but he didn't mind buying the Maybach company directly, provided that Pingzi was willing to make a move. He didn't even care about Chan Rongyin's arrogance, because sooner or later, she would end up in a scenario where she couldn't pass, crying and begging himself to go easy. I heard your name is Chen Shu, right? The woman you were just talking to is called Pei Moin. Although she may not have as much money as I do, she lavishly supports a pretty beau like you. Remember, letting you on the car is not because you saved me. I just want to ask you, if I also want to pursue you, would you say yes to me, or to her? I'm the big star Shang Rongyan, after all. Have you seen the movies I've made? Don't ever claim you have more money than me. I can write you unimaginable numbers. Saying that, Shang Rongyan took out her checkbook from her bag, smiling at Zhang Qian. She slightly lifted her long leg, purposely placing it on the empty seat next to Zhang Qian. Her eyes were full of enticing signals, as if she was about to seduce him. Touch it. I've extended my leg. Why aren't you touching it? You uncultivated person must have never seen legs of this caliber. Humph. Touch it and I'll chop off your hand. Before I have fun playing with him, Pei Moin, you actually want to pursue this brainless pretty beau. Sorry, I just couldn't stand the show-off expression on his face, making him realize I'm not someone to mess with. What does saving me have to do with anything? Apart from my big brother, every good thing about a man must be pleased with me like a loyal dog. Shang Rongyan's eyes flickered to the co-driver seat. It was a bodyguard assigned to her by Shang Yangshan, and he was quite skilled. At least every time she encountered danger, he managed to turn the situation around under his protection. In summary, there was no one who could make him fail. Dealing with such a small stunt actor, it seemed like a piece of cake. If Zhang Qian dared to touch her leg, the bodyguard would unhesitatingly cut off his hand. Even if it was without Shang Rongyan's orders, he would firmly carry it out. Because once Shang Yangshan found out that someone touched his beloved little sister and the bodyguard didn't intervene, all these bodyguards would be minced and thrown into the sea. Zhang Qian didn't hesitate and reached out his hand. Zhang Qian reached out his hand without any hesitation. Shang Rongyan scoffed disdainfully. She seemed to have already envisioned Zhang Qian having his wrist cut off. Although Zhang Qian saved himself, she still felt uneasy. Whenever she went before, she was always adored by people like a princess. Which man dared to be so audacious? Zhang Qian, on the other hand, seemed to have never taken her seriously at all. But the development of the situation was somewhat different from what she had anticipated. Suddenly, she only felt an extremely hot temperature on the inner side of her thigh. However, it was just a moment. When she came back to her senses, she found Zhang Qian's hand resting on his chest. This also gave Shang Rongyan a sense of illusion. She looked abruptly at the co-driver, the bodyguard also frowning tightly. His right hand was already on the dagger at his waist, but he seemed to be in a dilemma. Along with Shang Rongyan, the same thought surfaced. Did he touch or not touch? Really, such a nice luxury car. Why is there no mosquito coil inside? Look, just because you don't like wearing stockings, your white thighs attract mosquitoes easily. Or is it that you didn't shower today? Zhang Qian held a mosquito in his hand, looking at Shang Rongyan with a disgusted expression. Shang Rongyan didn't shower. Mosquito? The key point was that there really was a mosquito in his hand. So did Zhang Qian touch or not touch just now? If he did touch, shouldn't the bodyguard have cut off his hand? If he didn't touch, then how did he remove the mosquito from her thigh? At this moment, Shang Rongyan recalled the sensation just now. That burning sensation. Only the temperature of a human palm. It shouldn't be wrong. Although she hadn't been touched in such an intimate place, but something doesn't seem right. Shang Rongyan looked at the mosquito in Zhang Qian's hand, falling into deep self-doubt. Even if you wear stockings, mosquitoes should still bite, right? Shang Rongyan muttered subconsciously. Zhang Qian sighed as he crushed the mosquito, wrapped it in a tissue and placed it aside. So it seems like you didn't shower. Hey, watch your words. The bodyguard finally reacted. Although he didn't see Zhang Qian take action, his continuous verbal provocations were enough to pass a death sentence. Glancing at Shang Rongyan, as long as she nodded, he was ready to take action at any time. Zhang Qian shrugged, smiling and curling his lips. However, Shang Rongyan silently shook her head, truly hating Zheng Qian. She must play with him slowly until his demise. Humph. Didn't Pei Moin want to seduce him? Fine. When they get to the island, arrange for the two of them to be intimate in bed, right in front of her eyes. No. They should even use a gun against his head in bed. It's infuriating. Pei Moin, that little b***che, even though she doesn't like him, she goes to seduce him before I get my turn. Are men really in such short supply nowadays? Heh. I'll indulge you guys, make you know that sticking around with me requires some discernment. Just because I have fun with you doesn't mean I approve of you. What are you? Really? She decided to momentarily stop quarreling with Zheng Qian. It seemed like he wasn't a match for her in this aspect. At this moment, Zheng Qian quietly opened the system panel. After a long session of selling, especially of weapons, muscles, height enhancement, and so on at a mysterious store, he was pleasantly surprised to find out that he could now view his personal panel through the system. In the system's words, his body's functions had reached the threshold of an average person, thus triggering the system's panel function. It meant that before, Zheng Qian's physical quality was very poor, not even eligible to display the panel. The panel had 5 dimensions: destructive power, senses, speed, stamina, and growth. Name: Zheng Qian. Age: 26. Height: 183 centimeters. Destructive power, senses, speed, stamina, a growth. Infinity. Looking at his perfect panel, Zheng Qian felt very satisfied. All 4 main attributes had reached in a level.